Chapter 2823, Do You Miss My Body? Because Li Mingzong was slightly frightened by He Qihong's words, he had an absent look on his face. Seeing that, Mrs. Li asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Mom, Mingyu should be awake now. She told He Qihong that I pushed her on purpose. He Qihong just called me and shouted that he was going to pay me back." Li Mingzong didn't know what he should do. "Mom, what if He Qihong asks Ji Yuning to cause me trouble?" Knowing that Li Mingyu was awake now, Mrs. Li was happy, but she was also a little upset when Li Mingzong said that He Qihong decided to pay him back. However, she was mad upon thinking that Li Mingzong deliberately pushed Li Mingyu, so she criticized him. "You shouldn't have pushed Mingyu. Couldn't you talk to her nicely? Why did you have to use violence? Didn't you know that she was pregnant? If it hadn't been for Miss Ji Yu, Mingyu could have lost life. Now she has survived, but she lost her baby. It's understandable for them to blame you. Don't you feel guilty at all? I was a little impulsive, but Mingyu is fine now. They can have more babies if they want. He Qihong punched me today. I think that's enough," Li Mingzong argued. Even though he felt slightly guilty, he didn't think it was so serious. "You, Mrs. Li was angered. That was a life. Mingyu was pregnant for 7 months and the baby already had a shape. How could you be so cold-blooded? It already happened. What can I do? The most important thing right now is to stop He Qihong from blaming me," said Li Mingzong. He didn't regret it at all. Mrs. Li was mad, but Li Mingzong was her son, so she didn't want him to be in trouble. She also hoped that He Qihong and Li Mingyu would stop blaming Li Mingzong for that. They would pay the costs while Li Mingyu was in the hospital. If you want them to stop blaming you for that, mind your attitude. Go visit Mingyu tomorrow morning with some gifts and you should pay all the medical fees, said Mrs. Li. Mingyu just had an operation and she needs to stay in the hospital for a while. That will be a lot of money. Li Mingzong was reluctant to pay the medical fee, because it would add up to at least a few 100,000 yuan. Mrs. Li was furious. "Do you think you don't need to pay for injuring other people? If you don't listen to me, just wait till He Qihong pays you back. If you anger them, you could be put in jail after they call the police. Don't think Mingyu will forgive you just because you're her older brother. You caused her to lose her baby and almost her life. I don't think Mingyu still sees you as family. She won't care about your life either." As their mother, Mrs. Li knew that Li Mingyu didn't get along with Li Mingzong. If she hadn't paid some attention to Li Mingyu would probably have left them earlier on, but compared with her sons, she still valued her daughter less. Nevertheless, she believed that Li Mingzong should pay the compensation this time. Mrs. Li made it very clear, so Li Mingzong didn't know what to say. He had to accept it. An hour after Ji Yuning returned to the Sihewan, Leng Xiaoting got back. Ji Yuning knew that Leng Xiaoting was coming back, so she went to wait for him at the gate. Master Leng and Jing Yuniao even joked about that, but they understood that Ji Yuning missed Leng Xiaoting very much. In fact, Jing Yuniao had the same feeling. She also wanted to wait for Leng Xiaoting outside, but they were a young couple. They might want to kiss and hug each other once they met again, so she didn't go out. When Leng Xiaoting finally got back, Ji Yuning met his eyes and knew that both of them had missed the other badly. "You're back," said Ji Yuning with excitement. "Yeah, I'm back," said Leng Xiaoting. Then he immediately walked to Ji Yuning and gave her a big hug. Ji Yuning hugged him tightly as well. They smelled each other and felt greatly satisfied. They wanted more, but it wasn't the right time. "Did you miss me?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "Of course, I missed you every moment. I could barely eat and sleep," said Ji Yuning seriously. Although it was exaggerated, she indeed missed him deeply. "Did you miss my body?" Leng Xiaoting asked with an evil smile. Ji Yuning immediately flushed and pushed him away. She left his arms and gave him a glare. "Stop flirting with me. I was just worried about your safety." Ji Yuning was honestly worried about Leng Xiaoting's safety, but she couldn't help thinking of his body when he brought it up. "I know. If I'm injured, you can't have a taste of my body." Leng Xiaoting joked. Ji Yuning was mad and didn't want to talk to him any longer. The next moment, she turned around wanting to leave, but Leng Xiaoting stopped her by catching her hand. All right, let's deal with business first. After it's done, we can do whatever we want, said Leng Xiaoting to comfort Ji Yuning. Stay away. Ji Yuning wanted to get rid of his hand, but Leng Xiaoting clasped her hand. All right, we're so close now. You don't need to be so shy, said Leng Xiaoting. He was still joking. Ji Yuning suddenly squinted and observed Leng Xiaoting. What? Leng Xiaoting met Ji Yuning's eyes. If I didn't feel the air of a cultivator from your body and you didn't look so familiar, I might doubt whether you're really Leng Xiaoting, said Ji Yuning. She couldn't stand it when Leng Xiaoting wouldn't stop flirting with her. I am your man. Leng Xiaoting felt amused. He joked with Ji Yuning once more. Who knows? Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. Oh, was it dangerous this time? Asked Ji Yuning. Although Leng Xiaoting was home safely and the process wasn't important, Ji Yuning still wanted to know more about it. No, but it's related to the vampires in Country M. However, they've all been killed now, said Leng Xiaoting. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was relieved. Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning's hand and walked into the living room. He didn't feel embarrassed even though Shengguan Yang, Jing Yuniao, and the others were present. Chapter 2824, Aren't you willing to help? Hi, Master, Mom. Leng Xiaoting greeted, then gave Zhang Liluo and Si Jin a nod. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin were older than him, but looked younger, so he didn't know what to call them. Zhang Liluo and Si Jin also nodded at him. I heard that something which has happened in the capital has something to do with the Leng family. I couldn't ask much about it on the phone. What exactly happened? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Afterwards, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting about everything, including her trip with Leng Yuanchen to the capital of Country Y and her meeting with the Thomas family. After knowing the details, Leng Xiaoting was unhappy. How's the Chong family now? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Jing Yuniao replied. I caused the windows of Master Cheng's eldest son's car to explode. Then the broken glass stabbed into his body. His chauffeur was so shocked that they ended up having a car accident. Master Cheng's eldest son was injured a second time. Currently, he's seriously injured in the hospital. I also made Master Chong fall into a coma. He hasn't woken up yet. Master Cheng's grandson was caught in bed with another woman by his girlfriend. He had a car accident that night as well. I heard it's very serious, but he survived. The Chong family is amid crises. They've angered the Leng family and the Yuan family at the same time. Now we're teaming up to fight them. We're collecting evidence of their illegal deeds. The Chong family is losing its influence. If they don't stop attacking other families, they'll be replaced sooner or later. Actually, the task I did this time also has something to do with the Chong family. However, the Chong family doesn't know that vampires are involved. They only cooperated with a dark force in Country M, wanting to kill me while I was carrying out the task, said Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting stayed calm about the Chong family's scheme, but the others were mad. The Chong family is digging its own grave. Ji Yuning said coldly. She really hated the Chong family now. If it was possible, she wouldn't hesitate to unseat them. Well, we just plan to kick the Chong family out of the 4 major families and weaken them so that they can't get the position back, but now I think we should completely destroy them, Jing Yuniao said in a deep voice, showing malice and cruelty. This time, Jing Yuniao was really furious. They tried to kill her son. Did you get hurt? Asked Jing Yuniao. She had the same feelings as Ji Yuning. Even though Leng Xiaoting was safe in front of her eyes right now, she still wanted to know whether he had encountered any danger. I didn't, but Chen Meng is slightly injured. Anyway, we're fine and we've already killed our target. I just don't know whether they will take revenge. Anyway, since I'm back, I needed to let you know about it. You must be prepared. After all, I won't stay in the capital for too long, and I need you to protect the Leng family, said Leng Xiaoting. Don't worry, we'll be well prepared. We already have a plan. And I'll stay in the Leng family's house for a while. If anything happens, I'll discuss it with Senior Shengguan. Liluo will leave to protect President Wei from tomorrow, since President Wei is also in danger now. Si Jin will be on standby, so is Ningning. Ningning can go to class as usual, but she'll come and help us if anything goes wrong. Jing Yuniao answered. Great, it's a great plan, said Leng Xiaoting. If you don't have enough helpers, turn to cultivators in the cultivation world for help. I know, said Jing Yuniao. She had the same idea. From the beginning to the end, Sheng Guanyang said nothing, but he wouldn't hesitate to stand out if he was needed. He said nothing because he didn't know much about the complicated relationships among the four major families. After talking about the business, Leng Xiaoting said, well, I need to deal with something now. Ningning will go with me. I need a helper in case I can't handle it alone. Sure, be careful, said Jing Yuniao. She didn't doubt Leng Xiaoting's words, neither did Ji Yuning. After that, Ji Yuning left with Leng Xiaoting. When they were in the car, Ji Yuning asked seriously, what is it? Leng Xiaoting suddenly laughed and said in a seductive tone, you'll know in a while. Looking at the expression on Leng Xiaoting's face, Ji Yuning immediately realized what it was. There was nothing he needed to deal with, but, remembering what Leng Xiaoting just said, Ji Yuning flushed and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Oh, she lightly answered, pretending that she had no idea what Leng Xiaoting was talking about. Leng Xiaoting noticed Ji Yuning's reaction and felt more satisfied. Ningning, you're very smart, so you should know what we're going to do, right? Don't flatter me. You said nothing about it. How could I know? I can't read your mind. Ji Yuning argued, but her voice lacked confidence. Really? But I bet you already know, said Leng Xiaoting. He wouldn't miss any chance to flirt with Ji Yuning. That's your feelings, not the truth. Ji Yuning retorted, but she knew she was lying. Leng Xiaoting watched her reaction and felt amused. Her words weren't persuasive at all. Fine, don't disappoint me when we do it later. Leng Xiaoting said purposely. Ji Yuning said nothing, because she knew what Leng Xiaoting was talking about. She felt too embarrassed to answer it. What? Aren't you willing to help? Leng Xiaoting asked, showing a little disappointment on his face, but there was excitement in his eyes. Focus on the road. Stop asking me so many questions. Ji Yuning was annoyed. She didn't want to answer his questions any longer. They were familiar and very close, but she still felt embarrassed to talk about some topics. Fine. Leng Xiaoting stopped joking with Ji Yuning. Whether she answered it or not, the result would be the same. Leng Xiaoting drove all the way to Mid-Level's mansion. Because it was late at night, there was barely any traffic on the road, so Leng Xiaoting drove fast, and they arrived about 20 minutes later. Chapter 2825. The Chong family digs its own grave. Once they reached the house, they had passionate sex till they were exhausted, then they fell into a deep sleep. The next day, they got up and had breakfast together before going to the Sihewan. Jing Yuniao went to the Leng family's house. On their way, Ji Yuning received He Qihong's call. He told her that Li Mingyu woke up last night. It was late, so he didn't call her in case it was a bother. Li Mingyu didn't only wake up, she was also much more energetic than before. She could talk, eat, and drink. In fact, even if He Qihong didn't call Ji Yuning would still know that Li Mingyu had already woken up yesterday. After all, she treated Li Mingyu, so she knew her condition very well. In the Leng family's house, only Master Leng was at home since the others left for work. After they arrived, they spoke about the task. Leng Xiaoting didn't tell Master Leng everything about the task. After all, it would worry Master Leng, but he still told Master Leng the part about the Chong family. Hearing that the task Leng Xiaoting carried out this time also had something to do with the Chong family and that they even used vampires to try to kill Leng Xiaoting, Master Leng was furious. He even gasped for breath from the fury. Ji Yuning immediately put magical power into his body to help him breathe normally. The Chong family is really digging its own grave. I didn't want to be serious, but this time we must pay them back seriously, said Master Leng, showing a strong hatred. Master Leng decided to completely destroy the Chong family after knowing that they had tried to kill Leng Xiaoting, not because he believed Leng Xiaoting was more important than Leng Xiaojia, but because what the Chong family had done was too much. Since the Chong family was so shameless, the Leng family wouldn't tolerate them any longer. Actually, whether it was the Chong family or the other important families, they couldn't take a heavy hit. If they were hit heavily, they could easily lose their seat. Even if they could bear it, they would still be seriously affected. I haven't heard any news from the investigation team yet. I wonder whether they have found anything, said Master Leng. He was always stable, but somehow he was anxious today. It was understandable because he couldn't wait to teach the Chong family a lesson. While they worked with the Yuan family to investigate the Chong family, they also built their own investigation team that consisted of the Leng family's members and Ji Yuning's people. They did that not just to collect evidence of the Chong family's illegal deeds as soon as possible, but because they knew the Yuan family also secretly sent out people to conduct an investigation. If the Yuan family found evidence before the Leng family, they could steal the achievement. They were working together, but it was unavoidable to fight over the achievement once it came to that. Only the person who made the achievement could receive a promotion. I think there will be a result within the next few days. After all, the Chong family isn't weak, said Ji Yu Ning. However, she was a little anxious as well, because she also hoped that it could be done as quickly as possible. At about 10 p.m., the Li family arrived at the hospital. Because Li Mingyu was awake now, they should pay her a visit. The moment He Qihong saw Li Mingzong, he got furious and gave him a much heavier punch than yesterday. Li Mingzong was directly knocked to the ground. He Qihong, Li Mingzong was mad. He came to make an apology, but He Qihong beat him again. Although he knew He Qihong was angry that he pushed Li Mingyu, he was impulsive at that time and hadn't done it on purpose. Li Mingzong, how dare you come here again? Don't tell me you came to apologize to us. My baby can never be born because of you. And Mingyu has suffered a lot. If an apology can make up for everything, what's the use of the police and the law? Can I stab you a few times and apologize to you? Would you forgive me for being a little impulsive? Shouted He Qihong angrily. He Qihong, don't be so aggressive. I didn't mean to, Li Mingzong argued in annoyance. You didn't mean to cause the damage, but it's definitely not an accident. You have a house. Why don't you sell your own house? Why do you want Mingyu's house and money? Who do you think you are? Mingyu didn't want to sell her house, so you pushed her. What did she do wrong? Our baby was innocent. You're a selfish, cruel uncle, said He Qihong. Mrs. Li wanted to stop He Qihong from arguing loudly, but what He Qihong said made her feel guilty. In fact, she knew He Qihong wouldn't really be cruel to Li Mingzong. Perhaps he would stop after beating Li Mingzong for a while. She didn't want Li Mingzong to be injured, but there was nothing she could do about it. It was Li Mingzong's fault after all. You forced Mingyu to marry you. We've never accepted you, Li Mingzong argued, which meant he believed that He Qihong had to tolerate everything after marrying Li Mingyu. Hearing that, He Qihong and Li Mingyu were furious. Li Mingzong was so shameless. Is that the reason why you hurt Mingyu? Do we need to turn to a lawyer for help? He Qihong threatened. He was unwilling to go to the court and police station. For Mrs. Li Sake, he didn't want it to be a serious problem, but what Li Mingzong did was totally unacceptable, so he must pay a price for it. Once He Qihong mentioned the lawyer, Li Mingzong lowered his voice. He knew it wouldn't do him any good if they went to the court. Qihong, I know it's Mingzong's fault, but it already happened. We didn't want it to happen either. After all, we're a family. I hope that you can forgive Mingzong this time. We'll do our best to make it up to you, said Mrs. Li. She wasn't as unreasonable as Li Mingzong, but she didn't want to go to court either. If she could solve the problem with money, she would do that. It's up to his attitude, said He Qihong. He was willing to save Mrs. Li's face, but it still depended on Li Mingzong's attitude. Hearing that, Mrs. Li turned to look at Li Mingzong at once. She signaled him to apologize. Chapter 2826, Are you mad about this? Li Mingzong was reluctant to do that. He was just punched by He Qihong and was angry, but he was left with no choice. Mingyu, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have pushed you. Please forgive me. Although Li Mingzong apologized, it was obvious that he was reluctant. Li Mingyu said nothing because Li Mingzong had a bad attitude, which angered her. After not receiving Li Mingyu's response, Li Mingzong was even more unhappy, but he curbed his anger. Mingyu, what do you want? I'll pay your medical fee and I'll give you compensation. Is that enough? Asked Li Mingzong. You pushed me, so you should pay the medical fee and compensation. But I don't think I can forgive you. I can get over it, but we'll just be strangers from now on, said Li Mingyu. She felt exhausted and didn't want to waste more time speaking to him. Mingyu, you, hearing that Li Mingyu wanted to be strangers with Li Mingzong, Mrs. Li felt hurt. They were biological brother and sister, but now they wanted to be strangers. Mom, I won't bring up what Li Mingzong has done to me before, but do you know how long I've tried to get pregnant again? Don't you know how dangerous it was when he pushed me? He almost killed me. I haven't sued him for the sake of our family, said Li Mingzong, then burst into tears. If someone else did that to her, she wouldn't give in at all. Mrs. Li understood what Li Mingyu said was right, so she didn't know what she could say. Mingyu, all right, don't cry too long. It's bad for your health, He Qihong said to comfort Li Mingyu. After having lunch, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, while Jing Yuniao stayed. Because they didn't need to join the investigation about the Chong family, Ji Yuning went to the antique street. Rong Ju shared that news with her yesterday, so she decided to go there in person to see whether she needed to put away some antiques. Ji Yuning also called the branch of Shangyan Antique Store in City B. If there were antiques, they should put them away. As for the reason, Ji Yuning didn't tell them and the staff didn't ask her. Anything wrong? Asked Leng Xiaoting. He didn't know the news that Rong Ju shared with Ji Yuning. When I left the hospital yesterday, I met Rong Ju by chance. He gave me a ride to thank me for rescuing Rong Zechen last time. He told me that someone is doing an investigation about antiques. He reminded me to be careful. After all, I got those antiques from ancient graves, said Ji Yuning. If she got those antiques from legal sources, she wouldn't be worried. Moreover, perhaps she was the target. Ji Yuning had that worry, not because she was self-centered, but because it was a possibility. First, she was famous in this industry and had many real and highly valuable antiques. Many people were jealous of her and doubted whether she got those antiques from legal sources. Second, she was Leng Xiaoting's fiancé, so the Leng family might be targeted, affecting her. It was just Ji Yuning's guess and she wasn't sure, but it was a key moment, so she had to be prepared in order to avoid trouble. Hearing that Ji Yuning met Rong Ju, Leng Xiaoting was slightly displeased, but he said nothing. They met by chance and Rong Ju gave Ji Yuning a ride. Ji Yuning noticed Leng Xiaoting's displeasure and asked resignedly, "Are you mad about this?" "No," said Leng Xiaoting. He wasn't mad, but he was indeed a bit unhappy about it. Since Leng Xiaoting denied it, Ji Yuning said nothing further. Half an hour later, they reached the antique street. Even though Ji Yuning already had many antiques, she still subconsciously observed the goods along the sides of the road to see whether there were real antiques. Those who recognized Ji Yuning were alert once they saw Ji Yuning because they were afraid that she would see real antiques at their stands. Some of them actually hoped that Ji Yuning would come and ask them for prices. They wouldn't sell, unless she offered a high price, they simply wanted to know whether there were real antiques by using Ji Yuning. Seeing their reaction, Ji Yuning understood what they were thinking. She felt a little guilty and rubbed her nose. She didn't blame them for being so alert. No one was willing to lose real antiques. If other people came, they wouldn't be on alert, because they didn't think other people would have the ability to buy real antiques, but Ji Yuning could. Someone directly asked Ji Yuning, "Boss Ji Yu, why don't you come to my stand and have a look?" Ji Yuning smiled and shook her head. There were only fake products on his stand, and Ji Yuning gave up looking around after seeing their reaction. Without hesitation, she walked to Shangyan Antique Store. Before she came, Ji Yuning had called Chen Durong, so Chen Durong rushed over from Shangyan Crafts Company, arriving 5 minutes before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Afterwards, they put away the very valuable antiques in the office and waited for Ji Yuning to deal with them. Ji Yuning walked straight to the office and decided to take away those antiques. Coincidentally, right after Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went upstairs, 4 people walked inside. They showed their permits and said that they were from the Bureau of Cultural Relics. They heard that many antiques were on the market, so they came to inspect the antique stores. Hearing that, the cashier was nervous because Chen Durong just put away those antiques and they were in the office upstairs. If those public servants searched around, they would be caught. Please wait for a while. I need to tell our boss about it, said the cashier. He needed to report it to Ji Yuning. Be quick. Those public servants didn't stop him because they needed their cooperation to do the inspection. They couldn't be violent. After all, the owner of this antique store was very influential. Chapter 2827. Asked casually. They didn't think a few minutes were enough for them to hide any antiques. The cashier immediately went upstairs, while those public servants from the Bureau of Cultural Relics sized up the objects in the store. However, there weren't many real antiques left, only a few objects without high value. The rest was all crafts. However, those public servants didn't think that these were all the goods on sale. Real antiques could be hidden in a warehouse. After all, it wasn't safe to place real antiques on the shelves in the store. When they were talking, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting heard them, so Ji Yuning and Chen Durong walked out. As for Leng Xiaoting, Ji Yuning told him to leave through the window before them, taking the real antiques. Because Chen Durong was there, Ji Yuning couldn't directly put them away in her telepathic eye space. She had to bother Leng Xiaoting to take those real antiques away. After all, she needed to keep her secret. Boss, Manager Chen, people from the Bureau of Cultural Relics are here, the cashier said worriedly. It's fine. We're done. Let's go downstairs now, said Ji Yuning. Then they went downstairs together. The public servants from the Bureau of Cultural Relics met Ji Yuning for the first time, but they had seen her photos before, so they recognized her at a glance. After that, the leader of those public servants said, Miss Ji Yu, nice to see you. We're from the Bureau of Cultural Relics. Because of active grave digging, there are lots of antiques on the market now. We have been ordered to search antique stores. Please cooperate. He was very nice. After all, Ji Yuning was an important figure, and there was no need for them to offend her. And if they had a bad attitude, it would seem as if they were deliberately finding fault with Ji Yuning. Although Ji Yuning was indeed targeted, they still needed to hide their purpose. Since it's your job, we will definitely be cooperative, but I need to see your documentation, said Ji Yuning. Whether it was really an order from a senior official or if she actually was the target, she had to see the documents. Of course, said the leader, then gave Ji Yuning the search warrant. Because it was real, they didn't need to hide. After reading the search warrant, Ji Yuning let them do their job. Afterwards, they began to search around. Although the cashier and other employees were still worried, they trusted Ji Yuning. Since she agreed to let them do the search, everything should be fine. Those public servants searched around the hall first, but failed to find a single real antique. There were barely any very valuable antiques. The leader wondered whether Ji Yuning knew they were coming and had already hidden valuable antiques away. Miss Ji Yu, I heard that there are a lot of valuable antiques in Xianxia Antique Store. Why can't we see any? Asked the leader. Because they've all been sold. You should know that there are less real antiques on the market lately. I didn't have many good pieces recently. That's the reason why we're selling crafts now, said Ji Yuning. It wasn't a secret that Xianxia Antique Store started to sell crafts, but those public servants didn't believe that there weren't real antiques in this store. There used to be a lot. How come all the real antiques disappeared suddenly? You're right, but since we need to do a search, we must be meticulous. Miss Ji Yu, can you take us to the warehouse or offices? We need to do a thorough search, said the leader. No problem, said Ji Yuning. She had already put away those real antiques, so they wouldn't be able to find anything. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look around the store after she arrived. She didn't see any valuable antiques. She even checked those public servants in case they framed her, but they didn't carry any antiques with them. Without surprise, those public servants found nothing valuable even though they searched every corner of Xianxia Antique Store. At that moment, the leader was annoyed. Miss Ji Yu, are you sure this is everything? He asked. Yes, sir, why won't you believe me? Ji Yuning asked curiously, but she was just feeling him out. Although she believed that she was the target, she wasn't sure of it until now. The man panicked a little, but soon returned to normal. Ji Yuning caught his reaction and was sure she was targeted today. However, she showed nothing on her face. Miss Ji Yu, no need to think too much about it. I'm just asking, said the leader. He obviously wouldn't admit it. I didn't think much about it. I just asked casually, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Well, then, I guess we should leave, the leader said, then he left with his people. Although Ji Yuning was targeted this time, not many people knew the truth. Therefore, they still needed to go to other antique stores to do the same thing. Otherwise their purpose would be exposed. However, when they went to other antique stores, they didn't search carefully and just quickly finished their job. Leng Xiaoting didn't leave, he only avoided them when they searched around. Once they were gone, Leng Xiaoting came out. When Leng Xiaoting disappeared and appeared out of blue, the cashier and 2 employees were extremely surprised, but no one dared to ask about it. Those antiques are hidden away. Don't sell them till it's safe, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said Chen Durong and the others. After that, Ji Yuning left with Leng Xiaoting. She watched the group of public servants casually search the other antique stores, so she was convinced that she was the only target. Chapter 2828, Xianxia is haunted, did they do that on purpose? Who's behind them? Said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning didn't tell him any details, but from what he observed he could tell it wasn't simple. I just had doubts at the beginning, but now I'm sure it's a trap. I just don't know whether the Leng family or I are the target. Although I'm not a member of the Leng family, said Ji Yuning. What? You're not a member of the Leng family? Before Ji Yuning finished, Leng Xiaoting interrupted and squinted at her. Ji Yuning put on a resigned look and explained. I mean I wasn't born in the Leng family, I just have a relationship with the Leng family. However, given what has happened recently, I think I might be the target. It's possible, said Leng Xiaoting. After all, Ji Yuning had a very close relationship with the Leng family, she could be easily affected. So we need to investigate it. Whether it is you or the Leng family that are the target, we must catch the mastermind, Leng Xiaoting said coldly. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt the Leng family or Ji Yuning. Thanks to Rongju's reminder, otherwise they would be in trouble. Whether the trouble was serious or not was up to the mastermind. Since the mastermind could order the Bureau of Cultural Relics to do the job, they couldn't be simple. It wasn't serious, but it wasn't a minor problem either. After all, it was illegal. However, how did Rongju know about it? Did it have something to do with the wrong family? If it had something to do with the wrong family, why would he remind Ji Yuning to be careful? Wouldn't it ruin the wrong family's scheme? Or did Rongju hear about it by accident, and decide to kindly remind Ji Yuning to protect herself? It was possible that the Chong family was the mastermind, but the Chong family was in a mess now. It wasn't very likely for them to target Ji Yuning, who couldn't greatly affect the Leng family. Ji Yuning had an impact, but it was not a very great impact on the Leng family. Therefore, if anyone wanted to attack Ji Yuning, they were either planning to drag the Chong family into trouble or wanted to cause trouble for the Leng family. Either way, they had no answers, so they needed to conduct an investigation. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, they had nothing to deal with, so they directly went back to the Sihewan. Unfortunately, they had bad luck today. Halfway on their way home, Leng Xiaoting received a call from Xu Jinchen, who said that something went wrong with Xianxia. Xianxia might be possessed by something and wouldn't stop attacking them. Because they were all aware of the existence of monsters and people with superpowers, once Xianxia started behaving abnormally, they thought he might be possessed by a monster or a ghost. As a result, Xianxia became incredibly strong and invulnerable. None of them could stop him. They didn't dare to shoot at him because they didn't want to injure him. Even though Xianxia was attacking them now, he wasn't himself. The other teammates were clear-headed, so they wouldn't injure him. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting immediately went to their military base, because the team was currently staying there. Ji Yuning was also angry when she heard the news. She hoped that no one would be seriously injured. Because it was an emergency, Leng Xiaoting drove as fast as possible, but they still felt as if it was slow. They were in the city center, so they couldn't fly with swords. Why is there trouble continuously? Is it an accident or a scheme? Ji Yuning felt irritated. She had never encountered so much trouble within such a short time. No idea, we'll only know after catching the mastermind, said Leng Xiaoting. He was also wondering whether the trouble was related to what had happened recently or if it was just an accident. Anyway, they needed to investigate it. When they were out of the town in an area without surveillance cameras and other people, they got out of the car and took out their sword. Without delay, they got aboard the sword and flew to the military base. It was much faster to fly with a sword. Because they could take a direct path, they saved 2/3 of the time. Normally, they had to take 1.5 hours on the road, but this time Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning arrived after 40 minutes. They spent most of that time in the city center. Some people saw them as they flew by a village. A kid who was playing outside caught a glance at them. However, because he was too little, nobody took his words seriously and it didn't cause a sensation. When they reached the military base, they saw hundreds of people in total chaos. None of them were Xiaonanchen's match, so a lot of them were already injured. At the same time, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting clearly sensed a monster. Obviously, the monster was at a high level. Without delay, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ran over. In order to not expose their secret, they went back to the ground when they were close to the gate of the military base. The soldiers at the gate didn't stop them, but felt confused about the way they came here. However, when they saw how fast Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning could run, they were amazed. Seeing Leng Xiaoting, everyone was relieved. They had unconditional trust and admiration for Leng Xiaoting. Even though Xiaonanchen was abnormally strong, they believed that Leng Xiaoting could handle it. As soon as Leng Xiaoting came, he directly attacked Xiaonanchen, but he didn't beat the monster out of Xiaonanchen's body right away. Instead, he led Xiaonanchen to the woods without anyone around before he did that, because he didn't want the other people to see. The monster that hid in Xiaonanchen's body panicked when Leng Xiaoting came. Before Leng Xiaoting even drew it to the woods, it rapidly ran there, so Leng Xiaoting quickly followed. Ji Yuning understood that Leng Xiaoting could deal with it, so she didn't go there. She stayed to take care of their wounds. She directly took out a large bottle of power crystals and handed each of them a pill. They were injured, but luckily not seriously. They should make a full recovery a few days after taking a power crystal. Chapter 2829. No one gives me order. They trusted Ji Yuning very much, so no one refused to take her power crystal. After taking it, they thanked Ji Yuning. Before long, they felt the effect and were surprised, but they didn't ask about it. Ningning, should we go to help Xiaoting? Asked Xu Jinchen. Although he knew Leng Xiaoting was very strong, he was still a bit worried. After all, they had nothing to deal with now. Don't worry, he can handle it. If I don't stay here and take care of you, he won't be able to focus on fighting against the monster, said Ji Yuning. She wanted to help Leng Xiaoting, but he had told her to stay there. She could only listen to him to set his mind at ease. In that case, Xu Jinchen said nothing further. He was also afraid that something else might go wrong if Ji Yuning left. They had been through a lot today. They could accept it because they had killed monsters and ghosts several times with Leng Xiaoting. They were already used to it, but some soldiers who encountered it for the first time were extremely frightened. They were men and soldiers, but they would still be frightened. After all, it was totally beyond their imagination. They couldn't believe it really existed. Therefore, Ji Yuning needed to remind them not to spread the news in case it caused unnecessary trouble. At the same time, Leng Xiaoting chased Xiaonanchen to the woods and targeted the monster in his body. However, the monster was strong, so it wasn't injured by Leng Xiaoting so quickly. The fight continued for a long while even though the monster was at a disadvantage. The monster wasn't comparable to Leng Xiaoting, otherwise it wouldn't have run away the moment it saw him. Due to the gap between their abilities, the monster had to run away. In fact, the monster was really surprised to see a cultivator at such a high level. After Leng Xiaoting controlled the monster couldn't fight back at all, but it threatened. If you dare to attack me any longer, I'll destroy myself and this body. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting had to be gentle, but he didn't stop attacking the monster. It was impossible for him to let it get away. What are you? Why did you possess his body? He asked coldly. Because the monster hid inside Xiaonanchen's body, Leng Xiaoting didn't know what it was. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I just need to live in a mortal's body, said the monster. So, you broke the rule when you possess a mortal's body, said Leng Xiaoting. I don't care about the shit rules. I need you, those so-called good people, to stay away from me. We can live our life well. Anyway, I already possessed his body. If you separate us violently, he won't live long, said the monster. Really? Let's see, said Leng Xiaoting in a cold voice and became violent. He summoned strong magical energy and hit Xiaonanchen heavily. He was determined to beat the monster out of Xiaonanchen's body. Because the monster was completely controlled by Leng Xiaoting, it could barely fight back and was easily hit by him. The monster was knocked out of Xiaonanchen's body and Leng Xiaoting saw that it was a black wolf. It turned out to be a monster wolf. The monster wolf wasn't badly injured in the fight against Leng Xiaoting. It only lost a lot of strength. If Leng Xiaoting injured it seriously, Xiaonanchen would be injured too, so Leng Xiaoting had no intention of hurting it. He only made it consume a lot of its strength till it left Xiaonanchen's body. However, the monster wolf was greatly weakened after being knocked out of Xiaonanchen's body. It thought Leng Xiaoting would be gentle for Xiaonanchen's sake, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoting didn't hesitate to beat it out of Xiaonanchen's body. Once the monster wolf left Xiaonanchen's body, Xiaonanchen sank down to the ground. He could hardly breathe and his life was in a lot of danger. Leng Xiaoting swiftly went to his side and helped him take a power crystal to make sure that he would survive. After they went back later, Ji Yuning would put magical power into his body. The monster wolf tried to seize this chance and run away, but Leng Xiaoting stopped it. What do you want? You already beat me out of his body. The monster wolf angrily questioned. Do you think it's enough? I did force you out of my friend's body, but if I hadn't done that, you would continue to possess his body. If I had been a little late, he could have lost his life. You've done a terrible thing. Although you didn't succeed, you still need to take responsibility. What if you succeeded? Why should innocent people suffer? Said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, the monster wolf didn't know what to say. It knew arguing was useless, so it could only fight back, but it was not comparable to Leng Xiaoting, so he easily beat it. Tell me, why did you possess his body? Asked Leng Xiaoting. He didn't think it was a scheme, but it was necessary to interrogate it. Because he has the date of birth and horoscope I need, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enter his body, said the monster wolf. It was true that it wasn't easy for monsters to possess a mortal's body. They needed the right date of birth and horoscope. Why did you have to possess him? Asked Leng Xiaoting. Because I want to see the mortal world. I can't do anything with my own body, said the monster wolf. When it said that, it showed great interest and anticipation for the mortal world. Are you sure you have not been ordered to cause trouble? Asked Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't likely for it to be a scheme, but he should be careful. Hearing that, the monster wolf was struck dumb for a second, then mocked. No mortal can order me to do anything. The monster wolf looked sincere. Leng Xiaoting was mostly convinced by it, but he wasn't sure it was the truth. Are you sure? Asked Leng Xiaoting. What? Do you think someone has ordered me to do that? Don't think lightly of me. I don't listen to mortals, said the monster wolf mockingly. In that case, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking more questions and directly killed it. Chapter 2830. It could just be an accident. At the moment that the monster wolf was killed, it was reluctant to leave this world, because it still hoped that Leng Xiaoting would let it go. If it were a human or a cultivator, Leng Xiaoting couldn't kill him randomly, because it would affect his luck, but since it was a monster, he could gain good luck by killing it. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting picked Xiaonanchen up and walked back. From a distance, Ji Yuning, Xu Jinchen, and the others saw Leng Xiaoting carrying Xu Jinchen while walking back, so they immediately went forward to welcome them. By that time, Xiaonanchen had gotten rid of the monster, which meant that Leng Xiaoting had killed it, but Xu Jinchen and the others didn't know that, so they asked worriedly, "Boss, how's Nanchen now?" He's fine. He'll be normal after resting for a few days, said Leng Xiaoting. Although Xiaonanchan was still weak now, Ji Yuning could help him regain his energy again. Let me carry him, Chen Meng said, asking Leng Xiaoting to put Xiaonanchan on his back. He thought Leng Xiaoting would be tired after helping Xiaonanchan get rid of the strange creature. It's fine. I can do it. Leng Xiaoting declined, because it didn't take much strength to kill the monster wolf. After that, they went to Xiaonanchan's dormitory room. Back in the room, Leng Xiaoting told the others to go out. Only Ji Yuning and he would stay. Once everyone left, Leng Xiaoting asked Ji Yuning to insert magical power into Xiaonanchan's body. Normally, Leng Xiaoting didn't want Ji Yuning to touch other men, but it was a matter of life. He shouldn't think much about it. Anyway, the man was a close brother who had been through a lot of danger with him. Once Xu Jinchen and the others were out, Ji Yuning placed her hand on Xiaonanchan's forehead to insert magical power into him. It was faster to put magical power into his body by touching his skin rather than through the air. And it could also reduce the amount of magical power used. If the magical power was put into one's body through air, it would decrease during the process. Therefore, Ji Yuning needed to release a third more magical power to make sure that it was enough. Given Xiaonanchan's current condition, his life was still in danger, so he needed a lot of magical power. Without Ji Yuning's help, Xiaonanchan would probably lose his life. Leng Xiaoting could also rescue him, but his magical power wasn't pure, so it wouldn't be able to completely cure Xiaonanchan. Xiaonanchan would only survive and recover a small amount. On the other hand, if Ji Yuning helped Xiaonanchan, Xiaonanchan would make a full recovery. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Ji Yuning. He would just have done it on his own. After the magical power went into Xiaonanchan's body, his face gradually became ruddy. The power crystal he had taken helped keep him alive, but it wasn't enough to deal with his injuries. Xiaonanchan didn't go back to normal until he absorbed magical power for about 10 minutes. He woke up afterwards, so Ji Yuning stopped. Given Ji Yuning's level now, she wouldn't be affected too much. Her face was just a little pale, but she would be fine after resting for a while. Leng Xiaoting immediately supported Ji Yuning to have a seat before checking on Xiaonanchan's condition. Xiaonanchan had just woken up and wasn't fully conscious yet. He didn't know what had happened until he heard Leng Xiaoting's voice. "How do you feel now?" asked Leng Xiaoting. Abruptly, Xiaonanchan sat up on the bed, looking horrified, but his fear went away after he recognized Leng Xiaoting. "I just ran into a wolf in the yard. The wolf ran towards me. I was unable to avoid it, so I was knocked down," said Xiaonanchan. Because he didn't have any memory after being possessed, he thought that he had passed out for a while. Leng Xiaoting had no intention of keeping the truth from Xiaonanchan, because it had caused a scene in the military base. It was impossible to keep it a secret. And Xiaonanchan had injured many people. He should make an apology. Although he was possessed by the monster wolf and became violent, those injured people were innocent. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting said, "You were possessed by a monster wolf earlier. You made a mess in the military base and injured many people." Hearing that, Xiaonanchan was shocked. He was possessed by a monster wolf, made a mess in the military base, and even injured many people. He didn't doubt Leng Xiaoting's words, but he couldn't remember it at all. It was too scary. Did I cause serious trouble?" Xiaonanchan's voice was trembling. It wasn't his intention to injure people, but he did, so he felt very guilty. "Don't worry, they're fine. You just need to make an apology," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Xiaonanchan was relieved, then he sincerely thanked them. "Thank you, Xiaoting, and Miss Ji Yu. No need to say that. We're brothers," said Leng Xiaoting. They were too close to thank each other for favors. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting went to open the door and told the others to come in. They were all relieved when they saw that Xiaonanchan was awake. Ji Yuning rarely came to the military base that Leng Xiaoting stayed in. She often rushed here to deal with things, then hurriedly left. So this time, they decided to have dinner before going back, so Leng Xiaoting took Ji Yuning out for a walk. Due to the accident, the soldiers didn't train today, but had half a day off. When Leng Xiaoting went to catch the monster wolf, Xu Jinchen had already reminded them to keep it a secret. Xiao Nanshan was fine now, so he apologized to everyone. He was an officer, while they were soldiers, but he still needed to make an apology. After all, when they weren't in the army, they were equal. Whether he apologized or not depended on his quality, not his status. Even though people didn't know why Xiao Nanshan suddenly became so violent, they understood that he didn't mean to hurt anyone. Therefore, no one blamed him, but they still felt touched by his apology. Tell me about the monster wolf, Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting when no one was around. Then Leng Xiaoting told Ji Yuning everything about the monster wolf. I think it was probably just a coincidence, said Ji Yuning. She had also wondered whether it was a scheme, but now it seemed unlikely. Chapter 2831, I'll be jealous, why don't I leave the monster fox here? If such a thing happens again, it can help. At least, it could reduce damage before we rush over, said Ji Yuning. It was an accident, so it wasn't likely to happen again, but they could never be too careful. Oh, you can also give them your mother, Liluo and Si Jin's phone numbers. If they can't get through to me, they can call them. After all, you need to leave to carry out tasks. They might not be able to find you if you're absent. I have a lot of free time, but it's better if they have more choices, said Ji Yuning. This place was managed by Leng Xiaoting, so they were all his subordinates. Leng Xiaoting devotedly trained them for their country, so Ji Yuning ought to help them. Ningning, suddenly, Leng Xiaoting grabbed Ji Yuning's hand and pulled her over. He stared straight at her, looking touched. Thank you. Why did you say that? I'm also helping myself when I help you, said Ji Yuning with a smile. Leng Xiaoting was satisfied. Right, you're also helping yourself when you help me. If I'm busy with so much work, you won't have a husband by your side. Well, there are plenty of other fish in the sea. And, Ji Yuning said jokingly. However, before she could finish, Leng Xiaoting kissed her. Ji Yuning was surprised and immediately pushed him away. You can't do that here. There are people around us. She glared at him. They were at the edge of a training field near the woods, but there were still some people around them. It would be embarrassing if other people saw them. You said something wrong, so I should punish you, Leng Xiaoting said in a deep voice. He didn't care whether anyone saw them. Actually, he would be embarrassed too if anyone saw them, but he was eager to punish Ji Yuning with a kiss. I was just joking. Do you have to do that? Ji Yuning was slightly annoyed, but she knew Leng Xiaoting cared about her very much. Don't joke about that or I'll be jealous, Leng Xiaoting said like a jealous boyfriend. Ha ha. Ji Yuning was amused by Leng Xiaoting, but found it very sweet. Humph, you're a jealous boyfriend. You should know me very well by now, Leng Xiaoting said, implying that she should know he got jealous easily. Fine. Ji Yuning snorted, then stopped talking about that topic. After having a meal at the military base, they left. At that moment, Xu Jinchen suddenly realized that Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning didn't drive there. Did they run? Even though he knew they had superpowers, could they run faster than a car? Xiaoting, where is your car? Asked Xu Jinchen. Under the mountain, said Leng Xiaoting. Why don't you go down the mountain in my car? Said Xu Jinchen. He was going back to the capital today as well, and would come back tomorrow night. If they were busy, they might be occupied with work for half a month or even longer, but they could have several days off when they were free even if it wasn't a weekend. He was free tomorrow, so he would leave tonight to see Zi Beiying. He hadn't seen her for a long time, so he missed her badly. Sure, said Leng Xiaoting. Then Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got in Xu Jinchen's car and left. On their way down the mountain, Leng Xiaoting mentioned where he had parked his car. Xu Jinchen, however, was astonished. What? Why did you stop the car so far? How did you get here? Running. He knew they had superpowers, but unexpectedly they got here faster than a car could. However, it was unrealistic if they ran here. Yes, we ran, said Leng Xiaoting. Hearing that, Xu Jinchen took a deep breath in surprise. They indeed ran. Xu Jinchen didn't ask further about it, because Leng Xiaoting would tell him details if he should know. If Leng Xiaoting didn't want to tell him too much, he would only give a brief answer. After Xu Jinchen drove Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to where they parked the car, they got in their own car and drove away since they were going to different parts of the city. Because he wanted to surprise Xi Beiying, Xu Jinchen didn't tell her that he was coming back. However, because of that, when he arrived at Century City, Xi Beiying wasn't home. Xu Jinchen felt really disappointed, so he took out his phone and called Xi Beiying. Before long, Xi Beiying answered his call. "What are you doing?" asked Xu Jinchen. "I'm hanging out with Maichi," said Xi Beiying. "Where are you?" "I'm coming to see you," said Xu Jinchen. "Are you back?" Xi Beiying got excited. "Yeah." Hearing Xi Beiying's excited voice, Xu Jinchen answered with love. "I'm in Wuxia KTV now, Road XX, Room 666, said Xi Beiying. Because she wanted to see Xu Jinchen as soon as possible, she didn't hesitate to tell Xu Jinchen where she was. Compared with hanging out with her friends, she preferred to have some private time with Xu Jinchen. "All right, I'll be there in a moment," Xu Jinchen said. Then hung up. Without delay, he drove to Wuxia KTV. After Xi Beiying hung up, she told Sha Maichi that Xu Jinchen was back. Sha Maichi didn't think it was a bad thing. She would love to see Xu Jinchen too. In addition to Xi Beiying, her two bodyguards, and Sha Maichi, there were two young men in the room. One of them came out on a blind date with Sha Maichi, while the other was his friend. Xi Beiying came out today to accompany Sha Maichi on her blind date, since Sha Maichi was forced to do it. She didn't dare to come out alone, so she asked Xi Beiying to go with her. Normally, she wouldn't go with a friend, especially a friend who was prettier than her, because the man might be impressed by her beautiful friend instead of her, but Sha Maichi didn't care about that at all. She had no interest in blind dates and didn't like the man. Most importantly, it was useless even if the man was impressed by Xi Beiying. Xi Beiying had a much higher status than them, and her boyfriend was far better than them too. Chapter 2832. No need to elaborate. Although the man who went on a blind date with Sha Maichi didn't fall in love with Xi Beiying, maybe it was because he knew he didn't deserve her, his friend started liking Xi Beiying. His friend wouldn't stop talking with Xi Beiying and repeatedly asked for her number and WeChat account, but Xi Beiying declined. Even though Xi Beiying deliberately implied that she already had a boyfriend, his friend wouldn't give up. It displeased Xi Beiying, Mengda, Nan, and even Sha Maichi, but they said nothing because his friend didn't do anything offensive. Because the blind date was arranged by Sha Maichi's boss and the man was very gentle, Xi Beiying couldn't embarrass them and leave. The man was a gentleman, but Sha Maichi already had someone she loved, so she had no interest in him. Why did she come out for a blind date when she already found her love? Because she didn't want to upset her boss and because the man she loved had affection for another woman. It was unrequited love, so it wasn't wrong if she went out to see other men. "Miss Z, it was very nice to see you today." Man B, who was interested in Xi Beiying, wanted to drink with her once more. He already did that many times, but he kept on making up excuses to drink with Xi Beiying. Luckily, Xi Beiying was good at drinking, otherwise she would already be drunk. Man B wanted to be close to Xi Beiying, but there were people sitting beside her on both sides, namely Mengda and Nan. The two bodyguards had serious expressions, so Man B didn't dare to go closer. Man B clinked glasses with Xi Beiying, so she had to drink with him. After all, it wasn't too much. In addition, Xu Jinchen was coming. Anyway, they wouldn't stay too late even if Xu Jinchen didn't come. They would leave before 11 p.m. Due to the short distance, Xu Jinchen arrived about 10 minutes later. "Miss Z, you can drink a lot," said Man B. "Yeah," said Xi Beiying in a flat tone. "I wonder what your boyfriend does," asked Man B. "He's a soldier," Xi Beiying replied briefly. "A soldier? Then can you meet often? Isn't it bad for your relationship?" Man B asked with concern. Although he asked that question, he was happy to know that Xi Beiying's boyfriend was a soldier, because it meant they would rarely see each other. In a year, they might only see each other several times. It was impossible for them to stay in love. In that case, he had a chance to steal Xi Beiying away. In his eyes, he didn't think it was humiliating to steal another man's girl. He believed it was a sign of his ability if he could. Manbi had great confidence in himself because he was good-looking and was born in a rich family. Although his family background was hardly comparable to Xu Jinshan's and Zi Beiying's, he didn't know that. He could see that Zi Beiying wasn't born in an ordinary family, but he didn't think there was a huge gap between their families. We don't see each other often, but not rarely either. As long as we're not busy, we meet every weekend, said Zi Beiying. Hearing that, Manbi was struck dumb for a moment. He didn't expect Zi Beiying's boyfriend to have so much free time. Manbi thought that Zi Beiying's boyfriend was an average soldier, or a low-rank official. Aren't soldiers very busy? Asked Manbi. Yes, average soldiers are very busy, but my boyfriend isn't average, Zi Beiying smiled while saying with pride. Although both Xu Jinshan and she were born in powerful families, she wasn't as outstanding as him when it came to their own abilities. She relied on her family's shares to live a good life, while Xu Jinshan was a very young senior colonel. Among his generation, he was one of the most outstanding soldiers in addition to Leng Xiaoting. There were few soldiers who could reach the rank of senior colonel at his age. Not an average soldier. Then what's his rank? Is he one of the special forces? Asked Manbi. Yes, he's a special forces soldier with a rank, said Zi Beiying. Knowing that, the man was disappointed, because Zi Beiying's boyfriend might be more influential than he thought. If so, he wouldn't have any chance. What's his rank? Asked Manbi again. I don't think it's necessary to elaborate on that, said Zi Beiying. She was unwilling to talk about Xu Jinshan's title. Since she said that, Manbi had to stop asking about it. Because Century City wasn't far from Wuxia KTV, Xu Jinshan soon showed up. The moment he walked inside, Manbi was stunned. He recognized Xu Jinshan, although Xu Jinshan didn't know him. Surprisingly, Zi Beiying's boyfriend was Xu Jinshan. In that case, not to mention stealing Zi Beiying away, he wouldn't even dare to have a crush on her. Even though he recognized Xu Jinshan, he pretended that he didn't know him. After Xu Jinshan came, Mengda and Nan moved away, leaving enough space for the couple. Zi Beiying only told the two men that her boyfriend's surname was Xu. She didn't tell them his full name, so they called Xu Jinshan Mr. Xu. Once Xu Jinshan came, Manbi stopped clinking his glass with Zi Beiying and talking with her. At about 11 p.m., they separated. Zi Beiying asked Mengda and Nan to drive Sha Maichi home, while she left in Xu Jinshan's car. When they were gone, the two men were left in the room, and Manbi finally relaxed. Mane didn't know that Manbi recognized Xu Jinshan, but he could see that his friend became much more nervous after Xu Jinshan came, so he joked. What? Didn't you enjoy chatting with Miss Z? Why were you so quiet after her boyfriend came? He didn't think it was a big deal that Manbi tried to get close to Zi Beiying even after knowing that Zi Beiying already had a boyfriend. After all, Manbi did nothing offensive and simply wanted to drink with her. Because you don't know who the man is, said Manbi. He still felt scared because he was afraid that Zi Beiying might complain about him to Xu Jinshan. It could cause him a lot of trouble. Chapter 2833, No one is an idiot. Oh, do you know him? Who is he? Why are you so nervous? Mane asked in surprise. He's from one of the richest families in the capital, the Xu family, said Manbi. What? Mane was shocked. He didn't expect Zi Beiying's boyfriend to be so important. How did Sha Maichi manage to know such influential people? In that case, it would be impossible for Sha Maichi to be interested in him. After all, she could meet better quality men through Zi Beiying. He had had a good impression of Sha Maichi and felt she was a good girl, but it was hard to say whether they could end up together. He couldn't exactly force her to accept him. Even if he tried to use violence, it would be useless. After getting back to the capital, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to Mid-Level's mansion. The next morning, they went to the Sihewan before returning to the Leng family's house in the afternoon. Leng Xiaoting was only free for 2 days, so he had to go back to their military base the next day. Ji Yuning also needed to go to school. After several days, Master Chong was still unconscious and the Chong family fell into a total mess. During these days, Gao Yi and other people had collected a lot of evidence about illegal deeds done by the Chong family and officials in the same faction as them. Without delay, they teamed up with the Dai family to attack the Chong family. The Yuan family and the Leng family's team had also found something, but it wasn't enough to unseat the Chong family, so they didn't do anything yet. Once the Dai family stood out, they shocked a large group of people. When the Dai family took action, the Leng family supported them openly, which sped up the fall of the Chong family. After the Yuan family heard the news, they were angry that the Leng family chose to support the Dai family. The Leng family was working with the Yuan family on the investigation concerning the Chong family. Why did they privately pay the Chong family back without them? Was the Leng family using them before abandoning them? Although the Dai family stood up with the Leng family's support, the Yuan family believed the Leng family was planning everything. And it was not only the Yuan family, the majority of people had that idea. However, so what? They weren't doing anything bad, instead everything they did was good for their country and its people. Therefore, the other families and forces who weren't the Leng and Dai families' opponents immediately stood out to support them. The Yuan family had their own plan as well, but the Leng family did it before them, so they felt used and betrayed. On the other hand, if they had taken action before the Leng family, they would think differently. It was obviously a double standard, but the Yuan family didn't feel ashamed at all. However, the Yuan family was furious because they felt used and betrayed by the Leng family. As a result, Yuan Wenye directly called Leng Yuanchen. Once his call was answered, Yuan Wenye criticized Leng Yuanchen. Leng Yuanchen, what do you mean by doing that? Are you using us? Didn't we agree to do the investigation together? Why did you give the credit to the Dai family secretly? I know you want to replace the Chong family with the Dai family. But you can't use us as a springboard. That's a betrayal. Hearing Yuan Wenye's angry tone, Leng Yuanchen wasn't mad, he replied calmly. Don't misunderstand us, Mr. Yuan. We didn't give the Dai family whatever we found. He wasn't lying, but Yuan Wenye didn't believe it. Leng Yuanchen, don't fool me. No one is an idiot here. Yuan Wenye shouted. He felt Leng Yuanchen was trying to fool him. Right, it's precisely because none of us are idiots that I'm not lying to you. Do you think that only we want to unseat the Chong family? The Chong family is in a mess now, and there are countless people who want to replace them, but they don't have solid proof. Now the Dai family has collected so much useful evidence. Why can't I support them? The Leng family simply wants to unseat the Chong family. If you want their place, why don't you compete for it? Said Leng Yuanchen. After a pause, he continued. I know that you were also using us and that you wanted your people to replace the Chong family, but unfortunately you don't have that ability. We'll never let you use or betray us. Before you knew any of the details, you eagerly called to question me. Isn't it a little sloppy? If you have seen the evidence collected by the Dai family, you should know it has nothing to do with us. I think what the Dai family has in their hands is much more useful than what we found. Although Leng Yuanchen said that, he didn't expect Yuan Wenye to trust him, because it was impossible. Anyway, he didn't care about Yuan Wenye's feelings. What could the Yuan family do even if the Leng family did it openly? After all, they did nothing wrong. The Leng family didn't fill the Yuan family in because they didn't want the Yuan family to damage their plan. Now the Leng family had solid proof, so the Yuan family could do nothing about it. In case the Yuan family interfered, the Leng family also collected evidence about the Yuan family's illegal deeds. As long as the Yuan family was in trouble, they wouldn't have time and energy to stop the Leng family. As for the Rong family, if they stayed out of this, the Leng family wouldn't bother to cause them trouble, but if they dared to behave against the Leng family would happily teach them a lesson. Yuan Wenye was struck dumb. He indeed hadn't seen any of the evidence that the Dai family had collected yet, but he felt the Leng family must have given the Dai family the evidence once he heard that the Dai family came forward with the Leng family's support. It was true that many forces were targeting the Chong family right now. It was also possible for any of them to attack the Chong family this time. If the Leng family was the mastermind, why didn't they support their own people? Why did they support a family that didn't have any private relationships with them? That was Yuan Wenye's thought, but he didn't think about the advantages and disadvantages of promoting people in the same faction versus new people. He cared too much about immediate benefits and ignored long-term interests. Chapter 2834. The Leng family is too arrogant. Thinking of that, Yuan Wenye didn't know how to communicate with Leng Yuanchen, so he directly hung up. The next moment, he talked about it with his father. They must stop the Dai family from being promoted to a higher status. If the Dai family really replaced the Chong family, it would be meaningless no matter how much they prepared. Master Yuan was much smarter than his sons, so he quickly figured it out. He believed that the Leng family supported the Dai family in standing out against the Chong family, and the Dai family must have relied on the Leng family to collect evidence. However, he had no idea how much the Leng family had helped the Dai family. Anyway, since the Leng family played an important role in that, why did they choose to support the Dai family instead of their own people? Was what Leng Yuanchen told them the truth? The Dai family collected the evidence on their own and the Leng family simply supported them against the Chong family. He would rather believe that the Leng family collected most of the evidence. After all, although the Dai family wasn't weak, it was hardly comparable to the Leng family. If the Leng family did most of the job, why did they choose to support the Dai family instead of their own people? If the Leng family did that, they could become stronger. Master Yuan couldn't understand it till he thought further about it. The Leng family didn't support their own people because they didn't want to split into two forces. At that time, the Leng family's influence would be weakened, which was the last thing the Leng family wanted. Therefore, they chose to support another family to reach cooperation. Even though the Dai family wouldn't join the Leng family's faction, they would still be supportive. After Master Yuan figured it out, he shared his thoughts with Yuan Wenye and his other sons. Hearing that, they understood why the Leng family did that. However, they didn't think they would be able to do the same. If so, the Leng family is very generous, said Yuan Wenyu. No pain, no gain. If I were them, I would choose my own people without hesitation, but after careful thinking, I think we need to think twice, said Master Yuan. It was a loss for the Leng family to support another family, and they might have a new enemy if the new family didn't form a good relationship with them, but there was an advantage, because the Leng family's own force wouldn't be split. They would be as powerful as usual. What should we do now? Do we have to watch the Leng family and the Dai family kick the Chong family out? Yuan Wenye asked reluctantly. Of course not, Master Yuan said in anger. He didn't want the Leng family and the Dai family to have everything either. No matter what the reality was, they felt betrayed by the Leng family, so they would do something about it. Then what can we do? Asked Yuan Wenyu. He didn't want the Leng family and the Dai family to kick the Chong family out of the game. Although it was highly likely for the Dai family to replace the Chong family, they still needed to do what they could now. Conduct an investigation into the Dai family. Although the Dai family has a good reputation, I don't believe that they haven't done anything illegal before. Once we find any of their dirty secrets, we'll expose it and damage their reputation. We also need to see whether there are ambitious people in the Leng family's faction. It'll be the best if they can scheme against each other. Our people must take action too. Don't we have some evidence in our hands? Let's get involved now, said Master Yuan. Of course. Yuan Wenye and Yuan Wenyu answered, then immediately went to do it. However, right after they started their investigation, a senior official in their faction was arrested for bribery and corruption. It caused a great impact on the Yuan family. Normally, they would remove the news as quickly as possible. If they failed, they could only give up and cut off their connection. It must have been done by the Leng family. They don't want us to interfere, so they deliberately caused trouble. Yuan Wenyu guessed. I believe so, otherwise the scandal wouldn't explode at this key moment, said Yuan Wenye angrily. He felt what the Leng family had done was totally unacceptable, but they had done bad deeds, so they had to be prepared to be caught at any time. In fact, bribery and corruption weren't uncommon in their circle. If they caught other powerful families doing bad deeds, they would actively report them, but they would hate the people who did the same thing to them. Master Yuan was very angry, because he also believed that it must have been done by the Leng family. The Leng family is really arrogant. Master Yuan hit the table heavily, but he couldn't argue with the Leng family because his people had indeed done something wrong. If he dared to argue with the Leng family about it, it would become his fault. "Dad, what should we do next?" asked Yuan Wenye. No matter what happened, they tended to ask Master Yuan for his opinion. They had their own ideas, but Master Yuan was the patriarch of the Yuan family. Whatever they did had to have Master Yuan's permission. Therefore, they got into the habit of asking Master Yuan about everything. If they made decisions on their own, Master Yuan would harshly criticize them if they failed. No one wanted to be scolded. Most importantly, they all wanted to leave a good impression on Master Yuan. To prevent them from succeeding once, but failing twice, they would rather do what they could be sure of. Yuan Wenye was the first kind of person. He made many mistakes in order to succeed once, while Yuan Wenye was much more cautious. He never took action before making sure that he would succeed. Therefore, Master Yuan had a better impression of Yuan Wenye and felt that he was more stable. "What can we do? Just see if there is anything we can change. If not, we can only give up," Master Yuan said in annoyance. He was really depressed by everything. Leng Weihua was bullying him. The Yuan family felt that they were being treated unfairly, but they deserved it. Chapter 2835. The Dai family's eldest grandson is abducted. "Sure, I'll do it now," Yuan Wenye said, then rushed out. Every time Master Yuan wanted someone to do something, Yuan Wenye would compete for the opportunity. He wasn't diligent, but he wanted to impress Master Yuan so that he could be the heir and take over the Yuan family's wealth. "Wenyu, warn the others to be careful in the coming days. I don't want any of them to cause us trouble again. We won't protect them if they're dragged into trouble at this key moment," Master Yuan said. Of course, Yuan Wenyu said and immediately left too. Master Yuan had 3 sons, and he appreciated Yuan Wenrui most, because Yuan Wenrui was a doer and brought many benefits for the Yuan family. Unfortunately, Yuan Wenrui fell into trouble in the end. Now he felt that Yuan Wenyu was more stable and smarter than Yuan Wenye. Yuan Wenye was always too eager to achieve something and was a little reckless. Although Yuan Wenye had the abilities, he had ruined many things too. They needed to think carefully before taking action to deal with an important matter. If not, they could easily make mistakes. The wrong family did nothing inappropriate. They didn't seize the chance to scheme against the Leng family or the Dai family. They wouldn't hesitate to benefit from the chaos, but they wouldn't play dirty tricks. The wrong family also hoped that the new family which replaced the Chong family could be some of their people, so they copied what the Leng family did. They reached an agreement with people who weren't in their faction on the condition that they would help each other. In order to replace the Chong family, the new family agreed. After all, the wrong family wouldn't draw them over, it was impossible. They just wanted to have a temporary cooperation. However, some families and forces couldn't stay patient, especially those who were eager to replace the Chong family. They immediately took action to challenge the Chong family and the Dai family. Facing the Leng family, they needed to be cautious. They had the courage to challenge the Leng family, but they could not do that without enough confidence. After all, the majority believed what had happened to the Chong family recently had something to do with the Leng family. Why would they still challenge the Dai family even though they knew the Leng family supported them? It was because they didn't think the Leng family would continue to support the Dai family if the Dai family was in trouble. Even though the Leng family was stronger than the other powerful families, it was hard to say who would win once there was a battle. Currently the Leng family was the strongest family among them, but only a few people were aware that Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yunyao were cultivators. If they weren't, the Leng family might not be much stronger than the other families. After all, the Leng family was the family behind President Wei. However, it didn't mean they could do whatever they wanted. Society was different and the president couldn't control everything. The situation the Chong family was in was getting worse and worse. Master Chong was still unconscious, and his eldest son was injured. He could barely do anything except for speaking. As a result, only Master Chang's second and third son, as well as collateral branches, were managing the Chong family. The people in the faction gathered together for benefits. If the family who supported them could give them what they wanted, they would side with the family. If not, they would leave. Therefore, after the Chong family ended up in trouble, many officials started cutting off their relationship with them. Some officials chose to wait for a while some stayed supportive. Those who still sided with the Chong family had benefited a lot from them, but due to solid proof, it was useless no matter how hard they struggled this time. It was their own fault. They never cared about the law and were easily caught doing bad deeds. The Dai family had a good reputation and had the Leng family's support now, so no family could really hurt them. However, before long, the Dai family's eldest grandson was abducted. Everyone believed it was done by the Chong family. After all, the Dai family was trying to replace the Chong family. It was also possible that it was done by another family. After all, many families were involved in the game for power right now. The Dai family were anxious when their eldest grandson was kidnapped, so they turned to the Leng family for help without delay. They had the ability to find their eldest grandson, but it was safer to have a powerful helper. When Leng Yuanchen heard the news, he was at home. Jing Yuniao, who was at the side, also heard about it, so she immediately shared the news with Ji Yuning and asked her to check the surveillance cameras. The Dai family's eldest grandson was abducted on his way home. Those abductors directly stopped the car he took and violently took him away. They did it openly, not secretly, so they conducted an investigation starting from where Dai Xianxia was kidnapped. Before Kay had any clues, Ji Yuning went to the place where Dai Xianxia was abducted. This time, Ji Yuning went out alone, because she was already strong enough to beat a group of men. The other people stayed at home, waiting for her news. In addition to Kay, the police were also searching for Dai Xianxia, but they were much slower than Kay. Ji Yuning kept talking with Kay on the phone and chased in the direction he told her. However, at a fork, there were no more surveillance cameras, so Ji Yuning had to rely on herself to find Dai Xianxia. At this time, it was already 7 p.m. and the sky was nearly dark. It wasn't easy to find someone in the night, but it wasn't difficult for Ji Yuning. With Kay's help, she knew that there was a winding mountain road which was about 12 kilometers long at the end of this path. On the other side of the road was a small town. In the middle of this road, there were two forks, one led to a village while the other led to another. They had no idea whether those abductors stopped halfway, or whether they passed the twisting mountain road, or went to a village. In that case, Ji Yuning could only use her jade eyes. Kay was still watching the surveillance cameras. Once those abductors' car entered the town, he would see them from the surveillance cameras. However, if they were in a village, he might not be able to see them if there weren't surveillance cameras. Ji Yuning walked ahead and looked around with her jade eyes. She didn't just want to find their car, because they could get out halfway and leave a man to drive the car away to confuse the police. Chapter 2836. Python. On the road, those abductors understood that the police would quickly chase them, so they decided to set a trap. When they drove halfway on the twisting mountain road, 4 men took Dai Xianxia out of the car, and 1 man continued to drive away. However, within 5 minutes, the Dai family had heard that Dai Xianxia was kidnapped and the Leng family learned about it soon afterwards. By the time Kay found where they went, only about 15 minutes had passed. It took Ji Yuning about 45 minutes from the time she left her school to the time she reached the place without any surveillance cameras. Those men drove about 40 minutes to get to this fork, which meant Ji Yuning was only 5 minutes behind them. They weren't far away. Therefore, Ji Yuning could catch up with them by driving a bit faster. Ji Yuning swiftly arrived because she drove as fast as she could. After all, Ji Yuning drove a distance that was a third longer than them. Because it was night and they were at a twisting mountain road, 5 minutes of driving wasn't a long distance. As long as those men weren't far away, Ji Yuning would be able to see their car if they had the lights on. Ji Yuning could see clearly in the night, so she didn't turn on her car lights to prevent those men from noticing her. After driving on the small road for a few minutes, Ji Yuning indeed saw car lights not far ahead. Although it wasn't far away, it took a lot of time on the road because this road wasn't straight at all. However, Ji Yuning stopped driving once she found them because she would have to make many turns in a car. If she directly took the white female flood dragon, she could catch them in seconds. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately stopped her car at the side of the road, then let the white female flood dragon out. She rode on it and quickly went to those men's car. Ji Yuning was sure that Dai Shangyu was in the car because no other cars went on this road before she came. According to the time they spent on the road, she believed it had to be the car she was looking for. Within seconds, Ji Yuning and the white female flood dragon reached their car, but she didn't take action right away. Instead, she landed in front of them and let the flood dragon lie on the road. Because the flood dragon hadn't become a real dragon yet, it looked like a giant python after it lay down on the road. Ji Yuning intended to scare those men, so that they would stop the car. Before doing that, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see the situation in the car. She verified that Dai Shangyu was tied up inside. There were 4 armed men as well, but Ji Yuning couldn't care less about their guns. Half a minute after she finished preparing, their car drove closer. Because they made a turn, they couldn't see what was ahead in the distance. They didn't see a giant white creature on the road until they were close to it. The man who drove the car slammed on the brakes. The other men jerked forward under the force, then heavily fell back. "There is a giant python," the driver said in a trembling voice. Hearing that, the men sitting in the rear frowned angrily. They looked forward. The moment they saw a white giant python lying on the road, they were frightened. "Ji, go over it," shouted a man, but he sounded extremely scared. I don't dare," said the driver in horror. Let alone a giant python, he didn't even dare to drive over a small snake. "You coward. It's not a big deal. Do it if you can," the driver argued in annoyance. No one could stay calm in front of such a giant python. "Throw something over there, it might move," the other men agreed and picked up an unimportant thing in the car. One man opened the car sunroof, then stood up and threw it at the white female flood dragon. Because none of them dared to get out of the car, they could only throw the thing out of the car sunroof. Ji Yuning didn't rush to attack them at this moment, because she was afraid that they might injure Dai Shangyu if they lost control. After all, the car doors were all locked. If she wanted to attack them, she would have to use violence. She was also afraid that she might injure Dai Shangyu. Therefore, she had to force them to open the car doors so that she could quickly pull Dai Shangyu out of danger. Anyway, Ji Yuning didn't just wait patiently. She seized the chance and secretly deflated the tires. The man failed to hit the white female flood dragon. It wasn't scared nor did it leave. It just lay there and slightly twisted its body. "How could you fail to hit such a big thing? My hand is shaking." The man felt aggrieved. He was too nervous to stop his shaking hands. "Why don't we drive back? I guess that's the only way out." No one opposed that, so the driver tried to turn the car back. Unfortunately, as soon as he started the car, he realized that something wasn't right. After a glance at the rearview mirror, he found that the tires were deflated. "The tires are deflated," the driver moaned in despair. There was a giant python ahead of them, but the tires were flat. Everyone was shocked and immediately realized that something was strange. "Let's go back a little first." Even though they had to change the tires, they had to keep their distance from the giant python. The driver tried again, but the car didn't move at all. "I can't," the driver almost cried. Other men were panicking too. "Oh, no, the tires on this side are also deflated." The man sitting in the front passenger's seat saw that the tires at his side were also flat. Everyone was shocked once more. How could all the tires deflate at the same time? Are they all out of gas? A man guessed. The moment he finished speaking, another man snapped at him. "Shut up. Don't bring us bad luck. Don't you feel that the car is flat on the ground?" "I think that all 4 of the tires are out of gas," said the driver. Chapter 2837, Did You Come to Rescue Me? Hearing that, the other men finally noticed that the car was totally flat on the ground, which meant that the 4 tires were all out of gas. In an instant, they became scared. It's so strange. Did we run into ghosts or something?" One man's face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. Was it done by the giant python? The giant python has always been at the front. How is it possible? They turned to look ahead, but found that the python had somehow disappeared. Where is it now? They felt relieved that the python was gone. I bet it should have left. If so, we can get out to check the car. Is it possible that the python stopped us because it knows our tires are out of gas? It left after we noticed it. It actually saved us. A man guessed. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a second. Although the man was wrong, his words made sense. It made sense, but it wasn't true. The other men agreed that it was possible. But the tires are all out of gas. What should we do now? The police should be chasing us. We can't drive it now. We should call our people first, then push the car down the slope. We might be able to run away through the mountain, said the leading man of them. The other men agreed, because they were left with no choice. Therefore, they got out of the car and Dai Xianxia was also taken out. At that moment, Ji Yuning took action. In a second, before those men realized what was happening, Ji Yuning grabbed Dai Xianxia and moved to the side, shocking everyone. However, right after they came back to their senses, they drew out their guns and pointed at Ji Yuning. Dai Xianxia was surprised, but obviously Ji Yuning came to rescue him. However, he wasn't relieved at all because many guns were pointed at them. "Who are you?" one man asked, staying alert. Even though they had guns, Ji Yuning was able to pull Dai Xianxia away even before they noticed. It proved that she was much more skilled than them, so they had to be alert. "Someone who came to put you in jail," Ji Yuning said disdainfully. Without hesitation, she attacked them. Dai Xianxia was tied and gagged, but Ji Yuning didn't have time to untie him. Dai Xianxia was very worried about Ji Yuning's safety, but he could do nothing right now. He could only watch from the side. Because Ji Yuning moved so fast, the bunch of men just stood there still in shock as Ji Yuning snatched their guns away. It amazed all of them. Dai Xianxia was astonished and felt relieved. Who was this girl? How could she be so quick? Was she really a human? She was like a kung fu master. "Why you?" Everyone looked at Ji Yuning in horror and could hardly finish a sentence. She was frighteningly strong. Was she really a human? Without their guns, the bunch of men wanted to run away, but it was impossible. Ji Yuning immediately attacked them again. Those men were good at fighting and there were many of them, so they weren't injured right away. Unfortunately, there was a huge gap between their abilities. After all, Ji Yuning was a cultivator. Within 2 minutes, they were all beaten up. Ji Yuning didn't kill them, instead she broke their limbs so that they couldn't escape. Witnessing that, Dai Xianxia felt hurt too. The sounds of breaking bones were really scary. Who exactly are you?" asked one man. His face had turned completely pale from the pain and there was a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. They wanted to know whether Ji Yuning did that after meeting them by accident or whether she was sent by the Dai family. Even though they could do nothing about it, they still wanted to know the reason why Ji Yuning was here. "Didn't I tell you that I came to put you in jail?" Ji Yuning said calmly. She knew they couldn't run away now, so she went to untie Dai Xianxia and pulled the cloth out of his mouth. "Miss, thank you so much for rescuing me. I'll surely return your kindness," Dai Xianxia said at once. "No need," Ji Yuning said. Dai Xianxia was abducted because of the Leng family to some extent, so she didn't think he should be very grateful to her. If the Leng family hadn't worked with the Dai family, Dai Xianxia wouldn't have been affected. Although the Dai family was willing to work with the Leng family, she ought to help Dai Xianxia out if it was necessary. Then Ji Yuning took out her phone and called Leng Yuanchen. Before long, Leng Yuanchen answered it. "Uncle Leng, I've already rescued Dai Xianxia. He isn't injured at all. You can tell the Dai family to stop worrying. Send a car to XX Road and take these men back," said Ji Yuning. Leng Yuanchen was relieved to hear that. Because he was aware of Ji Yuning's abilities, he wasn't surprised that Ji Yuning could easily find and rescue Dai Xianxia. "No problem, I'll do it right now," Leng Yuanchen said, then he hung up. He immediately went to make the arrangements. "Did you come to rescue me?" Dai Xianxia was surprised. He thought it was just a coincidence. "Yeah," Ji Yuning answered, but didn't elaborate. Afterwards, she turned to walk to those men. Ji Yuning's abilities scared them, so they subconsciously shrank seeing Ji Yuning walking over, but unfortunately they couldn't move or run away. "Who ordered you to abduct Mr. Dai?" asked Ji Yuning. The men said nothing. "Why are you silent? Do you think you can survive by remaining silent? Or are you willing to die for the mastermind? Said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, those men were scared. Don't scare us. What we've done isn't enough to be sentenced to death. One man argued, but he was actually scared by Ji Yuning's words, otherwise he wouldn't have argued about it. Don't you know who you've abducted? Ji Yuning asked disdainfully. It meant Dai Xianxia wasn't someone they could mess with. Given the Dai family's influence, they could take their lives for the abduction. Chapter 2838, Give me the antidote. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, they were scared again. Although they were mentally prepared to face the results since they dared to abduct Dai Xianxia, they were still afraid of being caught. No one would choose to die if there was a possibility to stay alive. Even though he was born in the Dai family, his family doesn't have the power to kill us, one man said. Do you think you can behave against the Dai family? Or do you think the mastermind would help you? Who do you think you are? Do you think we can't collect any evidence about your illegal deeds? Since we can catch you before you run away, we have the ability to find the mastermind behind your back. If you're honest, you might get a lighter punishment. After all, our target is the mastermind, not you. But if you dare to not cooperate, we'll punish you seriously, Ji Yuning said frankly. They could find the mastermind through an investigation, but it would be quicker if those men directly gave them a name. If they told them who the mastermind was, they could receive a lighter punishment according to the law. If not, they would receive a serious punishment for the crime of harboring criminals. Hearing that, those men finally realized that Ji Yuning stopped them shortly after they abducted Dai Xianxia. Could she really find the mastermind? Considering her outstanding abilities, they hesitated, but it wasn't an easy decision. If they told her a name, their families might be hurt. Seeing their reaction, Ji Yuning understood that they were under threat. In fact, if she were them, she would hesitate too. She didn't want to die, nor did she want her family to be in danger because of her, but their families were dragged into trouble because they did something bad, so Ji Yuning had no sympathy for them. If you're not willing to tell me who the mastermind is, can you tell me where you were going after abducting Mr. Dai? And what did you plan to do next? Asked Ji Yuning. However, those men stayed silent again. Dai Xianxia was a little impatient and even wanted to force them to tell the truth with violence. He wasn't a cruel man, but he was abducted today. He was the victim, so he was filled with anger now. However, he didn't interrupt Ji Yuning, because she had her way to make those men answer her questions. After all, violence couldn't solve problems. Instead, he might cause trouble by being violent. You are still refusing to tell me. I'm running out of patience. If you don't say anything again, I'm afraid that I can only resort to violence. Ji Yuning stared straight at them. Although she didn't sound mad, her flat tone still scared all of them. What do you want to do? Asked a man in a trembling voice. Would she kill them? I'll torture you, said Ji Yuning, then a bottle suddenly appeared in her hand. She opened it and walked closer to them with an evil smile. They could barely finish a sentence in horror. This is a colorless, tasteless poison. Even the hospital doesn't know what it is. After you take it, you'll feel your body getting stiffer and stiffer. 3 days later, your blood will stop circulating. If someone pays a high price for your medical treatment, you'll only be disabled. If not, you'll watch yourself die, said Ji Yuning. Then she poured out a pill from the bottle. Actually, this was just a common cold medicine. She stored many Kalain medicines in her telepathic eye space in case she needed to advertise them. No, you can't do that. Those men shouted at once, although they didn't think it was true, nor did they believe that there was such a strange medicine in this world. Even Dai Xianxia couldn't believe it. He subconsciously thought that Ji Yuning was bluffing them. You're in my hands now. I can do whatever I want to you. You have no ability to fight back, right? Ji Yuning sneered, looking like a devil. In those men's eyes, Ji Yuning was a devil now, because she could easily deprive them of their lives. No, you can't, one man said in a trembling voice, staring at Ji Yuning in horror. It's not up to you. Ji Yuning sneered again. Then she picked up a pill and squeezed it into the mouth of the man who was closest to her. The man couldn't fight back at all, so he swallowed it. The moment the pill went down his throat, the man tried hard to spit it out, but it was too late. He glared at Ji Yuning in fury, wishing he could tear her to pieces. The other men were also frightened. Ji Yuning didn't continue after forcing the first man to take a pill because she decided to punish him as a warning to the others. When she pinched the man's cheeks, she secretly released cold magical power to injure his body. Because she touched his skin, the man was quickly affected. He felt something cold was entering his body. It wasn't painful, but his body was becoming stiff. The man immediately panicked. Did Ji Yuning really mean what she said? Why was his body getting stiff? Ji, give me the antidote. The man shouted. He didn't want to be disabled or die. He clearly knew that no one would pay for his medical treatment. How do you feel now? Is your body getting stiff? Ji Yuning stared at the man with a vague smile. How do you feel? Other men asked him at once. They didn't want it to be true, but it seemed to be happening. Tell them, how do you feel now? Said Ji Yuning. She didn't care if the man told the other men about it, because that was what she wanted. Give me the antidote. The man shouted once more. He only wanted to get rid of the uncomfortable feeling. In that case, other men believed Ji Yuning's words. She could really disable them with a single pill. Realizing that, they were very scared and wanted to give in. Chapter 2839, It's Pei Zhongqiao Dai Shangyu didn't believe it until now. Was this pill really as poisonous as Ji Yuning described? Or did she exaggerate its effect? Those men might get stiff after taking it, but they wouldn't really lose their lives 3 days later. That was Dai Shangyu's thought. Do you think it's possible? Answer my questions. Or you all will suffer it one by one, said Ji Yuning. The bunch of men hesitated, but they were thinking about changing their minds. Enough, I'm out of patience now. Since you're unwilling to tell me, I can only make all of you take this pill. Ji Yuning appeared impatient and pretended to pour all the pills out. Upon hearing that, someone opened his mouth. Stop, I can tell you. Lao San. Once Lao San spoke, the other men were angry because he yielded so quickly. However, they didn't criticize him, because they had the same idea of giving in. They didn't have any reasons to criticize Lao San. Da Zhe, didn't you see Lao Er's reaction? I don't want to die, Lao San said in a resigned tone. He was an orphan without a family, so he wasn't afraid of revenge. Although he had a close relationship with his brothers, he was unwilling to die with them. After all, he was not even 30 years old and his life hadn't begun yet. Therefore, he chose to be honest. He might be put in jail for several years. After he got out, he could change his name and go to a different city to start a new life. Lao Er, who was unfortunately punished by Ji Yuning as a warning to the others, immediately agreed with Lao San. I can tell you too. Just give me the antidote. Lao Er felt his body getting stiff, but it wasn't serious yet. Ji Yuning said it needed 3 days, so he was incredibly scared. I give in as well. I don't want to die, Lao Si said. In the end, 5 of them agreed to tell Ji Yuning the truth. We serve Pei Zhongqiao, the second son of the Pei family's collateral branch. He ordered us to abduct Mr. Dai, Lao Da said. He was afraid that Ji Yuning didn't believe him, so he added at once. What I said is the truth. You can do an investigation to make sure of it. I have Pei Zhongqiao's private number and our call records. Although the call records couldn't prove anything, it at least proved that they had indeed contacted each other. The Pei family. They side with the Yuan family, Ji Yuning said. The Pei family wasn't strange to her. I didn't expect it to be done by the Pei family. In that case, the Yuan family should be the mastermind, Dai Shangyu said coldly, blaming the Yuan family for it. The Pei family indeed sides with the Yuan family, but it has nothing to do with the Yuan family this time. It was Pei Zhongqiao's own decision. I'm not defending the Yuan family, but it's the truth, Lao Da interjected. Ji Yuning wasn't fully convinced by his words, and still held doubts. Dai Shangyu, however, still believed that it had something to do with the Yuan family. What's Pei Zhongqiao's purpose? Why did he want to abduct Mr. Dai? What would you do after you kidnapped Mr. Dai? Ji Yuning asked. We're not clear about it, because Pei Zhongqiao ordered us to contact him after we drove Mr. Dai to the appointed place. He would tell us what to do next afterwards, Lao Da said. Where is your destination? Ji Yuning asked. After going through this winding road, we had to go another 10 kilometers away. But in order to avoid pursuit, we planned to get out of the car halfway with Mr. Dai first. It's about 5 kilometers away from here. Then we could find a place to hide. About 10 minutes later, another car would have come to pick us up, and we could go over then, Lao Da said. The moment he finished speaking, his phone rang. He didn't immediately take out his phone, but turned to look at Ji Yuning. Currently they were controlled by her, so they didn't dare to move as they wanted. They must be calling us because they didn't see us. Answer it. Ji Yuning said, put it on speaker. If they ask you where you are, tell them you'll be there in a minute. Of course. The man didn't dare to go against Ji Yuning. He tolerated the pain and took out his phone. His legs were broken, but his hands were fine, so he could smoothly answer the call. He only felt a sharp pain when he moved. He was right, and the caller was indeed the man who they would meet after abducting Dai Xianxia. Where are you? The man sounded slightly impatient, because they were late. We'll be there in a minute, Lao Da said. Great, be quick, or the police might catch up to us, the man said, then he hung up. Ji Yuning then took away their phones and told them to get into the rear seats of the car. Afterwards, she said nothing further, waiting for the police to come. The police, who were sent to chase those men, were the Dai family's people, so Ji Yuning called Leng Yuanshan to ask them to come here. Because Ji Yuning remained silent, the bunch of men didn't know what to say. Dai Xianxia had some questions, but it wasn't the right time. After their phones were taken away by Ji Yuning turned them off. That way, if other people called them again, they couldn't get through to them. All of their phones were turned up, so those men who came to meet them got anxious. It was obvious that something went wrong. They wondered whether the bunch of men had betrayed them or if they were caught by the police. Without delay, they called Pei Zhongchao and reported the situation to him. Hearing the news, Pei Zhongchao was worried too. He was mainly afraid that the men might betray him. If he wasn't exposed, he actually didn't care about their lives at all. However, now he couldn't get through to them, so he could only hope that they wouldn't betray him. About 10 minutes later, the police arrived and the leading policeman was Dai Xianxia's younger uncle. Although the policeman was his younger uncle, the policeman wasn't much older than him. His young uncle was only about 7 years older. Xianxia, are you all right? Once the leading policeman got out of the police car, he rushed to Dai Xianxia and asked with concern. At the same time, he checked Dai Xianxia's body to see whether he was fine. Chapter 2840, What do you want to do? I'm fine. This miss rescued me, Dai Xianxia said, looking at Ji Yuning with gratitude. Dai Xianxia wanted to ask Ji Yuning's name, but the abductors were still there, so he said nothing. Although Dai Xianxia was fine, he was still scared. If no one came to rescue him, he honestly had no idea what would have happened to him. Dai Xianxia's younger uncle turned to stare at Ji Yuning and asked gratefully, Are you Miss Ji Yu? Before he came, he had already heard that a girl named Ji Yuning had rescued Dai Xianxia. Ji Yuning was the only girl here, so he thought that she had to be the one. Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for doing us such a big favor. If it hadn't been for you, we might not have been able to help Xianxia, Dai Xianxia's younger uncle said. You're welcome. I'm glad to help. Ji Yuning replied. Even though Ji Yuning didn't need their gratitude, they were still very grateful to her. However, for now they had to take the kidnappers away. Ji Yuning followed their car down the mountain. When they reached where her car was stopped, she got in her own car. As Ji Yuning got out and walked away, Dai Xianxia looked at her and wanted to ask about something. However, right when he was about to open his mouth, his younger uncle stopped him. Dai Xianxia didn't say anything until Ji Yuning was gone. Uncle, why did you stop me? What do you want to do? Asked his younger uncle. He stopped Dai Xianxia because he saw what Dai Xianxia wanted to do. I just wanted to ask her for her name and number. I think I should buy her a meal to thank her for rescuing me, Dai Xianxia said. No need, said Dai Xianxia's younger uncle. Why? Dai Xianxia asked confusedly. Do you know who she is? She's Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. Aren't you afraid Leng Xiaoting will teach you a lesson if you dare to ask her out? Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle said. He was implying that Dai Xiangyu shouldn't have any interest in Ji Yuning. After all, along the way, Dai Xiangyu was glancing at Ji Yuning every once in a while. As a married man, he knew what Dai Xiangyu was thinking. What? Knowing that, Dai Xiangyu was shocked. He didn't expect Ji Yuning to be Leng Xiaoting's fiancé. In that case, he didn't dare to ask Ji Yuning out. Even if he tried, Ji Yuning wouldn't come out. Dai Xiangyu suddenly felt very upset. Even though Ji Yuning's abilities totally overshadowed him, he had to admit that his heart skipped a beat when he faced Ji Yuning. Alright, stop thinking about it now. The Dai family is at a key moment, let's focus on our own business first, said Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle. Sure, Dai Xiangyu answered. Upon thinking of the situation the Dai family was in, he stopped bothering himself with his affection for Ji Yuning. Oh, some of them told us who the mastermind is, said Dai Xiangyu. Because only he and his younger uncle were in the car, there was nothing he had to be afraid of. Who is it? Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle looked annoyed and asked seriously. They told us that they were ordered to abduct me by Pei Zhongchao. Dai Xiangyu shared what he knew with his younger uncle. Hearing that, Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle stayed doubtful. The Dai family told their key members that the Leng family was supporting them once they began to attack the Chong family. If they didn't do that, they might not have the courage to replace the Chong family. After all, the Chong family was extremely powerful. Normally, they wouldn't dare to cause the Chong family any trouble, but now the Chong family was weakened after going through a lot. Not only the Dai family had the intention of replacing the Chong family, many other families also had the same idea. While they were trying to unseat the Chong family, they were also competing against each other. Therefore, if they aimed to replace the Chong family, they had to be prepared to defeat other super-rich families as well, which was the most difficult part. With the Leng family's help and the evidence they had collected, they had more confidence. They should either have lied to you by saying it has nothing to do with the Yuan family, or the Pei family attacked the Dai family without the Yuan family's permission. If I guess correctly, I think the Yuan family wants to support the Pei family in replacing the Chong family. The Pei family thinks that it's their place, so they wouldn't just watch as the Dai family takes it, said Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle. Uncle, do you think the Yuan family has played an important role in it? Asked Dai Xiangyu. He didn't think that it had nothing to do with the Yuan family, but he felt the Yuan family might not be too involved in this. I don't think so. Otherwise the Yuan family would be too dumb. Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle said, no matter what, we must conduct an investigation to find out the truth. If it really has something to do with the Yuan family, the Pei family will take the blame for them if we can't find evidence. If it has nothing to do with the Yuan family, I think the Yuan family won't bother to get involved as long as we have evidence to prove the Pei family is guilty. The Yuan family shouldn't be willing to get involved in trouble. Once Ji Yuning went back, she directly went to the Leng family because she needed to give the evidence to Leng Yuanchen. When the bunch of men decided to give in, Ji Yuning secretly recorded their conversation. The Leng family wasn't fully convinced by their confession, but they felt it was more likely that the Yuan family wasn't involved. Ji Yuning didn't pay more attention to it afterwards, because it was politics and she shouldn't interfere. She would only stand out when the Leng family needed her. Tonight, she stayed in the Leng family and didn't go back to school. Before long, the news that Dai Xiangyu had been abducted quickly went abroad, but it was a little late, so not many people heard about it. However, they were extremely surprised by how quickly he was rescued. Because the fact that Ji Yuning rescued Dai Xiangyu was a secret, people gave the credit to the police. That was what Ji Yuning wanted. She didn't care who was given the credit. Chapter 2841, I'm Not an Idiot. After the bunch of abductors were taken back to the police station, they were interrogated overnight. Although Ji Yuning had already questioned them, only she and Dai Xiangyu heard their answers. If the police needed solid proof, they needed to interrogate them again. Because the bunch of men had already confessed to their crime to Ji Yuning and Dai Xiangyu, they said the same thing to the police. Their confession wasn't enough to prove who was guilty, but the police needed to interrogate the suspects for a thorough investigation. It was late, so they decided to go find Pei Zhongchao the next day. As soon as Pei Zhongchao heard that the bunch of men was caught, he was filled with anxiety. He was afraid that they might betray him. It was his own idea. The Yuan family, his father, and his brothers didn't know about it at all. He was eager to achieve something to prove himself. After the Pei family successfully replaced the Chong family, his father might attach more importance to him because of his great help. In that case, he would be able to become the Pei family's heir. No one could say no to power. The Pei family also heard about the abduction that Dai Xianxia had experienced, but they had no idea that it was done by Pei Zhongchao. I wonder who did it. It's so stupid to abduct Dai Xianxia at this moment. Obviously, the Dai family has the Leng family's support. Nobody wants to mess with the Leng family. They failed halfway, which proves they have no ability to go against the Leng family. I can't imagine what punishment the mastermind will receive once he's exposed, Master Pei said. In fact, he hoped that the abduction could have succeeded, since it would be great if the Dai family was in trouble, since it would be a chance for them to prepare. Unfortunately, it failed. Hearing that, Pei Zhongchao was even more anxious. He hesitated to tell Master Pei the truth. His mind was in chaos and he could only hope that those men didn't betray him. He honestly had no idea what to do next. Therefore, he wanted to be honest with his father, so that they could help him out. Yeah, if it succeeded and caused a sensation, it would have done us a big favor, but unfortunately it failed, Master Pei's eldest son said. The Dai family won't stop looking for the mastermind behind the abduction. I don't think it's over yet, said Master Pei. As they chatted, they noticed something was wrong with Pei Zhongchao. Master Pei's eldest son, Pei Zhonghai, asked him, Zhongchao, what's wrong? You look distracted. Oh, and nothing. Pei Zhongchao immediately came back to his senses and responded. However, he was obviously lying. Mater Pei and Pei Zhonghai were both very smart people, so they clearly saw that Pei Zhongchao wasn't right. And they somehow had a feeling that it might have something to do with the Dai family. As a result, Master Pei got mad and said seriously, tell us if you're hiding anything. We're at a key moment now. No mistakes should be made, or we'll fail. He hoped that Pei Zhongchao didn't affect the Pei family. Pei Zhongchao wanted to tell them, but hesitated when he was about to say it. He didn't know how to handle it on his own, and his father wouldn't believe that he had done nothing wrong. The longer Pei Zhongchao hesitated, the more nervous Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai got. After that, other members of the Pei family exchanged a glance. Was it possible that Pei Zhongchao did something really bad? You two, go to the study with me, Master Pei said, then he stood up. If Pei Zhongchao really did something terrible, he might not want to say it in front of other people. After all, their wives and kids were in the living room as well. They could be aware of things, but they shouldn't be involved in everything. Pei Zhonghai immediately stood up too. Pei Zhongchao hesitated for a second, then had to stand up and follow them. The three of them went to the study. After the door was closed, Master Pei asked again, Zhongchao, what is it? Tell us. I noticed that something was wrong from your reaction. Pei Zhongchao was still thinking about it, because he knew his father would surely blame him for it. Tell me, I don't want to ask you a third time, said Master Pei seriously. This time, Pei Zhongchao didn't dare to hesitate again, so he summoned up his courage and said, Dad, I'm sorry, it was actually me who planned to abduct Dai Xianxia. I just wanted to help. I didn't know it would fail so easily. What? You did that? Hearing that, both Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai were shocked, then they got furious. Why did you do that without our permission? Don't you know how dangerous it is? Do you want our family to be in trouble? Master Pei angrily criticized Pei Zhongchao. How could you be so impulsive? If it was helpful, father would have done that already. Why did you make such a stupid decision on your own? Pei Zhonghai also criticized Pei Zhongchao. He even had the impulse to punch his younger brother. He understood that Pei Zhongchao wanted to impress their father, but he must be smart. If he did something that he shouldn't do, it would only harm the Pei family. I just wanted to, Pei Zhongchao wanted to explain and felt aggrieved. Shut up. Before he could finish, Master Pei snapped at him. Don't tell me you did that for our family. I'm not an idiot. You did that for yourself. If you really want our family to be better, you should have talked to me about it before you took action. Learn from your older brother. Perhaps you think he doesn't have his own ideas because he asks about my opinion every time he wants to do something, but he's very mature. Don't you know why your older brother is always being promoted faster than you? It can't be achieved just by our family and my support. Pei Zhongchao's ambition wasn't a secret in their family, and Master Pei had taught him how to deal with things many times before, but he never satisfied Master Pei. Actually, if Pei Zhongchao could deal with things on his own, Master Pei wouldn't waste time teaching him again and again. After all, Master Pei did it for his good. However, Pei Zhongchao felt uncomfortable whenever Master Pei taught him. He didn't think it was good for him. Chapter 2842. Make someone scapegoat. Now Pei Zhongchao was unhappy since Master Pei again compared him with Pei Zhonghai. Obviously, he still couldn't understand why Master Pei educated him. Fine, I know I'm not comparable to Zhonghai, but why are you always criticizing me? Am I so bad in your eyes? You only compliment Zhonghai, Pei Zhongchao argued. Hearing that, Master Pei was furious. What? How could you be so dumb to not understand me at all? Your response proves that you're not mature. Don't you know why I criticize you? If you did your job well, would I criticize you? I teach you how to deal with things for your own good. If you think I have a bias against you, there is nothing I can say. If you don't understand me, I won't bother to explain it. Since you dislike me teaching you, you can solve the problem on your own if you get exposed this time. All right, now, get out. Master Pei wouldn't really leave the mess to Pei Zhongchao, but he was extremely angry and disappointed at this moment. Pei Zhongchao was anxious. If Master Pei didn't help him, he honestly had no idea how to handle it, but he was reluctant to accept it, so he didn't give in right away. Seeing that, Pei Zhonghai was angry and immediately reminded Pei Zhongchao. Zhongchao, apologize to father now. Do you think you can deal with it on your own? If Pei Zhongchao was exposed and the Dai family had solid proof, the Pei family would have to take the blame and punishment. He wasn't exposed yet, so they still had time to solve the problem as quickly as possible. Pei Zhongchao understood that he shouldn't be stubborn, so he gave in and apologized. Dad, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. I have no idea how to deal with it. Can you help me, please? Although he might not be exposed, it was highly likely for it to happen, so he had to do something. Pei Zhongchao apologized, so Master Pei's anger went away a little. He couldn't really leave the mess to Pei Zhongchao. After remaining silent for about 10 seconds, Master Pei opened his mouth again and asked, "Who did you send to abduct Dai Xianxia?" "They're my bodyguards, but they never show up with me in public," said Pei Zhongchao. Although they were his bodyguards, they mainly did bad deeds for him. However, he didn't dare to tell Master Pei about that, or he would be criticized. The Pei family did as many bad deeds as the Yuan family, but he still didn't want his father to know about what he had done. Even though he didn't say about it, Master Pei wasn't dumb and was clearly aware of everything. He simply didn't want to point it out. It wasn't important either. The most important thing they needed to do now was to get Pei Zhongchao out of this mess. "When did you send them to abduct Dai Xianxia? How did you contact them? Tell me everything," said Master Pei. Afterwards, Pei Zhongchao told Master Pei everything about the abduction. "Since you gave the order by a call, it can't prove anything. There is no way to prove the number belongs to you." Master Pei was slightly relieved. But the Leng family might be involved in this, so we still need to be prepared. "What should we prepare?" asked Pei Zhongchao. "If they really betray you, you'll be taken to the police station for an interrogation. If they conduct a further investigation, they might find some evidence. After all, those men listen to you. Even though they have never shown up with you in public, you can't deny that they're serving you. All we can do is deny that they followed your order and abducted Dai Xianxia. We need to make someone the scapegoat and you the victim so that we can solve the problem," said Master Pei. "Who can be the scapegoat?" asked Pei Zhongchao. "That's a question for you to think of. Who is most reliable among your people? He must have contacted those men, Master Pei asked. Because he wasn't clear of Pei Zhongchao's force, he couldn't make the decision. After thinking for a while, Pei Zhongchao had a name. Yang Feng. Why him? Tell me the reason, said Master Pei. They were familiar with Yang Feng. He was the Pei family's distant relative and Pei Zhongchao's previous chauffeur. In the first half of last year, Yang Feng was diagnosed with advanced cancer, so he was fired by Pei Zhongchao. Yang Feng has been diagnosed with advanced cancer. He's dying. I thought that he was a reliable man, so I told him about those people. Whenever I needed to use them, I always asked him to do it for me. I think he'll be willing to take the blame as long as I give him some money, Pei Zhongchao said. He had confidence in that. If so, go to see Yang Feng right now. Tell him to use your private number and let him take the blame. As for the reason, just say he was fired by you after he was diagnosed with advanced cancer. He wanted to pay you back, so he abducted Dai Shangyu using your name. Whether people believe it or not, there is no solid proof and Yang Feng will be made the scapegoat. No one can judge you, said Master Pei. Although Yang Feng was fired after he was diagnosed with advanced cancer, he didn't hate Pei Zhongchao because he had received a lot of help from the Pei family and Pei Zhongchao gave him a lot of money when he left the company. Therefore, Yang Feng was grateful to Pei Zhongchao and was much more reliable than other people. In fact, Pei Zhongchao trusted Yang Feng much more than the bunch of men he sent to abduct Dai Shangyu. And he would give Yang Feng a lot of money if he was willing to be the scapegoat. With that money, Yang Feng's wife, son, and parents could live a good life. Great, I'll go to see Yang Feng right now, Pei Zhongchao said with excitement. Aren't you afraid that people will see you on your way to see Yang Feng? Asked Mater Pei. Then who should go to see him? Asked Pei Zhongchao. Chapter 2843, What? They came to see me. Hearing that, Master Pei fell silent for a while. Who should do this job? No matter who was going to do it, it couldn't be Pei Zhongchao. If Pei Zhongchao did that, he might be arrested for playing a role in the crime. Pei Zhongchao didn't go to see Yang Feng before, but did at this key moment. It would make people think that he wanted to make Yang Feng the scapegoat. No one was an idiot. After thinking for a while, Master Pei said to Pei Zhongchao, call over a security guard that has never shown up publicly. In a large family, there were private security guards. Normally, outsiders had no idea about them. Those security guards had never shown up in public, so nobody would know who they were. No problem. Pei Zhongchao went to do that at once. About 5 minutes later, he came back with a security guard. Afterwards, Master Pei introduced the situation to the security guard, and the security guard immediately took out his phone to call Yang Feng. Yang Feng agreed to help without hesitation. He could die at any moment. If he could get 500,000 yuan by doing Pei Zhongchao a favor, he would be more than willing to help. After all, if he died of cancer, he wouldn't get a cent. Then they made the plan step by step. What they didn't know was that their conversation was secretly being recorded by Si Jin. Since the Leng family already found out that the mastermind was the Pei family, they would definitely pay the Pei family back. Actually, the bunch of abductors had only contacted Pei Zhongchao by phone. They didn't meet face to face and the phone number wasn't under Pei Zhongchao's name, so it couldn't be used as proof. It wasn't hard to prove that this phone number was being used by Pei Zhongchao, but it was time-consuming. Once the Pei family heard the bunch of men was caught, they wouldn't hesitate to make someone the scapegoat. Therefore, the quickest and best solution was to spy on them. Whatever they did, Si Jin would record it. Now that the Pei family made their arrangements, Si Jin had the video and voice recording of it. It was the best evidence they could have and it was much more useful than any confession. If the video was exposed, the entire Pei family would also be dragged into trouble. After making the arrangements, the Pei family was relieved, but they wouldn't fully relax until this problem was really solved. Will they find me? As the main character, Pei Zhongchao was still anxious. As long as Yang Feng doesn't betray you, I think you will be safe, Master Pei said. Then he seriously warned Pei Zhongchao. Don't take any actions without our permission again. If you're exposed, the whole Pei family will be affected. Sure, I know, said Pei Zhongchao. He was really scared. He had done many bad deeds before, but he had never failed before because he only dared to bully people who were weaker than him. They were no match for him. However, this time, he made a terrible mistake. The next day at 8:30 a.m., the police went to wait for Pei Zhongchao at the public institution he worked for. Other people wondered whether someone in their workplace had committed a crime when they saw the police. Someone asked, "Sir, what happened? Who are you looking for?" "We're looking for Pei Zhongchao, Director Pei. We need him to go to the police station with us," said Zheng Zuoming, Dai Xiangyu's younger uncle. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. They didn't expect the police to look for Pei Zhongchao. Since the police came, Pei Zhongchao must have done something seriously illegal. After all, Pei Zhongchao was born in an influential family. If it was a normal crime, the police wouldn't be bothered. They wondered what crime Pei Zhongchao had committed. However, even though they were curious about it, they didn't dare to ask. Anyway, even if they asked about it, the police might not tell them. Late last night, the Leng family sent the video Si Jin took at the Pei family to the Dai family, so the Dai family and Zheng Zuoming had already watched the video. Although the bunch of men had betrayed Pei Zhongchao and their words were convincing, there wasn't enough evidence to prove it. After watching the video, they were completely sure of it. At the same time, they were furious. Pei Zhongchao still felt lucky that he got away with it this time, so he was extremely shocked and panicked after he arrived at the public institution and saw the police. He recognized Zheng Zuoming and knew that Zheng Zuoming came on behalf of the Dai family. In other words, they came to arrest him. He couldn't believe that those men had betrayed him so quickly. It was totally unacceptable in his eyes. He was ill-prepared for that, so it filled him with anxiety. Due to his good education, he soon calmed down, but his anxiety didn't go away. After that, he pretended to be innocent and asked, "What's going on here?" "Director Pei, they came to see you," said one employee. "What? Me?" Pei Zhongchao seemed astonished. At this time, Zheng Zuoming and the other policemen walked towards Pei Zhongchao. Although Zheng Zuoming was angry to see Pei Zhongchao and couldn't wait to punch him, he curbed his anger and said officially, "Hi, Mr. Pei, I'm Zheng Zuoming, the leader of the Criminal Investigation Division. We caught a bunch of men who kidnapped Dai Xiangyu last night. They told us that it was at your order, so please follow us to the Public Security Bureau. We need to ask you some questions." Although Zheng Zuoming already had the evidence, he didn't take it out right away. He didn't care about Pei Zhongchao's face, he did it to trap him. Pei Zhongchao would struggle if they wanted to take him to the police station without evidence. At that time, he could show everyone the evidence, humiliating Pei Zhongchao publicly. Since Pei Zhongchao dared to abduct his family member, he should be punished. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Pei Zhongchao ordered a bunch of people to abduct Dai Xiangyu. Everyone turned to stare at Pei Zhongchao at once. They couldn't believe it, but they were curious. Chapter 2844, Catch him. They didn't know that Dai Xiangyu had been abducted, but some of them had heard that the Dai family had collected a lot of evidence about the Chong family's illegal deeds. In addition, many powerful families and forces were involved. Among those influential families that wanted to compete against the Dai family, the Pei family couldn't be ignored. Therefore, people who knew about it wouldn't be surprised to hear that the Pei family or Pei Zhongchao had abducted Dai Xiangyu. It could also have been done by other families who placed the blame on the Pei family, but now the police said that Pei Zhongchao was the main suspect, so the other people would believe that he was guilty until there was evidence to prove he was innocent. Pei Zhongchao was mad at their accusatory looks, but he couldn't argue with them. He had to act as a victim now. Normally, he would be mad when he heard the news. Accordingly, Pei Zhongchao pretended to be very angry and said in a high voice, "What? Why did they say that it was my order? It's slander. It's pure slander. How could you believe their words without any evidence? Mr. Pei, we need you to cooperate to help us with the investigation," said Zheng Zuoming. "That's not what I'm talking about. You don't have evidence, so you can't take me away. What if my work is delayed? You can't believe that I'm guilty just because of their words. It's humiliating and damages my reputation. I don't need you to show me evidence of the crime I've committed, but at least you should let me know why I'm suddenly a suspect. Pei Zhongchao said, will you take your father to the Public Security Bureau for interrogation if I tell you that it was your father's order? Pei Zhongchao, don't regret saying that later. For the sake of your face, I didn't take out the evidence in front of so many people, but since you insist, I can show you right now. Be prepared that both you and your family might be greatly humiliated, Zheng Zuoming said mockingly. Saying that, Zheng Shuoming took out his phone. Pei Zhongchao got nervous. Did Zheng Zuoming really have evidence? However, he didn't think it was possible. Perhaps Zheng Shuoming just wanted to ask him whether the phone number was his. He could directly deny it. Anyway, there were no call records between this phone number and his own phone number. In that case, he would be fine as long as he denied it. However, he was slightly confused when Zheng Zuoming didn't ask him about that, but directly took out his phone. Would Zheng Zuoming call the number right in front of him to see whether his phone would ring? If so, he wouldn't be worried. Unfortunately, it wasn't what Pei Zhongchao expected. After Zheng Zuoming took out his phone, he played a voice recording in front of everyone. Tell me, I don't want to ask you the third time. As soon as Pei Zhongchao heard the first sentence, he was shocked. It was his father's voice. It was the first sentence after they went into study yesterday. How did they get the voice recording? Did that mean that he had a voice recording of their conversation? Pei Zhongchao couldn't believe it. Because he was too shocked, he didn't stop Zheng Zuoming right away and the voice recording continued. Dad, I'm sorry, actually it was me who abducted Dai Xianxia. I just wanted to help. I didn't know it would fail so easily. At first, people didn't recognize Master Pei's voice, so they thought it was an interrogation, but when they heard the second voice, they were amazed. They recognized it and it was Pei Zhongchao. At that moment, they were sure that Pei Zhongchao had abducted Dai Xianxia. Pei Zhongchao didn't come back to his senses until he heard that. He subconsciously went to grab Zheng Zuoming's phone, but Zheng Zuoming avoided him. Zheng Zuoming didn't continue to play the voice recording, because it was enough. Where did you get this voice recording? Pei Zhongchao was furious as he questioned. No matter where I got this, it's enough to prove that you're the mastermind behind the abduction. So, we're not asking you to follow us to the Public Security Bureau. You're being arrested, said Zheng Zuoming. Then he ordered several policemen to arrest Pei Zhongchao. Pei Zhongchao was reluctant to be arrested and struggled, but he was no match for the skilled policemen. Let me go. Pei Zhongchao was mad. Although he knew he couldn't run away after the voice recording was exposed, he was reluctant to accept the result. What? We already have evidence. Are you trying to resist arrest? You're a major suspect. If you dare to resist arrest, you will receive a serious punishment. Zheng Zuoming said, take him away. After that, Pei Zhongchao was arrested by the police and they left together. The other people there didn't discuss it until they were gone. Jesus, Director Pei gave the order to abduct Dai Xianxia. It's crazy. Yeah, I can't believe Director Pei would do something like that. Yeah, the policeman didn't take out the evidence for the sake of his face, but he refused to go with them. Now the voice recording has been exposed. He's been humiliated badly. I wonder if it was Director Pei's idea or the Pei family's idea. Director Pei apologized to Master Pei in the voice recording. It means it was done by him. I think it probably has nothing to do with the Pei family. Even though it has nothing to do with the Pei family at the beginning, they helped Director Pei afterwards. They didn't ask Director Pei to admit his crime after knowing he abducted Dai Xianxia. Given Director Pei's reaction, they must have made arrangements and decided to make someone the scapegoat. It can't be more obvious, but before the scapegoat even showed up, Director Pei was caught. I wonder how they got the voice recording. Right, how did they get the voice recording? Is there an undercover agent in the Pei family? Did they sneak into the Pei family's house? In the police car, Pei Zhongchao glared at Zheng Zuoming. He was also wondering how they got the voice recording. Was there really an undercover agent in his family? Zheng Zuoming didn't ask Pei Zhongchao any questions. They would do that back in the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 2845, turned to the Yuan family for help after Pei Zhongchao was taken away. His colleague called the Pei family at once. When Master Pei heard the news, he almost passed out in anger. He couldn't believe that Zheng Zuoming had the voice recording of their conversation in the study. In that case, he and Pei Zhonghai would be dragged into trouble too, because they tried to shelter Pei Zhongchao and even planned to make someone the scapegoat. However, how did Zheng Zuoming get the voice recording? The first idea that appeared in his mind was that there was an undercover agent in the Pei family. The Pei family had tight security, and it wasn't easy for outsiders to get in, but if the person was very skilled, it was possible that he could avoid being caught. Anyway, he needed to investigate to figure it out. After Master Pei hung up, he had no time to carefully think about it. Without delay, he called the butler over to see who had come in and gone out of the study these days. When they were in the study yesterday, who was outside? Because the Pei family's house was very large, there were surveillance cameras in public parts of the mansion in case any accidents happened. However, after investigation, only Master Pei and the butler had entered the study alone. Master Pei didn't ask a maid to clean the study, but the butler would do the work. Only the butler had Master Pei's complete trust, so he wouldn't doubt the butler's loyalty. Other people, including his biological sons, namely Pei Zhongchao and Pei Zhonghai, couldn't go in the study without his permission, but Master Pei wouldn't be suspicious of them either. The surveillance cameras outside the study were somehow broken at the time when they were in the study, so they found nothing. In that case, the truth couldn't be more obvious. The person must have recorded their conversation outside the study after damaging the surveillance cameras, but how did the person do that? They were on the second floor. If the person needed to record their conversation, he must have climbed up to the window. No matter what they found was enough to prove that the person damaged the surveillance cameras before recording their conversation by the window. Although the surveillance cameras outside the study were broken, the surveillance cameras at other places were fine. Therefore, they watched the surveillance videos of other parts to see whether they could get any clues. Because they hadn't found out who recorded their conversation yet, all the domestic servants were under suspicion. Unfortunately, their conversation was already exposed and the Pei family was in serious trouble now. Master Pei was heavily hit and didn't know what to do at this moment. It wasn't just Pei Zhongchao, he and Pei Zhonghai were also dragged into trouble. If they didn't know it was Pei Zhongchao who abducted Dai Shangyu and hadn't told Pei Zhongchao to make someone the scapegoat, he and Pei Zhonghai would not be pulled into the trouble, but before their conversation was exposed, they couldn't watch Pei Zhongchao ending up in jail. Anyway, Master Pei regretted being involved in this mess after it was exposed. If they didn't know what Pei Zhongchao had done and hadn't sheltered him, only Pei Zhongchao would be in trouble now. They weren't cold-blooded, it was Pei Zhongchao's actions, yet they were dragged into trouble, which could ruin the whole Pei family. Actually, they had just sheltered Pei Zhongchao and Dai Shangyu wasn't seriously injured, so Pei Zhongchao wouldn't receive a serious punishment and they would be lightly punished too, but they would be put in jail for at least half a year or a whole year. If he and Pei Zhonghai were put in jail for a long time, the Pei family could easily lose everything. However, if the Dai family was willing to settle it out of court, they would only need to pay some money to solve the problem. However, only he and Pei Zhonghai could get away with it, because they only sheltered Pei Zhongchao. If the Dai family was willing to settle it out of court, they would be fine, but Pei Zhongchao wouldn't. After all, he had committed a serious crime. He didn't injure Dai Shangyu, so he wouldn't be punished too seriously, but he would be put in jail for 2 or 3 years. Unfortunately, the Dai family couldn't wait to unseat the Pei family. It was impossible for the Dai family to choose to settle it out of court. However, even though Master Pei understood that it was impossible, he had to try it. If he tried, there was hope. If he didn't, he would end up in despair. Shortly after Master Pei heard the news, Pei Zhonghai learned about it too. He couldn't believe it either and immediately called Master Pei. "Dad, do you know that Zhongchao was taken away by the police?" asked Pei Zhonghai. "Yeah, I know," Master Pei said in a deep voice. "How did they get the recording? Is there an undercover agent in our family? Have you investigated?" Pei Zhonghai asked again. "I did, but I can't find the person." Master Pei was very honest with Pei Zhonghai. What? The surveillance cameras are broken. Does it have something to do with the staff in the monitor room? Asked Pei Zhonghai. No, because the surveillance cameras in the monitor room are working properly. No one has damaged them, said Master Pei. Then how were the surveillance cameras broken outside the study? Do we have video of before they were damaged? Pei Zhonghai asked, feeling that it was very strange. Hearing that, Master Pei realized that they could have caught the person damaging the surveillance cameras, but they hadn't. The surveillance cameras suddenly broke for no reason. They still couldn't find out why the surveillance cameras were broken. No, we don't. We have to conduct a further investigation. I think we can talk about the voice recording with the Dai family in private to see whether they're willing to settle it out of court. We can't all end up in jail at the same time. If we're arrested too, our family will collapse, said Master Pei. He only wanted to protect himself and Pei Zhonghai from being arrested right now. If he tried to help Pei Zhongchao get away with it, the Dai family might be angered. Can we turn to the Yuan family for help? Asked Pei Zhonghai. He felt it would be unrealistic if they wanted to settle it out of court, but if there was no other choice, he had to agree to that. The Yuan family is in a mess now. They can't help us, but I'll call Master Yuan to see what they can do. If they refuse to help us, we have to rely on ourselves, said Master Pei. Pei Zhonghai nodded, then said nothing further. After hanging up, Master Pei called Master Yuan at once, but Master Yuan didn't answer his call. Chapter 2846, Protect Yourself First. It was possible that Master Yuan's phone wasn't at his side, but Master Pei believed that Master Yuan knew why he called and didn't want to help him. It was true that the Yuan family heard that Pei Zhongchao was arrested for abducting Dai Xianxia. Master Yuan was very mad at Pei Zhongchao's actions. He was helping the Pei family, but then the Pei family caused serious trouble. So Master Yuan was angry and unwilling to help Pei Zhongchao. Currently the Yuan family was in a mess, so he was exhausted too. Master Yuan didn't answer Master Pei's call right away, but it was impossible for him to watch them collapse. After all, the Pei family had a close relationship with the Yuan family. The Yuan family even wanted to help the Pei family climb up to a higher status, which proved how important the Pei family was for the Yuan family. If Master Yuan did nothing, the Pei family might be heartbroken and wouldn't support the Yuan family any longer. He couldn't help Pei Zhongchao get away with the crime because there was solid proof. If the Yuan family was involved, they would be dragged into trouble too. The Yuan family had too much trouble to deal with already. Therefore, he could only help Mater Pei and Pei Zhonghai out, but he wasn't sure whether it would succeed. Anyway, he didn't want to disappoint the Pei family, otherwise the Pei family wouldn't support the Yuan family any longer. Master Pei didn't give up and called Master Yuan again. He hoped that Master Yuan didn't answer his call previously because his phone wasn't at his side. In the end, Master Yuan picked up the phone, so Master Pei felt relieved. "Hi, Brother Yuan, have you heard of what happened to my family?" asked Master Pei. Although he thought the Yuan family would have already heard about it, he wasn't sure. After all, it didn't happen too long ago, so he needed to ask first. "Yeah, I just heard about it. Can you tell me some more of the details?" asked Master Yuan. "Zhongchao abducted Dai Xianxia. It was his own actions. We had no idea. We just spoke about the abduction last night and noticed something wrong with Zhongchao. We didn't know that it was his order until we asked him about it. We didn't want him to end up in jail, so we decided to make someone the scapegoat. If the bunch of men betrayed Zhongchao, we could place the blame on someone else. Well, it would have been best if Zhongchao wasn't betrayed, but unfortunately those men revealed everything last night. And they even have a voice recording of our conversation," said Master Pei. "Have you investigated the voice recording? What have you found? Is there an undercover agent in your family? Or was it done by other families?" asked Master Yuan. "We did an investigation once we heard the news. From the surveillance cameras, I don't see anyone going into my study, but the surveillance cameras outside my study were all broken. I believe the person must have recorded our conversation from outside the window. We're investigating whether anyone was absent at that time. If no one was absent, it must have been done by an outsider," said Master Pei. Do you have evidence from before the surveillance cameras were broken? Asked Master Yuan. No, so we're trying to figure out how the surveillance cameras were broken. We're also checking other surveillance cameras to see whether we can find any clues, said Master Pei. In that case, Master Yuan asked nothing else. The Pei family sides with the Yuan family, so I must do something, but I can only help you and Zhonghai. I'm afraid I can't help Zhongqiao out. After all, the Dai family has the Leng family's support. And you should know the Yuan family is in a mess recently, Master Yuan said before Master Pei asked him for help. In fact, Master Pei only called Master Yuan to protect himself and Pei Zhonghai. He understood that it wasn't easy to protect Pei Zhongqiao, especially when so many families were watching them. Nevertheless, he was still a bit disappointed when Master Yuan said it aloud. After a moment, he composed himself and didn't show any dissatisfaction to Master Yuan. Well, it's enough if Zhonghai and I can get away with it. As for Zhongqiao, he has committed a serious crime. There is solid proof as well, so he's definitely going to be punished, said Master Pei. I'll try to help, but don't expect a lot from me. You still need to rely on yourself to deal with it. I can only assist you, said Master Yuan. Of course, I understand. Master Pei replied. After all, it was the Pei family's issue. If only Master Yuan stood out to deal with it, the Dai family might get even angrier at the Pei family. Then what should I do right now? Asked Master Pei. Well, you can't be tough. I think you can apologize to the Dai family with Zhonghai first. Tell them that you're too protective of your son, so you had the thought of making someone else the scapegoat. Pay them compensation. Don't care too much about your face at such a moment. Protecting yourself is the most important thing. As for Zhongqiao, you shouldn't defend him. Tell the Dai family that they can punish him as they want. You only sheltered him. It isn't serious. I'll stand out for you, so the Dai family might let you and Zhonghai get away with it. After all, they're busy now, said Master Yuan. That was exactly what Master Pei had in mind, but he felt hopeful when Master Yuan agreed to help. Great, I'll go to see Dai Qinhua right now, said Master Pei. Dai Qinhua was Master Dai. Before Master Pei left home, the butler watched all the surveillance videos and finally saw a black shadow climb over the wall of the Pei family's house, but the person was totally wrapped with clothing. It was hard to see whether it was a woman or a man. Anyway, they believed it was a man, because in their opinion women were usually too weak to do something like that. Master Pei ordered the butler to do a further investigation, while he called Pei Zhonghai again. He told Pei Zhonghai not to go to work today, instead he should visit the Dai family with him first. Pei Zhonghai then left his workplace. Because Pei Zhonghai was the leader, he had much more free time than other people. If there was nothing important, he could leave at any time. Chapter 2847, Severity to Those Who Resist. As the news about Pei Zhongqiao went abroad, more and more people heard about it. People who knew the situation weren't very surprised that Pei Zhongqiao abducted Dai Shangyu, because the two families were opponents. Whereas people who didn't know were extremely surprised. They couldn't understand why Pei Zhongqiao wanted to abduct Dai Shangyu, since it could ruin his future. In the Public Security Bureau, Pei Zhongqiao was directly taken into the interrogation room. Although there was solid proof, it was necessary for the police to do their job. Pei Zhongqiao, now you can be honest with us, said Zheng Zuoming coldly. Pei Zhongqiao, however, remained silent. He didn't answer Zheng Zuoming's question. The result would stay the same whether he told the truth or not, so he didn't want to say anything. Pei Zhongqiao, I'm talking to you. Zheng Zuoming's voice became colder. Well, don't you already have evidence? What else do you expect from me? Pei Zhongqiao replied. He didn't seem scared at this moment because he knew it was useless. After all, the police already had the evidence. Haven't you worked for years? Don't you know anything about the law? Fine, if you cared about the law, you wouldn't have broken it. I honestly have no idea how you became. Zheng Zuoming mocked and humiliated Pei Zhongqiao. He doubted Pei Zhongqiao's abilities and believed that he relied on his family to be successful. After being humiliated by Zheng Zuoming, Pei Zhongqiao was angry, but he didn't know what to say. Don't you know that there will be leniency to those who confess, and severity to those who resist? Asked Zheng Zuoming. Pei Zhongchao frowned. He obviously knew that, but his pride wouldn't allow him to confess to his crime. Even though he was going to be put in jail, he still cared about his dignity. Pei Zhongchao, do you think we can't do anything about it as long as you remain silent? Or are you expecting anyone to come to help you out? Let me tell you, there is solid evidence, so no one can rescue you. Currently both your father and older brother are in trouble for sheltering you. If you are honest, you might receive a lighter punishment, but if you're happy to stay in jail for a few more years, you can stay stubborn, said Zheng Zuoming. Because Dai Shangyu wasn't injured, the Dai family wouldn't put pressure on the police. Instead, they agreed to punish Pei Zhongchao according to the law. In addition, the Dai family was climbing up the social ladder right now, so it would damage their reputation if they were too cruel. However, if they dealt with it according to the law, it would leave a good impression on other people. The Dai family wouldn't agree to punish Pei Zhongchao lightly for the sake of the Pei family, because they weren't weak. Pei Zhongchao hesitated. He understood that no one could rescue him. Even his father and his older brother were in trouble because of him. Since you're reluctant to say anything, let's continue to hear your father and your older brother's conversation. Seeing that Pei Zhongchao still remained silent, Zheng Zuoming played the voice recording. He didn't care about Pei Zhongchao's feelings. Pei Zhongchao was displeased. He wanted to stop Zheng Zuoming, but he also wanted to hear the conversation. If he didn't hear the whole conversation, he wouldn't be able to sleep at ease. He wanted to stop Zheng Zuoming because the voice recording embarrassed him and there were other policemen in the interrogation room. However, at the same time he wanted to hear it because he wanted to know whether they had recorded the whole conversation. Actually, it couldn't be more obvious that they had a voice recording of the whole conversation. Therefore, Pei Zhongchao shut his mouth as Zheng Zuoming continued to play the voice recording. He bet they must have heard the voice recording many times, but he still felt humiliated when they played the voice recording right in front of him. When they finished, Pei Zhongchao was extremely angry. Pei Zhongchao, are you sure you're going to remain silent? Asked Zheng Zuoming. I don't think there is a difference whether I remain silent or not. Will you let me go if I don't? Said Pei Zhongchao mockingly. He understood that wasn't Zheng Zuoming's meaning, but he wanted to annoy Zheng Zuoming. Unfortunately he was like a contemptible wretch making trouble in Zheng Zuoming's eyes. Zheng Zuoming understood that Pei Zhongchao did it on purpose, and because of that, he found it extremely funny. Director Pei, it seems you still don't know how serious the situation is. Do you need me to explain it to you? Asked Zheng Zuoming, showing obvious disdain. No need. Pei Zhongchao understood that Zheng Zuoming was making fun of him and trying to make him look like an idiot. It was a great humiliation. If so, would you please be honest? Said Zheng Zuoming. What can I get if I'm honest? Will the Dai family let me go? I wasn't born yesterday, Pei Zhongchao said coldly. He didn't believe the Dai family would punish him lightly. It would already be for the best if they didn't try to kill him. Don't think too much about it. The Dai family isn't so cold-blooded. They decided to deal with it according to the law, but they won't agree to punish you lightly just for the sake of your family. After all, it must be fair if we're in court, said Zheng Zuoming. He disliked Pei Zhongchao more than ever now, because he projected his own shortcomings on the Dai family. Pei Zhongchao was a malicious man, so he thought other people were as bad as him. How is that possible? Pei Zhongchao subconsciously doubted it. If he were the Dai family, he would definitely punish the mastermind as seriously as possible. He couldn't believe that the Dai family wouldn't add fuel to flames. Not everyone is as bad as you. Don't think other people have to live the way you do. Let me ask you for the last time, will you be honest or not? We don't have so much time to waste on you. If you refuse to tell us what you know, I'm afraid I will have to use some tools, said Zheng Zuoming in fury, but he still had patience. They had interrogated countless criminals before. Even though there wasn't enough evidence, they could still get what they wanted with patience. Therefore, they wouldn't be impatient after interrogating Pei Zhongchao for a few minutes. Although Zheng Zuoming hated Pei Zhongchao for abducting his nephew, he was at work now, so he had to curb his anger and stay calm. Because there was solid evidence, there was no need for them to waste their time. After the interrogation, they could directly take him to the court whether he confessed to his crime or not. Then Pei Zhongchao would be sentenced. Chapter 2848. Won't pursue the matter further. If Pei Zhongchao refused to admit it, he would only be punished more seriously. Although the sentence would merely be a few months longer, it would still be torture for a person in jail. After all, no one was willing to stay in jail for a single day longer. Pei Zhongchao said nothing, but he was about to change his mind. If we weren't dealing with this case according to the law, I wouldn't be so patient here. We already have solid evidence, but we still want you to be honest. Even if you refuse, I can directly report it. You should know that you've abducted my nephew. I'm really mad at you. I'm curbing my anger and doing my job right now. It's very fair to you, so will you confess to your crime or not? Said Zheng Zuoming. He was an upright man and wouldn't mix emotion with work. However, his tolerance was limited. He might lose control if he had to tolerate it for too long. Fine, I admit it. I abducted Dai Xiangyu. Pei Zhongchao finally gave in, because it wouldn't do him any good if he still kept quiet. Why did you abduct Dai Xiangyu? Asked Zheng Zuoming. Pei Zhongchao remained silent for a few seconds, then said, the Dai family has attracted a lot of attention recently. I was jealous of them. I actually planned to collect evidence of the Chong family's illegal deeds to unseat them, but the Dai family did it before me. Therefore, I abducted Dai Xiangyu to cause the Dai family some trouble. But I never had the thought of injuring Dai Xiangyu. I just want to distract the Dai family. Pei Zhongchao realized that he had to have a good attitude if he wanted a lighter punishment, so he stopped going against Zheng Zuoming. If he had succeeded, the punishment might be more serious, especially if he had the intention of hurting Dai Xiangyu. If his original intention was to hurt Dai Xiangyu, he would receive the most serious punishment. If not, he would receive a lighter punishment. The police wouldn't just believe whatever he said, but he still needed to have a good attitude. After all, he failed so he might be telling the truth. Therefore, as long as he had a good attitude, his words would be more convincing. At the same time, Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai arrived at the Dai family to see Master Dai. Most of the members of the Dai family left for work. Only Master Dai, old Mrs. Dai, Senior Mrs. Dai, and Dai Xiangyu were home. Because of the abduction. Last night, Dai Xiangyu was too scared to go out. He was in a bad mood and stayed in his room. Currently the Pei family was the Dai family's enemy. The Dai family couldn't wait to pay them back. How could they come to see us? What do they want? Are they going to ask us for forgiveness? Do they think we're easy to bully? Senior Mrs. Dai Xiangyu's mother, was really angry. Her son was abducted and could have been injured. As a mother, she was furious. Obviously, darling, we're not going to see them. Whatever they want to talk about, we'll see them in court, said old Mrs. Dai Xiangyu was her most beloved grandson, so she was no less angry than Senior Mrs. Dai when she heard that Dai Xiangyu was abducted. In fact, the members of the Dai family got along well with each other. When Dai Xiangyu was abducted, all of them were angry. When they heard it was done by the Pei family, they couldn't wait to beat the Pei family to vent their anger. They're hateful, but they're just protective of their kid. If Master Pei was aware of Pei Zhongchao's plan, we would make them pay for it, but he might not have known about it beforehand. Anyway, Xiangyu wasn't injured. Pei Zhongchao must pay for it, but Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai don't need to go to court. They can pay compensation, said Master Dai. Although the others disagreed with Master Dai, they said nothing because Master Dai did it for a reason. Master Dai only kept Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai waiting for a few minutes, then ordered people to take them to the living room. Although Master Pei was displeased, he didn't show any dissatisfaction on his face. After all, they came to beg the Dai family for mercy. If the abduction hadn't happened or the Dai family didn't have the Leng family's support, they wouldn't have bothered to apologize. The Pei family wasn't as rich as the Dai family, but they belonged to the Yuan family's faction while the Dai family didn't side with any major families. When Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai were taken to the living room, the others had already left. Only Master Dai stayed. Master Pei, Mr. Pei, may I know why you have suddenly come? Although Master Dai decided not to sue them, he was still mad at them, so he didn't speak kindly. Everyone in the room knew why they came, but Master Pei still put on a smile and explained. Master Dai, we came to apologize to you. I'm so sorry for what my stupid younger son has done. But I must say that I had no idea. I didn't know about it until I noticed something wrong with him yesterday. I understand it's my fault that I tried to shelter him and make someone the scapegoat after knowing it, but I'm protective of my son. I admit it was the wrong decision. Now it has been exposed and Zhangchao has been arrested. He should pay for it. I won't interfere and he'll be punished according to the law, but I hope that you can forgive me and Zhanghai. Would you please not sue us? We're willing to make it up to Mr. Dai, said Master Pei sincerely. Even though he felt extremely humiliated, he had to yield to the Pei family. After all, it was a key moment now and there was a voice recording, otherwise they could easily get away with what they had done. Unfortunately, they had bad luck this time. Master Dai had no intention of suing them, but he still vented his anger on them before letting them go. Because the Pei family didn't think the Dai family would really forgive them, both Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai were shocked when they heard Master Dai's reply. It seemed that they didn't need Master Yuan's help. No matter what, the fact that Master Dai agreed not to sue them was the best result they could expect. Chapter 2849. In a total mess. As for the compensation, the Pei family would pay the Dai family money. Although the money wouldn't be a lot because Dai Shangyu wasn't injured, Master Dai still wanted to teach the Pei family a lesson. He wouldn't ask much, because it would be embarrassing if the news went out. Anyway, none of them cared about the money, it was just necessary for the Dai family to receive compensation, otherwise people might think they were easy to bully. Therefore, Master Dai said that the Pei family should pay double the compensation after the court made a judgment. Honestly, even if Master Dai asked for a tripled compensation, the Pei family would accept the condition. After Master Pei and Pei Zhangchao walked away, they immediately called Master Yuan and said that the Dai family agreed not to sue them. Master Yuan was surprised, because he had the same idea as the Pei family and felt that the Dai family wouldn't let them go easily. So why did the Dai family decide to forgive them? Master Yuan wondered whether it was a scheme. Either way, Master Pei and Pei Zhangchao survived this time since the Dai family decided not to sue them. Whatever happened in the future, they would deal with it according to the circumstances then. Other major families soon heard that Master Pei and Pei Zhangchao visited the Dai family together. They didn't know the reason, but obviously Master Pei and Pei Zhangchao were unwilling to go to jail. As for the result, they had no idea. At the same time, the Chong family was in a total mess. After a week, Master Chong was still unconscious, but he wasn't dead. He was just in a deep sleep and doctors couldn't find the cause. His eldest son, however, got worse. Because too many bad things had happened to the Chong family recently, he was angry all the time. He wanted to do something, but couldn't do anything. In the Chong family's faction, senior officials got in trouble one after the other. Unfortunately, the Chong family couldn't help them, because there was solid evidence and the Chong family wasn't willing to be affected. As a result, they had to watch the Chong family weaken little by little. Master Cheng's eldest son was having a video meeting. Although he was in a worse condition than before, he could still talk with difficulty. All of them were asking each other for solutions, but nobody had any good ideas. Are we totally ruined this time? We can do nothing right now. Where did the Dai family get so much evidence? Do they have evidence of our bad deeds too? I think it's highly likely. Many of them had done illegal deeds, so they were very worried about themselves. I told you to behave yourself, but you wouldn't listen. And now you can only blame yourself. In the Chong family's faction, there weren't only bad people. There should be some good people too. Upon hearing that, those who had done illegal deeds fell silent and didn't know what to say. They believed that they had kept it a secret very well, but unexpectedly many of them were exposed. I don't think the Dai family could collect so much evidence alone. I think the Leng family is behind them. The Dai family is receiving orders from the Leng family. Me too. Otherwise the Leng family wouldn't support the Dai family. But why did the Leng family suddenly attack the Chong family? What has the Chong family done wrong? Hearing that, Master Cheng's first and second sons panicked a little, especially his first son, because he knew more than the second son. The Chong family had indeed angered the Leng family to a great extent. It seemed that the Leng family had collected evidence about what they had done, but how much did the Leng family know? Did the whole Leng family know about what the Chong family had done to them? How was it possible? Thinking of that, Master Cheng's eldest son panicked again. He blinked again and again, which attracted everyone's attention. "Mr. Chong, are you all right?" someone asked. "I'm fine," Master Cheng's eldest son answered at once. He was fine. No one believed that because his reaction betrayed him. There must be something that he was keeping a secret from them. "Sir, has the Chong family really done something bad to the Leng family?" someone asked straightforwardly. Although, as subordinates, they had no right to question them, it was necessary for them to know after being dragged into trouble. Although they were exposed because they had broken the law, they did it all for the Chong family. It couldn't be more obvious that the Dai family and the Leng family were targeting the Chong family now. "Something unpleasant has indeed happened between the Leng family and us, but my father and I are in a bad condition now. The Chong family is weak, so it's not a surprise that the other major families would seize this chance to try to unseat us," said Master Cheng's eldest son. He refused to admit that it was the Chong family's fault. However, the other people didn't think it was so simple. "All right, figure out a way to solve the problem. I'm getting worse and worse. I don't have much energy now and I need a rest," said Master Cheng's eldest son, then he directly hung up. The others understood that he was in a bad condition and needed a recovery, but obviously he was hiding something, which displeased all of them. After all, many of them were in serious trouble because of the Chong family. Some of them were safe for the time being, but they could be in danger at any time. It filled them with anxiety. Only the upright people had no worries, but they were still afraid that they would be targeted. Anyway, they were on the same boat as the Chong family. Therefore, they tried to cut off their relationship with the Chong family right away. Many had already done that, and only those who had a close relationship with the Chong family stayed. Some felt ashamed to do that because the Chong family had helped them a lot, while some remained loyal to the Chong family. "Sir, has the Chong family offended the Leng family?" Because Master Cheng's first son refused to tell them anything, they turned to the second son. Although the second son might not tell them anything either, they still needed to ask. Chapter 2850, Unreasonable People. Master Cheng's second son didn't know what to say. Finally, someone couldn't stand it any longer. "Sir, you should know that we're in trouble because of the Chong family. Although they deserve the punishment because they have done illegal things, we wouldn't have been deeply investigated if it hadn't been for the Chong family. However, you're still hiding the truth from us. How can we continue to support you?" The others had the same idea, but felt embarrassed to say it. Now that one of them pointed it out, they immediately followed. "Right, we relied on the Chong family to be promoted to our positions today, but we've done a lot for you too. Now we're all in danger. Shouldn't you tell us why? Are we just pawns in your eyes? We don't need to know anything, we must just obey your orders. We side with the Chong family, but we're not your slaves. Since it has something to do with the trouble we're involved in these days, you should fill us in." "I agree. Sir, if you won't be honest with us, I'm afraid I will have to stop supporting the Chong family." Hearing that, Master Cheng's second son was angry, because they were indeed just pawns in the Chong family's eyes. They shouldn't ask him about the reason. He only wanted them to obey orders. However, he didn't dare to say that, especially at this moment. After what had happened to the Chong family had lost a lot of influence. Their supporters were even thinking about changing their attitudes. If Master Cheng's second son still refused to be honest, they would really stop supporting the Chong family. "Fine, I can tell you that what has happened to Leng Xiaoming was caused by the Chong family," said Master Cheng's second son. That was all he knew. What? Was it really done by the Chong family? Hearing that, everyone was slightly surprised. They had actually thought that it might have something to do with the Chong family, but they hadn't been sure. Isn't Leng Xiaoming fine now? Why couldn't the Leng family stop causing the Chong family trouble? They're too cruel. Because they sided with the Chong family, they didn't think the Chong family was wrong. Although it was very normal for the Leng family to want to pay the Chong family back, they still felt the Leng family was too cruel. After all, Leng Xiaoming was safe now. Perhaps the Leng family has targeted the Chong family. It's just an excuse. Sir, are you sure that's the only reason? Someone asked. He couldn't believe that it was so simple. Sorry, that's all I know, said Master Cheng II. Saying that, he suddenly felt that his father and older brother might be hiding something from him. It was possible, so he was displeased. After hanging up, Master Cheng's eldest son was too anxious to stay calm. He had no idea how much the Leng family knew about what they had done. Either way, the Leng family seemed to want to make the Chong family pay a heavy price for their actions. On the weekend, Leng Xiaoting came back. He wasn't involved in punishing the Chong family. He decided to leave it to the Dai family. Only if the Dai family needed help would he stand out. However, the next day after Leng Xiaoting came back, Ji Yuning received Zheng Peng's call. Zheng Peng told her that something went wrong at the construction site. When they dug out raw jade materials, some of them might be broken and there was often quality jade. Somehow the news went abroad and they lost many raw jade materials once in a while. Even though they set up cameras, those thieves showed up fully covered at night every time. They were in the barren mountains, so it was impossible for them to catch the thieves. Zheng Peng had already called the police, but he wasn't sure whether the police could catch those thieves. Anyway, they suffered a great loss, so he felt that Ji Yuning should know about it. Knowing that, Ji Yuning was mad. She couldn't tolerate it when someone dared to steal her stuff. Because she had nothing important to deal with right now, she decided to go to City Rui. After all, there was a lot of quality jade in those raw jade materials, she couldn't bear the loss. Leng Xiaoting wanted to go with Ji Yuning, but Ji Yuning turned him down. The Leng family was at a key moment right now, so she felt it was better for Leng Xiaoting to stay in the capital. Leng Xiaoting was unhappy with that and argued, "If I stay in the capital, I still need to go back to the military base tomorrow. If I go with you, then I don't need to go back. The military base isn't far from the capital. If the Leng family needs you, you can quickly help them," said Ji Yuning. "Don't you have trust in Mom and our master?" said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning was struck dumb for a moment. "Of course I have trust in them, but you're helpful too," she said resignedly. "If anything really goes wrong, they can go to the cultivation world for help. I can't receive signal in the military base most of the time. I have to train deep in the mountains most of the time," said Leng Xiaoting. He cared about the Leng family, but he believed Jing Yunyao and Sheng Guanyang could handle it. Ji Yuning opened her mouth, but said nothing. "If you don't agree, I'll just follow you secretly," Leng Xiaoting said like a naughty kid. It wasn't easy for him to see Ji Yuning, but she had to leave for work. They wouldn't be able to see each other again for a few days, so he was unhappy. Ji Yuning was struck dumb again. "Why are you suddenly becoming so unreasonable?" "Please," said Leng Xiaoting. Because Leng Xiaoting insisted, Ji Yuning gave in. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting booked plane tickets to City Rui for that afternoon. When they arrived at City Rui, it was already dark outside. Zheng Peng was waiting for them at the airport. Although it was dark already, it was only about 7:30 p.m. "Boss, sorry to bother you. I'm terribly sorry that I didn't deal with it properly," Zheng Peng said, feeling guilty. "No need to say that. If you can't find them, the thief must be skilled. It could be a thief team," said Ji Yuning. Zheng Peng was very good at business, but wasn't as outstanding in other aspects. After all, he was only an ordinary man. They had lost many raw jade materials, but Zheng Peng hadn't caught anybody, which meant the thief was very cunning. Even though Ji Yuning didn't blame him, Zheng Peng still felt guilty, but he understood that his abilities were limited, so he didn't blame himself too much. Chapter 2851, They've Offended You. "Oh, the Kong family heard what happened today, and they will do their best to help," said Zheng Peng. "Great," Ji Yuning answered. The Kong family agreed to help because they were grateful. However, even if the Kong family helped them out of gratitude, Ji Yuning still needed to buy Kong Xiaoji a meal to thank him. It was her way. Anyway, since they came, the police and the Kong family should stop the investigation for the time being, or those thieves might hide. Once they arrived at the city center of City Rui, they went to eat first. After they finished their meal, they would go to the construction site. Unfortunately, they ran into Chen Weiming in the hall the moment they walked into a restaurant. Chen Weiming had sexually harassed Ji Yuning when she came to City Rui last time, and had been taught a lesson. Because it happened a long time ago, Chen Weiming had almost forgotten about it, but he suddenly remembered it as soon as he saw Ji Yuning. He didn't feel mad, instead he subconsciously felt afraid and stepped back at once. Seeing that, Ji Yuning felt amused and Chen Weiming realized that his reaction was a little amusing. She totally forgot about it, but he remembered it clearly. Anyway, it was over and Ji Yuning wouldn't bother to argue about it again. After all, it wasn't a big deal, and she didn't suffer a loss. She just hoped that Chen Weiming would stop causing trouble. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Weiming asked in humiliation. He felt humiliated by his own reaction, but he didn't dare to vent his anger because Leng Xiaoting was next to Ji Yuning. "I just feel like laughing," said Ji Yuning. The people who were with Chen Weiming weren't the same people as before, so they didn't know Ji Yuning, but they were stunned by her beauty. Therefore, they didn't notice Chen Weiming's reaction, and felt that they might know each other after hearing their conversation. One man's eyes lit up and he asked right away, "Mr. Chen, do you know each other?" "Not at all," said Chen Weiming. Although they had met twice, they weren't familiar. Ji Yuning smiled, then walked away. "Hey, miss." Watching as Ji Yuning walked away, one man followed to stop her. He didn't seem unkind, but his lecherous look implied that he had no good intention either. However, before he got close to Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting blocked his path and coldly stared at him. "What do you want?" The man felt stressed in front of Leng Xiaoting and suddenly didn't know what to say. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting held Ji Yuning and walked away, closely followed by Zheng Peng. "Jesus, he's so powerful." When Leng Xiaoting and the others walked away, the man started breathing normally. He took a deep breath, but still felt frightened. "Don't mess with them. They're not easy to take advantage of, or I would have done that early on," said Chen Weiming. Thinking of what had happened last time, he still felt reluctant to accept the result, but he could do nothing about it, because he couldn't defeat Ji Yuning. "Have they offended you before?" a man asked curiously. At the same time, he felt extremely surprised. He couldn't believe that anyone dared to bully Chen Weiming in City Rui. Most importantly, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were strangers, so he didn't think they were born in rich families. "All right, no need to talk about that. Let's go." Chen Weiming didn't want to talk about it. It was so humiliating, and he didn't want to make himself a joke. Because Chen Weiming didn't want to talk about it, they didn't dare to ask further. However, they understood that Chen Weiming must have been humiliated before. After thinking for a while, they suddenly remembered that Chen Weiming had been injured in a fight a while ago. Did the cold man injure Chen Weiming? Even though they had that thought, they didn't ask about it, because it would add insult to Chen Weiming's injury. Actually, it was Ji Yuning who injured Chen Weiming, but because Ji Yuning was a girl, those men didn't think she could do it. They believed it must have been Leng Xiaoting who injured Chen Weiming. While they were having a meal, Zheng Peng called the policeman who was in charge of the theft case. He told the policeman about the situation, so the policeman agreed to stop investigating for the time being. After that, he called Kong Xiaoji. Why did Zheng Peng make the calls, instead of Ji Yuning? Because Kong Xiaoji called Zheng Peng, not Ji Yuning, so this time, it was better for Zheng Peng to call him back. Once Kong Xiaoji heard that Ji Yuning was in City Rui, he asked Zheng Peng whether it was convenient for Ji Yuning to answer his call. Zheng Peng then told Kong Xiaoji to wait for a while. Ji Yuning heard their conversation, so she directly reached out her hand to Zheng Peng to take his phone before he could even ask her about it. Kong Xiaoji asked to talk with her, so it would be impolite if she refused to answer his call. Anyway, it was just a call, it was not a big deal. "Hi, mister." Kong, this is Ji Yuning, said Ji Yuning. Hi, Miss Ji Yu, are you in City Rui now? I'm so sorry that I wasn't much help, said Kong Xiaoji, feeling guilty. Don't say that. I should thank you for helping me, said Ji Yuning. Well, Miss Ji Yu, you did me a big favor first, so I now have a chance to help you, but I'm not very useful, said Kong Xiaoji. I helped you for my own benefit, said Ji Yuning. It was an undeniable fact. But you still helped me a lot. Kong Xiaoji said, all right, we don't need to talk about that. Miss Ji Yu, are you free tomorrow? If you have time, can we share a meal? I think I have, but I should buy you a meal instead for helping me this time, said Ji Yuning. Miss Ji Yu, I don't think I was really helpful, said Kong Xiaoji. Well, it's a fact that you stood out to help me, it's another matter that you weren't too much help. Mr. Kong, no need to argue with me over that, otherwise I won't go to see you tomorrow, said Ji Yuning, pretending to be mad. Well, if you say that, I guess I have to agree. Ha ha, see you tomorrow then. Kong Xiaoji stopped arguing with Ji Yuning. After they had a brief chat, they hung up. Ji Yuning and the others had a meal at the restaurant, then went straight to the construction site. Chapter 2852. Make them pay 10 times the loss. I wonder whether they'll come tonight. Even if they will, we don't know when, so I guess we have to wait with patience, said Zheng Peng. He didn't want those thieves to come during the past days, but now he hoped they would come as soon as possible. With the presence of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he believed they could catch those thieves. As long as they come, we will definitely catch them, Ji Yuning said with great displeasure. She didn't know whether there was jade among the stolen raw jade materials. If there was, it would be a huge loss. After arriving at the construction site, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting watched the surveillance videos first. The surveillance cameras caught 3 men walking into the mining site, then each of them carried a sack of jade raw materials, which weighed almost 100 kilograms, but they carried it away easily. They came 3 times in total, and each carried 1 bag every time. Although it wasn't a lot, it wasn't very little either. Because they didn't show their faces, Ji Yuning couldn't see who they were. Among the 3 times, they were found out by miners once, but they still ran away with heavy jade raw materials. At a glance, Ji Yuning could tell that they weren't ordinary people, but she didn't think they had superpowers either. Although jade raw materials were heavy, strong men like Xu Jinchen could still easily carry it. Therefore, Ji Yuning thought that the 3 thieves must be good at martial arts. After that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed to climb up the mountain and have a look. Zheng Peng wanted to summon some people to go with them, but Ji Yuning declined. It would be more convenient for them to fly there. If Zheng Peng and the others followed them, they couldn't fly, so Ji Yuning directly said that they were more skilled than other people. If other people followed them, they would only be burdened. Since Ji Yuning said that, Zheng Peng didn't insist. After all, she was right. In fact, the mining area was only 10 meters away from where they lived. And because the mining area hadn't been mined for a long time, it wasn't very large. When they just started mining, they couldn't do it directly from the bottom of the mountain, because if the bottom of the mountain was hollowed out, it would lose its structure and collapse. Therefore, when they dug from the top down, they dug in an inclined way. After the appearance of the thieves, 2 men would come here and watch every night. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came, a supervisor at the construction site had called the 2 men, so the 2 men knew that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were their people. Therefore they weren't surprised when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came. They didn't know that Ji Yuning was their boss, but the supervisor told them that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were managers from their company. The supervisor also told them Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's surnames, so that they would know how to greet Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting after they came. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, the 2 men politely greeted them. Nice to see you, Mr. Leng, Miss Ji Yu. Hi, you can just continue your work. No need to pay attention to us. We'll just walk around by ourselves, said Ji Yuning. Sure, said the 2 men, then they walked away from Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, but they didn't dare to play on their phones in the tent any longer. Instead, they sat up straight on the stone outside the tent. At present, the excavation site was halfway up the mountain. About 200 square meters of land had been dug, and the depth was around 8 meters, so a lot of jade raw materials had been mined. There were more jade raw materials and jade in this mountain than in the other mountains, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sensed clear magical power from it as they walked closer. If the magical power was released like that, not only cultivators but monsters and ghosts would also be attracted. Thinking of that, Ji Yuning suddenly stopped. Was it possible that cultivators, monsters, or ghosts were the one who were stealing the jade raw materials? Without delay, Ji Yuning mentioned it to Leng Xiaoting. Hey, is it possible that the pure magical power here attracted some cultivators, monsters, or ghosts to steal jade raw materials? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting felt it might be the truth. I think that's possible. After they reached their destination, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to check the raw jade materials that had been mined and saw many pieces of jade. When she took a closer look, she found more jade. In that case, there should be a lot of jade among the stolen jade raw materials as well. Ji Yuning got even angrier and couldn't wait to catch the thieves and beat them before asking them for compensation. Don't worry, we'll make them pay 10 times the loss after we catch them. Leng Xiaoting felt Ji Yuning's anger, and comforted her. She wasn't so mad earlier, but now she was furious. Of course, they must pay 10 times the loss, said Ji Yuning angrily. Afterwards, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to look around the mountain separately. They wanted to know whether those thieves had hidden some tool somewhere or if they were waiting close by. Currently it wasn't important for them to pay attention to the traces left by those thieves, because it had been 2 days. If it just happened, they might get some clues from the traces. They were deep in the mountains and wild forests, so there were no surveillance cameras. The road down the mountain could lead towards so many directions. It was impossible for them to know where and how far those thieves went. Unfortunately, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting failed to find anything even after walking around for a while, so they climbed down to have a rest. They didn't know whether it was done by cultivators, monsters, or ghosts. They could only wait till the thieves came again. Whether they were cultivators, monsters, or ghosts, as long as they showed up again, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would stop them even if they were under the mountain. If the thieves were at a higher level than Leng Xiaoting, they might not be able to notice them, but Ji Yuning didn't think it was very likely. The house at the construction site was very simple, but it was built with bricks. The staff here stayed in the rooms, so Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Zheng Peng went to sit in the office. Zheng Peng wanted to prepare a room for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting because there was a vacant room. They only needed new bedding, but Ji Yuning turned him down. She might not stay here for long, so it wouldn't have a great impact on her even if she couldn't sleep at night. There was no need to bother them. In that case, Zheng Peng did nothing other than going to sit in the office with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Chapter 2853, Bright Day. Although Ji Yuning told him to have a rest, he didn't dare to leave when Ji Yuning was still awake. Because Zheng Peng insisted, Ji Yuning said nothing. However, nothing happened that night. Ji Yuning didn't lose her patience, because she understood that those thieves might not come back tonight. After all, no one knew when the bunch of thieves would come again, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't catch them right away. On the other hand, Zheng Peng was unhappy about it. I wonder whether they have no plan to come tonight, or if they heard something and disappeared. He hoped that those thieves would come, then Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could catch them and solve the problem as soon as possible. Afterwards, they could sleep at ease. It would also save some time for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. No idea, perhaps it's just a coincidence. We'll see what will happen tonight, said Ji Yuning. She also wanted those thieves to come quickly, so that she could deal with it and go back to the capital as soon as possible. After all, the situation in the capital was also worrying. Although Jing Yuniao and the others could protect the Leng family, Ji Yuning was still anxious because she cared about them. However, it wouldn't be a problem if she failed to catch those thieves before going back to the capital. She could just let the flood dragon stay there and watch the mountain. There was a river under the mountain, so the flood dragon could live here. If the thieves were cultivators, monsters, or ghosts, the flood dragon could fight with them. If they were just human beings, the flood dragon could scare them. The thieves wouldn't come in the day, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting returned to the city center first. Before that, Ji Yuning made up an excuse and went to look around the mountain, then she told the flood dragon to stay here. Hopefully, the thieves weren't cultivators. Zheng Peng also went back to the city center with them, because he needed to deal with something in the company. During the past few days, Zheng Peng spent most of his time in City Rui because the new company had just been established and he was busy with work. The company in City Tang, however, had already entered a steady condition. There were loyal and skilled managers, so he didn't need to be worried. Because Ji Yuning and the others returned to the city center early in the morning, it was only about 8:30 a.m. when they arrived. They hadn't had breakfast yet, so they went to eat first. Afterwards, Zheng Peng drove them to the hotel before going back to the company. Zheng Peng booked a room for them yesterday. They didn't sleep last night, but they needed a rest today. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't have any sleep last night, they were still full of energy, so they decided to go to the jade raw material market to see if they could find high-quality jade. Even though she had countless jade raw materials now, she still wanted more. It was still early, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the hotel for a while. They would have lunch outside, then go to the jade raw material market. As soon as they were in the room, Ji Yuning was pressed against the bed. "It's bright daylight. What are you doing?" Ji Yuning glared at him. "Let's make love," Leng Xiaoting said with an evil smile. "You're so horny," Ji Yuning said exasperatedly. "Can you satisfy me?" Leng Xiaoting asked as he started undressing Ji Yuning. "We didn't do it last night," he complained. "Is sex all that is on your mind?" Ji Yuning rolled her eyes with a resigned look, but she didn't push Leng Xiaoting away. "Don't you want to?" Leng Xiaoting raised his eyes, staring straight at Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning blinked and panicked a little, then she felt embarrassed. "I don't want to," she argued loudly. "Really? If you don't want to, why did you panic?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "I didn't," Ji Yuning retorted, but lowered her voice this time. At that moment, Leng Xiaoting placed his large palm on her chest and rubbed her breasts. Ji Yuning couldn't help but moan in pleasure, immediately arousing Leng Xiaoting. "You denied it with words, but your body actually wants it badly." Leng Xiaoting flirted with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was too mad to finish a sentence, so she tried to push Leng Xiaoting away. Leng Xiaoting comforted her right away. All right, it's my fault. I shouldn't have embarrassed you, but I really want you right now. Don't blame me for arousing you." The moment she opened her mouth again, Leng Xiaoting kissed her. Soon after, they had passionate sex. They hadn't had sex in a while, so they didn't stop until a few hours had passed. They originally planned to go eat at 11 a.m. and then go to the jade raw material market at about 12 p.m., but it was already 12:30 p.m. by the time they left the hotel. Ji Yuning's stomach grumbled as they left, signaling that she was hungry. She couldn't be more familiar with Leng Xiaoting, but she still felt embarrassed when it happened right in front of Leng Xiaoting. Ha ha, Leng Xiaoting was amused. Ji Yuning got mad when Leng Xiaoting laughed and immediately gave him a glare. "What are you laughing at? It's all your fault. We agreed to go eat at 11 a.m., but you delayed it. I'm starving now. Are you starving? Do you want my body?" Leng Xiaoting deliberately misunderstood Ji Yuning's words and implied that she might want more sex. Ji Yuning was angry, but she was afraid that Leng Xiaoting might really do it again, so she quickly strode out. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile. He wouldn't pull her back to the room to have more sex. Even if he wanted to, he cared more about her condition. And she was hungry now. Leng Xiaoting closed the door and left with Ji Yuning. "What do you want to eat?" asked Leng Xiaoting. "Seafood." Ji Yuning grumbled on purpose. She actually wanted to have a simple meal, but now she wanted to have a great meal and make Leng Xiaoting pay for it. However, she felt it was somewhat boring. A nice seafood meal was expensive for ordinary people, but it was barely a cent for Leng Xiaoting. It wasn't a smart move. Anyway, she wanted to eat seafood. "No problem, you can eat whatever you want," Leng Xiaoting said in a loving tone. He understood what Ji Yuning wanted to do, but he was willing to buy whatever she wanted. Chapter 2854. It's a huge waste. If you like seafood so much, we can stay by the sea for several days when we are free. We can eat fresh seafood every meal. If you want to catch seafood, we can do that too, said Leng Xiaoting. He suddenly realized that they hadn't taken a trip together ever since they got together. Although they had spent time together many times before, they usually did it for business, so Leng Xiaoting wanted them to purely enjoy themselves once. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's idea, Ji Yuning got excited. She remembered when she went to City Gang last time, she could choose whatever seafood she wanted to eat, and the seafood wasn't very expensive. Great. But where should we go? Asked Ji Yuning, her anger completely going away at that moment. Where do you want to go? You can choose, said Leng Xiaoting. He would go where Ji Yuning wanted to. I need to think about that, said Ji Yuning. Sure, there is no need to rush. After the situation in the capital stabilizes, we can take a vacation, said Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter. I don't think a vacation is rare to me, because I have so much free time that other students don't have. I only need to go to school for tests. That's because you're outstanding. You're an excellent student even though you don't go to class. And you own such a large business group even though you're just a student. Your school is proud of you. If an average student dared to be absent for a class or two, he or she would probably be heavily criticized. Said Leng Xiaoting. He was extremely proud of Ji Yuning. Well, if I was an ordinary girl, it'd be a waste of my second chance at life, said Ji Yuning proudly. Talking about Ji Yuning's reincarnation, Leng Xiaoting felt very lucky. Luckily, Ji Yuning was reincarnated, or he wouldn't have had the chance to meet her. Not far from the hotel they were staying in was a seafood restaurant, so they went there. Because they were rich, Ji Yuning ordered everything she wanted to eat. Although there were only 2 of them, they ordered enough food for 4 people. City Rui was far from the ocean, so seafood was very expensive here, so Ji Yuning's order shocked the service staff. She ordered 2 king crabs, 2 Australian lobsters, 4 abalones, 6 French baleine oysters, and several kinds of seafood with high prices. This meal would cost thousands of yuan. The service staff had seen many rich people because they worked there, but normally people would mainly order medium-priced seafood with a few pieces of expensive seafood. In addition, other diners would order other dishes besides seafood. Moreover, there were only 2 of them, but they ordered food for 4 people. Could they eat all the food? If the service staff gave them less seafood at the same price, they might not even notice. An attendant gave a glance at Ji Yuning, then at Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't help but wonder whether Leng Xiaoting would be displeased because the girl ordered a lot of seafood. Even though they were rich, it wasn't a cheap meal. What was their relationship? Were they a couple or lovers? Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed that the attendant was sizing them up. They didn't know what he was thinking, but it had to be about them. However, no matter what he was thinking, as long as he didn't say it aloud, they wouldn't argue with him. After ordering, Ji Yuning was afraid the service staff might give them less food at the same price, so she deliberately reminded. There are only 2 of us, but we can eat a lot. What we've ordered isn't much for us. Please serve the food equal to its price. Ji Yuning didn't humiliate them, but it wasn't uncommon for restaurants to serve less food at high prices. Miss, don't worry, we won't do that. The attendant said at once, feeling a little guilty. He wondered whether Ji Yuning could see through him or if it was just a worry she had. Either way, since Ji Yuning pointed it out, he would remind the cook to do his job properly. After all, Ji Yuning spent a lot of money at their restaurant, they must provide a reasonable service. They would sometimes serve less food at expensive prices, but they wouldn't do it too much. If diners were like Ji Yuning, who was very smart, they wouldn't dare to play that trick. Since Ji Yuning could afford expensive seafood, she couldn't be an ordinary person. If they dared to upset her, it would be a loss for their restaurant. Afterwards, the attendant walked away. When the attendant was gone, Ji Yuning asked, "Are we eating too much in their eyes?" "It's not important. We are paying for the food anyway," said Leng Xiaoting. He couldn't care less about other people's thoughts. When the attendant came out, he went to deliver Ji Yuning's order at the reception desk. The receptionist was a young woman, so she was very surprised when she looked at Ji Yuning's order. There are just 2 of them. Why did they order so much seafood? It's a huge waste. At the same time, she got jealous too, because this meal cost a month of her salary. Most importantly, she saw Leng Xiaoting when they walked in earlier and was impressed by him. Ji Yuning was also beautiful, so she was jealous. She wished that she could be Ji Yuning, so that she could be rich and eat whatever she wanted to. She said that they can eat a lot, said the attendant. There are only 2 of them. I don't think they can eat much. Are they pigs? The woman asked acidly. Hey, mind your words. They're customers. And it's their order. Why are you being so mean? The attendant saw that the woman was jealous and frowned with displeasure. Although it had nothing to do with him if the woman was jealous, it was highly disrespectful towards their customers. If Ji Yuning heard her and got mad, it would be their loss. It's none of your business. The woman argued angrily. All right, put through the order right now. I don't want the boss to see us. The attendant was unwilling to argue with this woman and urged her to do her job. The woman was displeased, but still went back to her work. After putting through the order, the attendant went to the kitchen with the bill, then reminded the cook to prepare food equal to the prices. Hearing that, the cook knew what he should do. Chapter 2855, You lost completely because there normally weren't many people who dined outside in the morning. Ji Yuning's order was quickly served. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting enjoyed their meal, then left together. When they went to pay the bill, the receptionist could barely move her eyes from Leng Xiaoting and she looked at Ji Yuning with obvious jealousy. Ji Yuning slightly frowned, but said nothing. Unfortunately, the receptionist wasn't nice. After they paid the bill, she muttered, He's not your husband, yet you aren't saving money for him. How could you spend so much of his money without even thinking about it? Hearing that, Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer. The woman was so nasty, trying to stir things up between her and Leng Xiaoting. Before Ji Yuning said anything, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth and coldly stared at the woman, putting pressure on her. I'm very rich and my wife can eat whatever she likes. It has nothing to do with you. The woman was scared by Leng Xiaoting's power and immediately froze with horror as her heart started racing. She didn't expect the girl to be his wife. In addition, Leng Xiaoting said that he was very rich and that his wife could eat whatever she liked, which filled the woman with jealousy. As soon as Leng Xiaoting finished speaking, he ignored the woman, then held Ji Yuning's hand and walked out. Wow, you looked so cool just then. When they were outside, Ji Yuning complimented Leng Xiaoting, looking at him with admiration, which filled Leng Xiaoting's heart with love. Although she was a strong woman outside, she was still a gentle girl in front of Leng Xiaoting. She was willing to rely on Leng Xiaoting when she needed him. I won't allow her to humiliate you. You're my wife, and you can eat whatever you want. I just want you to be happy, Leng Xiaoting said with great pride. He felt satisfied that Ji Yuning was happy. You're a perfect example of a great man. Ji Yuning complimented him once more. Of course, if not, you wouldn't accept me, said Leng Xiaoting. It sounded a little narcissistic, but it was the truth. You're right. Only a quality man deserves me, Ji Yuning said proudly. She looked slightly arrogant, but Leng Xiaoting felt she looked adorable. Whether Ji Yuning was arrogant or narcissistic, Leng Xiaoting loved her as always. When you loved someone, they would not have many shortcomings in your eyes. Even if they did, it was still a strong point in your eyes. And Ji Yuning was really a perfect girl. If she had any shortcomings, it would be that she was too attractive, so Leng Xiaoting often got jealous, but if Ji Yuning wasn't an outstanding girl, other men wouldn't be attracted to her. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting was jealous, but at the same time he felt proud of his girl. They walked back to the hotel, then rented a car and drove to the jade raw material market. When they arrived at the market, it was already almost 3 p.m. and it was crowded. Once they reached the market, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to rent a cart before going inside. After they walked in, Ji Yuning directly used her jade eyes to scan the jade raw materials. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, quietly pushed the cart and followed by her side. He didn't bother her. Ji Yuning targeted jade of high and top level this time, so she didn't pay more attention to other jade even if she saw some. If she took all the jade away, it would be improper. After all, she didn't rely on her own abilities to find jade. There were many jade raw materials with low-level jade, and Ji Yuning wouldn't miss them if she was new in the industry. But now she didn't bother to give them a glance. As the level of jade went higher, there was less and less of it. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting looked at several stands, but failed to see any. After looking at a few more stands, Ji Yuning finally found a piece of top-level jade and a piece of high-level jade. However, when she reached out to pick them up, another person did it before her and took away the top-level jade. Ji Yuning was upset, but she said nothing. She could only pick up the high-level jade. She pretended that she was watching other raw jade materials, but actually was waiting for the person to put the top-level jade down. If the person bought it, she would give up. If not, she wouldn't miss it. While Ji Yuning was looking at other raw jade materials, Leng Xiaoting thought that she did it in order to not attract other people's attention. It was a middle-aged man who picked up the top-level jade, but he put it down after observing it for a while. From the way the man looked at raw jade materials, Ji Yuning was sure that he wasn't an expert. The moment he put down the top-level jade, Ji Yuning took it. Because Ji Yuning was a little fast, the man felt that she was strange and gave her a glance. However, he said nothing and had no idea that there was actually jade in the raw jade material. As a result, he didn't pay attention to it. However, Leng Xiaoting understood what Ji Yuning was doing and felt amused. Ji Yuning turned to stare at Leng Xiaoting and stuck out her tongue for a second. It aroused Leng Xiaoting. He was easily aroused by her. The man walked away after giving Ji Yuning a glance and Ji Yuning immediately went to pay the bill. However, she had to admit that she ran into trouble nearly every time she went out. It wasn't always about her, sometimes other people were the ones in trouble. Although other people were in trouble, she somehow felt she always encountered trouble. Once Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went into a store, she suddenly heard someone shouting. "No, it's impossible. Impossible." It was a middle-aged man who was shouting. He had stubble and looked haggard. In front of the man were a man and a woman. The man was slightly fat with a big belly, while the woman was in her late 30s but dressed luxuriously. The woman held the fat man's arm and the two of them looked down their noses at the crazy middle-aged man who sank to the ground. After that, the fat man laughed at the middle-aged man. "Zhang Wenliang, you lost. You lost completely this time. Sign your name on the contract and give up your right to inherit the ancient house." "Right, Zhang Wenliang, don't you always keep your word? You won't deny it this time, right?" The woman next to the fat man chimed in. She looked at Zhang Wenliang with obvious disdain. Chapter 2856, She's Naive. "Shut up." The second the woman finished, Zhang Wenliang snapped at her. Then he stood up and glared at the woman. "You're a bitch. I don't want to talk to you," said he through his teeth. "You," the woman's face distorted in anger at once. She gave Zhang Wenliang a glare, but didn't know what to say. "She's my woman now. You can't say that to her." The fat man was displeased. Hearing that, onlookers began to guess their relationship. This woman might have been Zhang Wenliang's wife or girlfriend, but now she was with the fat man. Although Zhang Wenliang was haggard now, it wasn't difficult to see that he was a good-looking man. Why did the woman leave Zhang Wenliang for this fat man? Obviously, the fat man was rich. Most people didn't know them, so they weren't aware of the reason, but some knew why. "Tell your woman to shut up. She betrayed me. I don't want to hear her call my name. I don't want to talk to her either," shouted Zhang Wenliang. He humiliated the woman, because she cheated on him. He would never forgive her for that. The woman was mad that Zhang Wenliang talked about her like that. Especially when the onlookers looked at her with accusatory glances, she really wanted to hide herself away. Hearing Zhang Wenliang's words, the onlookers believed their guess was right. The woman had indeed betrayed Zhang Wenliang. In today's society, it wasn't uncommon that men and women betrayed each other, but that didn't mean that people would accept or understand it. On the contrary, it was disgusting and hateful. As a result, they disdained the woman. "Don't be so mean. She never betrayed you. Fang Lin just made the right choice, said the fat man. He didn't care about betrayal at all. Ha ha, the right choice. Yes, that's true for you two amoral people. Zhang Wenliang mocked them. They were indeed a perfect match. Fang Lin betrayed Zhang Wenliang for money, while the fat man also betrayed his wife for her. However, the two betrayers lived a good life, while the people who were cheated on lived in pain. It was so unfair. Zhang Dishan, don't think that's the final result. I'll beat you sooner or later, said Zhang Wenliang with determination. Can you beat me? Come on, you lost your ancient house to me. You have nothing. How can you defeat me? Zhang Dishan said disdainfully. He didn't think Zhang Wenliang had the ability to defeat him. Seeing that, Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer, so she stood out. Who told you he has nothing? The next moment, everyone turned to look at Ji Yuning. They wondered who she was and what she meant. However, the moment they saw her they were all amazed by her beauty. She was so beautiful. The woman showed jealousy. They weren't in the same age group, but she was still jealous of Ji Yuning. What does he have? Do you want to help him? Fang Lin asked acidly. She didn't think a young girl like Ji Yuning had the ability to help Zhang Wenliang. After all, they were totally strangers. It was impossible for her to help him. Zhang Dishan was also mad and coldly said, "Young girl, it has nothing to do with you. Don't get involved. Young girl, you shouldn't be involved. Don't get into trouble." Zhang Wenliang kindly warned Ji Yuning. He understood Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin very well. If Ji Yuning helped him, they would start causing her trouble too. Well, I already made up my mind to get involved. Let me see who can cause me trouble, said Ji Yuning arrogantly, then walked to the pile of raw jade materials. Ji Yuning's arrogance angered Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin, but no one knew why Ji Yuning suddenly walked to the pile of jade raw materials. What's she doing? Didn't she say she made up her mind to get involved? No idea. Is she going to hit Zhang Dishan with the stones? In fact, Zhang Dishan had the same thought, but didn't think it was likely. Even though the girl dared to interfere, she shouldn't be able to hurt him. How is it possible? It'll cause a lot of damage. Does she want to do stone gambling? But that has nothing to do with their conflict. I think she's going to choose jade raw materials for Zhang Wenliang. Does she think it's very easy? Thinking of that, the onlookers began to despise Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning, however, didn't care about it at all. After walking toward the large pile of jade raw materials, she quickly picked up 3 jade raw materials. Among them, there were 2 pieces of jade. One was of middle level, while the other was of high level. Although it wasn't large, it should be worth about 20 million yuan. With the 3 jade raw materials, Ji Yuning walked to Zhang Wenliang and said, "I'm always good at stone gambling. Do you dare to try it?" Seeing her behavior, everyone thought she was crazy. Was she joking? She randomly picked up several raw jade materials. Why was she so confident? She even said she was always good at stone gambling. Did she take herself as the queen of stone gambling? They had heard that a woman was unbelievably skilled at stone gambling and people in the industry called her the queen of stone gambling, but the woman was in her 20s while Ji Yuning looked younger than 20. Even Zhang Wenliang doubted Ji Yuning's abilities. Stone gambling was so difficult. How could she be so confident that her choices were right? However, he somehow felt that Ji Yuning wasn't joking, but it didn't mean that there was jade in those raw jade materials. Ha ha, young girl, are you kidding? Do you think there is jade in every raw jade material? You know nothing about this industry. Zhang Dishan laughed at Ji Yuning. He was completely amused by her behavior. Right, she's so naive, said Fang Lin with disdain. If they believed she was naive, Ji Yuning decided to act naive. I just think there is jade inside. Why don't we gamble over that? Said Ji Yuning with a naive look. Gamble? What do you have to gamble with me? Zhang Dishan slighted Ji Yuning, but didn't turn her down right away. Anyway, there must be a bet. Chapter 2857. I have enough money, let's bet whether there is jade among these 3 raw jade materials. If there isn't, I'll give you 5 million yuan. If there is, your contract with him will be invalid. What do you think? Said Ji Yuning. What? 5 million yuan. Was there really jade in those raw jade materials? No, it was impossible. No one believed that Ji Yuning could do that, but why did she dare to say that? Was she too rich to care about losing some money? They believed that might be the answer. No matter what, they refused to believe that there was jade among the 3 raw jade materials. I think she's too rich to care about losing some money. Jesus, why can't I have that chance? Yeah, if I had that chance, I could easily get 5 million yuan. Young girl, no need to do that. Zhang Wenliang immediately stopped Ji Yuning. He was a little mad at her impulse. It wouldn't do her any good. Before Zhang Wenliang finished, Zhang Dishan interrupted. Great, let's have a bet, but words aren't enough. We need to sign an agreement. Zhang Dishan was afraid that Ji Yuning would deny it after she lost, since he was certain that she was doomed to fail. Actually, Ji Yuning had the same worry, so she was more than happy to sign an agreement with Zhang Dishan. No problem. Ji Yuning agreed with alacrity. Afterwards, Zhang Dishan found a pen and a piece of paper to write down the agreement. Young girl, don't be so impulsive. Why are you giving him so much money? Zhang Wenliang criticized Ji Yuning. He was grateful for Ji Yuning's kindness, but it was a wrong decision in his eyes. Ji Yuning walked closer and put on a confident smile. Don't worry, I won't lose. If you can buy these 3 raw jade materials, the jade inside will be yours. Although Ji Yuning could gamble with Zhang Dishan on her own and return the ancient house to Zhang Wenliang after she won, she was in a good mood and wanted to give the jade to Zhang Wenliang. There was no reason for that. She simply wanted to see whether Zhang Wenliang dared to gamble. But, Zhang Wenliang wanted to say that it was impossible to cut jade from the 3 raw jade materials, but Ji Yuning was determined to help him, so he didn't want to hurt her. I don't have money now. He was really out of money. He barely had 100 yuan in his pocket, let alone over 1,000 yuan. If he had money, if he had enough money, he wouldn't take that risk, because he would lose everything. In fact, if he had a lot of money, he wouldn't have fallen into trouble now. I can lend you the money. If you lose, I don't need you to pay me back. If you win, you can pay me back then, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, everyone was surprised. Zhang Wenliang had unbelievably good luck today. Whether he won or lost, he wouldn't suffer any loss. Am I dreaming? I can't believe my ears either. If it's not a dream, then hell is frozen over right now. Young girl, why do you have to do that? I don't think I deserve your unconditional help. Zhang Wenliang was really touched, but he still couldn't accept Ji Yuning's help. Don't be afraid. I'm wealthy, said Ji Yuning. Everyone was surprised and felt heavily hit. They didn't understand rich people's world. Fang Lin was furious at this moment. She couldn't believe that Zhang Wenliang could be so lucky today. A rich girl suddenly jumped out to help him. Although she thought that Ji Yuning must be crazy, she was willing to see Ji Yuning lose a fortune. If Ji Yuning lost, they could make a lot of money. Zhang Dishan had millions of yuan in assets, but most of it was in fixed annuities like houses, so 5 million yuan was a lot. It was already enough to make them jealous. Anyway, I've reached an agreement with Zhang Dishan. Now it's not your own issue. Even if you don't agree, I still need to gamble with him. I am not doing this just for you, I simply hate his behavior and want to teach him a lesson. But I can be honest with you. You won't lose anything as long as you trust me, said Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning said that in order to not burden Zhang Wenliang. I won't lose anything, but you will. I'm not a saint, but I know I don't deserve your unconditional help, said Zhang Wenliang. In that case, Zhang Wenliang was an upright man. Just take it as a little favor. You just said that you're not a saint. Since you're not, you sometimes need help. Don't tell me you have never accepted any help from anyone throughout your life. I won't believe it, said Ji Yuning. She was persuading Zhang Wenliang to accept it, because he wouldn't accept the jade if he didn't agree right now. Zhang Wenliang was struck dumb for a moment and didn't know what to say. Although Ji Yuning's words made sense, he still felt he didn't deserve it. Don't you want your ancient house back? Asked Ji Yuning. Zhang Wenliang felt like changing his mind. He obviously wanted his ancient house back. After all, it stored stories of his family's generations. Come on, be a man. I hate indecisive men the most. Ji Yuning was mad that Zhang Wenliang was still hesitating. She wasn't really mad, but she wanted to force Zhang Wenliang to accept. Fine, I accept. If I win, I only want my ancient house back. I don't want other things, said Zhang Wenliang. He would be satisfied if his ancient house could be returned to him. Other people, however, thought he was dumb. Although they didn't think that there was jade in the raw jade materials, what if there really was? On the other hand, some people were still amazed by his merit. Ji Yuning smiled and said nothing. Since he agreed, it wasn't up to him whether he took the jade or not. At this time, Zhang Dishan finished the agreement. Young girl, the agreement is done. Now sign your name on it. You asked for it by yourself. Don't regret it, Zhang Dishan urged, in case Ji Yuning regretted doing it. After all, it was 5 million yuan. I surely won't regret it, said Ji Yuning. Then she took the agreement. After making sure it was right, she signed her name on it and each of them took a copy. Chapter 2858, Completely Ignorant, Great, then let's begin. Let me pay the bill first, said Ji Yuning. Afterwards, she carried the raw jade material to the counter. She was busy talking with Zhang Wenliang just then, so she didn't pay the bill. Leng Xiaoting stayed at the side, because Ji Yuning told him not to stand out right now. When Ji Yuning went to pay the bill, Zhang Dishan looked at Zhang Wenliang with confidence. Zhang Wenliang, you're lucky today. A rich girl is willing to do you a favor, but you're still doomed to fail, because she's an idiot. Ha ha, ha ha. In Zhang Dishan's eyes, Ji Yuning was simply a rich idiot. The onlookers in the store had the same idea. They were also jealous because they didn't have so much money. It was 5 million yuan. Many of them had never seen so much money throughout their entire lives. They couldn't even imagine it. Everyone was jealous of Zhang Dishan's good luck. In fact, the Zhang family's ancestral house isn't worth 5 million yuan. If she directly gives you the amount of money, you might have a chance to be successful again, but unfortunately you won't. Zhang Dishan didn't say that until after they signed the agreement. If he had said that earlier, Ji Yuning would directly give Zhang Wenliang 5 million yuan. In that case, he wouldn't have the opportunity to win the money and Zhang Wenliang could seize the chance to defeat him. Zhang Wenliang had skills, so Zhang Dishan was jealous of him and schemed against him. Zhang Dishan made Zhang Wenliang lose everything so that Zhang Wenliang couldn't be successful anymore. However, he was still worried in his heart. He was afraid that Ji Yuning might still give Zhang Wenliang a lot of money even if she lost the bet. Normally, people wouldn't give strangers money, but Ji Yuning already took out 5 million yuan, which meant she might do something even crazier. Hearing Zhang Dishan's words, the onlookers agreed with him. It was true that Zhang Wenliang could become successful again with 5 million yuan. Why didn't Ji Yuning do that? Instead, she chose to take a gamble. She could easily lose the money to Zhang Dishan. Everyone believed that Ji Yuning was dumb. They couldn't understand rich people's thoughts. Zhang Wenliang remained silent when Zhang Dishan made fun of him, because he was also anxious. However, since he agreed with Ji Yuning, he still felt some anticipation. Before long, Ji Yuning came back and went to the stone cutting area. In order to speed up, she ordered the 3 stone cutters to cut the stones together. Because this was a large store, there were 3 stone cutting machines. Ji Yuning saw that, so she picked up 3 raw jade materials. Miss, may I know where you are from? You don't sound like a local citizen. When they were free, Zhang Dishan asked Ji Yuning. He wanted to know her background. Ji Yuning was willing to bet 5 million yuan, which meant she was highly likely to be born in a rich family. Nevertheless, it was her idea to have a bet, so he wasn't scared even if she was from an influential family. How much do you know about stone gambling? Zhang Dishan continued. I rely on my senses, but I have cut out jade before, said Ji Yuning with a naive look. Hearing that, Zhang Dishan and many other people disdained her again. Your senses. That's ridiculous. It's very difficult to cut out jade. How could you rely on your senses to do that? You're really bold. Fang Lin rolled her eyes at Ji Yuning with contempt. You're bold too. You betrayed your husband and have no moral standards. I'm brave enough to get what I want morally. Anyway, you're not comparable to me at all. In fact, there is nothing you can compare with me. I feel humiliated that you would even dare to judge me." Ji Yuning didn't hesitate to laugh at Fang Lin. She held no respect for her. Although she understood it wasn't right because it had nothing to do with her, she just couldn't stand it. Fang Lin was mad and her face distorted in anger, but she had no idea how to argue against Ji Yuning. "Mind your attitude," Zhang Dishan angrily warned Ji Yuning. Fang Lin was his woman now, so Ji Yuning was also humiliating him. However, when he shouted at Ji Yuning, he felt a cold look aimed at his back. He was frightened and even trembled a little. It was Leng Xiaoting's cold look. If Ji Yuning hadn't told him to stand at the side, he would have protected her behind his back. "What? Can't I fight back when she's judging me? It's unfair. And you're selfish. Don't think that everyone will tolerate your selfishness. Some people might not dare to argue with you because you're rich, but there are many people who are richer than you in this world. You can easily offend someone you shouldn't mess with and then you'll be unable to bear the consequences." Facing Zhang Dishan's warning, Ji Yuning wasn't displeased. She replied lazily with great pride, but she had an air of authority which couldn't be ignored. Zhang Dishan was struck dumb. Although he was angry, he had to admit Ji Yuning was right. After all, she quickly bet 5 million yuan on the raw jade materials, so obviously she was very rich. Zhang Dishan, on the contrary, didn't have that much money. As a result, he was a little scared of Ji Yuning. If he really offended her, he might lose more than what he could afford. Zhang Dishan said nothing further, but he felt unhappy, so he could only vent his anger on Fang Lin. "Stop it now. Don't cause me trouble every day." After being criticized by Zhang Dishan, Fang Lin was angry, but she didn't dare to argue with him because he looked really mad. Zhang Dishan wouldn't spoil her. When he was in a good mood, he would be nice to her, otherwise he would vent his anger on her. However, Fang Lin was still willing to be his girlfriend, because he was very generous. At the same time, the stone-cutting machines began to work, and everyone turned to focus on them. Even though they didn't think there was jade, they were still nervous with anticipation. No one was more nervous than Zhang Wenliang, while Ji Yuning, Zhang Dishan, and Fang Lin stayed calm. Ji Yuning was calm because she knew there was jade, while Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin looked calm because they believed there was no jade. Chapter 2859, I will give you money. Zhang Wenliang clenched his fists and his palms were sweating. He fully focused on the 3 raw jade materials, as if he could get jade in that way. "Do you think jade will appear by staring at it?" Zhang Dishan made fun of Zhang Wenliang. Hearing that, Zhang Wenliang glared at him, but said nothing because he had no idea what to say. He was afraid that there wasn't any jade in the raw jade materials. In that case, Ji Yuning would lose 5 million yuan. He was more worried about Ji Yuning than about his own ancestral house. He had already lost the ancestral house, and that wouldn't change if Ji Yuning lost as well, but for Ji Yuning, that was a lot of money. On the other hand, if Ji Yuning won, he could get his ancestral house back. Although he didn't think there was jade in the raw jade materials, he still held hope. "Trust me, there is jade in them," Ji Yuning said confidently. "Young girl, don't be so confident, or you'll be embarrassed by yourself later." "I won't care about your feelings if you lose," said Zhang Dishan. It seemed as if he kindly reminded her to be careful. "We'll see what will happen in a while. It's not over yet. Why are you so sure that I'll embarrass myself? You have too much confidence too. Aren't you afraid that you'll embarrass yourself? To be honest, I don't care how you'll treat me. I just hope you can accept the result if you lose. Don't try to deny it, because it's useless," said Ji Yuning. "Let's see." Zhang Dishan snorted and said nothing further. Before long, the first layer of the first raw jade material was cut off, but there was no green. Everyone was very nervous. Zhang Wenliang was still slightly worried, while Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin were full of confidence. The second and the third raw jade materials were also cut open. Unfortunately, there was no visible jade in them either, but there was jade hidden under the first layer of the 2 raw jade materials which contained jade. Cut off another centimeter of the raw jade materials at the right. And rub the middle one please, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that she wanted to rub the middle raw jade material, everyone turned to look at her with disdain. Did she think there would be jade by rubbing? I think this girl is too confident. She even asked the stone cutter to rub the raw jade material. Right, if there is no jade inside, it'll be humiliating. I don't want to see so much money lost. It's 5 million yuan. Upon thinking of 5 million yuan, many people couldn't accept it. They couldn't get so much money, so they didn't want other people to have it. Young girl, it will take a long time to rub this stone, the stone cutter said with displeasure. He didn't think there was jade in this raw jade material, so he was unwilling to waste time on it. If an expert asked him to do that, he would carry out the order without hesitation, and would expect to see jade in the stone. I am paying you. Don't waste time. You've already received the remuneration. Just do your job, Ji Yuning said calmly. Fine. Hearing that, the stone cutter said nothing further. Although it was a waste of time, Ji Yuning was right. He was paid to do this job, so it was no different no matter who asked him to do it. Therefore, he took out tools to rub the stone. The other stone cutter who was asked to cut off another centimeter willingly did so because he would have done the same thing next. Oh, do you think you're an expert? You don't look like one at all. Fang Lin couldn't help laughing at Ji Yuning. Zhang Dishan didn't stop her, because it was what he wanted to say as well. We'll see whether I'm a real expert after the raw jade materials are all cut open. Why are you making fun of me before the result comes out? Aren't you afraid that you'll only embarrass yourself? Oh, I guess you don't have a sense of shame, so you won't feel ashamed, right? Ji Yuning said at once. Fang Lin was mad. She wanted to argue with Ji Yuning, but Zhang Dishan stopped her with a glance, so she had to shut up. Normally, he wouldn't care about what Fang Lin said, because they shared the same values. What Fang Lin said was exactly what he thought in his mind, so Fang Lin said it for him. However, she shouldn't embarrass him. When Ji Yuning argued with her, he felt embarrassed, so he needed to stop Fang Lin from talking more. After a second cut was made to the raw jade material at the left, there was still no jade. It wasn't surprising, but everyone subconsciously turned to look at Ji Yuning to see her reaction. Ji Yuning stayed calm as usual, which made them wonder whether there was really jade in the 3 raw jade materials. Before long, the raw jade material in the middle was cut another centimeter and finally showed jade. It shocked everyone and they couldn't believe their eyes. Ji Yuning was still calm, so was Leng Xiaoting, but a few moments later the crowd became excited. Jesus, there is jade. There is jade. I can't believe my eyes. There is really jade inside. Zhang Wenliang was full of excitement as well. If there was jade, Ji Yuning wouldn't need to give Zhang Dishan 5 million yuan and he could also get his ancestral house back. Ji Yuning only bet that there would be jade. Whether the jade was good or bad, she won. No, impossible. It's impossible. Zhang Dishan couldn't believe or accept it. Unexpectedly, there was really jade. Since there was jade, he couldn't get the 5 million yuan and would even lose the ancestral house he just won. Fang Lin couldn't believe it either. This time, people looked at Ji Yuning with much less disdain and contempt. They thought that she was just lucky to cut out jade. Nevertheless, she had jade now. At this moment, the stone cutter washed the dirt on the jade, then they saw the quality. It turned out to be a sticky rice type. It's middle-level sticky rice jade. The stone cutter exclaimed in great surprise. He thought it was just a piece of low-level jade, because it was more likely to cut out jade of low quality. In that instant, everyone became envious of Ji Yuning. Chapter 2860, You can't deny it actually, people cut out jade of middle and high level here once in a while, so it wasn't that strange, but it was still rare. Compared with the number of people who were involved in stone gambling, the possibility was 1 in tens of thousands. Therefore, even though it wasn't strange, it was shocking enough. And it was not just middle-level jade, even low-level jade could shock a lot of people. Mr. Zhang, you lost. You can't deny it, right? Ji Yuning turned to look at Zhang Dishan with a vague smile. At this moment, people noticed that Ji Yuning didn't look surprised at all when she cut out jade. Was she so confident? Some people still believed that she was pretending to be calm, but Zhang Wenliang was completely convinced that Ji Yuning had skills. However, it was too unbelievable because Ji Yuning didn't carefully choose the raw jade materials. On the contrary, she randomly picked some as if she could see there was jade inside. Zhang Wenliang didn't think it was possible, so he thought that Ji Yuning had already made her choices before meeting him. No, impossible. It's impossible. Perhaps it's just a thin layer of jade. Perhaps the rest of it is stone. It doesn't count. It must be valuable jade. Zhang Dishan said. Obviously, he tried to deny the result. Zhang Dishan, you can't deny it. We agreed that I win as long as there is jade. You didn't say there has to be a whole piece of jade. Zhang Wenliang angrily criticized Zhang Dishan. He was angered by Zhang Dishan's attitude and was also afraid that it was just a thin layer of jade. After all, it was highly likely. I wrote it wrong. I don't care. It must be a whole piece of jade. Zhang Dishan insisted. He was lying. He simply hadn't thought that there was jade in Ji Yuning's raw jade materials. However, now jade showed and it was of middle level. What was worse, it was highly likely for it to be valuable. Although it was highly likely for it to be valuable jade, Zhang Dishan still wished that luck would be on his side today. He was reluctant to lose. If he lost, he would lose Zhang Wenliang's ancestral house and 5 million yuan. Zhang Dishan, you're shameless. If you deny it, I don't think the previous bet is meaningful either. I won't sign the transfer contract either. If you dare to break the rules, I'll risk my life on that. Anyway, I have nothing now. There is nothing I have to be afraid of. Zhang Wenliang scolded. Zhang Dishan was also mad, but he didn't know what to say, because he knew Zhang Wenliang meant it. You lost, and you can't deny it, but since you're unwilling to accept that, I can prove to you whether this jade is valuable. Staring at Zhang Dishan, Ji Yuning spoke coldly. Then she turned to look at the stone cutter and said, please cut the side 5 centimeters deep. Sure, said the stone cutter. Without hesitation, he did his job. Although he said nothing earlier, he had been unhappy about Ji Yuning's order, but now, he wasn't displeased at all. Instead, he began to have anticipation. Would there be jade after the 5-centimeter cut? The stone cutter who was rubbing the final raw jade material now fully obeyed Ji Yuning's orders. At the same time, he guessed whether there was also jade in this one. He didn't think it was likely, but he had anticipation too. I don't care. It must be a piece of valuable jade. Zhang Dishan argued. It's written clearly in the agreement. As long as there is jade, we win. Now you are asking for a piece of valuable jade. If there is, will you change the condition once more? Mr. Zhang, are you wasting my time? Do you think it's funny? Don't dig your own grave. Ji Yuning coldly said as she sneered at him. Zhang Dishan was still unwilling to accept the result, but he began to get scared of Ji Yuning, not just because of her words but also because of her power. She put a lot of pressure on him and appeared very powerful, so she must have a high status. Zhang Dishan said nothing further, but he was still thinking about how to handle it although he had already lost. Because he said nothing further, Ji Yuning closed her mouth too. Before long, the first raw jade material was cut open and it was a stone inside and out. It took a lot longer to rub a stone, so the second one wasn't cut open yet. The third jade which already showed green had the third cut. After the stone cutter obeyed Ji Yuning's order and cut 5 centimeters, he saw jade, which shocked everyone once more. The next moment, they turned to look at Ji Yuning in admiration. Jesus, she's so right. She must be a master. It's incredible. Am I in a dream? I have the same doubt. People discussed in surprise, while Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin were too shocked to stand steadily. It was valuable jade. Why? How could this girl be so unbelievable? She cut out jade and it was valuable. Now, they were sure that they lost the 5 million yuan and the Zhang family's ancestral house. No, they couldn't accept the result. Therefore, Fang Lin opened her mouth. No, this agreement doesn't stand. We don't accept it. Hearing that, Ji Yuning was angry and questioned her. What? It doesn't stand. Why do you think you can deny it as you want? Who do you think you are? Although Fang Lin was stressed by Ji Yuning, she couldn't care less about it now. She directly shouted at Ji Yuning, "You have no relationship with Zhang Wenliang. You can't bet his ancestral house on that. We'll just give up on your 5 million yuan. If you didn't bet the ancestral house, we wouldn't have bet 5 million yuan. Do you think we're dumb? Or are you idiots? It's clearly written on the paper. It's impossible to deny it, but if you don't want to lose the ancestral house, you should give me the same amount of money. So, the ancestral house, or 5 million yuan. You can choose. Or I can make you lose everything." Ji Yuning threatened. Because Zhang Wenliang just said that the ancestral house was worth less than 5 million yuan, it was impossible for Zhang Dishan to pay 5 million yuan in order to keep it. Chapter 2861. It's not over yet. Without surprise, once Zhang Dishan heard Ji Yuning's words, he couldn't stay calm at all. He subconsciously retorted, "No way. It would kill him if he had to pay 5 million yuan since the ancestral house wasn't worth so much money." However, he was unwilling to lose the ancestral house as well. "Since it's impossible, do you agree to give up the ancestral house?" said Ji Yuning. Zhang Dishan wanted to argue against Ji Yuning, but didn't know how. "The green shows." Right at that moment, the third stone cutter exclaimed in shock, which surprised everyone. "What?" Green showed again. Without delay, everyone turned to look at the third stone cutter, and there was indeed green. Although it was just a small area and a thin layer, and they could barely see its quality, it was true that there was jade. After making sure of it, people abruptly turned to stare at Ji Yuning with admiration. At the beginning, only a few admired her, since most of them believed that she was just lucky today, but now they changed their mind. They realized that good luck wasn't enough to explain it. No matter how lucky Ji Yuning was, she couldn't cut out 2 pieces of jade in a row without skill. "Right, she reminds me of the Queen of Stone Gambling." "Me too. If they were the same age, I would really think that she is the Queen of Stone Gambling." Ji Yuning heard their discussion. She was the Queen of Stone Gambling under another identity, Tang Aining. She cheated. Right, she must have cheated. It's impossible to cut out 2 pieces of jade from 3 raw jade materials. Fang Lin lost control and shouted. She was unwilling to lose 5 million yuan and the ancestral house, so she did her best to pin the blame on Ji Yuning. Because it was too easy for Ji Yuning to cut out jade, the onlookers had the same doubt. Did she really cheat? Those who were jealous of Ji Yuning and refused to believe that she could cut out 2 pieces of jade in a row felt that she might have cheated. However, people who still had reason didn't think it was likely. After all, no one could see what was in the stones. It was impossible for Ji Yuning to cheat. And they had watched her choose the raw jade materials with their own eyes. Some people thought that Ji Yuning might have paid an expert to make the choices for her beforehand, but why didn't she send those raw jade materials to Zhang Wenliang earlier? If she had done that, Zhang Wenliang wouldn't have lost to Zhang Dishan and there would be no trouble at all. In addition, even experts couldn't be as accurate as Ji Yuning. No expert dared to say that there was jade in a certain stone, but Ji Yuning had the courage to do that. Therefore, they didn't think that she cheated. Because of that, they were more curious to know how Ji Yuning managed to know that there was jade in certain raw jade materials. Did she have superpowers? It was the truth, but nobody would believe it. Well, Ji Yuning smiled mockingly. What you just said is slander. Do you know that you'll be punished according to the law if you damage my reputation? Is it so hard for you to admit that someone is better than you? If you think I cheated, do an investigation. I've never cheated. Only people without abilities would cheat. In fact, Ji Yuning had indeed cheated, but she didn't think it was wrong. They had no evidence anyway. She wasn't a saint, and wouldn't obey the rules all the time. Moreover, no matter how cunning she was, she only did that because Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin weren't good people. Fang Lin didn't know what to say. Although she claimed that Ji Yuning cheated, she didn't actually believe it. She knew a bit about stone gambling, and she understood how difficult it was. She only said that because she was reluctant to accept the result. Mr. Zhang, what can you say now? Ji Yuning turned to look at Zhang Dishan. Fine. Zhang Dishan understood that he was doomed to fail no matter how he argued with Ji Yuning right now, because they had indeed reached an agreement. Therefore, he gave in. Zhang Wenliang, I won't forget what has happened between us. Let's go and see. Zhang Dishan threatened Zhang Wenliang before he left in anger. Even though Zhang Wenliang had Ji Yuning's help now, Ji Yuning wasn't a local citizen. Once she left, he would have a chance to pay Zhang Wenliang back. Now he didn't have a good opportunity to defeat Zhang Wenliang, so he had to be patient. Dishan. Fang Lin was reluctant to accept the result, but she had to leave with Zhang Dishan. Zhang Wenliang was worried that Zhang Dishan would cause him trouble again, but he would deal with it according to the situation in the future. At least, he kept his ancestral house now. Once Zhang Dishan and Fang Lin were gone, someone asked before Zhang Wenliang could thank Ji Yuning, "Miss, will you sell this raw jade material?" "Please wait till the jade is fully cut out," said Ji Yuning. Since she said that, the man stopped asking. After that, Zhang Wenliang made a deep bow towards Ji Yuning and thanked her sincerely. "Miss, thank you so much for helping me keep my ancestral house. I have nothing valuable to give you as a gift, but if you need me in the future, I won't spare my effort to return your kindness. Although I'm in a difficult situation now, I'll do my best to get better." "Mr. Zhang, may I know what you did before?" asked Ji Yuning. She had a good impression of Zhang Wenliang. If he had skills, she was willing to hire him. Anyway, she was shorthanded. "My family has been involved in the raw jade material business for generations, but we don't mind." "We're an agent," said Zhang Wenliang. "Will you continue to do that?" asked Ji Yuning. "I don't know. After all, I have nothing now. Zhang Dishan won't stop causing me trouble. It'll be very hard for me to do business right now." Zhang Wenliang put on a wry smile and said resignedly, "Do you want to do the business on your own, or are you willing to work for another company?" asked Ji Yuning again. "It would be best if I could do the business on my own, but it's unrealistic. I'm involved in trouble now, so I don't know who would want to hire me," said Zhang Wenliang, having no idea what to do next. Chapter 2862. I didn't agree. "If you plan to do the business on your own, we can cooperate, but I can't stop Zhang Dishan from causing you trouble. I can only promise to provide you with goods. If you're willing to work for me, I can hire you too and I can protect you by stopping Zhang Dishan from causing you trouble again. I only want you to be loyal and reliable. As for your future, it relies on your own abilities," said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, not only Zhang Wenliang was also surprised. Zhang Wenliang was so lucky today. He had help from a rich girl and the girl even offered him a job. "Miss, I don't know what to say. I don't think I deserve this," and Zhang Wenliang felt guilty since he gained a lot without paying anything. Therefore, he decided to turn Ji Yuning down. However, before he finished, Ji Yuning interrupted. "If you have other worries, they won't be a problem. I can help you, but if you're unwilling to work for me, I won't force you." Although Ji Yuning wanted to hire him, she still needed his willingness. Zhang Wenliang suddenly had no idea what to say. Ji Yuning didn't continue. Instead, she took out her name card and handed it to Zhang Wenliang. "Think about it. After you make up your mind, call me." Although Zhang Wenliang didn't think he would agree, he still took Ji Yuning's name card. "Sure, thank you so much for your kindness. I'll think about it." "Great." Ji Yuning nodded, then walked away. Seeing that, Zhang Wenliang shouted, "Miss, your jade." He thought Ji Yuning forgot it. "That's your jade. Didn't we talk about it?" said Ji Yuning. "But I said I only want my ancestral house," said Zhang Wenliang. "I didn't agree on that," said Ji Yuning. Afterwards, she turned around and left without looking back. Well, Zhang Wenliang wanted to chase after her, but Ji Yuning walked away too fast. And the jade was left behind, so he couldn't leave. Anyway, he had Ji Yuning's phone number so he could return the jade to her later. Even though Ji Yuning said that he could have the jade, he didn't think he should take it. He still wanted to return the jade. Other people, however, couldn't be more jealous of Zhang Wenliang at this moment. Zhang Wenliang is so lucky today. Right, the girl helped him get his ancestral house back and even gave him 2 pieces of jade. The jade should be worth over 10 million yuan. Because the First jade wasn't fully cut out yet and the second one just showed a little. Nobody knew how much it was worth. However, it was worth at least 10 million yuan. Therefore, everyone was jealous of Zhang Wenliang for getting so much money so easily, but they were all ordinary people, so none of them had the idea of stealing Zhang Wenliang's money. I wish I could be so lucky. Wow, I'm so envious of him. Zhang Wenliang honestly didn't think he could keep the 2 pieces of jade. He liked them, and wanted them because they were free. If he sold them, he wouldn't need to work for years. However, he had his own principles and felt that it was already enough that Ji Yuning helped him get his ancestral house back. Anyway, he wouldn't talk about it with onlookers. A while later, the jade was mostly rubbed out from the third raw jade material. Upon seeing its quality, the crowd got excited once more because it was an old pit glass type with a high level. Even Zhang Wenliang was stunned. They thought that there might just be middle or low-level jade, but unexpectedly the jade was of high level. Mr. Zhang, are you willing to sell this jade? At this moment, someone asked Zhang Wenliang. Although Ji Yuning told them that she would sell after the jade was fully cut out, she had given the jade to Zhang Wenliang, so they needed to ask him. If they bought it now, they wouldn't need to pay a lot of money for it, but it was still risky, because no one knew how large the jade was. It might just be a thin layer or very small, but if it was a whole piece, they could make a fortune. Sorry, I won't sell it, said Zhang Wenliang. He was going to return the jade to Ji Yuning, so he wouldn't sell it. Hearing that, several potential buyers were disappointed, but they couldn't force Zhang Wenliang to sell the jade. After the 2 pieces of jade were cut out, everyone got jealous because they were worth at least 30 million yuan. Mr. Zhang, are you sure you won't sell them? If you sell them, you can get a lot of money. And you'll be able to do what you want. Someone tried to persuade Zhang Wenliang to sell the jade, because it was rare to get this type. No, Zhang Wenliang said with determination. In that case, the other people could do nothing about it, so Zhang Wenliang left with the jade. Zhang Wenliang was afraid he would be targeted and robbed while carrying the jade, which was the last thing he wanted to see. As a result, he wanted to call Ji Yuning after walking out of the store. Coincidentally, before he could call Ji Yuning, he saw her. At that moment, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were walking back to meet Kong Xiaoji. Without delay, Zhang Wenliang walked towards Ji Yuning. When he got close to them, he clearly felt stressed by Leng Xiaoting. It seemed that Leng Xiaoting wasn't an ordinary man. No matter who Leng Xiaoting was, it had nothing to do with Zhang Wenliang, so he didn't think much about it. Miss Ji Yu. Zhang Wenliang stopped Ji Yuning and said, I was looking for you. The jade is fully cut out, but I really can't take them. They're too expensive and are worth at least 30 million yuan. You've already done me a big favor by helping me get my ancestral house back. I honestly have no idea how to return your kindness. I won't be able to sleep well if I keep your jade as well. The fact that he ran to return the jade to Ji Yuning proved he was an upright man. Mr. Zhang, carry them steadily. Let's talk as we walk together, Ji Yuning said, but she didn't take the jade from Zhang Wenliang. Sure, Zhang Wenliang didn't know what Ji Yuning was going to tell him, but he still listened to her. Mr. Zhang, I help other people according to my mood. Since I said the jade is yours, I decided to give it to you. If I want to, I can cut out jade anytime I want. And I already have a lot of jade. I don't lack it. You should have witnessed my abilities, right? Chapter 2863. Contact me after you make the decision. In fact, Zhang Wenliang still couldn't believe that Ji Yuning could be so good at stone gambling. It was really unbelievable, but it was right. Given her skills, she could cut out as much jade as she wanted. However, it had nothing to do with him, and Zhang Wenliang still felt that he shouldn't take the jade. Ji Yuning continued, if you feel you don't deserve it, you can take my advice. I'm short-handed now. I need loyal and reliable people, so you can come and work for me if you want to return the favor. Ji Yuning's name and phone number as well as her title were on the name card. Zhang Wenliang didn't care much about that, because he believed that she was a good person because she helped him. However, he didn't think that he could return her kindness by working for her. Instead, he felt Ji Yuning was doing him another favor. He could be helpful, but he didn't think he was worth 30 million yuan. Miss Ji Yu, I don't think it's a good deal for you. I think you are helping me again, said Zhang Wenliang. Why? As long as you're loyal and diligent, you can be helpful. You did business before, so you should know it's not easy to find a loyal and reliable employee, especially a manager, nowadays. I'm asking you to be loyal to me because I've done you a big favor, but if you dare to betray me, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. In other words, I can help you or save you, but I can also kill you or ruin your life. I don't need to literally kill you, but I can make you lose the courage to live any longer. So, you can think about it and you can make the choice. It's totally up to you. After all, I didn't help you to make you work for me, said Ji Yuning. Zhang Wenliang stood in awe of Ji Yuning at once, because he could feel her power and cruelty. At the same time, he also felt Ji Yuning's emotions. She wasn't just cruel, she had her own moral standards. Only those who weren't sure whether they could be loyal would be scared by Ji Yuning's words. Loyal people, on the other hand, wouldn't be frightened at all. Ji Yuning wasn't just cruel, she cherished sincere relationships. Zhang Wenliang was sure that he could be loyal to Ji Yuning, so he was convinced by her moral standards although he was a little scared by her cruelty. Business people nowadays barely had principles about anything but benefits. The competition in business was extremely cruel. No matter how much you had done, you were ruined once you made a mistake. No one would give you a second chance just because you had helped before. Take the jade. I gave it to you, so I won't take it back. You can decide how to deal with it. As for my advice, carefully think about it, then contact me. It's up to you. All right, I'm busy now and I need to go, said Ji Yuning. She didn't ask Zhang Wenliang to make a decision right away. Even if he decided to work for her, he still needed to think about it carefully. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly walked away with Leng Xiaoting, leaving Zhang Wenliang no chance to talk to her again. Because Zhang Wenliang hesitated to make the decision right away, he didn't stop Ji Yuning from leaving. Afterwards, he went home. At 5:40 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at the appointed restaurant. Ji Yuning proposed to have this meal, so she needed to come earlier. When they dined out, Ji Yuning called Zheng Peng so he arrived before them. Kong Xiaoji understood that Ji Yuning would go there earlier, so he arrived only 5 minutes later. Miss Ji Yu, Mr. Leng, Manager Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting, Kong Xiaoji said when he showed up. Whether they had waited for him or not, he had to have a good attitude. Don't say that. We just arrived. Mr. Kong, please have a seat, Ji Yuning answered. After that, Kong Xiaoji seated himself. When they finished ordering, the waiter left and Kong Xiaoji asked with concern, Miss Ji Yu, how is the case going? We haven't caught the thieves yet. After all, they didn't come every day, but I'm sure that we're going to catch them once they come again, Ji Yuning said confidently. Kong Xiaoji didn't doubt her words at all. Great, I hope you can catch them as soon as possible and get your loss back. I'm really sorry that I can't help, Kong Xiaoji said. He sincerely wanted to help Ji Yuning, so he felt a little guilty that he failed to do so. No need to feel guilty. You just got involved and didn't have time to do a further investigation. We haven't had any results yet either. Ji Yuning said, all right, let's stop talking about that. It's tiring for us to waste too much time on it. We can talk about something else. Sure, we can change the topic. Kong Xiaoji also realized that it was annoying if he talked about it too much. Afterwards, they talked about something else. After the meal, Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, and Zheng Peng separated with Kong Xiaoji and went to the construction site. Zhang Dishan was in a bad mood after losing the ancestral house to Zhang Wenliang and hearing that Zhang Wenliang had 2 pieces of valuable jade now. Fang Lin had mixed emotions, because Zhang Wenliang was very rich now. She left Zhang Wenliang for Zhang Dishan because she though Zhang Wenliang lose everything, but now she changed her mind after Zhang Wenliang became rich again. However, she had been married to Zhang Wenliang for many years, so she understood that he wouldn't accept her again. Therefore, it was just a thought and she actually just wanted the house and jade. Dishan, why don't we pay people to rob Zhang Wenliang? We don't need the ancestral house, but the 2 pieces of jade must be ours. After all, they're worth at least 30 million yuan. Fang Lin proposed. Chapter 2864. 2 Men and a Monster. Zhang Dishan squinted his eyes, lost in thought, but didn't think it was a good idea. What if the person runs away with the jade? Who can say no to jade which is worth at least 30 million yuan? Fang Lin agreed, but was still unwilling to lose the jade. We can pay a reliable man to do it. I don't think so. After all, the jade is extremely valuable. No matter how reliable the man is, he could still run away with the fortune. People nowadays are willing to do anything for money, said Zhang Dishan. He wasn't talking about Fang Lin at all, but she immediately felt humiliated. She understood that Zhang Dishan didn't mean it like that and she had left Zhang Wenliang for money, so she couldn't say anything about it. Then what should we do? Do we have to watch Zhang Wenliang get so much money and become successful again? Fang Lin asked reluctantly. Of course not, but we need to carefully think about it, Zhang Dishan said. He couldn't think of a good idea right away. Fang Lin didn't have any good ideas either, so she had no idea what to do after hearing Zhang Dishan's words. After arriving at the construction site, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went into the mountain to have a look once more. When there was no one around them, Ji Yuning called the female flood dragon back. Then she asked the flood dragon about the situation during the day, but nothing had happened. Ji Yuning then asked the female flood dragon to stay there, while she and Leng Xiaoting would stay in the office to see what clues they could find. The female flood dragon agreed and asked, "Master, can you ask Black to come out? I haven't seen it in a long time." It was rare to meet another flood dragon and they served the same master now, so the female flood dragon wanted to see the black flood dragon if it was possible. Before Ji Yuning said anything, Leng Xiaoting directly let the black flood dragon out. The white, female flood dragon immediately rushed to the black flood dragon when it appeared. "Black, been a while." However, the black flood dragon avoided the female flood dragon. "Black, you," the female flood dragon felt hurt upon seeing that. It was very disappointed by the black flood dragon's reaction. "We're of different genders, so we should keep an appropriate distance from each other," said the black flood dragon. Ha ha. Ji Yuning laughed out loud. Although they were of different genders, they weren't human. They were flood dragons, so it sounded strange. "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" the black flood dragon argued. "Nothing. All right, you can stay here, and we'll go down now. White will introduce the situation to you. If anyone comes, one of you can come down and report it to us at the nearby building. We'll come out if we sense it," said Ji Yuning. Then she held Leng Xiaoting's hand and went down the mountain. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left, the white flood dragon introduced the situation to the black flood dragon so the black flood dragon learned what they needed to do right now. "You can look around here and I'll go there," said the black flood dragon. "No," the white flood dragon refused at once. "We haven't seen each other for so long. Why do we have to work separately? If so, why would I ask the master to let you out? Can't we work together? We can chat along the way." "Fine." The black flood dragon agreed, because it thought the white flood dragon was right. The white flood dragon was talkative, while the black flood dragon stayed aloof, but it didn't feel bothered and sometimes replied to the white flood dragon. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the office, they stayed inside and watched a TV show on a computer. The workers who were on duty next to the construction site were asked to leave, because they wanted the thieves to come again. Finally, 3 people showed up at about 2 a.m. The white flood dragon and the black flood dragon noticed them right away. Actually, they weren't all human. It was 2 men and a monster. Once they came, the white flood dragon stayed at the mountain, while the black flood dragon went down. It went to the building that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were staying in, so that they could sense it. Because the 3 people were on the other side at the foot of the mountain right now, there was a long distance so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't sense them yet. However, they learned about it after the black flood dragon came. Without delay, they went out. After meeting the black flood dragon, it told them. There were 2 men and a monster. Hearing that there was a monster, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't surprised at all because they had already expected that. Then Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting directly climbed up the mountain. They met the white flood dragon at the top of the mountain. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting put the two flood dragons into their space separately and waited patiently. They would wait till the three people began to steal raw jade materials. After all, they needed evidence. Because both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were at high level, the monster didn't notice them. Because it was currently in its human shape, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't know what kind of monster it was, but they sensed its level, which wasn't really high or low. After all, it could turn into a human, so its level couldn't be low. I heard that they called the police and the police were involved, but they found nothing and left, said a man. It's impossible for them to find anything. The police nowadays are useless. They are paid to do nothing. Another man replied disdainfully. You're right, but I have to say there is a lot of jade in this mountain. There is nearly jade in every raw jade material that we've stolen. Right, but I think we better stop for a while after tonight. Anyway, it will take at least 5 years to dig all the raw jade materials out of this mountain. We can come and steal anytime. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting quietly watched them walk to where they dug raw jade materials. They were surprised when they saw no guard. Why isn't there a guard today? Perhaps they know it's meaningless. I think there might be a trap, said the monster. Do they think a trap can catch us? One of the men said disdainfully. They didn't know that there was a monster among them, but they were clearly aware of his abilities. And they weren't weak either. Right, said the monster. Because he was a monster, he had never met any humans who were stronger than him, so he believed that he was the best. Chapter 2865, Catches If You Can. They went to where those miners dug the raw jade materials, then filled their sacks. Right as they were about to leave carrying sacks, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showed up and blocked their way. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's sudden appearance scared the two men, they weren't afraid. They didn't feel it was too dangerous, even though they could see that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't weak. However, the monster sensed great danger. Oh, you're the thieves who have stolen a lot of raw jade materials from us, right? I finally caught you. How dare you steal my stuff? Do you want to be put in jail? Ji Yuning coldly stared at them as she spoke angrily. So what? Catch us if you can, shouted one of the men. He didn't take Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting seriously at all. Even if they were good at fighting, he didn't think that he was weak. And there were 3 of them, especially the monster who was unusually strong. The 2 men had no idea that the 3rd man was a monster. Unfortunately, they were no match for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, making it impossible for them to run away. Therefore, while the 2 men were provoking Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, the monster dumped the sack of raw jade materials and tried to escape. Seeing that, the 2 men were struck dumb for a second. The 3rd man was much stronger than them, yet he wanted to run away. It confused them, but Leng Xiaoting quickly stopped the 3rd man even before they came back to their senses. How could he be so fast? Please, let me go. I can return all the stolen raw jade materials to you, the monster begged at once. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were too strong, he couldn't fight them. It wasn't easy for it to achieve a human shape, so it would be a great loss if it went back to being a monster. The 2 men were astonished by his words. Although Leng Xiaoting seemed strong, they didn't think the 3rd man should be so scared. Besides, they hadn't fought yet. It was too early to know who would win. Why did the 3rd man give up right away? Thinking of that, the 2 men disdained the 3rd man. And the 3rd man even said that he would return the stolen raw jade materials. The 2 men strongly disagreed. Zhou Jin, you're a coward. Fine, you're not cowards. You can deal with it by yourselves, but I suggest that you don't fight back. Zhou Jin, who was the monster, tried to persuade them to give up as well. Although he was a monster, they had been together for a long time and he saw them as his friends. If it was possible, he was willing to help them. Actually, he only tried to run away and leave them behind because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were too strong. The 2 men were mad and still believed that Zhou Jin was a coward. Don't embarrass us in front of other people. You haven't even fought yet. Why do you think we'll lose? He's right. If you give up right now, we can let you go, but if you dare to fight back, we'll teach you a lesson. Ji Yuning sneered. No way. The two men were unwilling to yield. If so, I'm afraid that I will have to resort to violence, Ji Yuning said, then directly attacked them as they immediately fought back. They were good at fighting, but they were no match for Ji Yuning, so they were at a disadvantage as soon as they started fighting against Ji Yuning. They were shocked to know that Ji Yuning was a lot better than them. Zhou Jin again tried to run away while they were fighting, but Leng Xiaoting stopped him again and attacked him. Although Zhou Jin was much stronger than the two men and had special skills, he was still hardly comparable to Leng Xiaoting, who was at a high level. Ji Yuning didn't use her magical power in the fight, so she needed some time to beat the two men. However, within a few minutes, the two men failed and were injured, but their lives weren't in danger. Leng Xiaoting controlled Zhou Jin, who was also badly injured, within a minute. Zhou Jin wasn't surprised by the result, but the two men couldn't accept it. They were surprised that Ji Yuning could beat them so easily and that Leng Xiaoting caught Zhou Jin so quickly. After all, Zhou Jin was much stronger than them. However, that also proved how strong Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were. How about now? Do you realize how strong we are now? Ji Yuning looked down her nose at them. What do you want? One man asked angrily. He had to admit that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were stronger than them, but they cared more about their condition now. Return what you've stolen and pay 3 times the price as compensation, or you can directly pay me 100 million yuan, then you can go. If you don't agree, I'll hand you over to the police, Ji Yuning said. Ji Yuning didn't take them to the police station right away because there was a monster among them and it would cause unnecessary trouble if it went with them. Even if they were sent to the police station, no one would pay her for her loss. Ji Yuning didn't care how long they would be sentenced to prison, she preferred to get paid for her loss. What? 3 times the prices? 100 million yuan. The two men rounded their eyes in shock. Was this girl crazy? They only sold the jade they had stolen for about 30 million yuan, but now she wanted 3 times the money or 100 million yuan. That's too much. There was no jade in the raw jade materials that we stole, one of the men said at once. Anyway, they wouldn't know whether there was jade in the stolen raw jade materials. No jade in them. Do you think that I'd believe you? I heard your conversation earlier. And you said that there was jade in the raw jade materials you've stolen every time, Ji Yuning argued. If she hadn't heard their conversation, she might have believed their words to some extent. Chapter 2866, It's not up to you. Although there was a lot of jade in the raw jade materials, it didn't mean there must be jade in the stolen ones. However, she heard their conversation by chance. The man panicked a little, but still refused to admit it. It doesn't mean anything. Do you have evidence? Right, show us the evidence. Another man chimed in. Even if I don't have evidence, I can still punish you. Do you think I care about that now? I don't lack money. I'm sure that no one will know it if I kill you right here, so don't even try to cross the line. Ji Yuning sneered with killing intention in her eyes, putting pressure on them. In an instant, the two men felt incredibly stressed and threatened. Who was this girl? How could she be so powerful at such a young age? She couldn't be an ordinary girl since she easily beat them. It's illegal to kill us, said a man. Although he didn't think Ji Yuning would really kill them, he wasn't too sure. As a result, he was still a little scared. Illegal? Isn't it illegal for you to steal my stuff? You're good at fighting. Why don't you do something legal? Why did you become thieves? I don't think you're good people. Perhaps the police can get more evidence about your illegal deeds after we get to the police station, said Ji Yuning, feeling them out. When Ji Yuning said that, the two men were nervous because it was true that they had done many bad things before. Seeing their reaction, Ji Yuning was sure that she guessed correctly. If you have really done many illegal things before, do you think you can survive this time? Ji Yuning asked. I changed my mind now. I don't want your money. I prefer to send you to the police station instead. If you have broken the law many times, I think you should be put in jail according to the law. Ji Yuning suddenly realized that she shouldn't let them go if they were really criminals. Hearing that, the two men were mad. They were reluctant to go to the police station. Therefore, They exchanged glances and made their decision. Fine, we can pay you 100 million yuan. As long as you let us go, we won't steal your raw jade materials again, said the man. They had done many illegal deeds, so 100 million yuan wasn't much for them. It was only half of their savings. If they lost the money, they could just make it again. After all, they stole her raw jade materials first and were only caught later. On the other hand, it would be difficult for them to get away with it once they were arrested by the police, because they clearly knew how serious the illegal deeds they had committed were. They were like desperados right now, but they were unwilling to die, so they chose to pay for their freedom. I've given you a chance, but you didn't want it. Now I've decided to take you to the police station. I don't lack money anyway, Ji Yuning said with determination. Ji Yuning didn't lack 100 million yuan, even though it was a lot of money for her. Among the 100 million yuan, Ji Yuning's loss was only about a dozen million yuan, so she didn't care about it and decided to send them to the police station. The two men were furious. They wanted to fight back, but they were too weak. They didn't reach today's level until they had received devilish training for years, but a girl, who was about 20 years old, easily beat them, so their self-esteem took a hit. Zhou Jin said nothing, but he believed that he could run away after they were sent to the police station. It was impossible for a police station to keep him. Leng Xiaoting saw him through and said, "You're special, so you don't need to go to the police station, but you'll receive a punishment that is just as serious as theirs." Hearing that, Zhou Jin stiffened. He understood what Leng Xiaoting was implying, so he immediately begged. "Master, please let me go. I'm a thief, but I've never hurt anyone. I need to investigate further to find out whether you're being honest," said Leng Xiaoting. "He's one of us. Why is he special? Do you want to let him go?" One man argued. Because they didn't know that Zhou Jin was a monster, they didn't think that he was special. They were afraid Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would let him go. After all, Zhou Jin said that he was willing to return the stolen raw jade materials to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting from the very beginning, while they had refused. Although they were a group, they didn't want Zhou Jin to get away with it. It was unfair to them. Hearing their words, Zhou Jin felt extremely uncomfortable. He didn't expect the two men to drag him into trouble, but the point was that he wouldn't get away with it and might be punished even more seriously than them. However, he couldn't tell them that he was a monster. "Do you want to know the reason?" asked Ji Yuning with strong interest. "Yes," the two men replied. "Sure, but the price is that you'll be in a vegetative state forever." "Are you willing to pay the price?" said Ji Yuning. If the two men really wanted to know, she could tell them before disabling them. She wouldn't let them tell anyone else about it. Since she decided not to ask them to pay her, it was no different whether they had to spend the rest of their life in jail or were disabled forever. They could choose. The two men were struck dumb. They felt Ji Yuning was making fun of them. "Are you fooling us?" a man argued. "No, I'm not, and I have no interest in it. If you learn about something you shouldn't know, it'll cause trouble if you survive and spread it," said Ji Yuning. "We won't tell anyone," said the man. "Only dead people and people in a vegetative state can keep secrets," said Ji Yuning truthfully. The two men were angry. Chapter 2867, Let Another Man Go. If they had to pay such a heavy price, they were definitely unwilling, but they were curious about the reason. They were afraid that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would take Zhou Jin away, then let him go. "Miss, we're willing to give you all we have. We have 200 million yuan. Please let us go," one man begged. They were willing to give Ji Yuning their money for their life and freedom. However, that wasn't all they had. They had to save some for themselves. "Oh, then tell me what you did before you became thieves," asked Ji Yuning. The two men exchanged a glance with hesitation. "Do you think I have time to waste on you?" Seeing them hesitating, Ji Yuning said impatiently. Upon hearing that, the two men got anxious. One of them immediately said, "We used to be assassins. Because we didn't want to kill anymore, we left the organization. We planned to find a legal job afterwards, but the organization reported us to the government. We are on the list of wanted criminals, so we can't use ID cards or work normally. Left with no choice, we began to steal. We honestly have no idea how to live. Oh, who did you serve? Have you killed anyone before? Asked Ji Yuning. The patriarch of the Wang family in the capital, Wang Chongxi, said the man. Had they killed before? Yes, we've killed before. The man answered. He wanted to deny it, but he understood that Ji Yuning wouldn't believe him. Wang Chongxi, do you know the Wang family? Ji Yuning turned to ask Leng Xiaoting. Yeah, it's a family that has been around for 100 years, but it declined about 10 years ago. It's not in the most important circle now, so they keep a very low profile now. Leng Xiaoting said, that's what we can see from the surface, but we don't know what they're doing in private. Is the Wang family independent? Ji Yuning asked. Currently, nearly every important family in the capital belonged to a certain faction, so she wondered whether the Wang family sided with any other families. No, they belong to the Yuan family's faction, said Leng Xiaoting. Oh, Ji Yuning nodded. Who did Wang Chongxi order you to kill? Asked Ji Yuning again. Some officials, like XX, XXX, XXX, and so on, said the man. Hearing that, both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were mad at once. Among those people, Ji Yuning had heard two of them. The two people had a good reputation, but one died in a car crash, while the other was murdered. People thought the car crash was an accident, so they didn't conduct a further investigation, and they couldn't find the culprit of the murder at all. Ji Yuning felt it was understandable that they weren't caught. After all, they were extremely strong compared with ordinary people. What Ji Yuning didn't know was that one of the dead officials belonged to the Leng family's faction, so Leng Xiaoting directly spoke coldly once he learned that the official was killed by the two men. Send them to the police station tomorrow. Didn't we answer your questions? Why do you still want the police to be involved? The two men couldn't stay calm and angrily questioned Leng Xiaoting. Because you killed someone you shouldn't have killed, Leng Xiaoting answered coldly. And I didn't tell you that I wouldn't call the police if you answered my questions, Ji Yuning said. The two men were struck dumb, but obviously they had killed someone who had a close relationship with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. All right, I need to take them away first, then we can call the police tomorrow. As for the third man, I'll leave him to you, Ji Yuning said to Leng Xiaoting and left Zhou Jin to him. No problem. Leng Xiaoting agreed, then pulled Zhou Jin as he walked away. Ji Yuning called Zheng Peng and told him to bring some people up to take the two men down. She could do that, but was unwilling to. She didn't want Leng Xiaoting to be unhappy when he saw her dragging the two men. Before long, Zheng Peng came with several other men. They were all mad when they saw the thieves. Because the two men were both seriously injured, they had to stop themselves from kicking them. Afterwards, they pushed the two men down the mountain and locked them in a separate room. Even though they were too injured to run away, in case of any accidents, they still tied them up and Ji Yuning said nothing about it. Half an hour later, Leng Xiaoting was back. He told Ji Yuning that he didn't kill Zhou Jin, but he beat him to his original shape. He turned out to be a monster tiger. At 8 a.m. the next day, Zheng Peng called the policeman who was in charge of the case. When the policeman heard that Zheng Peng caught the thieves, he immediately brought his team over. Once the police came, the two men immediately told on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, it was impossible for them to escape now. Sir, we were 3 people, but they let the other man go, because the man promised to give them 100 million yuan, said a man. Right, they accepted the man's money, so they let him go, said another man. The policeman didn't know Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, so he turned to ask them, Miss, sir, are they telling the truth? Although the policeman didn't know Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he could see that they weren't ordinary people, so he had a very polite attitude. Leng Xiaoting took out his certificate and showed it to the policeman. The man is very special, so I need to take him to my institution. This is my certificate. As soon as the policeman saw Leng Xiaoting's certificate, he was shocked and said at once, Oh, General Leng, I didn't expect to see you here. I'm so sorry that I didn't recognize you. If you need the man, you can take him away. The policeman didn't doubt Leng Xiaoting's status since he had heard of a young major general who was only in his 20s who had already achieved a lot in the military. Although he wasn't sure whether Leng Xiaoting was that major general, he didn't think anyone would dare to imitate such an important figure. General Leng. Hearing that, everyone turned to look at Leng Xiaoting in surprise. They couldn't believe that Leng Xiaoting was a general. Only officers above major general could be called a general in that case. Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, and his title was major general, but he was so young. Chapter 2868, You've helped me too much. The two men were also shocked. They didn't expect Leng Xiaoting to be a general. No wonder he could easily catch them. Are you Mr. Leng of the Leng family? One of the men asked in horror. They served the Wang family, so they had heard about high society in the capital and were aware that Leng Xiaoting was the only young general in the military. In fact, they had almost been sent to assassinate Leng Xiaoting, but someone else replaced them in the end. The police actually held doubt, but it went away soon after they heard the man's question. At that moment, the two men had nothing else to say, because they realized it was impossible for them to run away once they were caught by Leng Xiaoting. After all, Leng Xiaoting completely relied on his own abilities to become a major general at such a young age. Afterwards, the police took the two men away. Before they left, Ji Yuning gave the police a voice recording of the two men's confession. She didn't care whether the police would investigate the Wang family, but she and Leng Xiaoting would. Although they had the two men's oral confession, it was only enough to prove that they were guilty. They didn't want Wang Chongxi to get away with it, because he could just say that he didn't know the two men. Therefore, Ji Yuning had to find evidence to prove that the two men served Wang Chongxi and that he ordered them to carry out the task. Nevertheless, it had been 2 or 3 years, so it wouldn't be easy to find out the truth. They needed to be patient. After dealing with that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting booked plane tickets back to the capital at 4 p.m. When the other people there learned about Leng Xiaoting's background, they all stood in awe of him. Shortly after the police left with the two men, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to the city, followed by Zheng Peng and his 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards were arranged by Ji Yuning to protect Zheng Peng in case anyone wanted to attack him. It turned out to be the right decision, because someone had indeed tried to attack Zheng Peng during this time, but the 2 bodyguards successfully protected him. Back in the city center, Ji Yuning received Zhang Wenliang's call saying that he was willing to work for her. Ji Yuning told him to meet her at XX restaurant. She was going to have a meal there, so they could talk about that then. Zheng Peng was with her, so she could introduce them to each other. After hanging up, Ji Yuning told Zheng Peng about it. Upon hearing Zhang Wenliang's name, Zheng Peng said that he had heard of him. I heard about what happened to Zhang Wenliang. Zhang Wenliang and Zhang Dishan are cousins, but 2 years ago, Zhang Wenliang was schemed against by Zhang Dishan and went bankrupt overnight. His wife had betrayed him for Zhang Dishan earlier on and left him for Zhang Dishan after he went bankrupt. However, Zhang Wenliang seems to be a reliable man with standards. His friends have helped him a lot when he's in trouble, but Zhang Dishan has a relationship with powerful people in City Rui, so Zhang Wenliang's friends didn't dare to continue to help him, said Zheng Peng. If he decides to work in your team, pay more attention to the situation he's in. Zhang Dishan will definitely cause trouble for him again. If it's necessary, arrange for some people to watch Zhang Dishan. If Zhang Dishan won't stop, don't hesitate to teach him a lesson. He isn't a good man anyway. No need to care about his feelings, said Ji Yuning. Sure, I understand, Zheng Peng answered. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhang Wenliang was already waiting there. He couldn't let Ji Yuning wait for him after all. Zhang Wenliang waited for about 10 minutes, before Ji Yuning and the others showed up. Once Ji Yuning got out of the car, Zhang Wenliang walked forward and politely greeted her. Hi, Miss Ji Yu. Nice to see you, Mr. Zhang. Ji Yuning politely replied. After that, Zheng Peng got out too and Ji Yuning introduced him to Zhang Wenliang. This is the general manager of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company, Zheng Peng. Hearing that, Zhang Wenliang was very surprised. Although this was his first meeting with Zheng Peng, they were peers, so he had heard about him. In addition, Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company was very popular these days. Oh, hi, Manager Zheng, it's an honor to meet you. Zhang Wenliang immediately greeted Zheng Peng. Nice to see you too, Mr. Zhang, Zheng Peng replied. All right, let's go in for now. Ji Yuning suggested. In the private room, they didn't rush to talk about business but ordered first. When the waiter had left, they began to talk about business. Miss Ji Yu, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to work in your company. I'll do my best to separate my personal affairs from my work. And I'll do my best at work too, Zhang Wenliang said. He understood that he could easily be involved in trouble now. Although Ji Yuning promised to help him, he still didn't want to bother her too much. Mr. Zhang, since you're going to join my company, I'll protect you if you encounter any trouble, but you must try your best to stay away from trouble. No matter what Zhang Dishan dares to do to you, we'll take action to make sure that you're safe, said Ji Yuning. She wouldn't arrange bodyguards to protect him at all times, but she would pay more attention to him and Zhang Dishan. Well, thank you so much. Zhang Wenliang felt he owed Ji Yuning a lot. As my subordinate, it's my responsibility to protect you. I won't just protect you, I'd do the same for every employee working in my company. It's very normal, said Ji Yuning. Hearing that, Zhang Wenliang accepted her kindness. As for your job, given your work experience, you can't be an average employee. I think you can be a middle-level manager. It's up to your abilities how your career will develop. As for what exactly you need to do, Manager Zheng will help you with that, said Ji Yuning. Zhang Wenliang was surprised, not because he could be a middle-level manager, but because Ji Yuning ordered Zheng Peng to make the arrangement. An idea dawned on Zhang Wenliang and he asked, Miss Ji Yu, are you the boss of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company? He knew that Zheng Peng was its general manager instead of the boss, and now Ji Yuning asked him to work with Zheng Peng, which meant she might be the boss. Chapter 2869. A solution. However, if Ji Yuning was the boss of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company, she would be really unbelievable. After witnessing Ji Yuning's skills at stone gambling and her natural air of power, he understood that she couldn't be an ordinary girl. Therefore, he would be surprised if Ji Yuning was really the boss of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company, but he wouldn't doubt it. Yes, said Ji Yuning. There was nothing to hide. After all, Zhang Wenliang was going to work for her. Zhang Wenliang thought it was highly likely, but he was still amazed after hearing Ji Yuning's reply. At that moment, he had to admit that he had incredibly good luck to meet the boss of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company. I heard that Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company became profitable very rapidly, but I didn't expect its boss to be a young girl like you. You have my respect, Zhang Wenliang said sincerely. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Zhang, Ji Yuning said modestly. Miss Ji Yu, you're too modest, said Zhang Wenliang. After knowing Ji Yuning's status, he was much more relieved. Ji Yuning smiled but didn't say anything further. Ha ha, our boss indeed keeps a low profile. She has achieved a lot more than you can imagine. Zheng Peng replied laughingly. Hearing that, Zhang Wenliang was even more surprised. Obviously, Ji Yuning was more powerful than just being the boss of the Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company, but he knew that he shouldn't ask about it. If so, I'm looking forward to knowing what else Miss Ji Yu owns, Zhang Wenliang said. He said that he was looking forward to knowing more, but he didn't directly ask about it. If you want to know, you can search my name on the internet. Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company is about to be merged into the Shengning organization, so it's not a big deal if you know it, Ji Yuning said. Since Zhang Wenliang was aware that she was the boss of Colorful Raw Jade Material Mining Company, he would find out that she was also the chairman of the Shengning organization sooner or later. Upon hearing the name of a business organization, Zhang Wenliang realized that Ji Yuning was already extremely successful. Can I do that right now? Zhang Wenliang asked. He couldn't wait to know more about Ji Yuning, but he was afraid that it might be impolite if he took out his phone right away. Be my guest. No need to be so serious when we're not talking about work, Ji Yuning replied calmly. She didn't care much about status. In her eyes, everyone was equal, so she wouldn't order her subordinates to bow to her whenever they saw her. After all, they weren't in public and were off work at the moment. They only needed to pay attention to their manners when they were in the company or outside. Thanks. Zhang Wenliang replied with a better impression of Ji Yuning. It was hard to meet a boss who didn't put on any airs. After all, many people gave themselves airs once they gained some influence. With Ji Yuning's permission, Zhang Wenliang immediately took out his phone and searched for news about her. When he read her introduction, he was struck dumb. She turned out to be the chairman of the Shengning organization. The Shengning organization was a very large business group. Although he didn't pay special attention to it, he had heard a lot about it. It was a newly established company, but it already owned over 50 billion yuan in assets. It was amazingly successful. Miss Ji Yu, you're the chairman of the Shengning organization. I can't believe my eyes. Zhang Wenliang said excitedly. He didn't doubt whether Ji Yuning built the company on her own, it just further proved that she wasn't an ordinary girl since she could be so successful. I'm flattered, said Ji Yuning. It's the truth. You're really amazing, Miss Ji Yu, said Zhang Wenliang. After the meal, Zhang Wenliang walked away with Zheng Peng, who would arrange work for him. There was nothing Ji Yuning needed to be worried about. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting rested in the hotel for a while, then checked out and left. They went directly to the airport. When Zhang Wenliang and Zheng Peng got into the same car outside the restaurant, Zhang Dishan's friend saw them and shared the news with him. Zhang Dishan was shocked to know that Zhang Wenliang had a relationship with Zheng Peng. They were peers, so Zhang Dishan had heard of Zheng Peng, even before colorful raw jade material mining company was opened in City Rui. After all, the rise of colorful raw jade material mining company had caused a sensation in the jade industry. Currently, colorful raw jade material mining company was the most famous jade mining company in province Yun and was ranked in the top 10. If Zhang Wenliang had a close relationship with Zheng Peng, it would be more difficult for Zhang Dishan to attack him. Most importantly, Zhang Dishan didn't know how close they were. If they were just acquaintances, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if they were close, no matter what, Zhang Dishan was jealous of Zhang Wenliang because of his relationship with Zheng Peng. How could Zhang Wenliang suddenly become so lucky? He just got help from a rich girl yesterday, and now he met Zheng Peng. After the call, Zhang Dishan was full of anger and Fang Lin asked him, "Baby, what happened? Why do you look so mad?" Zhang Dishan then told Fang Lin what he just learned about Zhang Wenliang. Fang Lin was shocked too and felt anxious. Zhang Wenliang has a relationship with Zheng Peng. Won't it make it harder for us to deal with him? It's not a big deal that he has a relationship with Zheng Peng. Zheng Peng might not help him. If he's Zheng Peng's close friend, Zheng Peng could have helped him earlier on. Zhang Dishan said, but he was actually extremely anxious. He hoped that Zhang Wenliang and Zheng Peng were just acquaintances, so that Zheng Peng wouldn't help Zhang Wenliang. However, they had no idea whether Zheng Peng would help Zhang Wenliang or not. Do you have any ideas to deal with Zhang Wenliang now? Asked Fang Lin. No, said Zhang Dishan. Most importantly, he didn't trust other people, but he couldn't do it on his own, so he was hesitant to deal with Zhang Wenliang now. I have an idea. I wonder whether it'll work, said Fang Lin. When she said that, she blinked in panic, but Zhang Dishan didn't notice it. What is it? Zhang Dishan asked at once. Chapter 2870, Will you accept that? Fang Lin wanted to say something, but was afraid that Zhang Dishan would be mad at her. What is it? Tell me. Seeing that, Zhang Dishan urged her. Don't be mad if I tell you, said Fang Lin. Because she understood that Zhang Dishan might be angry, she needed to calm him down beforehand. Although she knew Zhang Dishan would be mad, she still wanted to say it because she wasn't sure whether he would agree for money. After all, Zhang Dishan was willing to make money by hook or by crook. Why would I be mad? Zhang Dishan asked airily. He thought Fang Lin just couldn't think of a good idea. I think I can beg Zhang Wenliang for his forgiveness. I can lie to him that I know that I was wrong and that I still want to be together with him. When he accepts me, I can steal the 2 pieces of jade, Fang Lin said, but her voice lacked confidence. Although she said that to Zhang Dishan, she was actually lying. She honestly wanted to get back with Zhang Wenliang, because Zhang Wenliang was rich and had a relationship with Zheng Peng now. If they were close, it couldn't be easier for Zhang Wenliang to become successful again. Whether she would really do that, she would make the decision after doing an investigation, but she indeed wanted to give it a try. The moment Zhang Dishan heard Fang Lin's words, he was furious and directly snapped at her. Fang Lin, do you think you can fool me? Zhang Wenliang is rich now, so you want to leave me for him, right? But I can tell you it's impossible. Zhang Wenliang hates you to death. Do you think he'd accept you again? Upon hearing Zhang Dishan's reply, Fang Lin was frightened and explained. Baby, don't get me wrong. I didn't mean to. Seeing that Zhang Dishan was so furious, she had to give up that idea. After all, she clearly knew that it was impossible for her to get back together with Zhang Wenliang, but she was unwilling to face reality, so she wanted to try. Even though she wanted to try, she had to get Zhang Dishan's permission. If he disagreed, she would suffer a double loss. If not, don't bring it up again. If you get back together with Zhang Wenliang, even though it's just a part of the scheme, I won't accept you again. I don't want a dirty woman, Zhang Dishan said. If Fang Lin was going to get back together with Zhang Wenliang, she would unavoidably sleep with him, but that was unacceptable in his eyes. Before they were together, he didn't care how many men Fang Lin had slept with, but he couldn't accept it if she slept with other men in addition to him after they got together. Besides, he saw, through Fang Lin, she saw that Zhang Wenliang was rich again and might become successful, so she regretted leaving him. However, Fang Lin hadn't taken action yet, so he could forgive her. After all, he really loved Fang Lin and felt comfortable being with her. All right, I won't talk about it again. Don't be mad. I just wanted to get 2 pieces of jade, so I had that idea. I'll give up. I completely gave up the thought. Fang Lin immediately apologized and tried to explain herself, but Zhang Dishan wouldn't believe her. He just stopped arguing with her. At that time, Zheng Peng took Zhang Wenliang to the branch of colorful raw jade material mining company in City Rui and quickly helped him get on board. Zhang Wenliang used to be a franchisee, so he knew a lot about franchisees and understood what they wanted. Therefore, Zheng Peng appointed him to the position of Market Development Manager. His work was to develop potential franchisees. They needed franchisees because they relied on them to sell raw jade materials to local stores in different cities. Not every owner of a raw jade material store would travel the long way to Province Yun to purchase goods. If they didn't need many raw jade materials, it wasn't worth their time and energy to fly the long distance to Province Yun. So normally they would require a franchisee's help. In addition, not every businessman in this industry could get in touch and cooperate with raw jade material developers. Although Ji Yuning said that he could have a position in the management and Zhang Wenliang was mentally prepared, he was still surprised to get the position of Market Development Manager. It was beyond his expectation. Manager Zhang, will other colleagues be unhappy if I get such a high position? Zhang Wenliang asked. He felt it was too much and the other colleagues might feel it was unfair. Why? Do we have to ask their opinion when we hire someone? This company is owned by our boss, not by them. If you're worried, prove your abilities to them. If anyone dares to act against you, you can punish them. We don't need uncooperative employees. But you also need to behave yourself and do your job well. If you make any mistakes, you'll be punished too. If you have an outstanding performance, you can get a promotion in the future, but you might also lose your position if you don't have the required abilities, Zheng Peng said. Hearing that, Zhang Wenliang was relieved and excited. If everything was as Zheng Peng said, it would be a very good company. Sure, I'll do my best. Zhang Wenliang said seriously. Since Zhang Wenliang was a manager, he had a high salary. His salary was actually higher than some other managers in the same industry. Zhang Wenliang was surprised that Zheng Peng was willing to give him such a good salary. Anyway, no one would say no to a high salary, and it could encourage him to work harder. Therefore, Zhang Wenliang made up his mind to do his best. About Zhang Dishan, the boss has talked about that with you, but I need to say it again. If he causes you trouble again, don't hesitate to let me know. We'll help you deal with it. If you're in trouble, it will not only be you, our entire company will also be affected, so don't feel embarrassed or hesitate to let us know, Zheng Peng reminded. Sure, thanks, Zhang Wenliang answered, feeling touched. In the capital, the drama wasn't over yet, but the Chong family was in more and more trouble, while the Dai family gained more and more attention. The Dai family was also dragged into some trouble, but the Leng family protected them from getting hurt. Chapter 2871, affected by evil energy. Officials in the Dai family's faction weren't all upright. Some of them were corrupt and had broken the law too. The Yuan family and some other families had found out about it, but what they had done had nothing to do with the Dai family, so the Dai family wasn't really affected. Yesterday, Pei Zhongchao was sentenced. Although it was an abduction, it didn't succeed and Dai Shangyu wasn't injured. Therefore, he didn't receive a serious punishment. He was only sentenced to 5 years in jail and all of his properties were confiscated. His properties would be public funds and he also had to pay Dai Shangyu compensation. The Pei family decided to double the amount of money. Although it was not really a huge amount for them and it couldn't do anything, it was still necessary, otherwise other people might think that the Pei family didn't need to pay a price for their mistakes. Pei Zhongchao was sentenced to 5 years in jail, but he deserved it because he broke the law. However, for the victim, that wasn't something concrete, so he still needed to pay compensation. Because the Dai family stopped blaming the Pei family for sheltering Pei Zhongchao, they didn't interfere in the judgment. Pei Zhongchao understood that the sentence wouldn't be lighter even if the Pei family interfered, instead the Pei family would have been dragged into trouble because of it. Nevertheless, he still felt hurt that his father and younger brother didn't help him and even went to apologize to the Dai family in order to get away with it. He wished that he could have good luck and that he might have a chance, but now he lost everything. Pei Zhongchao's wife and kids had the same opinion, so they all blamed Master Pei and Pei Zhonghai, but they also knew that it was Pei Zhongchao's fault, so they didn't dare to show their feelings no matter how unhappy they were. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't ask about it. The next day when they were back in the capital, Leng Xiaoting returned to the military base while Ji Yuning continued to go to class. It was already mid-July at this time, so a few days after Ji Yuning came back, the final exams were due. Then they would have a vacation. Because Ji Yuning was out of the school most of the time this semester, she missed many classes. She had a photographic memory, but she still needed to learn beforehand. If she didn't learn anything, she wouldn't be able to gain any knowledge even though she had a photographic memory. As a result, she devoted herself to study for the next few days. She caught up with her classmates and prepared for the exam. Unfortunately, the afternoon before the exam, an accident happened again. Dai Shangyu's father suddenly got sick and Master Dai ordered to stop attacking the Chong family. It was very abnormal and he even refused to answer Leng Yuanshen's call. Once Jing Yunyao heard about that, she felt that it wasn't simple, so she went to visit the Dai family. At the same time, she called Ji Yuning and asked Ji Yuning to go visit Master Dai's eldest son at the hospital. No matter what happened, as long as Master Dai's eldest son was alive, Ji Yuning could help them. After Jing Yunyao arrived at the Dai family's house, she sensed an evil energy around. She instantly became angry. Although it wasn't very harmful, it was enough to affect ordinary people. However, when she wanted to go in, a security guard stopped her and said, "Master's order, no member of the Leng family can get inside." What? Jing Yunyao slightly frowned, but wasn't surprised, because she realized that something must be wrong the moment she sensed the strong evil energy. It was possible that the Dai family was being controlled by something evil, otherwise Master Dai's eldest son wouldn't have gotten sick all of a sudden and Master Dai wouldn't have stopped attacking the Chong family. Master Dai even refused to answer Leng Yuanshen's call and forbade the Leng family to go inside. That couldn't be Master Dai's idea. However, it was impossible for security guards to stop Zhang Yunyao. Without delay, Jing Yunyao directly flew over the big iron gate, then quickly walked towards the main building of the Dai family's mansion. Seeing that, the security guards shouted at her to stop and chased her quickly. They could also see Master Dai's abnormal behavior and knew that it wasn't right that he forbade the Leng family to go in. After all, it wasn't a secret that the Leng family had helped the Dai family a lot recently. Master Dai couldn't wait to unseat and replace the Chong family, but suddenly changed his mind and stayed away from the Leng family. It was extremely unreasonable. Nevertheless, that was Master Dai's order, so they had to obey it. However, they couldn't stop Jing Yuniao at all. They could only watch her go in. When she was close to the main building, she clearly sensed a person covered in evil energy in the room. Without further thought, Jing Yuniao directly broke into the room. In the living room, only Junior Mrs. Dai and Dai Xianxia were present. Senior Mrs. Dai was staying in the hospital with Master Dai's eldest son. Because Master Dai wasn't in a good condition, they needed someone who could make decisions at home. The other family members still needed to go to work. Junior Mrs. Dai and Dai Xianxia weren't surprised to see Jing Yuniao. On the contrary, they expected her to come. In fact, they both felt that Master Dai's behavior was very abnormal and unacceptable, but they could do nothing about it. They could only hope that the Leng family would come and help them. However, they were afraid that Jing Yuniao might not be able to deal with it alone. "Hi, Mrs. Leng." Junior Mrs. Dai and Dai Xianxia greeted Jing Yuniao. "Hi, Junior Mrs. Dai." Jing Yuniao politely replied. She was now sure that something was wrong with Master Dai instead of them, and that Leng Yuanqin actually learned about Master Dai's condition through Dai Xianxia. "Mrs. Leng, my grandpa looks very strange. I think he might be affected by something evil," Dai Xianxia said, filled with worry. "You're right. He's indeed been affected by evil energy," Jing Yuniao said in an affirmative tone. This room was full of evil energy, but only Master Dai was affected, while the other people were fine. It was obvious that Master Dai was the target. Dai Xianxia and the others were a little affected too, but not seriously, so they behaved normally. Besides, in addition to the evil energy in this room, Jing Yuniao also sensed it from Master Dai's study. There was a man inside, and that man was undoubtedly Master Dai. Chapter 2872, A Man with Evil Energy. Both Junior Mrs. Dai and Dai Xianxia were surprised. Although they had a feeling that Master Dai might be affected by something evil, they still couldn't believe that it was true. It sounded too strange. They didn't think that what Jing Yuniao said was the truth, but her words were still shocking. It was scary that Master Dai was affected by evil energy. "Mrs. Leng, are you kidding?" Junior Mrs. Dai was scared and asked. She hoped it wasn't true. "I won't joke about this, but I'm afraid I can't tell you any details right now. I need to solve the problem first," Jing Yuniao said. "Is Master Dai in the study? I need to see him." "Let me take you there," Dai Xianxia said. Master Dai was talking with a guest in the study, but Dai Xianxia somehow felt that the guest wasn't kind. He didn't care whether they interrupted them. He cared more about Master Dai's condition now. Without delay, Dai Xianxia led Jing Yuniao to the study. At that moment, the security guard who chased Jing Yuniao reached the main building, but he was stopped by Junior Mrs. Dai. Outside the study, Dai Xianxia knocked at the door. "Grandpa, Mrs. Leng is here." The moment he finished, he heard Master Dai's displeased voice. "What's she doing here? Didn't I tell you that the Leng family is forbidden to enter our home?" Hearing that, Dai Xianxia turned to look at Jing Yuniao in disappointment. However, Jing Yuniao didn't care about that at all. She directly kicked the door open. No one expected her to do that, so everyone was scared by the sudden loud sound. How dare you?" Master Dai snapped at Jing Yuniao, who walked inside. "Master Dai, can you tell me why we're not welcome? I thought we were distinguished guests before today," Jing Yuniao asked meaningfully and gave a glance at the man sitting on the sofa. It was a middle-aged man who was about 40. He was a foreigner and seemed to be from country T, but Jing Yuniao wasn't sure of that. The man was covered in evil energy, but he wasn't a monster or a ghost, which meant he was just a mortal who had evil energy. Jing Yuniao moved her sight to Master Dai and saw something strange at his chest. She couldn't see what it was, but felt it was evil. It couldn't be more obvious that Master Dai was being controlled by this man and that this man must have made Master Dai's eldest son sick. The man frowned and sized Jing Yuniao up. Perhaps he felt that Jing Yuniao was different, but didn't know why. The man indeed felt something different from Jing Yuniao and could see that she wasn't an ordinary person, but he couldn't see what exactly was special about her. After all, they were from different countries and were different cultivators. There was also a huge gap between their levels, so it was very normal that he couldn't tell what she was. However, he was sure that she had special abilities. Anyway, he wasn't frightened, because he couldn't sense her abilities at all and Jing Yuniao didn't put pressure on him. "Yeah, Grandpa, what happened to you?" Dai Shangyu asked with concern. Master Dai was like a total stranger. "Shut your mouth. It's none of your business." Master Dai angrily criticized Dai Shangyu. Dai Shangyu was scared of Master Dai, so he didn't dare to say anything else after Master Dai snapped at him. After snapping at Dai Shangyu, Master Dai turned to stare at Jing Yuniao and coldly said, "This is my business. I don't need to explain it to you. There is a guest. You should leave." "What if I don't?" Jing Yuniao asked arrogantly. Master Dai was angry. "If you don't leave, I can only order the security guards to chase you out." "Grandpa." Dai Shangyu opened his mouth again. "You can't do that. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Get out now." Master Dai lost his patience. He always loved Dai Shangyu, but now he seemed to hate him. Dai Shangyu wanted to say something again, but Jing Yuniao interrupted. "All right, I can handle it." Hearing that, Dai Shangyu closed his mouth. "Mrs. Leng, what do you want? I think I've already told you to get out. Can't you understand? Is the Leng family as rude as you?" Master Dai said angrily. Dai Shangyu was scared and believed that something must be wrong with his grandfather, otherwise his grandfather wouldn't dare to say something like that. "Master Dai, did you forget what the Leng family has done for you these days?" asked Jing Yuniao. She knew Master Dai changed because of the effect of the evil energy, but she still wanted to know how serious it was. Master Dai frowned, but didn't immediately reply and softened a little. However, at this time, the middle-aged man coughed and Master Dai became cold again. "So what? I don't need it now. You should go." Jing Yuniao watched the middle-aged man's behavior and Master Dai's change. An idea dawned on her. Master Dai might have had a poisonous magic cast on him and the strange thing moving around in his body must be a poisonous worm. If that was true, Master Dai was in a very dangerous situation. Before they figured out a solution, only the person who cast the poisonous magic could solve the problem. Therefore, she couldn't kill the middle-aged man, or Master Dai might die too. As a result, Jing Yuniao stopped arguing with Master Dai. "Fine, if so, I'll leave." As soon as she finished speaking, Jing Yuniao turned around and walked away, looking furious. Dai Shangyu was extremely angered by Master Dai, but he didn't dare to say anything, so he could only chase after Jing Yuniao. "Mrs. Leng, I'm sorry, my grandpa." Dai Shangyu wanted to apologize for Master Dai, but Jing Yuniao interrupted before he could finish. "No need to apologize. I know it's not his intention. He's under someone's control. Don't argue with him. Just leave it to us." Hearing that, Dai Shangyu understood that Jing Yuniao wasn't mad and that Master Dai was indeed under someone's control. Chapter 2873, Deeply affected by evil energy. However, upon thinking that Master Dai was being controlled by evil energy, Dai Shangyu was very upset. He couldn't believe it was real. "Don't tell other people about it and stay away from the middle-aged man. We'll solve this problem as soon as possible." Jing Yuniao reminded him to be careful in the end. Hearing that, Dai Shangyu was struck dumb for a second because Jing Yuniao was implying that the middle-aged man wasn't right. Besides, Master Dai's bad condition must have something to do with the middle-aged man. Dai Shangyu had a bad impression of the middle-aged man, but he was an honored guest of Master Dai, so Dai Shangyu said nothing. However, unexpectedly, it was the middle-aged man who caused his family this serious trouble. "Sure, I understand," Dai Shangyu replied. Even though he was aware that Master Dai's bad condition had something to do with the middle-aged man, he couldn't do anything right now. If he alerted the middle-aged man by accident, it would make everything worse. In the hospital, because Ji Yuning was far away, she arrived late. Before she came, the hospital was informed, so Ji Yuning was allowed to go in once she came. No one stopped her and she smoothly entered the ward of Master Dai's eldest son. After all, he was an important figure, so there were security guards at the door. Outsiders normally weren't allowed to go in. "Hi, Miss Ji Yu." "Senior Mrs. Dai" politely greeted Ji Yu Ning. Although this was her first meeting with Ji Yu Ning, she had read news and seen photos of her earlier on. She easily recognized Ji Yu Ning. "Nice to see you, Senior Mrs. Dai," Ji Yu Ning politely replied. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for coming and rescuing my son, Xianxia, last time. I didn't have a chance to thank you in person. So I must thank you again, Miss Ji Yu." Senior Mrs. Dai sincerely thanked Ji Yu Ning. All the members of the Dai family were aware that Ji Yu Ning had rescued Dai Xianxia. Only outsiders didn't know about it. "It's my pleasure, Senior Mrs. Dai. Since the Dai family is working with the Leng family will surely stand out if you need help," Ji Yu Ning said. Since Ji Yu Ning said that, Senior Mrs. Dai stopped feeling embarrassed. Although they were partners, she was still grateful to the Leng family. "Senior Mrs. Dai, can I have a look at Mr. Dai now?" said Ji Yu Ning. "Of course." Senior Mrs. Dai came back to her senses. Ji Yu Ning came to see Master Dai's eldest son, so she immediately took Ji Yu Ning to his room in the ward. She didn't know why the Leng family sent Ji Yu Ning over because she was just a young girl, even though Ji Yu Ning was strong and had many abilities. Senior Mrs. Dai was unfamiliar with Ji Yu Ning, so it was understandable that she had worries. Nevertheless, she wouldn't stop Ji Yu Ning, because she wanted to try. Doctors gave him a medical check, but found nothing wrong with him. "He's in the same strange condition as Master Chong," Senior Mrs. Dai said, her voice filled with anxiety. If they didn't know the cause, they wouldn't know how to treat Mr. Dai. Unfortunately, they had no idea about its cause yet. Mr. Dai was in the same condition as Master Chong, but one was frozen by magical power, while the other was frozen by evil energy. Master Chong would be safe for years, but Mr. Dai was in a lot of danger. Within a month, he would die. Without delay, Ji Yu Ning took out a power crystal and helped Mr. Dai take it. Seeing that, Senior Mrs. Dai was scared, but she didn't stop Ji Yu Ning. Instead, she only focused on Ji Yu Ning nervously. Due to Mr. Dai's bad condition, a single power crystal was not enough, so Ji Yu Ning poured magical power into his body afterwards. She needed to wake him up to know more about the current situation. Jing Yuniao had just sent Ji Yu Ning a message, telling her how the Dai family was doing now, so Ji Yu Ning was aware that Master Chong was being controlled by evil energy, but they didn't know who the controller was yet. Mr. Dai must know something, so the evil controller made him lose consciousness. There must be a reason for that. Anyway, no one knew the reason why Mr. Dai suddenly passed out, so Ji Yu Ning's action wouldn't attract much attention when she woke him up within a short time. Normally, it would shock other people if Mr. Dai suddenly woke up, but it was an emergency, so Ji Yu Ning had to do it as soon as possible. Jing Yuniao didn't go far after walking out of the Dai family's mansion. Instead, she hid and spied on the Dai family, mainly the middle-aged, evil man. Ji Yu Ning placed her hands on Mr. Dai's temples, then put magical power into his body. Because Mr. Dai was affected by evil energy, his face was deathly pale. After the magical power flowed into his body, Mr. Dai's face gradually became ruddy. It was so obvious that Senior Mrs. Dai noticed the change at once. She was extremely surprised. She didn't know whether Ji Yu Ning could really cure Mr. Dai, but the obvious change made her believe that Ji Yu Ning had that ability. However, because Ji Yu Ning was busy treating Mr. Dai now, she didn't interrupt. A few minutes later, Mr. Dai was completely rid of the evil energy, so he quickly woke up. Senior Mrs. Dai was shocked when Mr. Dai opened his eyes. She was stunned for a long while, and couldn't believe her eyes. Because she was too excited, she forgot to thank Ji Yu Ning, but threw herself at Mr. Dai. "Honey, you're finally awake. Are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Not at all," Mr. Dai answered. Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Dai was relieved, then thanked Ji Yu Ning. "Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much." Senior Mrs. Ji Yu said sincerely. Because she was too excited, she even cried a little. "I'm glad to help," said Ji Yuning. Hearing their conversation, Mr. Dai realized that he had passed out. Now his wife was thanking Ji Yuning, which meant Ji Yuning rescued him. However, in order to make sure of it, Mr. Dai still asked, "What happened? You passed out early this morning. We took you to the hospital, but the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with you. It was Miss Ji Yu who woke you up, Senior Mrs. Dai said. She was still horrified when she thought of the scary situation. The moment when doctors told her they couldn't find the cause, she had felt completely helpless. Although Mr. Dai had that idea, he was still surprised to hear the answer. Even the doctors couldn't find out why he was unconscious, but Ji Yuning woke him up. Chapter 2874, Do you have special abilities too? Miss Ji Yu, thank you so much for rescuing me. Mr. Dai thanked Ji Yuning at once. Even though he felt it was unbelievable, it was true that Ji Yuning rescued him, so it was necessary for him to thank her. Even the doctors couldn't help him, so he would probably have died if Ji Yuning didn't rescue him. It's my pleasure, Ji Yuning said, but can you tell me what happened? In an instant, Mr. Dai looked mad, but he was willing to tell Ji Yuning even though she was very young. Actually, if the Leng family sent Ji Yuning over, it meant that she had a very important position. Therefore, Mr. Dai chose to be honest. I saw Yuan Wenye with a man who is about 40 years old at XX restaurant last night, but this morning, that man came to our home. My father was very polite to him. I was afraid that the man might harm us, so I reminded my father to be careful. Unfortunately, my father refused to listen. Then the man grabbed my hand and I felt cold all over my body. I couldn't move and gradually lost consciousness. Afterwards, I passed out. Miss Ji Yu, that man is very strange. I think he has come for no good. Saying that, Mr. Dai was full of anger and worry. What? That man made you lose consciousness? Hearing that, Senior Mrs. Dai exclaimed in shock. She had seen that man, but had no idea that the man made her husband unconscious. Since that man had met Yuan Wenye before, it must have something to do with Yuan Wenye. It must be Yuan Wenye's order. Senior Mrs. Dai said angrily, showing strong hatred for Yuan Wenye. Mr. Dai was also furious. It is not only Mr. Dai. Master Dai is also under his control. That's the reason why Master Dai ordered them to stop attacking the Chong family this morning. He even refused to answer the Leng family's calls. Mrs. Leng just went to the Dai family's house, but wasn't allowed to go in. She broke in and finally found out what happened. That man is abnormal. He is directly controlling Master Dai's mind instead of his body. Although we've roughly figured it out, we don't know the details, so we must find out the truth as soon as possible, Ji Yuning said. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, both Mr. Dai and Senior Mrs. Dai were surprised. That man was controlling Master Dai's mind. How did he manage to do that? It's crazy that the man could control one's mind, Senior Mrs. Dai exclaimed. She couldn't really accept that and felt that it should only be possible in fantasy shows. In her eyes, it was impossible for it to happen in real life. Then why couldn't the doctors find out why Mr. Dai lost consciousness, but I could wake him up after I came? Asked Ji Yuning. Hearing that, both Mr. Dai and Senior Mrs. Dai were shocked. It was true that the doctors failed to find the cause, and Ji Yuning quickly woke Mr. Dai up. Even though they knew Ji Yuning had skills, it was still unbelievable. Now they wondered whether Ji Yuning had special abilities. It was hard for them to accept, but they couldn't think of any other reasons. Miss Ji Yu, does that mean that both you and that man have special abilities? Asked Mr. Dai. Since he had doubts, he decided to directly ask Ji Yuning about it. He was unwilling to guess. Right, both that man and I have special abilities, but please keep it among us. Don't tell anyone else or it'll cause trouble and you might end up punished. Ji Yuning admitted, but also threatened them. Given Master Dai's current condition, she had to admit that she had special abilities in order to win their trust. She didn't think they would spread the news, unless they didn't want to live, but even if they told other people, no one would believe them. Mr. Dai and Senior Mrs. Dai were completely stunned. They didn't expect to find out that Ji Yuning really had special abilities. They couldn't believe that people with special abilities really existed in this world, and Yuan Wenye even had a relationship with one of them. They had heard about superpowers, but they didn't know any of the details, so they didn't ask further about it. Miss Ji Yu, don't worry, we won't tell anyone, but please help us. We will definitely thank you. Mr. Dai begged sincerely. Relax, we will help you solve the problem. After all, the Dai family got involved in the trouble because the Leng family wanted to work with you, otherwise you wouldn't have encountered so much trouble, Ji Yuning said. It was precisely because of that she didn't think it was a big deal to help the Dai family. Don't say that, Miss Ji Yu. We were willing to work with the Leng family. Since we agreed to join the game, we were prepared for any consequences, Mr. Dai said. He didn't blame the Leng family. Anyway, they agreed to team up. The Leng family didn't force the Dai family. In addition, because of the Leng family, the Dai family had gained a lot of benefits. Alright, we should stop talking about that for now. You can stay in the hospital for the time being. Don't tell anyone that Mr. Dai is awake, including other members of the Dai family. I don't want that man to know. Otherwise he might come to hurt you again. If anyone comes, Mr. Dai can pretend to be unconscious. Just leave the rest to us. We'll solve the problem as soon as possible, Ji Yuning said. No problem. Thank you so much, Miss Ji Yu, Mr. Dai said. Afterwards, Ji Yuning walked away, leaving Mr. Dai and Senior Mrs. Dai in shock. Honey, it's too shocking. I can't believe my ears, Senior Mrs. Dai exclaimed in horror. Since she told us everything, I think it must be true. Otherwise it would cause trouble for her if we know the secret, Mr. Dai replied. Although it was unbelievable, he was willing to believe it. You're right, but I wonder how everything is going in our family right now. I'm very worried, Senior Mrs. Dai said restlessly. They should be fine. I think they must be dealing with it now, Mr. Dai said, but he was anxious too. I can't believe that Yuan Wenye has a relationship with such a person. Senior Mrs. Dai said in surprise. We're in the same situation. It must be shocking for them as well that we have a relationship with Ji Yuning, Mr. Dai said. He was also astonished to know that Ji Yuning had special abilities, but he could still accept it. Chapter 2875, Spy on that man. Oh, if Mrs. Leng is also aware of that man's special abilities, does it mean she has? An idea dawned on Senior Mrs. Dai, so she doubted whether Jing Yunyo had special abilities too. Mr. Dai didn't realize it until he heard Senior Mrs. Dai's words, but he felt it was highly likely. It's possible. If so, the Leng family, Mr. Dai suddenly took a long breath. In that case, the Leng family was much stronger than they thought. No matter who dared to go against the Leng family, they would be digging their own graves, like the Chong family. If so, it's very scary. Senior Mrs. Dai said, feeling frightened. It is horrifying, but it'll only do us good as long as we don't harm the Leng family. In front of such a strong family, we have to limit our ambition. So I think it's enough for us to replace the Chong family, Mr. Dai said. The Dai family was also ambitious, but they clearly knew their abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept a low profile for so many years. However, that might make them seem weak, so they still needed to prove their abilities when it was necessary. After what happened this time, it would be difficult for them to stay low-key any longer. Senior Mrs. Dai agreed with Mr. Dai. In fact, Senior Mrs. Dai preferred to live an ordinary life since it would be much safer, but she knew it was impossible. She wasn't born in an ordinary family, and she married into a powerful family. However, they didn't know why Yuan Wenye wanted to cause the Dai family trouble and make the Dai family give up attacking the Chong family. He guessed that the Yuan family might also have the idea of unseating the Chong family. Anyway, it was impossible for the Yuan family to help the Chong family. After Ji Yuning walked away, she sent Jing Yunyo a message and asked her whether she needed her to do anything. Because Jing Yunyo understood that Ji Yuning was going to have an exam tomorrow and there was nothing she needed her to deal with, Jing Yunyo told her to go back to school for now. At the same time, Jing Yunyo spied on the Dai family. About half an hour later, the middle-aged man left. Master Dai walked him to the gate in person and arranged for a car to take him. Master Dai seemed to please the middle-aged man, but it was obvious that he was under control. When the man was gone, Jing Yunyo also left. Jing Yunyo's car was stopped not far from the Dai family's house, so she drove to chase after the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man didn't notice because there was a huge gap between their levels. Meanwhile, Jing Yunyo called Master Leng and reported the situation to him. Hearing about the situation the Dai family was in, Master Leng was angry, but he was also surprised that Yuan Wenye had a relationship with such a man. It seemed the Yuan family was much more difficult to deal with than he thought, but the Leng family was still stronger than the Yuan family. After all, the Leng family had quite a few cultivators now. The Dai family's chauffeur left after driving the middle-aged man to a nearby hotel. The hotel was Xianxia Hotel. Since the man stayed in Xianxia Hotel, Jing Yunyo thought that he might know that it was owned by Leng Xiaoting and it was possible that he might try to damage Leng Xiaoting's company. However, it was more likely to be a coincidence. Anyway, since it was Leng Xiaoting's company, it would be more convenient to spy on the middle-aged man. Nevertheless, Jing Yunyo didn't directly call Leng Xiaoting. Instead, she called He Qiming and told him about her request. Afterwards, He Qiming immediately arranged for the hotel manager to meet Jing Yunyo. Before long, the hotel manager came and met Jing Yunyo. They had a talk and the manager found the middle-aged man's room number and booked a room right next to it for Jing Yunyo. The hotel manager didn't know Jing Yunyo, but it was his leader's order, so he obeyed it. Jing Yunyo didn't continue to spy on the middle-aged man. Instead, she called Si Jin over to do it, because she needed to solve the problem with Master Dai. Most importantly, she needed to go back to ask Shengguan Yang for a solution to see whether she could cure Master Dai. Right after Jing Yunyo left, Si Jin set out, so when Jing Yunyo got back to the Sihewan, Si Jin arrived at the hotel. In the Sihewan, Jing Yunyo spoke with Shengguan Yang about Master Dai's condition. Shengguan Yang also believed that it was poisonous magic, but he didn't think it was a serious problem. He asked Jing Yunyo to take him to the Dai family, then they visited the Dai family together. In the hotel, the middle-aged man stayed in the room the entire time and didn't go anywhere. Si Jin only needed to spy on him, and didn't need to do anything for the time being. A while later, Jing Yunyo and Shengguan Yang arrived at the Dai family's house. This time, Jing Yunyo told Dai Shangyu about their visit, so Dai Shangyu ordered the security guards to let them in. Master Dai was still in his study. He continued to call those officials who were going to report the Chong family and told them to stop. However, it didn't work, because Master Dai's sudden order was too strange and they were unwilling to miss such a good opportunity. Therefore, they agreed to listen to Master Dai on the phone, but didn't actually stop. Master Dai's second son also called them and told them not to listen to Mater Dai, because Master Dai's behavior was abnormal for no reason. Since that was the case, no one listened to Master Dai. Mater Dai's second son was also aware that Master Dai was affected by poisonous magic, but he didn't tell those officials. Even if he said that, no one would believe him, and it could even cause unnecessary trouble. However, some of them hesitated. Master Dai's behavior was very abnormal, but his eldest son was still in the hospital, so they were afraid that the Dai family might lose their influence. They only hesitated for a while and wouldn't make the decision right away. Therefore, they continued to attack the Chong family. Chapter 2876, Tamehead. No one stopped Master Dai from calling other people, because they were scared to be close to him after knowing that he was under the effect of poisonous magic. They were afraid that he might lose control and hurt them. They were unwilling to have any conflicts and they didn't want to hurt Master Dai. Luckily, there weren't many members in the house. In order to avoid danger, Dai Shangyu and Junior Mrs. Dai called the other family members and told them not to come home right now. As for the reason, they explained that Master Dai was in a bad condition now and could easily lose control. Although the other family members were worried about Master Dai's health, they listened to Dai Xiangyu and Junior Mrs. Dai. When Jing Yunyo came with Shengguan Yang, Dai Xiangyu heard the news and immediately went out to welcome them. "Hi, Mrs. Leng, Elder Shengguan, please come in." Dai Xiangyu politely greeted them. Jing Yunyo had told Dai Xiangyu that she would come with an expert, and that the expert could save Master Dai. Dai Xiangyu didn't doubt Jing Yunyo's words, but he was still afraid that something might happen. However, even though he was worried, the Leng family was the only family he could trust right now. Therefore, he said nothing about it. After welcoming Jing Yunyo and Shengguan Yang, Dai Xiangyu took them to Master Dai's study. Dai Xiangyu knocked at the door first and said that he needed to see Master Dai. He didn't mention that Jing Yunyo was also there. Master Dai was affected by poisonous magic, but he wasn't fully under control. He only stopped attacking the Chong family and stayed away from the Leng family because he now believed that the Leng family was bad and he needed to cut off their relationship. Besides, he even wanted to go against the Leng family. As for the Chong family, he would only give up on reporting their crimes. Accordingly, when Dai Xiangyu said that he needed to see Master Dai agreed and let him in. However, the moment Mater Dai saw Jing Yunyo and Shengguan Yang coming in with Dai Xiangyu, he lost his temper. "Dai Xiangyu, didn't I tell you the Leng family is forbidden to come here? Why do you still bring them in? What do you want to do?" Master Dai angrily questioned. Once Master Dai got angry, the middle-aged man in the hotel felt it, but he only felt Master Dai's emotions and didn't know what Master Dai said or who he met. Therefore, the middle-aged man did nothing. "Grandpa, Mrs. Leng has come to help you," Dai Xiangyu said resignedly. He understood that Master Dai wouldn't listen to him. "Help me? With what? I don't need her help. Leave, now," Master Dai said furiously. It seemed as if he felt Jing Yunyo was going to harm him instead of help him. "Grandpa," Dai Xiangyu felt helpless. He had no idea what to do now. After all, Master Dai was being controlled by poisonous magic. As soon as Shengguan Yang walked inside, he noticed that Master Dai was abnormal. In Master Dai's body, there was indeed a poisonous worm, but he wasn't poisoned. Instead, Master Dai was under the effect of tame head. Tame head referred to black magic which used a certain toxin or insect as a prop to secretly act on the target, making the person act according to the controller's will. It had the same effect as poisonous magic, but the difference was that tame head needed the target's date of birth and horoscope. Moreover, poisonous magic usually used the mother poisonous worm to restrain the baby poisonous worm to cause trouble and damage to the body and life of the target. In that case, the target must obey the orders of the controller out of fear, but the controller couldn't control the target's mind. On the other hand, tame head could directly control the target's mind from a distance. In fact, the source of tame head wasn't their country, but country T. Shengguan Yang studied it quite a bit, so he knew a lot. Even though it wasn't poisonous magic and was actually tame head, Shengguan Yang didn't think it was a big deal. Right at that moment, he took out a Taoist talisman, then directly threw it at Master Dai. The Taoist talisman quickly struck Master Dai's forehead, causing him to be unable to move. This also impacted the worm inside his body. Seeing that, Dai Xiangyu rounded his eyes in shock. It was too unbelievable. Well, Dai Xiangyu wanted to ask about the situation, but he was too shocked to finish a sentence. "Don't ask. Don't worry, he's Xiaoting's master and he can cure Master Dai," Jing Yunyo said calmly. Hearing that, Dai Xiangyu said nothing in case he interrupted Shengguan Yang. The moment Master Dai was frozen by the Taoist talisman, the middle-aged man in the hotel sensed it. He abruptly stood up from the sofa angrily. Without delay, he ran outside and went to the Dai family's house. Si Jin noticed his movement and immediately followed him out. The middle-aged man took out a puppet as he walked in a bid to control Master Dai to fight back, but he failed. In the Dai family's house. After Master Dai was frozen, Shengguan Yang went to him, then took out a sharp dagger. Dai Xiangyu trembled a little when he saw the dagger, even though he believed that Shengguan Yang wouldn't hurt Master Dai. The next moment, Shengguan Yang cut open the clothing on Master Dai's chest, scaring Dai Xiangyu. Knowing that Dai Xiangyu was anxious, Jing Yunyo explained. There is a poisonous worm in your grandfather's body. His life is being controlled by that middle-aged man, so the worm must be removed, or your grandfather could die at any time. Dai Xianxia was frightened. A poisonous worm. His grandfather's life was under control. He couldn't believe his ears. After hearing Jing Yunyao's explanation, Dai Xianxia was less worried and mentally prepared. Shang Guanyang cut Master Dai's clothing open, then cut his chest. Although Dai Xianxia understood that Shang Guanyang was going to take the worm out of his grandfather's body, it still scared him when the dagger directly cut his grandfather's chest. However, it shocked him that his grandfather didn't bleed at all. How could that be possible? Dai Xianxia was stunned. Without hesitation, Shang Guanyang quickly dug the worm out, then killed it with magical energy. The moment the worm was killed, the puppet in the middle-aged man's hand was broken too. In that instant the middle-aged man was frightened. He loosened his hand and stumbled a few steps back. Chapter 2877. Master Dai wakes up. What was worse, the middle-aged man was also injured. He vomited up and spat a mouthful of blood. He became angrier, because it meant the spell he cast on Master Dai was removed by someone. Who did it? How could the person remove his spell? Did Master Dai have a relationship with a wizard at a higher level? Given the current situation, he couldn't go to the Dai family's house again. If he ran into a wizard who was more powerful than him, he could be caught. And now he was injured, so he needed to recover. As a result, he immediately returned to his room when he just reached the elevator. No one saw the scene because there was nobody around, but Si Jin saw it. As a cultivator, she wasn't surprised. When the middle-aged man turned around, Si Jin stepped back to the side at once. After the middle-aged man got back into his room, Si Jin walked into the next room and continued to spy on him. She also sent Jing Yunyaо a message, telling her about the situation. Because the middle-aged man had special abilities, he must have a good hearing as well. If Si Jin made a call, he would be able to hear her. Once Jing Yunyao received Si Jin's message, she replied to her. They had solved the problem, so Si Jin could directly catch the middle-aged man if he wanted to run away. They would go to see her after everything was done in the Dai family. After Shang Guanyang killed the poisonous worm, the Taoist talisman became useless, because it only had an effect on evil beings. The moment the worm was removed, Master Dai went back to normal. He couldn't help but shout in pain and the wound on his chest began to bleed. Dai Xianxia got nervous, but didn't dare to rush forward. The next moment, Shang Guanyang took out a pill and helped Master Dai take it. Then he sprayed some medicinal powder on Master Dai's wound. After taking the pill, Master Dai stopped shouting, but he was still uncomfortable. After being covered by medicinal powder, the wound stopped bleeding, but it was still bloody. Shang Guanyang helped Master Dai move and sit down on the sofa, then he asked Dai Xianxia, "Do you have bandages?" Shang Guanyang's Chenken bag was different from Ji Yuning's telepathic eye space which had everything. Even though there were bandages in Shang Guanyang's Chenken bag, he couldn't take them out in front of Dai Xianxia, or his secret would be exposed. His medicinal powder was very little, so he could carry it with him and Dai Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it. Of course, I'll go get them right now. Dai Xianxia ran out of the study at once. Outside, Junior Mrs. Dai didn't go in but waited all the time, so she was anxious as well when she heard Master Dai's shouts. When Dai Xianxia walked out, she immediately asked him, "Xianxia, how is it?" "I need to get bandages now. We can talk about it later." Dai Xianxia rushed to find bandages and didn't have much time to talk with Junior Mrs. Dai. Since he said that, Junior Mrs. Dai didn't stand in his way. At the same time, Shang Guanyang took off Master Dai's upper clothing. Jing Yunyao didn't walk away, because it was an emergency and it wasn't really embarrassing or inappropriate. Before long, Dai Xianxia was back with bandages and gave them to Shang Guanyang. Shang Guanyang wrapped Master Dai's wound, then told him to lie down on the sofa. He couldn't move right now, so Shang Guanyang told Dai Xianxia to get a blanket to cover Master Dai. It was summer and wasn't cold, but Master Dai was in a special condition. He had just gotten rid of the poison, so he had to stay warm. Dai Xianxia immediately got a blanket and covered Master Dai's body. Master Dai wasn't completely conscious right now. Because Sheng Guanyang was unwilling to expose his secret, he didn't fully cure Master Dai. Within a few days, Master Dai would make a full recovery, but he would wake up a few minutes later. Therefore, Sheng Guanyang and Jing Yuniao didn't leave right away. They would leave after Master Dai woke up, so that the Dai family could feel relieved. "Sir, how's my grandpa now?" Dai Shangyu asked worriedly. He knew his grandfather was getting better, but he couldn't be relieved until Sheng Guanyang gave him the answer. "He's fine now. He'll wake up in a few minutes," Sheng Guanyang said. Hearing that, Dai Shangyu was finally relieved and thanked Sheng Guanyang. "Sir, thank you so much." "My pleasure," Sheng Guanyang said as he gave Dai Shangyu a nod. Then Dai Shangyu suddenly realized that he hadn't offered any tea or water to Jing Yuniao and Sheng Guanyang. Without delay, he walked out and told Junior Mrs. Dai to pour 2 cups of tea. Before long, Junior Mrs. Dai came over with 2 cups of tea. Although Jing Yuniao and Sheng Guanyang weren't thirsty, they still accepted the tea. After having a sip, Sheng Guanyang felt that the tea tasted very good, so he asked Dai Shangyu, "Can I know what tea this is? It tastes good." Hearing Sheng Guanyang's compliment, Dai Shangyu was very happy and replied, "It's Junshan Yinjun. Because it's my grandfather's favorite, we made some by ourselves. We have a lot at home. If you like it, I'll prepare some for you to take away." "Oh, thanks. That'll be great." Sheng Guanyang accepted. Anyway, he had saved Master Dai's life. He didn't ask for anything, so he could take some tea as a gift. "I'll go prepare some right now," Junior Mrs. Dai announced. "Great," Dai Shangyu replied, then Junior Mrs. Dai walked away. In the hotel, the middle-aged man called Yuan Wenye and reported everything to him. When Yuan Wenye heard the result, he was shocked and angry. How could someone be able to remove the spell? When did the Dai family have a relationship with such a skilled person? Yuan Wenye couldn't accept it, because it would be much more difficult for him to defeat the Dai family now. Left with no choice, Yuan Wenye could only tell the middle-aged man to rest for a while. A few minutes later, Master Dai woke up, but he was still very weak and wasn't fully conscious. "Grandpa, you're awake." Dai Shangyu immediately went forward. He squatted in front of the sofa in great excitement. "What happened to me?" Master Dai couldn't remember everything right now. He only felt the pain from his chest. Dai Shangyu didn't answer, but turned to look at Jing Yuniao. He didn't know whether he should tell Master Dai the truth. Chapter 2878. No need to blame yourself. Following Dai Shangyu's gaze, Master Dai saw Jing Yuniao and Sheng Guanyang. He didn't know Sheng Guanyang, but he guessed that Sheng Guanyang must be familiar with the Leng family since he came with Jing Yuniao. "Hi, Mrs. Leng." Master Dai greeted Jing Yuniao. After he got rid of Tame Head, he began to have a good attitude towards Jing Yuniao again. "Master Dai, I think your grandson can explain the situation to you," Jing Yuniao said. She allowed Dai Shangyu to tell Master Dai what had happened earlier. After that, Dai Shangyu told Master Dai everything. Hearing Dai Shangyu's explanation, Master Dai remembered what he had done. He was shocked and scared. He didn't expect the man to have such harmful magic to even control him. "Mrs. Leng, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you and the Leng family. I didn't mean to." Master Dai apologized at once. Even though he was under control back then, what he had done was indeed too much. "Master Dai, no need to blame yourself. We understand that you didn't mean to hurt us. If you did, we wouldn't have rescued you." Jing Yuniao said, "Your eldest son was saved by my daughter-in-law and you're getting better too. Within a few days, you will make a full recovery. The orders you've sent out have been taken back by your second son, so it didn't cause much damage." Knowing that his eldest son was awake now, Master Dai and Dai Shangyu were both relieved. However, Master Dai was still scared and felt guilty. However, in order to give them confidence, your eldest son can leave the hospital right now. People need to know that he's awake. And we can tell them that you were being threatened, for you to behave abnormally. Now you're fine. Jing Yuniao said, "As for the man, just leave him to us. We'll tell you the result after dealing with him." "Great, thank you so much, Mrs. Leng." Master Dai was very grateful to Jing Yuniao and the Leng family. In fact, he had doubted the Leng family's reputation before, because he didn't think they could be kind given their high status, but this time, he honestly felt their kindness. Afterwards, Master Dai apologized again. "I'm sincerely sorry for causing you and the Leng family so much trouble." "Don't say that. It's never easy to achieve things. We're partners, so we ought to help each other," Jing Yunyo said. Since she said that, Master Dai dropped the topic and started to talk about that man. "Oh, the man told me that he's a wizard from country T. Does Tame Head really exist?" Although Mater Dai had been through it in person, he still couldn't believe or accept it. "Yes, but keep it a secret among us. Don't spread it. There is no need to cause unnecessary trouble," Jing Yunyo replied. "Sure, we won't," Master Dai and Dai Xianxia promised. Master Dai wanted to ask more, but felt that it wasn't necessary, so he didn't continue. Now Jing Yunyo and Sheng Guanyang had to leave. Because Master Dai wasn't well, he didn't stand up and Dai Xianxia walked them out. In the living room, Junior Mrs. Dai had already prepared tea for Sheng Guanyang. There were 2 cans, half kilogram each, so there was a kilogram in all. Although Dai Xiangyu's maternal grandfather was a manufacturer of tea and had sent the Dai family a lot, it was a very precious tea and the yield was low. Therefore, the Dai family didn't have much. The 2 cans were actually a third of what they had. To be honest, 2 cans wasn't a little since a kilogram of that tea cost about 20,000 yuan. Money wasn't important, but sometimes tea of high quality was worth much more than just money. "Wow, there is a lot." Sheng Guanyang was surprised to see 2 big cans. "Not at all. I hope you like it," Junior Mrs. Dai said. She was afraid that 2 cans were too little. After all, Sheng Guanyang had saved Master Dai's life. 2 cans of tea was barely enough to show their gratitude. However, there weren't many cans of tea at their home, so she could only give Sheng Guanyang 2 cans. "Of course I like it. Thank you so much." Sheng Guanyang beamed, accepting the Dai family's gift. Afterwards, Jing Yunyo and Sheng Guanyang left. When they were gone, Mater Dai called Master Leng and apologized. He had done that to Jing Yunyo and she didn't blame him, but he felt it was necessary for him to make an apology to Master Leng in person too. Master Dai was very weak now, but he still had the strength to talk. He just couldn't talk for long. Master Leng had heard about the situation, so he didn't blame Master Dai. Instead, he told Master Dai to relax and that there was no need to blame himself. Dai Xianxia also called Master Dai's eldest son and told him that Master Dai was fine now and that Jing Yunyo wanted him to leave the hospital and come back home. Hearing that, Mr. Dai immediately left the hospital. After having the call with Master Dai's eldest son, Dai Xianxia called Master Dai's second son and told him everything was fine now. Master Dai's second son was greatly relieved and felt much less stressed. Without delay, he shared the news with those officials who were ordered by Master Dai to stop attacking the Chong family these days. When they heard that Master Dai's eldest son was awake now and that Master Dai had been threatened into giving up on attacking the Chong family, they were shocked and relieved. Now those who hesitated to listen to Master Dai got back their confidence. Now they only needed to deal with the wizard from country T. Master Dai was fine now, so the wizard couldn't live, but currently he was staying in Xianxia Hotel, so they couldn't take action there, or it could cause trouble for Leng Xiaoting's company. Si Jin continued to spy on him and they would take action after the wizard checked out. Anyway, it was impossible for him to run away. Because the other forces had sent people to watch Master Dai's eldest son, the news that he woke up was quickly spread abroad, which disappointed many people, but they could do nothing about it. They thought the Dai family would fail this time, but unexpectedly they didn't. Chapter 2879, Why So Fast? For 2 whole days, the wizard didn't leave the hotel at all, so Si Jin stayed in the hotel for 2 days as well. She didn't spend all of her time in her room, since the wizard would realize that something was strange if she did. Therefore, when it was time for lunch, she dined out and came back in the afternoon. Anyway, the manager was also watching the man. As long as the man left the hotel, the manager would let her know. The wizard didn't check out until 8 p.m. the second night, then Si Jin followed him to a house in a suburb. Yuan Wenye was alone in the house. "Master, how's your body now?" Once the wizard came, Yuan Wenye asked him with concern. He was unusually polite towards the wizard. After all, the wizard had special abilities. If he was disrespectful, the wizard could punish him. Even though he was unwilling to deal with the wizard right now, he had invited him, so he had to be polite till he was gone. Therefore, he wasn't just polite to the wizard, he also needed to satisfy his needs. For example, yesterday the wizard said that he didn't want to stay in the hotel and wanted to recover in a quiet place, so Yuan Wenye quickly found a quiet place for him. I need to rest for a few more days, the wizard replied. It would take a long time for him to recover from the backlash. After a few days, he might get better, but he wouldn't make a full recovery right away. Everything has been arranged now, Yuan Wenye said. Thanks, the wizard said, then directly went in. His arrogance displeased Yuan Wenye, but he had to tolerate it. Afterwards, Yuan Wenye followed him inside. When the wizard met Yuan Wenye, Xi Jin secretly filmed their meeting. Due to the distance, she failed to record their conversation, but it was enough to prove that they were scheming something. The Leng family was aware of their scheme, but outsiders had no idea, so they needed to collect evidence. This time, Yuan Wenye was doomed to be paid back. Master, I want to get rid of Leng Yuanchen. Can you help me kill him? Said Yuan Wenye. Of course, but you must pay me 100 million yuan for that after I succeed. If I fail, I only need 20 million yuan. But I promise I won't fail again, the wizard said confidently. In his opinion, it was much easier to kill than it was to cast a control spell, but sometimes killing wasn't the result he wanted when he dealt with his enemies. 100 million yuan. Yuan Wenye was displeased and angry. How could the wizard ask him for so much money? Although he didn't lack money, 100 million yuan was a large amount. He could do a lot of things with that. If the wizard succeeded, he could give him 100 million yuan, but he still needed to pay him 20 million yuan even if he failed. In that case, he would have lost a lot of money. The wizard was paid whether he succeeded or not. What if he failed on purpose? After all, the wizard had already failed once, so Yuan Wenye lost some confidence in him. However, he couldn't find someone who was better than the wizard right now. So no matter how reluctant Yuan Wenye was, he still accepted that condition. Anyway, he couldn't wait to kill Leng Yuanchen. Unfortunately, he was doomed to fail, because Xi Jin had heard their plan. Without delay, Xi Jin sent Jing Yunyo a message and told her about their scheme. Reading Xi Jin's message, Jing Yunyo was furious. Since the wizard checked out and left the hotel, she thought it was time for her to take action. Therefore, Jing Yunyo ordered Xi Jin to punish the wizard and Yuan Wenye. They wouldn't kill the wizard and Yuan Wenye, but they would disable them. As soon as Xi Jin was assigned the task, she took action. Because she disguised herself with a baseball cap and a mask, no one could see who she was. In order to not attract the wizard's attention, she hadn't used her magical energy to damage the surveillance cameras earlier, but she didn't hesitate to do so now. She couldn't leave any evidence, so Xi Jin immediately released magical energy to damage the surveillance cameras. When Xi Jin did that, the wizard clearly felt a strong power. Although he didn't know it was magical energy, he knew it wasn't natural and was from someone who had superpowers. Wizards weren't ordinary people, so he believed that there were people with superpowers in different countries too. He just hadn't met any yet. However, the spell he cast on Master Dai was removed the other day, which proved he wasn't the only one who had special abilities. The wizard was angry. Did it have something to do with Master Dai? Was he the target this time? If the person could remove his spell, it meant the person was stronger than him. He could clearly feel how powerful it was, so he was instantly alert. To make it worse, he was injured now, so he was much weaker than before. Before the wizard could decide what to do next, the door was directly kicked open. Both the wizard and Yuan Wenye were shocked, especially Yuan Wenye. The wizard stayed calm, because he knew a strong opponent was coming, but Yuan Wenye wasn't mentally prepared. After that, they saw a woman rushing inside, but she had a mask on, so they couldn't see her face. The wizard felt threatened, so he subconsciously wanted to run away. He didn't care about Yuan Wenye at all. They only met for business, and didn't have a close personal relationship. However, the moment he moved, Si Jin stood in his way. Witnessing that scene, Yuan Wenye was stunned. The woman was just outside the door, but she showed up right in front of the wizard in the blink of an eye. How could she be so fast? It shocked not only Yuan Wenye, the wizard was also shocked by her speed. He didn't have time to run away at all. As a result, he had to fight against Si Jin. Si Jin wanted to finish it quickly, so she used a lot of force from the very beginning. The wizard could hardly fight back. Seeing that, Yuan Wenye tried to escape and left the wizard behind. Chapter 2880, Did Something Go Wrong? From Yuan Wenye's perspective, Si Jin was targeting the wizard, which had nothing to do with him and he didn't want to be dragged into trouble. However, Si Jin targeted both of them, so it was impossible for her to let Yuan Wenye run away. Therefore, the moment Yuan Wenye moved, Si Jin grabbed a chair and hit him. The next moment, the chair hit Yuan Wenye, causing him to scream in pain. Then he fell to the ground. Because of the sharp pain, he couldn't get back to his feet. Si Jin turned back to fighting the wizard, while paying a little attention to Yuan Wenye, in case he ran away. The wizard realized that he was no match for Si Jin, so he wanted to use poisonous magic. Unfortunately, before he could, Si Jin directly ruined his plan. Si Jin used magical energy, so she was quickly able to defeat the wizard. The wizard was seriously injured and both of his hands were disabled. The wizard only knew some simple poisonous magic and had a defensive ability to some extent, but he was too weak compared with Si Jin. Who are you? The wizard asked in a weak, hate-filled voice. Someone you can't mess with. Si Jin answered in a deep voice, then she ignored the wizard and walked towards Yuan Wenye. Seeing Si Jin coming over, Yuan Wenye trembled in horror. Who are you? Why did you injure me? Yuan Wenye wanted to run away, but it was hard for him to move, so he couldn't escape. Yuan Wenye despaired at that moment. Because you did something extremely bad, Si Jin said. Without hesitation, she disabled Yuan Wenye's limbs, causing him excruciating pain. His forehead was covered with sweat. He did something wrong. Was it because of the wizard? Did the Dai family already know it was done by him? That was impossible. However, Yuan Wenye couldn't think of any other reasons. After doing that, Si Jin left. Once she walked out, she reported the result to Jing Yuniao, who felt much better. Jing Yuniao only shared the news with Master Leng, Leng Yuanjun, and Leng Yuanchen. She also told them not to tell anyone else. Because Yuan Wenye schemed to kill Leng Yuanchen, none of them thought the punishment was too much. After all, the Leng family wasn't weak. Yuan Wenye is disabled now. I think the Yuan family will be damaged quite badly. After going through so much, the Yuan family still dares to scheme against us. They have lost their reason due to ambition, Leng Yuanjun said, but he could understand why the Yuan family did that. The Leng family knew how powerful they were, but the Yuan family didn't. In addition, the Yuan family had a lot of confidence in themselves, so they would obviously do things for their own interests. Actually, if the Yuan family had the same power as the Leng family, they could have stolen the seat of the president earlier on. Now, even if the other three major families teamed up, they couldn't defeat the Leng family. Leng Xiaoting and Jing Yuniao could easily kill them. Right, we just solved the problem involving the Pei family, but now the Yuan family caused us trouble. I wonder whether it was Yuan Wenye's idea or if it was the Yuan family's plan, Leng Yuanchen wondered. He wasn't sure which was the truth, because both were possible. Whether it's Yuan Wenye's idea or the Yuan family's plan, that's not the point right now. The most important thing we need to do right now is to replace the Chong family with the Dai family, Master Leng said. After all, Yuan Wenye just spoke with the wizard about their plan to assassinate Leng Yuanchen. They hadn't taken action yet. Right, if the Yuan family causes trouble again, we can punish them at that time. We can't cause a scene right now, or it'll cause trouble for the president, Jing Yuniao said. Because Wei Lingfeng was the president, he would be affected no matter which faction caused a scene. For example, if students had low scores or refused to study, the parents would blame teachers. They would think you were not qualified. Before long, Yuan Wenye and the wizard attracted attention from other people. However, Yuan Wenye's screams were too scary, so nobody dared to come in. Obviously, something serious happened, so someone called the security guards to come over. Once the security guards saw Yuan Wenye and the wizard, they were shocked and thought that the two had been in a fight. Nevertheless, they immediately called the police and the hospital. Afterwards, they informed Yuan Wenye's family. The Yuan family received the news, but the wizard had no family in this city, so his family wasn't informed. When the Yuan family heard about Yuan Wenye's condition, they were all shocked. Then they got angry, but they still needed to know more about the fight. Before long, Yuan Wenye and the wizard were driven to the hospital. After a medical check, they were told that both of them were crippled. Hearing that result, Yuan Wenye had a mental breakdown and even the Yuan family couldn't accept it. Master Yuan and Yuan Wenyu were aware of Yuan Wenye's meeting with the wizard, so they believed it must have been done by the Dai family. Even though they decided to do bad things first, Yuan Wenye was disabled now, so they blamed the Dai family for it. It must have been done by the Dai family. It's shocking that they could remove the spell from Master Dai's body and even woke Master Dai's eldest son. Now they caught you and even seriously injured you. Master Yuan exclaimed angrily. Why was he so mad? Didn't they ask for it? If they didn't harm the Dai family first and want to kill Leng Yuanqin, they wouldn't have been paid back. What should we do now? Yuan Wenyu asked anxiously. He was worried that the Dai family or the Leng family would punish them. He somehow felt that Master Dai had a close relationship with the Leng family. What can we do now? If the Dai family or the Leng family comes to see us, we must deny it, Master Yuan replied. In such a situation, Master Yuan decided to abandon Yuan Wenye. Anyway, Yuan Wenye was useless now, so it was good for the Yuan family if he could take all the blame. He didn't want the whole Yuan family to be in trouble after all. Chapter 2881, A Bunch of Trash. Hearing that, Yuan Wenye felt heartbroken. Master Yuan's words made sense. He was already exposed and couldn't get away with it, so it would be the best choice to let him carry the blame, so that Master Yuan and Yuan Wenyu would be safe. He was willing to do that, but it still hurt when Master Yuan said it. Therefore, Yuan Wenye said nothing. Yuan Wenyu wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say right now, so he remained silent too. Although it was ruthless to let Yuan Wenye carry all the blame, they would all be dragged into trouble if they didn't do that. By then, the whole Yuan family would be in a serious crisis. Master Yuan understood that it was unfair, but they were left with no choice. Looking at Yuan Wenye, Master Yuan said, feeling guilty, Wenye, I know it's very unfair, but the whole Yuan family will be in serious trouble if we get dragged into it too. You don't want to see that happen, right? As long as our family is still powerful, you will be able to live a good life after coming out of jail, but if we lose our power, none of us will live a good life. There are countless forces that can't wait to see us unseated. Dad, I understand. I'll take all the blame this time. Yuan Wenye was deeply hurt, but he clearly knew that it was the truth, so he agreed. After disabling Yuan Wenye, the Leng family had no intention of punishing the Yuan family further, but the Yuan family didn't know that, so they were worried. Oh, what should we do about the wizard? Yuan Wenyu asked Master Yuan. Master Yuan frowned and remained quiet for a while, then he said, just leave him there. That's all we can do now. In the Yuan family, only the three of them were aware of the truth, the other family members had no idea. Therefore, Yuan Wenye's wife and kids were really angry once they heard that he was disabled. They urged Master Yuan to find the criminal and seriously punish him. Master Yuan couldn't tell them the truth, so he could only give them a perfunctory answer. The next day, the news that Yuan Wenye was seriously injured and disabled quickly went abroad. The Yuan family's enemies gloated over their misfortune, especially the Dai family. After all, Yuan Wenye had just hurt Master Dai and Master Dai's eldest son. They couldn't wait to pay him back. They knew the Leng family would do it, but didn't expect it to happen so fast. Besides, Yuan Wenye was even disabled. All of them were surprised at the result. Everyone was talking about Yuan Wenye because they didn't know the wizard, so they didn't talk much about him. They all believed that he worked for Yuan Wenye. As for who disabled Yuan Wenye, they guessed it had been done by a major family, but they had no idea who it was. Today was the third day of their final exam. Because of what had happened to Yuan Wenye, Yuan Yilin couldn't focus. She barely finished a few questions and even the teacher reminded her to focus on the paper a few times. After the exam, Ji Yuning dined out with Song Miaoge and her other friends. They had made an appointment several days ago. When they went to class they rarely saw Ji Yuning and now they wouldn't see her for even longer because of the vacation. One semester was over, so they felt it was necessary for them to have a gathering and have fun together. However, this time, not only the four of them gathered together, they also called Mu Kei and Yu Mixi. Chu Peihan needed to film that night, so she didn't come. Therefore, there were 6 of them. They decided to have a big seafood meal, because all of them liked seafood. Afterwards, they went to sing in a KTV club and ordered several bottles of wine to drink. However, while they were having fun, drama happened. A bunch of drunk young men intruded all of a sudden. Once they broke in, a waiter tried to stop them, but there were 4 of them, so the waiter couldn't stop them outside. Instead, one of the 4 men pushed the waiter to the ground. Seeing that, Ji Yuning immediately stood up and walked to them. She coldly stared at them and asked, "What are you doing?" "Jesus, this girl is so pretty." "I thought Lao Si was bragging just then," one man said as he leered at Ji Yuning. "I told you." Another man looked proud. He must be the Lao Si that the man just mentioned. Everyone thought it was an accident. Although they were scared and displeased, they weren't mad nor did they want to argue with them, but after hearing that, they were furious. "Damn it. We should teach them a lesson," Song Miaoge said angrily. Then she walked straight toward the bunch of men. "Do it now," she asked Ji Yuning. "Teach us a lesson." "That's funny. Look at you. You're so skinny. I can easily press you down. How would you be able to teach us a lesson?" "But girls, we're not bad people. We just want to drink with you. Why don't we have some fun together?" "Don't be so angry," one man teased. He didn't take Ji Yuning and the other girls seriously. "Right, if there are no men drinking with you, you'll be bored," another man said. "Do you want to drink with us?" "Beat us first," Song Miaoge replied. "You're so beautiful that we don't have the heart to injure you. We only want to spoil you," the man replied as he leered at Song Miaoge. "Get out now," Song Miaoge shouted at them. The bunch of men were instantly annoyed. They felt that Song Miaoge was embarrassing them publicly. "Girl, do you know who we are? It's your honor that we're willing to drink with you. Don't ruin the opportunity," a man said in annoyance. "You're a bunch of trash. I gave you a chance to leave, but you refused. So you asked for it yourself," Ji Yuning said coldly, then she directly beat them and kicked them out. She was so fast that the men could barely fight back. The next moment, they were screaming in pain. The sounds of their fight attracted attention from people outside. Onlookers immediately came over to see what was happening. Chapter 2882, Beat Them. However, they could see that the 4 men were beaten and thrown out. Besides, they smelt alcohol, so people immediately figured out that they had gone to cause trouble for the girls. "Ji Yuning, leave one to me," Song Miaoge complained. She was fully prepared, but didn't have a chance to show her skills. Ji Yuning rubbed her nose with slight embarrassment, then said, "You can kick them now if you want. I don't think it's enough for them yet." "Great." Hearing that, Song Miaoge went ahead and kicked the men a few times. At this time, several security guards rushed over and stopped Song Miaoge. Even though they knew it was the men's fault, they were unwilling to let it get worse. Song Miaoge had given them some heavy kicks, so she was satisfied even though she was stopped. It was very pleasant to be able to punish them too. How dare you kick us? Do you know who we are?" One man angrily shouted at Song Miaoge and Ji Yuning. Because of the kicks and the pain, they were slightly more clear-headed now, but they didn't think their behavior was wrong. After all, they were bad guys. "I don't care who you are. You were trash since you dared to sexually harass us. You deserve the kicks," Ji Yuning replied. The man was angered by Ji Yuning's arrogance. "We came here for fun, not for harassment. So please remove them right now," Ji Yuning said to those security guards. "Of course." The security guards answered, wanting to pull the men away. Although Ji Yuning beat them, it was those men's fault, so they deserved it. Remove us. You injured us. Shouldn't you pay for that? One of the men yelled angrily, as if they were bullied. It was insane that he complained about that. Although they were injured, they deserved it because they had sexually harassed Ji Yuning and the other girls first. Oh, what do you want me to do then? Ji Yuning asked lazily. Kneel down, knock your head against the ground, and apologize to us, the man replied. Hearing that, Song Miaoge and the others were furious. This man was so shameless. It was his fault, yet he blamed other people. The onlookers had the same feeling. I can't stand it. I must beat them seriously this time. Song Miaoge couldn't stay calm any longer. Beat them then, Ji Yuning said. She allowed Song Miaoge to beat those men, since she actually had the same idea. With Ji Yuning's agreement, Song Miaoge directly beat them. Miss, calm down. A security guard stopped her at once. If you don't want me to beat them, get them out right now. Song Miaoge said. Of course, we'll do that right away. The security guard immediately pulled those men away. Those men were reluctant to leave, but they were injured by Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge. They could barely fight back, so they were dragged out in the end. However, the entire way they didn't stop swearing at Ji Yuning and the other girls. After they were taken away, Ji Yuning and the others returned to their private room to enjoy themselves. They weren't affected. They only criticized the bunch of men for a while, then dropped the topic. What they didn't know was that the bunch of men wouldn't give up, but they weren't worried. At 11 p.m., they left. Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai called their family chauffeurs to pick them up, while Ji Yuning would drive Muke and Yumixi back. It was too late, so she wanted them to be safe, even though Haicheng district wasn't far away. Baili Zhongshe went home alone, because she was going to Century City instead of the school. Century City was in the city center, so it was in opposite directions. Most importantly, given Baili Zhongshui's abilities, they didn't need to worry about her. Right after they walked out of the private room, Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe noticed some people were watching them. They exchanged a glance, thinking that it must have something to do with that bunch of men. Nevertheless, they weren't worried at all. They only became more careful. A while later, they were out of the club. Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe could clearly feel that a group of people were following them. It was obvious that the bunch of men wanted to pay them back. It was true that those people were paid by the bunch of men to pay Ji Yuning and Song Miaoge back. As soon as they were out of the club, the group of people ran towards them. There were about 8 men with sticks in their hands. They held wooden sticks instead of iron sticks or knives. After all, they were in a public place, and they didn't want to cause too big of a sensation. Seeing them, Ji Yuning, Baili Zhongshe, Song Miaoge, and Muke immediately stood out, protecting Yumixi and Zhang Zikai behind them. Although Yumixi was good at fighting now, as her boyfriend, Muke didn't want her to have to fight. Ji Yuning didn't stop Muke. It was a good thing for them to practice their skills. Many of the onlookers were scared when a group of men with sticks rushed towards Ji Yuning and the other girls. They moved away at once, in case they were injured too. At the same time, they were worried about those girls. They felt that they were going to be seriously injured, but none of them dared to stand out and help. They were ordinary people, so it was impossible for them to fight against those armed men. Damn it! Were they sent by those men? Song Miaoge was mad. She believed that it must have something to do with that group of men. That can't be more obvious. Otherwise they wouldn't show up here right now, Muke replied angrily. If so, I must teach them an unforgettable lesson. Song Miaoge clenched her teeth and fists furiously. She decided to beat them heavily. Ji Yuning wasn't surprised, because she knew that the group of men wouldn't give up on getting revenge. The moment that those men with sticks reached Ji Yuning and the others, they fought back. Although the men were skilled, they weren't even comparable to Muke and Song Miaoge, so Ji Yuning and Baili Zhongshe easily beat them with a single move. Muke and Song Miaoge could also beat a man within a few minutes. Everyone thought that they were going to be seriously injured, so they were shocked when the group of men were quickly beaten. Chapter 2883, Ji Yuning's support. Jesus, I thought those girls were going to be seriously injured. I didn't expect them to be so strong. Right, it's unbelievable. It seems that they are fighting for a reason. There must be a conflict between them. Right, oh, I just heard that some people had a fight in a private room earlier. 4 men lost and were pulled out by security guards. Are they those men? Before long, those men with sticks were all beaten to the ground. They couldn't fight back at all. Who do you think you are? You're just a bunch of trash. Song Miaoge said disdainfully. If she was alone, she wouldn't dare to fight against them, but she had confidence because of Ji Yuning's support. Although the group of men already knew that these girls weren't weak, they were still surprised by their abilities. At that moment, a young man in a military uniform and a middle-aged man in a suit went to Song Miaoge and Zhang Zikai. "Miss, are you all right?" the young man in a military uniform asked. Although Song Miaoge won, she was hit in the arm during the fight. It was nothing for Song Miaoge, who spent a lot of time in the army, but she was a girl after all, so the young man felt it was necessary for him to care. However, he was surprised by the progress Song Miaoge had made. "I'm fine," Song Miaoge replied. The hit from the wooden stick hurt, but she wasn't injured. When onlookers saw that a soldier greeted Song Miaoge respectfully, they guessed that she must be from a military officer's family. The group of men beaten who were to the ground were scared. They didn't expect the girl to be from a powerful family. Zhang Zikai's chauffeur also came to ask her about her condition with concern, but she said she was fine. "Miss, do you want me to call the police?" the soldier asked Song Miaoge. Upon hearing that, the group of men became anxious. The girl was obviously someone they shouldn't mess with, so they would not be able to bear the consequences if they were arrested. Song Miaoge couldn't make the decision, so she asked Ji Yuning, "Ji Yuning, what do you think?" "I don't think it's necessary. They're already injured. If we call the police, we will need to give an oral confession as well. It's bothersome." She didn't want to call the police because it wasn't a big deal. Hearing that, the group of men were relieved. "Sure," Song Miaoge agreed. The man who came to fetch Song Miaoge didn't recognize Ji Yuning till Song Miaoge called her, but he had heard about her before. The first time he heard about Ji Yuning was when the Song family said that Ji Yuning rescued Song Miaoge's mother. Then he heard about her achievement of establishing the xianxia organization at a very young age, and now she was a billionaire. In addition, she was a martial arts expert. He heard all of this from Song Miaoge. As Song Miaoge's father's chauffeur, he was close to the Song family. The Song family didn't regard him as an outsider, and he was accepted by them as a member of their family. Therefore, they chatted when he was present. After knowing that the girl was Ji Yuning, he got a little excited. He didn't expect to see Ji Yuning in person, but he didn't bother her. Afterwards, they left separately. "Xianxia, come with me. We can go back to Century City together after driving Muke and Mixi to their school." Ji Yuning thought it was too late to return to the Sihewan now. And she was alone, so she didn't want to go to Mid-Level's mansion. In that case, she chose to go back to her own home. Great. Bailey Xianxia agreed and got in the car with Ji Yuning. Once Ji Yuning and the others were gone, the group of men left and reported the situation to the person who paid them to teach Ji Yuning and the others a lesson. Hearing about the situation, the person was reluctant to accept the result, but he still stopped trying to pay Ji Yuning back. Even if he continued, he wouldn't win. After Ji Yuning and Bailey Xianxia drove Muke and Umixi back to their school, they directly returned to the Southern District. Ji Yuning's own home was in Century City, but she hadn't been home for a long time. She stayed either at school, the Sihewan, or Mid-Level's mansion. She had been absent for a long time, and Zi Beiying had moved into her own house, so no one was in this house now. It was cleaned regularly, but only the living areas and guest rooms were clean. Nobody was allowed to go into the master room, so it wasn't cleaned. When Ji Yuning got back, she had to clean it by herself and change the bedding before she could go to bed. The next morning, Ji Yuning went to work at her company. The companies owned by her business group were still expanding, so the medicines and makeup products were often out of stock at Kalane. Luckily, their second factory was about to be built and could start producing in October at the latest. Before that, the first factory couldn't stop. Moreover, more and more businessmen came to talk about cooperation with Kulain. Some of them even came from foreign countries. Kulain medicines are extremely effective. We're replacing famous brands in the market now. Other business people want to work with us, but our competitors are getting worried. I'm afraid they'll set some traps for us, Chen Kanji said. Nothing has happened yet, so we can't do anything right now. We can only be careful and get the information. If anything happens, then we can take action, Ji Yuning replied. Sure, I've made the arrangements. As long as we can deal with it, we'll solve the problems on our own. If not, we'll let you know once it happens, Chen Kanji continued. He wouldn't pretend to have the abilities to solve all problems. He would only do things within his abilities and didn't think it was humiliating if something was beyond his abilities. Ji Yuning never doubted Chen Kengyi's abilities, or she wouldn't be absent for so long and the company wouldn't have developed so fast. Yeah, we're on vacation now. If I'm not busy, I'll come to work, Ji Yuning said. Great, the news conference about the merger of colorful raw jade material mining company into the business group is set for the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Chen Kanji asked. Not a bad idea, Ji Yuning said. As for whether they needed to organize a publicity stunt before the news conference, Ji Yuning didn't think it was necessary. After all, topics about her could easily attract attention. Chapter 2884, Ningning, Do You Miss Me? Ji Yuning didn't organize a publicity stunt, but she logged into Weibo that afternoon when she had a rest. She read a few posts that had mentioned her, so she decided to surf on the internet for a while. Some internet users saw her shopping for raw jade materials at the market in City Rui. She helped Zhang Wenliang that day and some people took a video of it and posted it on Weibo. Some people also saw her hanging out with Zheng Peng. Because Ji Yuning wouldn't make her companies public until they were found out, they wondered whether she was also the boss of colorful raw jade material mining company. And they immediately mentioned her for the answer. They didn't have many followers, so their posts didn't attract much attention. However, there were several hundred comments. Some had the same question and idea, while some felt it didn't mean anything even though Ji Yuning was with Zheng Peng and they shouldn't brag about Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning was indeed impressive, but it only aroused hatred when too many people regarded her as a god. Those who had that idea were usually jealous of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning didn't care about other people's opinions, but she left a comment, take a guess. She admitted it in that way. The internet user didn't notice Ji Yuning's comment until a few hours later. In an instant, he got excited. Although he had mentioned Ji Yuning, he never expected Ji Yuning to reply to him since it had been days. At the beginning, he thought it was a fake account, but he checked the home page and verified that it was Ji Yuning. Afterwards, he took a screenshot of it and sent out another post, oh my. Goddess Ji Yu just replied to me. Although her reply is very simple, I think she has admitted it. She must be the boss of Colorful Jade Provider. She's amazing. Then he had mentioned Ji Yuning again, but Ji Yuning had already logged out. With Ji Yuning's reply, his second post got many more reposts and comments, but it still wasn't popular. After all, he didn't have many followers. Many people thought it was a fake account when they just read the reply, but they verified that it was really Ji Yuning after checking the last post. Everyone believed that Ji Yuning admitted it with a simple reply. If not, she would directly deny it, or it would be embarrassing. Knowing the answer, they were extremely surprised because Colorful Jade Provider was already a famous company in Province Yun and ranked among the top 10. They didn't know about Colorful Jade Provider till they read this post, so they immediately searched for news about it. After reading the news, they were all shocked. Although the post wasn't popular yet, there were over 10,000 comments, thousands of reposts, and tens of thousands of likes. In the afternoon, Leng Xiaoting was back. He called Ji Yuning before coming back and directly picked her up from the company. Leng Xiaoting got out of the car to open the car door for Ji Yuning. Then he helped her fasten the safety belt and even gave her a kiss. Ji Yuning gave him a glare, but Leng Xiaoting wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he found it very attractive. He laughed a little, then closed the car door and went back to the driver's seat. Ningning, did you miss me? Leng Xiaoting asked. Why should I miss you? I'm too busy, Ji Yuning teased. What are you busy doing? Leng Xiaoting understood that Ji Yuning was deliberately teasing him, so he wasn't hurt. Reviewing, writing exams. Ji Yuning responded. How were the exams? Leng Xiaoting asked. He cared about that because Ji Yuning rarely went to school. Although she had a photographic memory, it wouldn't be of much use if she didn't go to class. It can't be easier given my abilities. Ji Yuning said proudly. Of course, you're the best. Leng Xiaoting smiled. Absolutely. Ji Yuning was proud of herself. Did anything happen in the capital these days? Leng Xiaoting asked. Even though he had just called Jing Yuniao and Master Leng, he didn't know the details. After all, it wasn't convenient for them to talk about it on the phone, and he didn't want to have a long call. He would only do that with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning then told Leng Xiaoting what had happened recently. In regards to the wizard, Jing Yuniao called Ji Yuning last noon, so she learned about the result even though she wasn't involved. A wizard from country T. The Yuan family has some connections. Leng Xiaoting exclaimed. So, they might know that the Leng family also has a relationship with people who have superpowers. They probably believe that the Leng family removed the spell. Anyway, ordinary people can't do that, Ji Yuning said, but she wasn't worried. Given the current situation, it isn't important. If the Yuan family is smart, they should learn to behave themselves from now on. If they want to dig their own graves, we can satisfy them, Leng Xiaoting said. Actually, because the Yuan family was too influential and it would cause a tremendous sensation if they were unseated, so the Leng family couldn't completely get rid of them even after they schemed against them so many times. Sometimes, even powerful people couldn't do whatever they wanted to. Even if they didn't care about their own benefits, they needed to care about the whole country's interests. They weren't ordinary people and they carried a lot of responsibilities, so they had to think of the bigger picture. Although the Yuan family had done many bad deeds, they had won a lot of benefits for their country. After all, every coin has two sides. If they were totally bad, they wouldn't be able to stay influential for so long. For example, the Chong family was decaying these years, so it was losing its influence. If the Yuan family is so dumb, they won't deserve their seat, Ji Yuning said. The Yuan family believed that the Leng family would soon come to pay them back, so they were very anxious. However, after 2 days, the Leng family still did nothing, which confused the Yuan family. They had no idea what the Leng family wanted to do. Would the Leng family give up on paying them back? They didn't believe it. They believed the Leng family must think the same way they did. Once they had something on the other major families, they wouldn't hesitate to expose them too. Chapter 2885, Everyone is Home. Because Yuan Wenye carried all the blame, Master Yuan and Yuan Wenyu weren't worried. They were only a little anxious since the problem hadn't been solved yet. The Leng family was too powerful, so they were still afraid that the Leng family would find out about the crimes they had committed. The Rong family also joined the competition between the Dai family and the Chong family. But they played normal tricks, so they weren't afraid of being caught. The Rong family also stood in awe of the Leng family, so they only wanted to benefit from the competition against the Chong family. They weren't going against the Dai family and the Leng family. The Rong family had a good reputation, but they also had shortcomings. Therefore, they didn't dare to annoy the Leng family at this time. If the Leng family wanted to punish them, they would suffer a great loss. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back at the Leng family's house, Leng Xiaoming was also home with Zan Ziyan. Because Leng Xiaoming had been attacked once before, Zan Ziyan was afraid that he might be injured again, so she stayed with him all the time. Misfortune tests the sincerity of couples. Leng Xiaoming and Zan Ziyan met each other when they encountered trouble, so they had a deep affection for one another even though they had only been together for a short time. Leng Xiaoming said to himself that he would never disappoint Zan Ziyan, unless she made moral mistakes. Everyone had their own standards, and he couldn't accept amoral people. Anyway, he believed that Zan Ziyan was a good girl. Because Zan Ziyan kept Leng Xiaoming company, both Leng Yuanchen and Zhang Shuyuan felt grateful to her. They hoped that she and Leng Xiaoming could get together, so they treated her very well. Leng Xiaojia no longer locked herself in her room. She would come out and gather together with the other family members. Sitting in the living room, she remained silent playing on her phone, but she had completely gotten rid of her arrogance, which was a big change. Even Leng Xiaoxun and Leng Xiaoxi felt that Leng Xiaojia was more pleasant now. They still disliked her, but they wouldn't pick on her any longer. Although Zhang Shuyuan still felt uncomfortable when facing Jing Yuniao, she could talk to her nicely now. Because of Zhang Shuyuan's change, Jing Yuniao hated her less. She wouldn't be enthusiastic, but she wouldn't be cold to her either. They were polite to each other now. Accordingly, the Leng family was harmonious and Master Leng was in a good mood. What he wanted the most was a harmonious family. They might not be intimate, but they definitely shouldn't be enemies. Now his dream had come true. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back, except for Leng Yuanjin's family, all the members were present. It's rare to have a family reunion like today, Master Leng said. In fact, he cherished the harmony more than everyone's presence. It wasn't easy for them to gather together so harmoniously, so they didn't talk about recent bad news. In addition, it was a family reunion, so they chatted casually. After having the meal, they rested for more than half an hour, then Master Leng called Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yuniao, Ji Yuning, Leng Yuanqin, Leng Yuanjun, and Leng Xiaoming to his study. They needed to have a talk about recent news. Currently, many officials who belonged to the Chong family's faction had been reported and arrested, but the final result hadn't come out yet. There was solid evidence, but it would take time to finish the formalities. Members of the Dai family have replaced most of the positions left by those reported officials, while some are taken over by other forces, Leng Yuanqin reported. Leng Yuanqin was dealing with it now, because Master Leng had retired years ago. He had no power to interfere. He could only give some advice on things. The Chong family is too influential. I don't think the Dai family can fully replace them. It's not a bad result that they can take 60% of the Chong family's resources. It's not a big deal that they lost some, as long as the rest isn't taken over by the same force, Master Leng said. Although the Dai family stood out against the Chong family, the Dai family wasn't enough to replace the Chong family. Therefore, the Leng family sent some people to help them and did their best to stop other forces from stealing their fruits. However, they didn't interfere too much because they shouldn't be too involved. Other forces were influential too, but they weren't powerful enough to control and get everything. Anyway, they only wanted to climb up the social ladder a little. We replaced about 20% of their positions in the government, so only about 20% are shared by other forces. After all, we have more evidence, Leng Yuanqin said. They talked for about an hour before they went out to watch TV and chat with the other family members. At 10 p.m., Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the Leng family's house. Zhan Ziyan was Leng Xiaoming's girlfriend, but it wasn't appropriate for her to stay in the Leng family's house for a night right now, so she left too. The Leng family didn't really care about that, but Zhan Ziyan insisted, so they didn't stop her from leaving. Nevertheless, the Leng family didn't let her leave alone. They told Leng Xiaoming to go with her. He could take Zhan Ziyan to his own house outside, and didn't need to come back tonight. The young members of the Leng family had their own houses outside, because they needed their privacy. However, before they got married, they would meet at the ancient house as long as they had time. It was more exciting to eat with a large group of people. Sometimes they would still live together even after they got married, because they were a traditional large family. They seldom stayed outside. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting left the Leng family's house for mid-level's mansion. They would visit Shengguan Yang tomorrow. When Leng Xiaoting came back, he had already given Shengguan Yang a call. Back in mid-level's mansion, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had sex as usual. At noon the next day, they went to the Sihewan. Actually, Ji Yuning had planned to go to work, but she quickly changed her mind after Leng Xiaoting came back. As soon as she showed up, the tree vine ran towards her and complained. "Master, you've been gone for a long time." The tree vine was no longer so afraid of Leng Xiaoting as long as he remembered not to hold Ji Yuning's hand. "I needed to write my exams," Ji Yuning said. Chapter 2886, 2 years later. What's an exam? The tree vine asked confusedly. Although he had learned a lot about this world, there was still much he didn't know. It's a test of knowledge. We need to write an exam after learning for a period to see whether we've gained knowledge. Is that clear? Ji Yu-ning asked. Yes. The tree vine nodded. Nothing happened afterwards during this day. The next day was the news conference of the Shunning organization, which would be held at 11 a.m. Because Ji Yu-ning had nothing else to deal with, she went there along with Leng Xiaoting. The media only knew that the news conference was going to publicize the merger of her other company into the Shunning organization, but the reporters had no idea what it was. Therefore, when people heard that colorful raw jade material mining company formally joined the Shunning organization, they were all shocked. Especially after they heard how profitable colorful raw jade material mining company was, they were stunned because the Shunning organization would have hundreds of billions of yuan in assets. In an instant, Ji Yu-ning had become the youngest billionaire. In fact, when she only had dozens of billions of yuan, there were already not many people who were comparable to her. Moreover, Ji Yu-ning relied on herself to acquire so much wealth. Once the news was released, it shocked a lot of people and Ji Yu-ning got a lot of attention once again. Even the Tang family and the Leng family had no idea that Ji Yu-ning had such a company. They were also surprised, but they were extremely proud of her. After the same news conference was held several times, many people asked Ji Yu-ning whether she kept some other companies a secret, but there wasn't, so Ji Yu-ning denied it. Nevertheless, her wealth shocked everyone in the business world. The news was popular for more than half a month before it died down. After that, many reporters wanted to have an interview with Ji Yu-ning and she accepted if she had time. 2 years later, Ji Yu-ning graduated in June. On the day of her graduation, Leng Xiaoting showed up in a military uniform with flowers. He came to celebrate her graduation with her at the school. And it was not only Leng Xiaoting, Jing Yuniao, Tang Yunfan, Ji Yuman, and Tang Jiayu were all present. Other people were preparing dinner at the Leng family's house, waiting for them to come home. It wasn't appropriate for them to come, because they weren't the closest family members to Ji Yu-ning. After all, Leng Xiaoting was her fiancé, Jing Yuniao was her further mother-in-law, Tang Yunfan was her father, Ji Yuman was her mother, and Tang Jiayu was her younger brother. Because of their status, they directly drove into the grounds of Ji Yu-ning's school. As soon as Leng Xiaoting and the others got out of their car, they attracted attention from other people. Leng Xiaoting's military uniform attracted the most attention. In addition, his extraordinarily handsome appearance was too attractive to ignore. Jesus, he's so handsome. I can't believe my eyes. He's so good-looking. He isn't a normal soldier. Look at the badge on his shoulder. He's a major general. Oh, right. He's a major general. He looks so young. He must be very outstanding to be a major general at such a young age. Are they family of a student? I believe so. They must have come for the graduation ceremony. I wonder who the student is. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. That man is holding flowers. Did he come to see his girlfriend or fiancé? It's possible. Oh my, I'm so jealous. Look, isn't that middle-aged man the chairman of Tangguang, Tang Yunfan? What? The chairman of Tangguang? Isn't he Ji Yu-ning's father? What? Ji Yu-ning's father is the chairman of Tangguang. Some people were aware of that, while some weren't. Of course, I read it from the news. Can't you see that Ji Yu-ning closely resembles him? In that case, the major general must be her fiancé. Although many people knew that Ji Yu-ning already had a fiancé, not many of them had seen Leng Xiaoting. Even if they had seen him, they had only seen his photos which were taken by passers-by, so they weren't very clear. Oh, Ji Yu-ning's fiancé. I can't believe her fiancé to be so powerful. He's a major general. Ji Yu-ning is an extraordinary girl. I don't think it's strange that she has a fiancé who's a major general. He isn't just a major general, but is also the Leng family's eldest grandson. What? He is from the Leng family. Does it mean that Ji Yu-ning is the Leng family's granddaughter-in-law? When Leng Xiaoting's car stopped, Ji Yu-ning saw them and walked towards them. Before Ji Yu-ning was close, Tang Jiayu got rid of Tang Yunfan's arms. He ran and stumbled to Ji Yuning, calling her sister. Although Ji Yuning rarely met Tang Jiayu loved her a lot. He didn't feel she was strange even though she had been absent for a long time. When Tang Jiayu reached Ji Yuning, she lowered her body and hugged him, then she left a kiss on his cheek. Seeing that, Leng Xiaoting was slightly jealous. He hoped that Ji Yuning would kiss him, but Ji Yuning's parents were here, so he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. "Did you miss me?" Ji Yuning asked. "Of course. I miss you so much." "Did you miss me?" Tang Jiayu said. He was 2 years old now, so he could speak a little, but not clearly. "I missed you too," Ji Yuning said. "Kiss, kiss," Tang Jiayu said and reached his cheek to Ji Yuning's mouth. Everyone was amused and Ji Yuning kissed Tang Jiayu again. At that moment, Ji Yuning walked to the others and greeted them. "Dad, Mom Yunyao, I'm so surprised to see you. It's your graduation ceremony. We had to come." Tang Yunfan said. "I'm here too. How can you ignore me?" Leng Xiaoting complained because he was ignored and felt aggrieved. Hearing that, the others laughed, while Ji Yuning rolled her eyes at him. "I'm happy to see you too, Xiaoting. You're my fiancé. I should obviously come. Your birthday is in several days, then we can get our marriage certificate," Leng Xiaoting said. He had waited for this day for a long time and now Ji Yuning had finally graduated and turned 22 years old. Chapter 2887, You Scared Him. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's words, everyone laughed again. Tang Yunfan and Ji Yuman were now able to accept the reality that their daughter was going to marry into another family. During these 2 years, Leng Xiaoting treated them as his own parents. Leng Xiaoting had fewer tasks to do these 2 years, so he went back to City B to visit the Tang family with Ji Yuning once in a while. He also called the Tang family when he had time to exchange greetings, so they felt his care and love for them. He was like another son for the Tang family. At the graduation ceremony, Ji Yuning went on the stage to give a speech as the representative of the students. She wasn't just the most outstanding student of this year, but throughout history. She had the highest scores and even became the youngest successful businesswoman. Everyone looked at her with admiration, and only a few were jealous of her, but no one could deny the fact that she was extremely impressive. That was the reason why some people were jealous of her. After all, nobody would be jealous of an ordinary person. When the graduation ceremony was over, they left together. The romantic story between Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting was soon spread among the other students. After rapid development, the Shengning organization was totally different after 2 years. Everyone witnessed its fast and steady uprise, and Ji Yuning had already become a legend in the business world. 2 years ago, shopping malls, hotels, and real estate owned by the Shengning organization were still under construction. They were finished a year later. After being managed and sold, they made profits and enriched the Shengning organization. Her other companies in other industries also expanded all over the country and even the world and were extremely profitable. Moreover, after half a year, the Dai family had completely replaced the Chong family. The Yuan family was heavily hit, so they kept a low profile these 2 years. Anyway, they were still one of the 4 major families in the capital, but they ranked after the Dai family. The Dai family had received a lot of help from the Leng family. The Leng family had helped them gain many interests and had even saved their lives. Therefore, although the Dai family hadn't joined the Leng family's faction, they quickly formed a close relationship with them. Accordingly, the Leng family was much more powerful than before although they kept the same status. In addition, Wei Lingfeng won the new election and was still the president. When Ji Yuning and the others were back at the Leng family's house, the Leng family and Tang family, as well as Shengguan Yang, Zhang Liluo, and Si Jin were present. They came to congratulate Ji Yuning on her graduation. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked inside, they greeted the seniors, then sat down and chatted with them. Once they were seated, Tang Jiayu got rid of Tang Yunfan's arms again and ran to Ji Yuning with his arms wide open. "Ningning, give me a hug." He needed to walk by Leng Xiaoting towards Ji Yuning, so he suddenly stopped before Leng Xiaoting. He stared at Leng Xiaoting with his round, beautiful big eyes and seemed scared. Leng Xiaoting reached his hands to Tang Jiayu and asked, "Do you want a hug?" Tang Jiayu immediately turned around and ran back to Tang Yunfan. He didn't dare to ask Ji Yuning for a hug again. Seeing that, everyone laughed. Ji Yuning joked, "You scared him." Leng Xiaoting felt innocent. "I didn't shout at him. He knows that you stole me away from him, so he dislikes you." Ji Yuning joked again. Everyone was amused. "It's possible. He's little, but he knows a lot. Right. Maybe he feels stressed in front of you. He's too little to bear the pressure, so he dislikes you." Kids are sensitive. They talked about the reason, but Leng Xiaoting didn't know what to say. If so, will Xiaoting's kids dislike his hug as well? Jing Yunyo asked all of a sudden. Upon hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was displeased. If his own kids didn't want him to hug them, he would be unhappy. Perhaps his own kids are different. After all, they're related by blood. Yu Yin said. "That's hard to say. Xiaoting is so busy. He's rarely home and kids might think he's a stranger," Zhang Shuyuan said. After 2 years, Zhang Shuyuan gradually joined them, and now she could get along with the other members. Leng Xiaoting was even more upset. He was indeed very busy and could seldom see Ji Yuning normally. In that case, their kids would really regard him as a stranger. Suddenly, he wasn't so eager to have a kid right now. At this moment, Leng Xiaoming walked in with Zhan Ziyan. About half a year ago, they got married and Zhan Ziyan was already 3 months pregnant. Seeing Zhan Ziyan, Zhang Shuyuan stood up to support her at once. Zhang Shuyuan really had a big change. In the past, she wouldn't be so kind even if she liked her daughter-in-law because she was too arrogant, but now she cared about Zhan Ziyan and wouldn't interfere in their life. If there was anything she didn't approve of, she would just keep her distance. No one was perfect. It was very normal to have disagreements between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, or mother and daughter. Only Ji Yuning and Jing Yunyao got along with each other as friends. They had basically the same character and both were very smart and considerate, so it wasn't difficult for them to have a good relationship. Because they shared the same values, they wouldn't argue even if one of them did something bad in other people's opinion. At the end of last year, Leng Xiaoming was transferred to work in the capital, so now Leng Xiaoming and Zhan Ziyan spent most of their time at the Leng family's house. Though they would sometimes go to stay in their own apartment. As a young couple, they needed their private time. In the Leng family's house, there were too many people. It was full of activity, so it was sometimes noisy. During these 2 years, not only did Leng Xiaoming and Zhan Ziyan get married, Xu Qinyan and Tang Qingyang also got married about a year ago. Xu Jinchen and Zi Beiying, and Ximing and Chu Yuxin were engaged too. They planned to get married next year, but the date wasn't settled yet. Chapter 2888, Want to Graduate Too. Because Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning decided to get married this year, they chose a date next year. Ji Yuning's birthday was several days later, so they could get their marriage certificate then. When the weather became slightly cooler in a few months, they would hold the wedding. Although Ji Yuning was only 22 years old, Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait any longer, and everyone agreed to let him hold the wedding first. After all, Leng Xiaoting had waited for a long time till Ji Yuning reached the age of consent. It had been years. Now the Leng family was full of happiness and harmony. Because of the good mood, Master Leng was getting much healthier. After having a meal, they returned to the living room to chat. Except for Shengguan Yang, Zhang Liluo, and Si Jin, everyone stayed in the Leng family's house. Anyway, there were enough rooms. Although Ji Yuning's birthday was 3 days away and she was going to get a marriage certificate, Tang Yunfan was still busy, so he needed to leave tomorrow. Tang Haifeng, Ji Yuman, and Tang Jiayu could stay here for a few more days till Ji Yuning's birthday. They had nothing to deal with in the Tang family anyway. At that time, Tang Yunfan would come over again. The next day, Ji Yuning had an appointment with Song Miaoge, Chu Peihan, Mu Ke and Yu Mixi, so she went out in the afternoon. Tang Haifeng and Ji Yuman didn't feel bored when they stayed at the Leng family's house. Ji Yuman was very familiar with her in-laws, so she was relaxed. Leng Xiaoting needed to deal with his own business, so he didn't stay with Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning wanted to spend more time with Ji Yu Man, so she was a little late and her friends were all present at the restaurant. They were Song Miaoge, Baili Zongshe, Zhang Zikai, Chu Peihan, Shi Xiaoyu, Mu Ke, and Yu Mixi. At this moment, they were joking about Chu Peihan and called her a big star. Chu Peihan was very popular now and was among the 4 most popular young actresses of this year. She was indeed a big star. After playing a role in Life After Life, Legend of Demon Flower, Chu Peihan became famous overnight. She played a role in 2 other shows as the leading actress and supporting actress afterwards. Both of the shows got a high rating and she also won people's approval. During these 2 years, many agencies wanted to sign Chu Peihan, but Chu Peihan declined. An agency got mad at her because of that and even wanted to scheme against her, but they failed. Afterwards, a piece of news broke. It turned out that Chu Peihan had her own entertainment company. Although it was located in City D, it wasn't small and had over 1 billion yuan in assets. After that, no agency proposed to sign her. Chu Peihan was a boss, so it would be a joke if they still wanted to sign her. Actually, the entertainment company was owned by the Qing gang at the beginning, then Satuyi gave it to Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan didn't need to manage it by herself. She just directly benefited every year. In addition, Chu Peihan and Han Chengelin were in a stable romantic relationship now. It was no longer a secret. Although some people thought Chu Peihan didn't deserve Han Chengelin, the majority believed they were a perfect couple. The Han family liked Chu Peihan as well, and Chu Peihan visited them often. The Han family was aware of her relationship with the Qing gang, but they accepted that. They didn't think it was a big deal. After all, gangs nowadays were different. They used to do illegal things all the time, but now they were involved in legal businesses too. Sometimes, they might still break the law, but they normally did it for a reason. Chu Peihan was famous now, but she stayed modest, because acting was just her hobby. She didn't join the entertainment industry for fame or money. Only people who chase fame and money would become arrogant after becoming famous. Shi Xiaoyu had also gained some fame during these 2 years, but she wasn't comparable to Chu Peihan. She also didn't join the industry for fame or money, so she didn't think it was a big deal after she succeeded. After all, she was born in a rich family. If she wanted to be more important than other people, she could have done that earlier on. Once Ji Yuning arrived, they started to talk about Ji Yuning. After all, Ji Yuning's birthday was just around the corner, and they wanted to ask her about it. Ji Yuning would get the marriage certificate on her birthday, so she informed Hao Ran and her other friends. She decided to hold the party at Xiaoyao Mountain Villa because it had a good environment and was very large. It was her place too. At that time, they could have a barbecue. "Oh, I want to graduate too, but I have to study for 1 more year," Chu Peihan said enviously. She needed to study for 4 years in the academy, so there was 1 year left. "You spend most of your time on shooting. You don't need to have classes every day, but I plan to write the postgraduate qualification exam," Song Miaoge said. "Me too. I don't want to study any longer, but my family wants me to," Zhang Zikai joined in. She honestly didn't want to study any longer, although she could easily pass the postgraduate qualification exam. She got bored in school. "How about you two?" Chu Peihan looked at Mu Ke and Yu Mixi. "We won't study longer, because we decided to get married after a year or 2 as well. We need to fight for our future together after we graduate," Mu Ke said. "Right, I'm already used to the work at Shenghua Real Estate. I can formally join it after a few days. As long as Ningning doesn't have a high standard of academic qualification, I don't think I need to study further in school. Anyway, I still need to find a job after leaving school. I think practice is more important," Yu Mixi said. "No, I don't have any requests for academic qualifications, as long as you can do the job well. I think Mixi's academic degree is enough," Ji Yuning replied. If Yu Mixi wanted to be a postgraduate, Ji Yuning wouldn't disagree, but she wouldn't continue studying. She was happy that she had finally graduated. Honestly, she didn't know what she could do with the degree. In the blink of an eye, it was Ji Yuning's birthday. The day before that, Mu Ke and her other friends arrived. Ji Yuning took them to have a meal and have fun, then she arranged for them to stay in her hotel. Because everyone wanted to watch her get the marriage certificate, they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau early in the morning. They were even earlier than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. When they arrived, the Civil Affairs Bureau wasn't open yet. When passers-by saw them standing outside, they thought the young group of people were going to get their marriage certificates. They were in their 20s after all. They weren't kids, and they had grown up a lot. Ningning is getting married. Mu Ke and Mixi are a couple. Peihan also has a boyfriend, but we're still single, Hao Ran said. Chapter 2889, Be Clear-Headed. Why can't I find my love when I'm eager to have a girlfriend, while someone who said she had no interest in a romantic relationship quickly got a boyfriend and even made it public? It's so strange, Qin Yixun said meaningfully, staring at Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan was a little embarrassed, then she argued. It's destiny that brought us together. I can't say no to it. Anyway, you've studied in your university for 3 years. Couldn't you find a girl you like? No, I didn't meet anyone I'm interested in, Hao Ran said. I have many people who are pursuing me, but I don't want to be in a romantic relationship right now, Qin Yixun added. Do you have to mention that you have a lot of admirers since you have no interest in them? Are you afraid we'll laugh at you because no one likes you? Su Anya rolled her eyes and said disdainfully. She hit the point and Qin Yixun was embarrassed. Everyone laughed, and Chu Peihan immediately joked, Qin Yixun, when did you begin to care so much about your face? You don't need to do that when you're with us. Why? I don't want to be embarrassed even though I'm with you. I have my pride, and I told the truth. Qin Yixun argued. You're right. You're handsome and were born in a rich family. You surely have a lot of admirers, but people nowadays are very smart. A marriage between families of equal social status is very common. You can't make a mistake. Su Anya said realistically. During the 3 years in university, they ran into many realistic problems. It was hard to find pure love. How about you, and Yi, and Tianping? Do you have a girlfriend, or are you still single? Mu Ke asked. I have no interest, and Yi replied. I had a girlfriend last year, and I planned to tell you after we were in a stable relationship, but she disliked my family background. After all, I'm an orphan and I was born in the countryside. Zhang Tianping shrugged. Anyway, it had been a year, and he already got over it. See, people are realistic today, but it's her loss that she broke up with you. You have tens of millions of yuan now, Su Anya said. Although it wasn't much, Zhang Tianping was richer than ordinary people. Currently they owned more than just one bar. Early last year, they opened a club. Because of Ji Yuning, the club soon became popular. Within a year, they earned the cost and began to profit afterwards. Right, Tianping has a car and a house which is worth over 10 million yuan. At his age, it's rare to see such a successful young man. Even I can't do that, Mu Ke said, but there was no jealousy in his tone. Although Mu Ke's jewelry store expanded smoothly and became profitable, it wasn't a famous brand, so he wouldn't make more money than the game industry. Don't say that. You're very successful too, and you also have tens of millions of yuan now, Hao Ran said. You all have your own career and are so successful. I feel like I'm a little useless, and he said with slight embarrassment. Come on, you have your task to carry out. And yours is much more difficult than ours. If you can't succeed, you'll disappoint our boss, said Hao Ran. Hao Ran was totally different now. He used to be a hoodlum, and it was impossible for him to comfort other people. Now he was mature and considerate. Right, I'll do my best. I can't disappoint Ningning, said Anyi seriously. He understood that his job was tough, but he was prepared. He went to work at Shenghua Real Estate as an intern every vacation, and he had learned a lot about the business and development of the company, but it was barely enough. He still needed to put his knowledge into practice in order to take over the company. After that, Song Miaoge, Baili Zongshe, and Zhang Zikai arrived and waited for Ji Yuning together. It was still very early as it was only 8:30 a.m. The Civil Affairs Bureau wouldn't open till 9 a.m. However, because they were familiar with each other, they chatted casually. It was troublesome to marry a soldier. They needed to apply for it and pass the background investigation. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting was a leader in the military, so he could make it happen on his own. They only needed to take their household registration booklets to get the marriage certificate. The address on Ji Yuning's household registration booklet was that of Century City, and she carried her household registration booklet with her all the time. While Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to get the marriage certificate, Jing Yuniao, Ji Yuman, Tang Jiayu, and Master Tang stayed in the Leng family's house with Master Leng. Because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came a few minutes before the Civil Affairs Bureau opened, they were the first couple. It wasn't a special day today, so there weren't many couples waiting in the line. The staff thought they all came for a marriage certificate, but unexpectedly many of them were just the couple's friends. It was the first time that they had seen such a scene. Normally, the couple would come alone, or with their parents. In addition, they were more surprised to see Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. It filled them with great excitement. After finishing the formalities, the staff asked them whether they could take photos together. With their agreement, they took several photos. The staff also asked Ji Yuning whether they could post the photos on their WeChat moment, and she agreed. After Ji Yuning and the others were gone, several employees posted the photos on their WeChat moments and Weibo, which aroused a lot of envy. Ji Yuning and her friends left the Civil Affairs Bureau and headed to Xiaoyao Mountain Villa. Master Leng and the others would come a bit later. With the marriage certificate finally in hand, Leng Xiaoting was excited and extremely happy. He had waited for today for so long. Chapter 2890, To Travel. Even though they lived together like a couple, it was still different after they got the marriage certificate, because it meant they were a legal couple from now on. Now, Ji Yuning was his legal wife. Leng Xiaoting couldn't wait to kiss and hug Ji Yuning and call her his wife loudly. Ji Yuning was also very happy, because it indeed felt different now that they finally had the marriage certificate. Therefore, she had a happy smile on her face the entire time. Their friends were also happy for them. Man, although everyone says it's hard for a mother-in-law and a daughter-in-law to get along well with each other, I promise I'll treat Ningning like my own daughter. Ningning is such a good girl. I really cherish her, Jing Yuniao said to Ji Yuman. Even though she had said it many times before, she was willing to repeat it once more. After all, Ji Yuning was her legal daughter-in-law now, and she wanted to show her love for Ji Yuning. After getting along with each other for years, Ji Yuman knew that Jing Yuniao was a very nice person, so she believed Jing Yuniao's words. She wasn't sure what would happen in the future, but she believed that Ji Yuning could protect herself even if Jing Yuniao treated her badly. Ji Yuning was tolerant, but she had her limits. If anyone dared to take advantage of her, she wouldn't tolerate it. She loved Leng Xiaoting and was willing to do anything for him, but she would give him up if he wanted her to tolerate unreasonable treatments. On the other hand, if she made a mistake, she would apologize and accept their criticisms. I trust you, but if Ningning does anything wrong, please don't hesitate to criticize her. Don't spoil her, Ji Yuman said. She obviously hoped that Ji Yuning could be loved, but she also wanted her to be mature. No matter what, love only existed when they cared about each other. Ningning is a very good girl, Jing Yuniao said. She was extremely satisfied with Ji Yuning and felt grateful to her. After they arrived at Xiaoyao Mountain Villa, Ji Yuning went to treat her friends and Tang Jiayu followed by her side. At the beginning, Tang Jiayu was unfamiliar with her friends, so he didn't dare to have fun with them, but gradually they got familiar, and he happily had fun with them. He was only 2.5 years old, so it was easy for other people to get familiar with him. The dinner was the most important meal of a birthday party, so they had a simple lunch. After having lunch, they began to prepare food for dinner in the setting. Although it was dinner, it wouldn't begin at about 6 p.m., but 4 or 5 p.m. Therefore, at 3 p.m., Tang Haifeng and Master Leng came. At about 4 p.m., Tang Yunfen, Zhang Lihua, Tang Jiakai, Tang Jiayang, Tang Yunrong, Cao Wenxin and Xin Bei were present too. Cao Wenrui and Tang Yunhang were busy, so they were absent. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting's comrades, the Shu family, and the Zhang family had mostly arrived. They had a close relationship with either Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting, or Master Leng. The Leng family was going to celebrate two good events, so it was necessary for them to send congratulations. It was a small party, but over 100 people were invited. Anyway, the house in Xiaoyao Mountain Villa was large enough to accommodate so many people. Actually, the yard alone could accommodate over 1,000 people. It was the first time that Chu Peihan and the others had seen Master Leng in reality, so they got excited as soon as they saw him. After all, Master Leng had very special status. They even took a picture with Master Leng after asking him. It was not only Master Leng, they also took the picture with the other masters. With their permission, they posted the pictures on their WeChat Moments and Weibo, which aroused many people's envy. People were surprised that they could meet such important figures. At 6 p.m., they had almost finished the meal, but the younger generation still wanted to have fun, so the elders went back home. When the elders were gone, the youngsters were happier and chatted casually. They didn't separate till 10 p.m. Because there were servants, they didn't need to care about the cleaning. After sending everyone home, Ji Yuning and her family went back to the Leng family's house. The Tang family stayed in the Leng family's house tonight since they were going back home the next morning. Once Master Leng and the others were back at the Leng family's house, they talked about the wedding date. Shang Guanyang would pick it for them, because he knew which date was the best for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. After their discussion, they set the wedding date on September 8, which was 2 months away. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would have enough time to take bridal photos. Leng Xiaoting had said to Ji Yuning that he would take her to live by the sea for a few days if they had time. They could catch whatever she wanted to eat from the ocean, but unfortunately he was always occupied. However, now that they were getting married, he finally had time, so he decided to fulfill his promise. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting checked his schedule and decided to set out next Monday. He would make all the arrangements this week and choose a good photographer. In the blink of an eye, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were about to go on their journey. Because both of them had magical spaces, they put everything in it. There was no need for them to carry other stuff. Ji Yuning only took a bag as luggage. The place they went to was Niguli Island. Although there were many good places at home, they felt it was more meaningful to travel abroad. They boarded the plane at 10:50 p.m. Because it took 8 hours to fly from the capital to Niguli Island, if they set off at about 11 p.m., it would be dawn when they arrived at their destination. Moreover, the time difference between Niguli Island and their country was 1 hour. Their country was an hour faster than Niguli Island, so when they arrived at Niguli Island, it was 6 a.m. It would take more than an hour for them to reach their destination, so they could have breakfast at that time. However, flying for 8 hours wouldn't cause them any fatigue, so they could rest and hang out as they wanted. It was night, but there were still a lot of passengers. Some of them recognized Ji Yuning and secretly took photos of her. Chapter 2891-891 Jansis 891 Jansis Ji Yuning was much more famous than before, so many more people remembered her face. Some of them even came over to ask her whether they could take photos together. Although Ji Yuning had no interest in that, she wasn't arrogant and didn't put on any airs. Therefore, she agreed to take photos with them. Luckily, there weren't many people, so they quickly entered the lounge of the first class. In the lounge, there were many other passengers. Ji Yuning was more famous now and more people remembered her face, but not everyone knew her. Therefore, only a few in the lounge paid special attention to her due to her beauty and nothing else happened. They were amazed because Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were an extraordinarily beautiful couple. In addition, they had an air of elegance. After walking into the lounge, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting seated themselves. A while later, Leng Xiaoting went to the washroom, while Ji Yuning sat there alone. All of a sudden, Ji Yuning sensed something evil entering the lounge. She immediately raised her head and saw a foreign man. He was about 30 years old. He was handsome, tall, and had a pair of peach blossom eyes, which was especially attractive. Once he showed up, he attracted several women, but Ji Yuning felt nothing. The man couldn't attract Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning's heart was already occupied by Leng Xiaoting. The foreign man also noticed Ji Yuning, so he walked towards her. Among all the women who were looking at him, Ji Yuning was the most beautiful one. It was boring to wait for departure, so he decided to chat with someone to kill the time. Ji Yuning sat there alone, so he chose her. When Ji Yuning saw the foreign man walking towards her, she sent Leng Xiaoting a message at once. She told him that she saw a vampire and that he might want to strike up a conversation with her. She needed to learn more about him, so Leng Xiaoting should only come back 10 minutes later. The foreign man turned out to be a vampire. Whether he had a purpose or not, Ji Yuning had to be careful since he was in their country. Reading the message, Leng Xiaoting decided to wait for a while. "Hi, beauty, it's boring to wait for departure. Can I have a seat here? Would you mind if we chatted for a while?" The man asked Ji Yuning very gently. He spoke in the local language, but not fluently. "You're handsome." "Of course you can," Ji Yuning said. Hearing Ji Yuning's compliment, the man was pleased. Then he sat across from Ji Yuning and said politely, "Miss Beauty, whatever you want to drink, I can pay the bill for you." "Thanks, but there is no need," Ji Yuning replied. "Fine." The man shrugged, and didn't insist. Then he asked, "May I know your name?" "Can I know yours?" Ji Yuning didn't answer, but asked him instead. "My name is Jancis," the man said. "Is it your real name or fake name?" "Many men try to use a fake name to fool me." Ji Yuning doubted. "It's my real name. If you don't believe it, I can let you look at my plane ticket," Jancis said. Then he held out his plane ticket to Ji Yuning. The name on the plane ticket was indeed Jancis, and surprisingly he was on the same flight as them to Niguli Island. Was it a coincidence or a scheme? If the man was just an ordinary man, she wouldn't have that idea, but he wasn't. "Now, may I know your name?" asked Jancis. "My name is Ji Yuning." Ji Yuning answered. She didn't lie, but paid special attention to the man's reaction when she said her name. When Jancis heard Ji Yuning's name, he reacted normally. "It's a beautiful name. Where are you going? Are you alone? We'll be on the same plane." "My seat is behind you," Ji Yuning said. "Oh, I have good luck today. It's a long journey, but I think we can chat to kill time along the way," Jancis said happily. My husband is with me. He's a jealous husband, so he won't allow us to talk once he gets back," Ji Yuning replied with a smile. "What?" Jancis was surprised. After all, Ji Yuning looked so young. He didn't expect her to be married. That's so disappointing. "Oh, my husband is coming back." "Jancis, you can sit here, but I need to go to sit with my husband." The moment Ji Yuning finished speaking, she stood up and went to sit down somewhere else. Since Ji Yuning said that, Jancis said nothing further. He could only shrug again. He met Ji Yuning by accident. Although he came to chat with Ji Yuning because she was beautiful, he had no bad intentions. He simply felt that Ji Yuning was good-looking and wanted to kill some time by chatting with her. Therefore, he didn't think it was a big deal that Ji Yuning already had a husband. Right after Ji Yuning sat down, Leng Xiaoting got back. When Jancis saw Leng Xiaoting, he was stunned because he didn't expect Ji Yuning's husband to be so handsome. Jancis couldn't see that Leng Xiaoting was actually a cultivator, but he clearly sensed that Leng Xiaoting was a powerful man. They waited for about 20 minutes before the gate for boarding opened. On their way, Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting about her conversation with Jancis. When they were in the lounge earlier, they were too close, so it wasn't convenient for her to talk to Leng Xiaoting about Jancis. "He is taking the same plane as us. And his seat is right in front of us. Although I can't see anything wrong, we still need to be careful," Ji Yuning said. "Right, he isn't an ordinary man. We might not be able to see what's wrong with him if he's good at disguising," Leng Xiaoting agreed. After they were aboard, Jancis really saw Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sitting behind him, but he didn't say hi to Ji Yuning, because Ji Yuning had already told him that she already had a husband. There was no grudge between them, and he didn't need to hurt her. However, he complained to himself that she indeed had a jealous husband, because her husband didn't allow her to talk to other men at all. How did she fall in love with that man? Was it just because he was handsome, or was he rich? Jancis didn't know Ji Yuning, so his thoughts were very normal. Chapter 2892, Let's Do It First. After the plane took off, Jancis watched Leng Xiaoting taking great care of Ji Yuning, so he had a new idea. Although Ji Yuning said she had a jealous husband, her husband treated her very well. The flight finally finished 8 hours later. At 6:50 a.m. the plane landed at Niguli International Airport. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting deliberately walked behind Jancis to see what he was going to do. Jancis stopped paying attention to them, and he took a taxi. Seeing that, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were sure that their meeting was just a coincidence. There was no scheme, so they were relieved and directly went to the parking lot. Leng Xiaoting made all the arrangements. He had acquaintances on Niguli Island, so his friend arranged the house and car for them to live in. They met the person who came to pick them up at the parking lot, then left in a car. More than half an hour later, they arrived at a high-end holiday villa area by the sea and stopped in front of a villa. The driver handed over the car key to Leng Xiaoting before leaving. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't rush to go anywhere, so they went into the house to have a look first. "It is just the two of us. It's so luxurious to have such a large house," Ji Yuning said. "The sea here is of good quality and has a variety of sea animals, so there are mainly large houses. Anyway, this house is owned by my friend, so it's free," Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning tutted. Oh, she didn't think it was wrong for them to stay in Leng Xiaoting's friend's house for free. Since his friend was willing to let them use this house for free, it meant they were close. "The photographer team will arrive tomorrow. We can take the wedding photos the day after tomorrow. So, we can just enjoy ourselves today and tomorrow. Let's go inside and have a look," Leng Xiaoting said. "Great," Ji Yuning replied, then they went inside. The house was simply decorated without many accessories, which was Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's favorite style. It was comfortable to live in. The main door of the villa didn't face the sea, but after entering the villa, directly opposite the main door was the back door, and behind the back door was the sea. It was only 10 meters away from the villa. Outside the back door was a large terrace with a swimming pool and a gazebo. As soon as Ji Yuning went in, she walked directly to the back door. Looking at the endless sea, she felt refreshed. She couldn't help but open her hands to feel the sea breeze blowing past. Just after Ji Yuning opened her arms, Leng Xiaoting hugged her from behind and asked her, "Do you want to eat something or rest first?" "I'm not hungry. I'll eat later. I'm not tired either. I don't need to rest," Ji Yuning said. She was eager to go to the sea to catch seafood. "If you're neither hungry nor tired, let's do something first," Leng Xiaoting suddenly said ambiguously. "What?" Ji Yuning didn't realize something wasn't right with Leng Xiaoting. "Well, it's something we both love." Leng Xiaoting chuckled, then directly carried Ji Yuning and walked into the living room, then went upstairs to the bedroom. Ji Yuning didn't struggle, but put on a resigned look. "Is sex all that's on your mind? Don't you want to?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Of course I do. I can't wait to experience your manhood." Ji Yuning was no longer shy in bed. Instead, she was bold and sometimes horny. She even dared to tease Leng Xiaoting once in a while. Leng Xiaoting could never say no to her. Although they had been together for 3 years, Leng Xiaoting still couldn't get enough of Ji Yuning. Even if Ji Yuning did nothing, he wanted her badly. So the moment she seduced him, he was aroused with burning desire. "You seductive little girl, let me teach you a lesson in bed." Leng Xiaoting's voice was full of desire. His voice became hoarse and he breathed heavily. Without delay, he sped up. The moment they were in the bedroom, Leng Xiaoting threw Ji Yuning onto the bed, then pressed her against it. Before long, both of them were undressed. However, no matter how eager he was, he wouldn't penetrate her right away. They enjoyed foreplay first, and he only penetrated her when both of them were fully aroused. "Oh, you're so good, baby." In the past, Leng Xiaoting had to beg her for compliments, but now Ji Yuning would do it without him asking. She was no longer embarrassed. Ji Yuning's compliment filled Leng Xiaoting with vigor, and he moved faster. They didn't go downstairs until 11 a.m. "What do you want to eat?" Leng Xiaoting asked. Everything they could want to eat was in the fridge since Leng Xiaoting had asked his friend to prepare ingredients for them. Ji Yuning wanted to catch seafood by herself, so Leng Xiaoting didn't tell his friend to prepare seafood for them, but there were enough vegetables. I'll cook. You can go catch some shrimp and fish. We don't need too many. Just catch enough for a meal. I'll go into the sea and catch some more this afternoon, Ji Yuning replied. Wait a second. We can let the flood dragons stay in the ocean these next few days, Ji Yuning said. Saying that, she let the female white flood dragon out, and Leng Xiaoting put it into his chenken bag. Flood dragons lived in the ocean, so Ji Yuning decided to let them swim freely since they were here now. After 2 years, the flood dragon had improved a lot, so did Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Currently, Leng Xiaoting had reached the peak of the Yuanying period, while Ji Yuning was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. She also learned to fly with a sword, but was not very good yet. However, Leng Xiaoting was very familiar with it by now. Because this was a luxurious resort, there weren't many people around. A few were ambling on the beach, but they weren't close, so it was convenient for Leng Xiaoting to go into the sea. About 10 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting was back with 3 to 4 catties of prawns, 2 big crabs, and 2 catties of fish. He was out only for 10 minutes, but he actually went deep into the ocean. There weren't many good sea animals in the shallow areas, so he dove deep. Nobody saw him go into the ocean, but some people who ambled along the beach saw him come out. Fishing seafood wasn't prohibited here, but it wasn't allowed to fish in large quantities. Therefore, the people who saw him take out a bag of seafood from the sea didn't accuse him of poaching seafood, but they were surprised that he could fish so many things from the sea without any equipment. One of the men stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, did you fish in the sea like this? Without any equipment?" The man spoke language Y because he didn't know which country Leng Xiaoting was from, and language Y was more commonly used on this island. Chapter 2893, Let Them Follow. Yes. Leng Xiaoting answered in his mother tongue, then directly left. He spoke in his mother tongue, because his appearance told them where he came from. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's answer, they were extremely surprised. They couldn't believe that he could catch sea animals just with his hands and he was even from a foreign country. Jesus, that's amazing. He caught the seafood with his hands. Right, and I can see that the seafood he caught is of good quality. I don't think they are from the shallow areas. Do you mean he went deep into the ocean? He must have held his breath for a long time. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. When Leng Xiaoting got back, Ji Yuning was watching TV in the living room. Once Leng Xiaoting walked in, Ji Yuning ran towards him to see what he caught. Wow, these prawns and crabs are so big. After seeing the prawns and crabs in the net, Ji Yuning was surprised. The water here is nutritious, so the sea animals grow large. I saw many precious sea animals in the ocean, but you said that you want to catch some this afternoon, so I just caught enough for a single meal, Leng Xiaoting said. Yeah, now you can go cook. Boil half the prawns and steam the other half with minced garlic. As for crabs, I want to eat spicy fried crabs. The fish can be steamed simply, Ji Yuning said. She had no intention of doing anything and left all the work to Leng Xiaoting. Anyway, even if she wanted to do it, Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let her. No problem, you can wait for a while and watch TV, Leng Xiaoting said. Thanks. Ji Yuning smiled, then Leng Xiaoting went to cook. By the time the dishes were almost done, the rice was cooked too, so they could immediately eat. After having the meal, Leng Xiaoting washed all the dishes, while Ji Yuning went upstairs to change. They were by the sea now, so she felt that she should put on a long white dress. Therefore, Ji Yuning wore a fairy-like white dress and tied her hair into a messy but beautiful bun. It was hot, so it would be uncomfortable if she let her hair down. When Ji Yuning walked downstairs, Leng Xiaoting had cleaned everything up. After a glance at Ji Yuning, he frowned. What? Ji Yuning asked. Wasn't it pretty on her? She thought it looked beautiful and she didn't show much skin. Although there were straps, she added a shawl. You're too beautiful. I'm afraid that men won't be able to keep their eyes off you. Leng Xiaoting pulled Ji Yuning into his arms and said in a grumpy tone. Ha ha. Ji Yuning snorted with laughter, then complimented herself. Men can't keep their eyes off me no matter what I wear, unless I wrap my face up, but that's too uncomfortable. I don't want to do that. You're right. You're too pretty to be ignored. I don't want you to wrap your face up either, Leng Xiaoting said. Come on, I think you're more attractive than me. I should be worried, instead of you, Ji Yuning said, pretending to be displeased. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was amused and said, do I need to put on a mask and sunglasses? Ji Yuning was satisfied. I'm not as jealous as you. Just let them watch. Anyway, they can't have you. Of course, I only belong to you, Leng Xiaoting said with a smile. Afterwards, they walked out hand in hand. At this time, everyone had finished dinner and were having a walk outside, so there were many people on the beach. Seeing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, many people paid special attention to them and complimented them, but because they were a couple, no one dared to strike up a conversation with either of them. What do you want to do? Do you want to sail a yacht? Leng Xiaoting asked. Why not? We can catch seafood further in the ocean, Ji Yuning said. Sure, but give me some time. I need to call my friend to make the arrangements, Leng Xiaoting said. Leng Xiaoting took out his phone and called his friend. About 10 minutes later, a yacht appeared in front of them. The sailor left the yacht and handed the key to Leng Xiaoting before walking away. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got on and sailed out. Although they were unfamiliar with the route, it wasn't a problem for them. The yacht sped ahead. They didn't have a destination, so they just followed their whims. There were other yachts there too. In the beginning, no one noticed them, but 2 yachts followed them as they sailed farther. Ji Yuning slightly frowned and immediately used her jade eyes to check who they were. There were 4 people on the 2 yachts, including 2 men and 2 women in their 20s. Normally, people don't dare to go farther on an ocean, because they might get lost, but they seem to be willing to take the risk after seeing us, Leng Xiaoting said. Ji Yuning also saw the excitement on their faces, so she agreed with Leng Xiaoting. We should get rid of them, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want to be interrupted. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said as he sped up. Although they immediately pulled farther away, the speed was limited and the 2 yachts weren't much slower than them, so they were unable to get rid of them. After all, yachts were basically the same and they were on an ocean instead of a road, so there was nothing in their way. Fine, just let them follow us, as long as they don't bother us. Since they couldn't get rid of the 2 yachts, they gave up. Anyway, the ocean wasn't owned by them, so they couldn't stop other people from sailing around. Because Ji Yuning gave up the idea of getting rid of the 2 yachts, the 2 yachts quickly caught up to them. When one yacht was only 3 meters away from them, the man who was sailing it shouted at them, "Hey, why did you go so far? Aren't you scared?" He spoke in language Y. He didn't come to cause trouble, so Ji Yuning replied, "There is nothing to be afraid of." When Ji Yuning turned around to look at them, the men were stunned. What a beautiful girl. On the other hand, the girls showed jealousy, but the boys had no bad intentions. In fact, they should be couples. No matter how much they liked beautiful women, the boys didn't want to annoy their girlfriends. The 2 men on the other yacht might have a different idea, but they hadn't had a chance to see Ji Yuning's face yet. Chapter 2894, Why should we care about your face? Normally, people don't dare to go farther in case they get lost. If the yacht is out of fuel, it'll be bad. The man said, "We have prepared more fuel, but we still have worries, but you dare to go so far, so we followed you. I have no right to stop you from doing that, but don't blame us if anything happens to you. We won't bear the consequences of your decision." Ji Yuning reminded them. She was reluctant to be burdened. "Of course we won't. We came here on our own," the man replied. Ji Yuning said nothing further. Since they did that because of the excitement and adventure, she couldn't judge them. They still followed Ji Yuning. After a long time, they saw a small island before them. At this moment, the man opened his mouth again. "Hey, there is a small island. Why don't we go over and have a rest? We can dive into the sea to catch some seafood." "We have that plan too, but we should do it separately," Ji Yuning said. It was already very nice of her to allow them to follow them, but she didn't want them to bother her and Leng Xiaoting. Fine. The man wasn't mad. They were strangers, so he could understand Ji Yuning's reaction. The two girls, however, were rather displeased. They secretly complained, "That girl is too arrogant." "Right, it's her honor that Mr. Tiller is willing to talk to her," the other girl said, showing obvious jealousy. "Shut up. I don't think she's arrogant." "On the other hand, you are bad-mouthing her out of jealousy," Gano Tiller said with displeasure. Then he threatened them, "If you dare to say those bullshit again, I'll throw you two out." Hearing his threat, the two girls were frightened. They didn't dare to say anything further, because they clearly knew Gano would do what he said. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's yacht reached the small island first, then they got off. The other two yachts arrived a while later. The people on the other yacht didn't see Ji Yuning's face until now, so they were all amazed by her beauty. However, these two men weren't like the other two who had no bad intentions. They immediately had bad intentions when they saw Ji Yuning. Among the two girls, one got jealous, while the other felt nothing, but when the four girls saw Leng Xiaoting, they were surprised. They had no intention of stealing him, because they already had a rich boyfriend. No matter how handsome Leng Xiaoting was, they didn't know him and there was a gorgeous beauty next to him already. Moreover, as long as they had a sexual relationship with the men by their side, they could get a lot of money. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could sense the two men's bad intentions, but they couldn't do anything before the men did anything. However, if they dared to hurt Ji Yuning, Leng Xiaoting would definitely teach them a lesson. "May I know where you're from?" Gano asked kindly. Since he was polite, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning decided to be polite too. "Country Wa," said Leng Xiaoting. "Oh, you're from Country Wa. How brave. We wouldn't dare to come here without your guidance," Gano exclaimed. He admired Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to some extent, so he replied to Leng Xiaoting in language Wa this time. Although he had an accent, he could speak clearly. There were many people from Country Wa living in Country Yin, so they learned some language Wa. "Oh, what should I call you?" "My name is Gano Tiller," Gano said nicely. The other people were confused when Gano was so polite to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Gano was always arrogant, and he was rarely so friendly to strangers. Honestly, he was seldom nice to even them. They had that idea, because they barely knew Gano. Although Gano didn't know Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he could see that they must be powerful from their demeanor. In other words, he had different attitudes towards different people. "My name is Leng Xiaoting, and this is my wife." Leng Xiaoting answered and introduced Ji Yuning as his wife, but he didn't say Ji Yuning's name. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's introduction, the others were slightly surprised. They thought that they were just a couple, but unexpectedly they were already married. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. The two men, however, still held their evil intention. Once they wanted a girl, they didn't care about whether she was married or who she was. They only wanted women to satisfy their sexual desire, and had no affection for them. It was impossible for them to marry. They clearly knew women only wanted their money and influence. Even if a woman didn't try to form a relationship with them for money, they wouldn't believe it. "Sorry, we need to move around freely, so we will be going now," Leng Xiaoting said, then he walked away holding Ji Yuning's hand. Gano didn't stop them. After all, he had just agreed that they wouldn't bother them. However, the two men were displeased by Leng Xiaoting's behavior. "It's boring with only the two of you. It's more interesting to have fun together." "No need," Leng Xiaoting responded coldly. Because the two men had the intention to hurt Ji Yuning, he was unwilling to be nice to them. "You are embarrassing us. Do you know that?" One man, who had the intention to hurt Ji Yuning, said. "Why should we care about your face?" Leng Xiaoting asked in a cold tone. He turned to glare at the man, putting great pressure on him. The man quickly found it hard to breathe, and suddenly couldn't make a sound. "Enough, it's their freedom no matter what they want to do. You have no right to interfere," Gano said while staring at the man with displeasure. The two men were in awe of Gano, so they said nothing further once he spoke. After that, Gano said to Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, "Be my guest, please." Without a word, Leng Xiaoting left holding Ji Yuning's hand. Chapter 2895, I'm Not an Idiot. Gano, the two men were still displeased and wanted to complain about it. What do you want to do? Was I not clear enough? It's their freedom and right to choose what they want to do. You have no right to interfere. Did you care about their feelings when you said that they embarrassed you? Gano snapped at them. The two men were struck dumb and no longer said anything. Although they knew Gano was right, they still felt reluctant to accept it. They were mainly so displeased because they disliked Leng Xiaoting's arrogant attitude. Anyway, they didn't dare to say anything further. Gano snapped at them, which aroused their dissatisfaction, but they didn't dare to vent anger at him. Afterwards, they ambled around on the island, and decided to catch seafood for a while. They were born in rich families, but they loved adventures and did it very often, so they were happy to go on adventures on the ocean and island. However, the ocean was too wide and they were afraid of getting lost, so they dared not come here without a guide. This island wasn't very large, but it still took a day to walk from one end to the other. The ground wasn't even either, so they didn't plan to go farther in. They would leave after a while. Walking ahead, the men weren't scared, but the girls were nervous. How long do we need to walk far? One girl asked. Till we lose interest, Gano replied. He didn't know how long he would walk for, but he would stop when he didn't want to continue. If any of you don't want to go on, you can return on your own. Hearing that, the girls subconsciously exchanged a glance. They were asking each other whether to return. In the end, no one went back because the boys didn't want to leave. If they did, the boys would disdain them. At that moment, one of the men who had the intention to hurt Ji Yuning said, I can walk you back. I don't want to go ahead any longer either. The girl's eyes lit up at once and she immediately thanked the man. Thank you so much, Mr. Silo. After that, Silo walked the girl back and nobody stopped them. After all, this girl was brought here by him, so he ought to take care of her. Nevertheless, Gano and the other men were aware that Silo didn't walk the girl back. Because he didn't want to go further. He wasn't that nice. On the contrary, he only wanted sex. That was Silo's trick, so the other men wouldn't get involved. Although there were 4 men and 4 girls, they weren't couples. Some of them were acquaintances, and they felt it would be boring without girls. Anyway, those girls also had the dream of having a rich boyfriend. All of them had their own purpose, but till now, nothing had happened yet, and they hadn't had sex. As Silo took the girl back, he suddenly hugged her from behind and placed his hands on her breast. The girl was scared and immediately struggled, but she failed to get rid of Silo and asked in horror, Mr. Silo, what do you want to do? She clearly knew what Silo wanted to do. Although she formed a relationship with Silo for a purpose, she was unwilling to have sex with him. What? Didn't you want to be my girl when you tried to build a relationship with me? Now I can give you a chance. What do you think? Silo mocked. He clearly knew why these girls wanted to be close to him, but he wouldn't sleep with all of them. Even though they played around, they would still choose to have fun with beautiful and sexy girls who hadn't slept with too many people. Although they lived a life full of wild abandon, they didn't want the girls to do the same. This girl had 2 ex-boyfriends, but she didn't have sex with everyone. She only wanted more money, otherwise she wouldn't have joined them. So he was willing to be in a sexual relationship with her for a while, then he would dump her. The girl was embarrassed when Silo pointed it out, so she argued at once. I don't, however, she lacked confidence. No, I don't believe it. I'm not an idiot, Silo sneered. The girl was struck dumb and didn't know what to say. It was impossible for her to say that Silo was an idiot. She was reluctant to annoy him. Even if she couldn't be his girl, she didn't dare to mess with him. At this time, Silo let her go and said, I won't force you. You should know I don't lack girls, but I don't have sex with all of them. It's your honor that I would choose you. To be honest with you, I won't fall in love with anybody. I'll marry a woman who is chosen by my family. You can never be my wife, but I can give you bags, expensive clothes, and other luxuries if you can be my mistress. You can live a luxurious life when you're with me. The girl was humiliated. In fact, she knew that she could only get money from Silo, and it was impossible for her to gain his love. There was no way that he would marry her, but she had always hoped that she could be different, but now Silo had broken her dream. Nevertheless, she was still persuaded when Silo said that she could get any luxuries that she wanted while he kept her as his mistress. She wanted to accept, but felt that it was very humiliating. She decided to sell her body for money, but she still wanted to keep a good reputation. "If you don't agree, I'll leave right now," Silo said. He wouldn't force her to accept, but that was also his trick. He was sure that the girl wouldn't refuse. The girl instantly became anxious. She honestly didn't want to miss this chance, so she agreed after hesitating for a moment. Silo showed satisfaction, then hugged the girl again. "If I fuck you right here, right now, do you agree?" "Right here. I don't think that's a good idea." The girl was slightly surprised. If anyone caught them, it would be humiliating. And she had never had sex in such a wild place before. How should they do it? "It'll be exciting, don't you think?" Silo said. "No one will see us." Chapter 2896, A Python. The girl hesitated for a while, but she understood that she must satisfy Silo's needs if she wanted to be his mistress. Otherwise he would change his mind once he was mad. Thinking of that, she agreed. After that, they had sex on the desert island. At the beginning, the girl had all kinds of worries, but she soon devoted herself to it after she was aroused. Silo was a sex expert. He could easily make a woman lose control. A certain part of the girl was still very tight because she hadn't had much sex before, which made Silo more excited. However, while they were enjoying the sex, they didn't notice that a giant python was approaching. Silo didn't turn around until the python slithered onto his body and put a lot of weight on him. The moment he saw it clearly, he was scared and almost passed out. In an instant, his manhood lost its energy. Silo screamed and immediately got up from the girl's body. He got rid of the giant python, then quickly ran away. Hearing Silo's scream, the girl opened her eyes and saw the giant python. The next moment, she screamed too and wanted to escape as well. Unfortunately, the giant python turned to press on the girl after Silo ran away. The girl wasn't strong enough to get rid of the python. She was even wrapped up by it when she struggled. "Mr. Silo, help!" she shouted to Silo, who was running away, but Silo didn't even turn around to give her a glance. He was afraid that the giant python would attack him. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting heard Silo's and the girl's screams. Although they agreed not to bother each other, they went onto the island together, so they felt it was necessary for them to help the group of people if they were in danger. Therefore, as soon as they heard the scream, they ran over. Within 10 seconds, Ji Yuning had arrived. When Ji Yuning was close, she used her jade eyes to see what was happening, so she stopped Leng Xiaoting from coming because she didn't want him to see another girl's naked body. Only a dozen seconds had passed, so Silo wasn't far away, so Leng Xiaoting went to chase him. There was no need to ask. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting figured out what had happened. The man and the girl were probably having sex outside. Even before Ji Yuning reached the giant python, she released magical energy to hit it. The giant python wasn't a monster, so it could not bear the impact of Ji Yuning's magical energy. It was hit heavily and stopped moving. The girl was wrapped by the giant python, but luckily she survived because Ji Yuning quickly came to help her. Ji Yuning went ahead and removed the giant python with a branch. Afterwards, she helped the girl take a power crystal to get back some strength. After all, Ji Yuning was unwilling to touch the girl. The girl quickly went back to normal after taking the power crystal. When she turned to look at Ji Yuning, there was no jealousy left in her eyes, only gratitude. Although she was extremely embarrassed that Ji Yuning caught her doing that, she felt very grateful to Ji Yuning. "Thank you. Get dressed and leave now," Ji Yuning said, then directly walked away. Anyway, the giant python was too weak to hurt anyone now. The girl hadn't undressed all her clothing. She was wearing a sundress, so when she had sex with Silo, she only rolled the bottom up and put off the straps, so the dress was folded on her waist, and she quickly dressed herself again. Without hesitation, the girl stood up and got dressed, then left with Ji Yuning. She had gotten a lot of strength back, but she was still horrified, so her body was still shaking. She walked and stumbled along the way, but it wasn't too bad since she could still walk. Leng Xiaoting quickly caught up to Silo. Silo was totally naked. Because Leng Xiaoting didn't want Ji Yuning to see another man's naked body, he took out a towel from his chenkin bag and told Silo to put it on. Silo was scared when Leng Xiaoting suddenly appeared, but he took the towel in case other people saw him. After giving Silo the towel, Leng Xiaoting walked away and left him behind. Because Silo disliked Leng Xiaoting, he didn't thank him. After a while, Ji Yuning walked over and Leng Xiaoting held her hand, then they left together. When Silo saw the girl again, he was shocked that she was completely fine. He realized that she must have been rescued by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Although he abandoned the girl in the crisis, he didn't feel guilty at all. She was merely a sex toy in his eyes after all. After going through what just happened, the girl lost all her interest in Silo. Even though she clearly knew that she was just a sex toy in his eyes, she suddenly found out that it was extremely dangerous and risky to be in a sexual relationship with him. She could die. As a result, she decided to keep a distance away from them. However, she didn't dare to blame Silo for it. Although she was filled with hatred, she still didn't dare to show any of it on her face because she couldn't mess with Silo. Therefore, when she saw Silo, she avoided his eyes. Silo wanted to get his clothes back, but he didn't dare to go there again. He had to wrap himself in the towel and walk away. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting returned to the island side first, then they went into the sea to catch seafood. They decided to have a meal outside mainly because they wanted to have a picnic. A while later, Silo and the girl were also back to the side. Neither of them looked at or talked to each other. They sat separately and waited for the others to come back. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came back out of the sea, the others were back. They didn't see Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning, so they thought that they were still gone. They were also curious about why Silo was only wrapped in a towel. Although they knew Silo and the girl came back earlier to do something without them, they were still confused about why his clothing was gone and he was in a towel. Silo, what happened? One man asked. Nothing, Silo said. He didn't want to tell them. Since he was unwilling to talk about it, the others stopped asking. They guessed that something must have happened while they had sex. Suddenly, Silo walked up to one of the girls, wanting her scarf, because the towel was too big to fasten around his body. Chapter 2897, Catch Seafood. The girl didn't dare to refuse, so she handed her scarf to Silo, then Silo went to a nearby big rock. Tasha, what happened? Where is Mr. Silo's clothes? One girl asked curiously. Tasha said nothing. She was still horrified and didn't want to talk about it. Since Tasha was unwilling to talk about it, the others stopped asking. Before long, Silo went out again. He wrapped the scarf like a pair of shorts, so it wouldn't fall easily. Let's go into the sea to catch seafood. One man said. Shouldn't we wait till the two people from Country Wa come back? The other man, who came with Gano, asked. We can do it first. They said that we can do things separately, so we don't need to care about them, Gano replied. Great, the man answered. Afterwards, 3 of the men prepared to go into the ocean, while Silo did nothing. He was wearing a scarf now, so it wasn't convenient. Gano and the other men understood that he couldn't swim now, so they told Silo to pick up sticks for a fire later. Because of what he had been through in the woods earlier, Silo was scared to go in now. So he made up an excuse and said that he was uncomfortable, then ordered the girls to do it. They realized that something bad must have happened to Silo, so they didn't force him and the girls went to pick up sticks. Right when Gano and the other men were ready to dive into the ocean, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came back up. They had thought that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't back yet, but unexpectedly, they had gone into the ocean earlier than them. In addition, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't wear any equipment. How long had they stayed under the water? They had been by the beach for 8 minutes after coming back, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were absent then, so obviously, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had gone into the ocean long before that. Surprisingly, even without any equipment, they could stay in the water for more than 10 minutes. Therefore, Gano and the others were astonished. Jesus, how long have they stayed under the water? I'm curious about that too. Most importantly, they don't have equipment. Well, it's also possible that they removed it and are now carrying it in their hands. Let's see after they get back to the land. I wonder how much they've caught. Accordingly, they didn't rush to go down and waited till Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting came up. They wanted to see how much seafood Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had caught. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back on land, they were amazed by what was in the nets they carried. In their nets, there were a lot of prawns, crabs, abalones, and other high-value seafood. Jesus, they've caught so much and the seafood is so big. That's unbelievable. I'm so envious. Right, we thought it will be very lucky to be able to catch some shrimp and crabs. Didn't you use any equipment? Did you dive into the sea like this? Gano asked. Yes. Ji Yuning answered. Hearing her answer, they were shocked. Gano asked again, did you dive deep into the ocean to get so much large seafood? You must have stayed in the water for a long time, right? The answer couldn't be more obvious, but Gano couldn't believe it, so he still asked about it. Yes, Ji Yuning replied, but she said nothing further. Gano and the others could see that Ji Yuning was reluctant to tell them anything, so he stopped asking, but he was still very curious. After catching the seafood, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to a side to prepare their picnic. Ji Yuning went back to their yacht and got a bag of stuff, including a grill, seasoning, and so on. Actually, it was stored in her telepathic eye space, but she couldn't take it out in front of strangers. After a glance at Ji Yuning's tools, the others realized they were fully prepared and this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. After that, Gano and the other men set off. They drove the yacht to the deep-sea area before going in. Although they had oxygen equipment, they still used rope to help them go down, and there was a person left on the yacht to keep an eye on their situation at all times. Before Gano and the others got back, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could already start eating. The fragrance permeated the air. Silo and the girls couldn't help swallowing when they smelled it. They often ate seafood. They might not have enough of it, but they didn't think it was rare. They came here to catch seafood just to have fun. However, at that moment, their mouths were watering when they smelt the scent. In fact, it was a different way of cooking. In Country Yin, they basically ate food with a light flavor, while in Country Hua, they generally preferred spicy food. For example, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were grilling the seafood with a lot of spices and chili peppers, so the scent quickly spread. And the fragrance was very new and rare for them. Nevertheless, even though they were hungry, they wouldn't ask Ji Yuning for any food. About half an hour later, Gano and the other men were back, but they had only caught average-sized seafood. There weren't any large shrimp or crabs, but it was still acceptable. After all, they had also gone deep into the ocean. Once they were on land, they were attracted by the scent from Ji Yuning, especially since they were tired. Luckily, they had prepared everything they needed on land, so they could cook right when they were back. However, they didn't have a grill or spices, so it wasn't convenient for them to cook the seafood, and it only had a light flavor. In the end, Gano couldn't stand it and walked to Ji Yuning. Can I know how you cook the seafood? It smells so good, he asked, standing in front of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Spice for barbecue, Ji Yuning said. Can you sell some to me? Asked Gano. He didn't take it for granted. No need to pay for it. I can share with you, but are you fine with spicy food? Don't blame us if you dislike the taste, Ji Yuning said. She didn't care about some spices, and wouldn't ask for money, but she didn't want them to blame her if they disliked the flavor. Of course I won't blame you. I asked for it anyway, Gano said. He understood why Ji Yuning said that, because Silo would probably do such a thing. Gano thanked Ji Yuning for sharing the spices with them for free, then he went back with some spice. However, his friends had some worries and were afraid they might get sick if they ate the spices. Chapter 2898, Doctored Water. Gano told them they could add the spices as they wanted. If they didn't like it, they could ignore it. Some of his friends added some spices to the seafood, while some didn't. Those who added some spices felt that the seafood became tastier, but it was a little spicy. Anyway, it tasted good, so they accepted it. Wow, it's so delicious. Yeah, although it's spicy, I think it helps my appetite. Right, it's so good. Even though some were afraid that they might get sick after eating the spices, they couldn't help trying it. Finally, they fell in love with it too. A while later, a man, who had the same bad intention towards Ji Yuning as Silo, picked up 2 bottles of water, then walked towards Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. However, the 2 bottles of water were actually doctored. The others didn't notice, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did. Therefore, when the man walked over with the doctored water, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were mad, but they stayed calm on the surface. It's spicy. I don't see you having any water, so I can give you 2 bottles, the man said, standing in front of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. No need, Ji Yuning said in a flat tone. The man felt embarrassed and said, Miss, I have no bad intentions. Why do you have to embarrass me? I embarrassed you. Ji Yuning sneered and stared straight at the man. The man felt as if she could see through him and subconsciously avoided her eyes. The next moment, Ji Yuning turned to look at Leng Xiaoting. Only Leng Xiaoting understood her signal. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting stood up and took the 2 bottles of water from the man's hands. Right when the man felt happy, the situation suddenly had a big change. Before he could fight back, Leng Xiaoting had already poured the water into his mouth. Seeing that, Gano and another man immediately ran over. Although they didn't know what happened, they couldn't just watch them fight. Normally, Silo would run over first, because the man had a close relationship with him, but now he did nothing. Mr. Leng, what are you doing? Gano asked in a deep voice. It was his friend, so he was angry that Leng Xiaoting was so rude. However, he still wanted to know the reason. When Gano and the others came over, Leng Xiaoting had finished pouring a bottle of water into the man's mouth, so he let him go. He wanted to give us these 2 bottles of water, and you'll see what happens in a few minutes, Leng Xiaoting said coldly. The man, who was forced to swallow a large amount of water, kept on retching, trying to get the water out of his stomach. Hearing Leng Xiaoting's words and witnessing the man's reaction, they immediately figured the situation out. Obviously, there was something wrong with the water, or the man wouldn't try to vomit. As a result, Gano and the other men were angry. Aiko, what's in the water? Gano directly questioned the man. Aiko said nothing, because he didn't know what to say. He couldn't believe that his trick was exposed so easily. How did Leng Xiaoting know that the water was doctored? He was so careful. Aiko. Gano got angry when Aiko remained silent. Although he wasn't an upright man and had played dirty tricks before, he knew what he could and couldn't do. It couldn't be more obvious that they shouldn't mess with Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, even though his family, the Tiller family, had a high status in Sashi, the capital city of Niguli Island. They couldn't do whatever they wanted. His family wouldn't allow him to cause trouble for the family either, so he knew how to do things. Therefore, even if he was a playboy, he had never caused serious trouble. All right, that's enough. Take him away, Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't bother to punish them. Anyway, he and Ji Yuning weren't hurt. I'm really sorry. Gano apologized. He didn't make the mistake, but his friend did. Since Leng Xiaoting was willing to let them go, he should make an apology as the head of their group. Gano actually wanted Aiko to apologize to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, but he didn't want him to annoy them further. As a result, he pulled Aiko and walked away. Aiko, what did you do? Gano asked seriously. As soon as Aiko opened his mouth, he suddenly fainted, which was the result of drinking the doctored water. It was really bold of Aiko to dare to drug Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting right in front of Gano. It proved that he didn't really know Gano and believed that Gano was the same kind of person as him. Among them, Gano had the highest status, so the others wouldn't say anything as long as Gano accepted it. When Aiko passed out, Gano became even angrier. How could Aiko have the idea of drugging the 2 people from Country Wa? He was so stupid. Silo knew what Aiko wanted to do when Aiko walked to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting with the water, so he wasn't surprised when Aiko fainted. He didn't stop Aiko, because he had the same idea. The girls were also shocked by that scene, and realized what had happened. Suddenly, they were scared of Aiko. They knew that these rich heirs loved playing around, but they didn't expect them to use drugs too. It was frightening. Because Aiko fainted, Gano and the others lost interest in having fun outside. They packed up and left at once. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't affected, so they didn't rush to leave. Both of them ate a lot, so they finished all the seafood that they had caught. Actually, they had planned to save some for when they went back. Why don't we catch some more after we finish all of these? Ji Yuning suggested. Sure, Leng Xiaoting said. He rarely said no to Ji Yuning's requests. They were full after eating all the seafood, so they took a walk for half an hour before catching more seafood. Within 10 minutes, they had caught a large bag full of seafood, which was enough for a day so they could eat it tomorrow. Chapter 2899, No need to save money for him. By the time they got back, it was already 5 p.m. They couldn't eat anything at this time, so they decided to eat later if they were hungry. On the small island, they couldn't receive signals, so Leng Xiaoting didn't see the missed calls until they were back to the house. His friend who lived in Niguli Island had called him. Leng Xiaoting didn't call back at once, but asked Ji Yuning, my friend who lives here just called me. I think he might want to invite us to have a meal together. Do you want to go? If not, I'll turn him down. Of course we should go. He's helped you a lot. We should buy him a meal instead, Ji Yuning replied. She wasn't spoiled. Even if she didn't want to go, she knew what she should do according to etiquette. Great, Leng Xiaoting replied. Then he called his friend back. He understood that Ji Yuning would agree, but he cared about her feelings, so he still asked her. Without surprise, Leng Xiaoting's friend indeed wanted to invite them to have a meal together. Leng Xiaoting didn't turn him down, but agreed and said that he would pay the bill. His friend understood that he was very rich, so he agreed. In addition, Leng Xiaoting said that he wouldn't go if his friend didn't agree, so his friend accepted the condition. After that, his friend arranged for a chauffeur to drive them, otherwise they might not be able to find the road. Since they were eating in the city center, the house Leng Xiaoting stayed in was still far away. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the house, the chauffeur was already waiting for them outside, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting still needed to take a shower and change their clothes. After all, they had been diving in the ocean earlier, so the clothing they were wearing right now wasn't clean or comfortable. In order to save time, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting showered together. However, Leng Xiaoting ended up sexually aroused. Ji Yuning pushed Leng Xiaoting, who was fondling her body, away, then gave him a glare. The chauffeur is waiting for us. Stop it. Leng Xiaoting, however, felt aggrieved. You're so attractive that I can't stop thinking about having sex with you. Men really think with their dick. You can't control yourself and you even blame me, Ji Yuning said, seeming unhappy. I only have that feeling for you. I won't pay any attention to other women, Leng Xiaoting stared at Ji Yuning and said sincerely. Ji Yuning snorted and kept quiet. She wrapped herself in a towel and walked out of the bathroom, in case Leng Xiaoting totally lost control. She believed Leng Xiaoting's words and was actually very happy that he was so attracted to her. If her man lost interest in her, they would separate sooner or later. Although it sounded overly sexual, it was the truth. Whether a couple was in a romantic relationship or marriage, they needed both love and sex. Leng Xiaoting put on a resigned smile, and understood that it wasn't the right time to think about sex now. Therefore, he didn't stop Ji Yuning and wrapped himself in a towel too, then walked out. After they changed their clothes, they went out. Because they were quick, the chauffeur didn't have to wait for long. Half an hour later, they arrived at the restaurant. It was a high-end clubhouse near the ocean. In addition to accommodation, it also provided many activities on the sea. Leng Xiaoting's friend arrived there at 2 p.m., along with two of his friends. He planned to buy Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning a meal, but Leng Xiaoting insisted on paying the bill instead. Leng Xiaoting's friend told him that he would be coming with two friends, and Leng Xiaoting agreed. Therefore, when Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning arrived, there were two men and a woman sitting in the private room. Leng Xiaoting's friend was a man who was about 30 years old and he was native from Country Wa. His family was from Country Wa, but he lived on Niguli Island in Country Yin for business. Xiaoting, nice to see you. Been a while. Once Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning walked inside, Leng Xiaoting's friend stood up to welcome them. He reached out his hand to shake hands with Leng Xiaoting. Weiming, been a while. Leng Xiaoting greeted back. Although Leng Xiaoting looked cold, he had many friends. In fact, he had made friends with all kinds of people regardless of their family background. Whether you were from a powerful family or not, he would treat you equally, but only people who were familiar with him would know that. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting's friends were very reliable. This must be your wife. Ren Weiming turned to look at Ji Yuning and asked. Yes, this is my wife, Ji Yuning. Leng Xiaoming introduced, then he said to Ji Yuning, Ningning, this is my friend, Ren Weiming. After that, they greeted each other. Nice to meet you, Ji Yuning. Nice to meet you too, Mr. Ren. Although Ren Weiming was a year older than Leng Xiaoting, he was used to taking Leng Xiaoting as his boss. Therefore, he greeted Ji Yuning respectfully. Have a seat please. Ren Weiming invited Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to sit by the table. After that, Ren Weiming introduced his friends to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. This is my friend, Luo Yun's. And this is his fiancée, Qin Yuyu. They're going to be married too, and they came here to take wedding photos, Ren Weiming said. When Qin Yuyu saw Leng Xiaoting, she was amazed and attracted to him at first glance. The next moment, she got jealous after moving her gaze to Ji Yuning. To be honest, Leng Xiaoting was more handsome than Luo Yun's, and Ji Yuning was prettier than Qin Yuyu. Leng Xiaoting and Luo Yun's greeted each other. After they were all seated, they started ordering. After you, Leng Xiaoting said. All right, no need to save money for him. He's really rich. Ren Weiming was afraid that his two friends might hesitate to order what they wanted to eat, so he said that first. Hearing that, Qin Yuyu gave Leng Xiaoting a glance with mixed emotions. Thanks. Luo Yun said, then he flipped the menu and asked Qin Yuyu what she wanted to eat. At the same time, Ji Yuning read through another menu and ordered her favorites, which weren't cheap. After hearing what Ji Yuning ordered, Qin Yuyu raised her head and stared at Ji Yuning with jealousy. Qin Yuyu couldn't hide her feelings, because Ji Yuning was too pretty and had such a handsome and rich husband. Chapter 2900, Get More Jealous. People who were jealous of other people were normally dissatisfied with what they already had. If she was satisfied with her life, she wouldn't be jealous of other people. What's wrong, Miss Qin? Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer and asked Qin Yuyu. She noticed Qin Yuyu's reactions earlier on, but didn't pay much attention to it. However, she got annoyed since Qin Yuyu wouldn't stop. Qin Yuyu was shocked when Ji Yuning called her name, and felt embarrassed. Oh, and nothing. I just saw you order expensive dishes, so I was a little surprised. She explained. Well, it's not a big deal. Miss Qin, if there is anything you like, just order it. No need to hesitate, Ji Yuning said very generously. Thanks. Qin Yuyu nodded with slight embarrassment, then continued to read the menu, but she felt displeased by Ji Yuning's generosity. She wished that she could order whatever she wanted like Ji Yuning and didn't need to care about money. Although Ji Yuning said that she could order whatever she liked, she couldn't really do that. After all, she cared about her face, so she only ordered 2 dishes. After they finished ordering, a waiter took their order, then they began to chat casually. Xiaoting, how is it? Are you satisfied with the house? Ren Weiming asked Leng Xiaoting. Yeah, it's very good, Leng Xiaoting said. Great, when do you plan to take the wedding photos? Ren Weiming asked. The photography team will arrive tomorrow, so we'll do it the day after tomorrow, Leng Xiaoting replied. Where did you hire the team? Luo Yun's asked. It's not very famous. Just a team owned by my company. Because I already have a team in my company, I didn't hire other people. After all, I'm very satisfied with their skills, Ji Yuning replied this time. The photographer team that served Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning was employed by Charm. Even Ji Yuning's wedding gown was designed and personally made by UZ. By now Charm was an international brand and UZ was an A-list clothing designer, so Ji Yuning was just being modest. It was a very famous team. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Ren Weiming and the others were surprised. Her own company. She looked so young, and yet she already owned a company. Even though Ren Weiming was aware of Leng Xiaoting's family background and believed that his wife couldn't be ordinary, he was still surprised that Ji Yuning was so successful on her own. Ji Yuning, you have your own company? Ren Weiming asked. You look so young. It's really unbelievable that you already have your own company. Ren Weiming complimented. Can I know the name? Qin Yuyu asked. She was also surprised to know that Ji Yuning had her own company, but she felt it couldn't be large. It's Charm and an affiliated wedding photography studio. Ji Yuning said right away because she knew what Qin Yuyu was thinking. What? Charm? Hearing that, both Luo Yun's and Qin Yuyu were surprised, because they had heard about Charm. Actually, they almost went to Charm to take wedding photos and had visited Charm before. However, they decided to travel abroad, so they gave up on that idea. After all, it would be more convenient for them to find a wedding store here. Ren Weiming lived in Niguli Island, so he hadn't heard of Charm, but he could see that it wasn't a small company from Luo Yun's and Qin Yuyu's reaction. Miss Ji Yu, you're the boss of Charm. I can't believe that you're so successful. Luo Yun's complimented. He wasn't jealous at all, but Qin Yuyu was filled with extreme jealousy. Charm was a well-known international brand. Although they didn't choose Charm, they booked gowns at Charm. They were rich too, but they weren't comparable to Ji Yuning. Qin Yuyu's annual salary was about 700,000 yuan, so she was very proud of herself in front of ordinary people, but now, she felt that she was a nobody in front of Ji Yuning. At the same time, she became even more jealous. She wished that she were Ji Yuning. Many people wished that they could be someone more successful, but they weren't willing to pay for it. I'm really curious about the influence of Charm now, Ren Weiming said curiously. You can look it up on the internet. It's called Charm Gown, Luo Yun said. Ren Weiming immediately took out his phone and searched for news about Charm. After reading the information about Charm, he was shocked too. He couldn't believe it was a first-rate clothing brand in Country Wa. He thought that Ji Yuning only owned a small company. After all, she was so young. So he complimented Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning thanked them for their compliments. A while later, the dishes were placed on the table, and they began to enjoy the meal. Qin Yuyu lost her appetite, not because the food wasn't delicious, in fact she loved seafood, but because she was too jealous to eat. Especially when she saw Leng Xiaoting peeling shrimp and crabs for Ji Yuning, while Luo Yun's did nothing, she lost her balance. However, she didn't dare to complain about it. She knew Luo Yun's character very well. He would never serve a woman even in a romantic relationship. He wanted his wife to be a mature, stable, and independent woman who didn't need romance. He didn't think Leng Xiaoting, a caring husband, was bad, but he wouldn't do that. Nevertheless, women all wanted to be spoiled by their men. Although Luo Yun's treated her well and never hesitated to give her money, he wasn't romantic. She was dissatisfied, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, she had changed herself to be chosen by him and now they were going to get married. She could do nothing about that. Chapter 2901, Can we have a private chat? If she broke up with Luo Yun's, she might not be able to meet such a quality man again. After all, Luo Yun's background was much better than hers. Qin Yuyu completely had lost her appetite, but she still forced herself to eat some food in order to not be found out by the others. Although she ate little, she kept on eating. Luo Yun's would quarrel with her if he found out what she was thinking. At that time, he might break up with her in anger, which would be her loss. Anyway, no matter how handsome or rich Leng Xiaoting was, he wasn't her husband and he already had a very outstanding wife, so he wouldn't have any interest in her. She was jealous of Ji Yuning, but she could never become her. Thinking of that, Qin Yuyu felt much better. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting just had a large meal, so they weren't able to eat a lot right now. Nevertheless, they didn't order much and finished most of it, so it wasn't a waste. Are you free tonight? Why don't we hang out at the clubhouse? My treat, Ren Weiming said when they had almost finished the meal. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting didn't answer right away, but turned to look at Ji Yuning, asking for her opinion. If Ji Yuning wanted to go, he would go with her. As long as it wasn't about work, he would always ask for Ji Yuning's opinion first. Leng Xiaoting's behavior, however, surprised the others, because it proved how much he cared about Ji Yuning. Why not? Ji Yuning replied. Anyway, they had nothing to deal with. Since it was his friend's invitation, they ought to go. Otherwise, his friend would be embarrassed. After that, they rested for a while before going to have fun together. Both Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could drink, so they drank a lot. At 11 p.m., they separated. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were picked up by the same chauffeur and returned to the house by the sea. Gano sent Aiko to the hospital, but he didn't wake up until 8 p.m. Only his family took care of him. Gano didn't tell his family what he had done to save his face. As for why he suddenly passed out, Gano explained that it was food poisoning. After Silo and Tasha got back home, they couldn't stop thinking about what had happened to them on the small island. They were full of fear. In the middle of the night, they managed to fall asleep, but not long after, they were woken up again by a nightmare. They dreamed about a giant python coming to eat them alive. The next day at 2 p.m., the photography team arrived. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't in a rush to take wedding photos because they needed time to choose a beautiful scene. At the same time, they also wanted to have a tour around. It wasn't easy for them to travel abroad and it was free. Although there were beautiful scenes everywhere, they still needed to choose their favorite place. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked around for the day. After another day, they started taking the wedding photos. Because they liked the ocean, they took photos near the house by the sea with an open island not far away. Whenever they showed up among the crowd, they attracted a lot of attention. Everyone was amazed by their outstanding appearances. Some people even though they were models. Because they were energetic, they didn't feel tired, so within a day, they finished. However, when they were taking photos, Leng Xiaoting had almost the same expression from the beginning to the end. After all, he wasn't an extrovert, so it was hard for him to be active and make different poses. Anyway, Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning were still a perfect match in the photos. Both of them really enjoyed it. Although there was only a faint smile on his face, his eyes were full of love. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took 4 sets of wedding photos in all. Among them, Leng Xiaoting wore a military uniform in 2, including camouflage and a formal suit. He was a soldier, so it was more meaningful for him to take wedding photos in a military uniform. Leng Xiaoting looked even more handsome in a military uniform. Even the photographer team was stunned by him. Their boss's husband was the best among quality men. However, Ji Yuning was also very outstanding among extraordinary girls, so they were a perfect match. When Leng Xiaoting took wedding photos in his military uniform, they avoided the crowd, in case it caused unnecessary trouble. After taking the wedding photos, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting invited the photography team to a big meal. The photography team could stay for 2 days before going home. After all, they flew a long distance to be here. The photography team felt so lucky. They were blessed to have such a generous boss. All the plane tickets, accommodation and meals were free. They barely spent any money during the trip. They only spent money when they needed to visit tourist attractions or if they wanted to buy some gifts. In fact, even if Ji Yuning only paid for their plane tickets, they would still be willing to stay there for a few days. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't rush to go home. Instead, they decided to stay for a week. On the 4th day, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting sailed a yacht after lunch. They decided to dive deep into the ocean to catch seafood or to go on an adventure on the nearby island. However, when they were about to sail, they saw a familiar yacht stopped by theirs. At a closer glance, they recognized that it was Gano's yacht. Gano and another man were on the yacht, but it was only the 2 of them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting realized that Gano must have come for them, so they directly walked over. Gano immediately got out of the yacht and walked to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting as well. "Hi, Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng." Gano greeted them, then asked, "Do you have some time? Can we have a private chat?" Chapter 2902, Is it a trap? "What is it?" said Ji Yuning. "I heard from my friend that Mrs. Leng rescued a girl when they were attacked by a giant python on the island that day. I want to know whether you're really not afraid of pythons at all." Can you deal with it if you encounter one again? Gano asked. Gano asked that question because he needed them to solve a problem for him, otherwise he wouldn't have especially paid them a visit. Yeah, I can deal with several, let alone one, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Gano was excited and asked at once. How about other wild and dangerous animals? I don't think it's a problem, Ji Yuning replied. Well, if so, can you work with me to do one thing, Mrs. Leng and Mr. Leng? It's said that there is a deserted island 100 kilometers away from the coast. There is a lot of treasure on this deserted island, but some ferocious beasts are guarding nearby. No one can get in or out of there safely. I'm not sure whether it's true, because it has not been confirmed yet. I heard about it from my grandfather who had been there before, but he just went to the edge of the island and saw a lot of dead bodies on the beach, so he didn't dare to go in. Besides, the island is surrounded by fog all year round. One needs good luck to land on the island. Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng, if you are willing to cooperate with us, I'll go back and ask my grandpa for the route. After we find the treasure, we can split it 50-50. If you don't want to do that, just forget it. After all, I can't be sure that there will be treasure, and if there isn't, our adventure will be meaningless, Gano said. It was just a proposal, he wouldn't force them. Whether or not Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were interested was totally up to them. Gano had only met Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting once, so it might not seem serious since he talked to them about it right away. After all, he barely knew them. There was no trust between them either. However, compared with other people he knew, they were the best choice. First, they could easily beat a giant python, so they were obviously very strong. Second, they weren't local citizens, and they would leave after finishing it. Adventures were always risky, so he needed to bet on that. Anyway, he had a good impression of Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting and didn't feel as if they seemed like backstabbers. Otherwise he wouldn't be so honest with them. If Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting dared to betray them, he wouldn't hesitate to pay them back. Sure, we also love adventures. Whether there is treasure or not, we can go and have a look. Ji Yuning agreed without hesitation because they were anyway planning to have some fun. Therefore they were willing to pay a visit whether or not there was treasure. However, if there was, it would obviously be better. Given their abilities, they weren't afraid that Gano would scheme against them. If Gano regretted it after they found treasure, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would take the treasure for themselves. They wouldn't betray him first, but they wouldn't back down if Gano dared to do that to them. Gano didn't expect Ji Yuning to agree so quickly, so he was surprised. Ji Yuning could see his reaction, so she didn't urge him to give her a reply. Before long, Gano came back to his senses, but he still wanted to make sure. Mrs. Leng, do you agree? Yes, we agree, Ji Yuning said in an affirmative tone. Hearing that, Gano was satisfied. Great. I'll go back and ask my grandpa for a detailed map right now. If it's possible, I hope we can set out at 8 p.m. If we do it during the day, other people will see us. No problem, Ji Yuning answered. Then Gano and his friend left, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting continued with what they were doing. After all, it was still early. Gano, why did they agree so fast? Is it a trap? I don't have much trust in them. We've only met them once, Gano's friend said worriedly. He didn't think there was much trust between them. Billy, I understand your worries, but I think they're my best choice. We can't find anyone who's better than them, Gano said. He also had worries, and was afraid that they might betray him after finding treasure, but it was unavoidable to take the risk if he wanted to get the treasure. Since Gano said that, Billy said nothing further. He didn't want to be so negative, and also hoped that there would be a good result. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the sea and dived deep to catch some seafood. They sailed for a round before coming back. When they were back, it was time for dinner, so Ji Yuning watched TV in the living room while Leng Xiaoting went to cook. She was like a queen, but Leng Xiaoting felt that it was his honor to be able to serve her. After filling their stomachs, they went for a walk outside. Half an hour later, Gano and Billy arrived. There were only two of them, because they didn't want other people to see them. When Gano went home and asked his grandfather for the route, his grandfather turned him down at first because it was too dangerous. He didn't want his beloved grandson to face such a dangerous adventure. Gano spent a long time persuading his grandfather before his grandfather agreed. Honestly, his grandfather didn't think they would find the island. There was no need for the four of them to go with 2 yachts. One yacht was enough, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went on Gano's yacht. Although Gano had the map, it wasn't very useful. After all, they were sailing on the ocean instead of driving on the road. There was water in every direction, so they had to reach their destination by guessing. As a result, although the yacht moved fast, they spent 2 hours on the way. In addition, they relied on Ji Yuning's guidance to arrive at their destination, because Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes which could see much farther than a telescope. Chapter 2903, Is it safe to drive so fast? However, Ji Yuning could only see the area around the island. Because it was covered in fog, she couldn't see what was inside. Seeing the thick fog, Gano and Billy were both extremely disappointed. It seems our trip is meaningless, Gano said resignedly. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still sad. Yay, I'm afraid we have to go back now, Billy said. Mr. Leng, Mrs. Leng, I'm very sorry. Gano apologized to Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. He had explained to them before and they didn't care, but he felt it was necessary for him to apologize. Mr. Tiller, there is no need to apologize. If this little fog can be a difficulty, I wouldn't have agreed to help, Ji Yuning replied. She didn't think it was a problem at all. Hearing that, Gano and Billy agreed with Ji Yuning, but they felt that she was too confident. They didn't doubt her abilities, but they wouldn't be convinced until Ji Yuning proved it to them. I know you're doubtful. It's understandable. We've just met, but it's unavoidable to take risks since we want the treasure. Do you dare to go inside with us? Ji Yuning asked. She didn't think it was wrong that Gano and Billy doubted her abilities. It would be weird if they didn't. It wasn't a good thing to easily trust strangers. Gano and Billy remained silent for a few moments, then Gano said, "Of course, let's go inside together. Since we're already here, we must give it a try. No one knows what will happen if we don't go inside," Billy said. He was panicked too, but he was reluctant to leave right now. He was an adventurous person, so he was willing to take the risk. Moreover, Gano and Billy had learned some fighting skills. They weren't extremely skilled, but they were better than most people, so they were braver too. If so, let's go inside right now. I don't want people nearby to see us, since it will cause unnecessary trouble. Let me drive this time, Leng Xiaoting said. Upon hearing that there were people nearby, Gano and Billy let Leng Xiaoting drive the yacht. Ji Yuning also exchanged seats with Billy and sat in the front passenger's seat. None of them was surprised that there were people nearby, because not only they were aware that there was treasure on this island. Since there was treasure, it naturally attracted many treasure hunters. The next moment, Leng Xiaoting directly drove into the thick fog. Visibility in the fog was very low, only 3 or 4 meters in radius, so ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter, but that was the visibility for ordinary people. For Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, the visibility was about 10 meters. Even if the visibility was low, their spiritual consciousness wasn't worse than their eyes. In some cases, it was better and more useful than vision. Just like the situation they were in right now where they couldn't see where the island was. If it wasn't far away, they could use their spiritual consciousness to sense the surroundings and figure out where it was. With or without obstacles, the sound and direction of the wind and waves were different. However, obviously the island was still far away, so Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning couldn't sense it yet. Because the fog was dense, Ji Yuning couldn't see the island with her jade eyes, but they could go forward at a fast speed. They didn't need to worry about hitting anything. Although they weren't sure the destination was in front of them, they at least wouldn't lose their way. However, Gano and Billy were astonished by the speed at which Leng Xiaoting was sailing the yacht. They were extremely scared. It was even scarier than racing a car on twisting mountain roads. Mr. Leng, is it safe to drive so fast? Gano asked. Because he was really scared, his voice trembled a bit. Don't worry. It's fine, Leng Xiaoting replied. Gano and Billy were still nervous and felt like they could die at any moment, but since xianxia said it was fine, they didn't doubt him again. Shortly after they went into the thick fog, another group of people reached the edge of it. They stopped at once, and hesitated to go inside. They could find a way out after going in, but it would be really difficult. If the yacht was filled with fuel and they had enough food, they wouldn't be afraid, but what if they ran out of gas and food, then got stuck inside? After hesitating for a while, they still decided to go inside. Before they came here, they were aware that this place was covered in thick fog almost constantly. It was nearly impossible to visit here without the fog. Since they wanted the treasure, they had to take the risk. Anyway, they were fully prepared for the adventure before they came. After going into it, they became very slow. Ji Yuning, on the other hand, soon saw the island after driving in the fog for about 7 minutes. However, only Ji Yuning and xianxia could see it, while Gano and Billy could see nothing. As they approached the island, xianxia slowed down. At the same time, they sensed the faint magical power in the air. It wasn't strange. Normally, places isolated from the world had some magical power. When xianxia slowed down, Gano and Billy were confused. They thought that something went wrong, but they soon saw land. Was it the island? Have we arrived? Gano asked excitedly. He couldn't believe that it could be so easy. After all, he could hardly do that on his own. It seemed that xianxia and Ji Yuning were a lot more useful than he thought. Meanwhile, they were still anxious. They felt lucky that they turned to the right people for help, but they were afraid that Ji Yuning and xianxia might want to keep all the treasure. If so, it was impossible for him and Billy to fight back. Chapter 2904, Run into Pythons. No matter what, they had to continue to bet on that since they were already here. Right. Ji Yuning said, by now you should believe that we can do it. Of course, of course. Gano and Billy answered. Earlier they weren't really able to believe xianxia and Ji Yuning, but now, they were fully convinced. However, they still had doubts and worries. They wondered whether there was really treasure on this island, or whether they could find the treasure. If they found it, would Ji Yuning and xianxia keep the treasure for themselves? How did you do it? It's so unbelievable, Billy asked curiously. It's not really difficult. You only need to be brave and determined. As long as you are, you won't lose your direction. Keep driving ahead, that way you can leave this place even if you can't reach the island, Ji Yuning replied. Hearing that, Gano and Billy nodded. After the yacht stopped beside the island they got out. The fog is so thick. Can we really find the way back? Billy asked worriedly. I believe Mr. Leng and Mrs. Leng can deal with it, right? Gano turned to look at Ji Yuning and xianxia. Sure. Ji Yuning said, we can stop the yacht right here. Everything will be fine. My husband and I have a very good memory. We can remember every road we take. There is no need to worry that we'll get lost. We might only take a bit longer on our way home. Gano and Billy were relieved. Afterwards, they stepped onto the island. This island was surrounded by thick fog, so ordinary people could never find the treasure even if there was really treasure. However, it was different for Ji Yuning and xianxia. As long as there was treasure, they would find it. They relied on Ji Yuning's jade eyes to search for it. The treasure might be hidden in a part of the island, or at the bottom of the nearby sea, or in the middle of the island. Therefore, they needed to search from the side that they stopped the boat. Ji Yuning had ordered the flood dragon to check the bottom of the sea, so it swam over with them when they came and now it was looking around in the nearby sea to see what it could find. Gano and Billy followed Ji Yuning and xianxia. They were completely under the leadership of Ji Yuning and xianxia, because they had no idea what to do. Therefore, they had to follow Ji Yuning and xianxia closely, otherwise they would be in a lot of danger if they got lost. I don't know what to do, but I don't think it is a good idea for us to walk and look around like this, Billy said. Even if there was treasure, it should be buried, so it was probably impossible for them to find the treasure like that. If it was so easy to find the treasure, it would have been dug out earlier. After all, the rumor about the treasure had gone around for at least 100 years. When their grandparents were young, they had heard about that. But what can we do to find it? Gano asked. Although he knew it wasn't a good idea, he had no idea how to search for the treasure. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting said nothing. They continued to walk and look for the treasure. The island wasn't large, but it still took them an hour to walk from one end to the other. When they finished the third path, they encountered a giant python. Gano and Billy were frightened the moment they saw the python. They immediately had goosebumps and felt very uncomfortable, but after Leng Xiaoting punched it, the giant python immediately fell to the ground and it seemed to die, which shocked Gano. He had heard about it from Tasha, and Ji Yuning had verified that they could kill pythons, but they were still surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. It was totally different to really see it. Jesus, that's so unbelievable. Billy exclaimed. It's indeed amazing. Gano agreed. Although they could kill this giant python too, it would take him a couple of minutes, while Leng Xiaoting killed it in a second. After that, they continued to walk. Along the way, they came across many insects, snakes, and rats, but Leng Xiaoting got rid of them with his magical energy, so Gano and Billy didn't see them. After walking forward for a while, they heard noises around. Something was slithering over. Ji Yuning immediately used her jade eyes to see it and saw a group of pythons coming towards them. There should be 5 pythons. Honestly, even if there were 50 pythons, they wouldn't be afraid, let alone 5. Wait here, I'll be right back, Leng Xiaoting said, then he walked away. Where is he going? Gano asked. He didn't think Leng Xiaoting was abandoning them, because Ji Yuning stayed. There are noises. There should be pythons, and he's going to deal with them, Ji Yuning replied. Hearing that, both Gano and Billy were astonished. Pythons. Why didn't they see them? Anyway, Leng Xiaoting was so strong that they believed that he could see what they couldn't. It was normal, so they admired Ji Yuning more than ever now. Once Leng Xiaoting met the group of pythons, he released his magical energy and killed all of them in a second, so before long, Leng Xiaoting was back. About an hour later, they finally reached the other end of the island. They had run into other snakes, rats, and insects, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting quickly got rid of them. When they reached the other end, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting felt the flood dragon was floating at the surface. Please wait here, I need to go there for a moment. Afterwards, she walked away. Gano and Billy thought that Ji Yuning was going to do something private, so they didn't think much about it. Ji Yuning stopped after waking far away, then the flood dragon swam over. Did you find the treasure? Asked Ji Yuning. We're not sure, but we saw a cave entrance under the side. We didn't go in and came to see you first, the female white flood dragon replied. Where is it? Ji Yuning asked. Although the flood dragon wasn't sure of it yet, Ji Yuning felt that it was highly likely to be it. She wondered whether there was really treasure. Chapter 2905, No Need to Doubt. It's about 300 meters to the right, but there is a cliff about 100 meters ahead. So if you want to go there, you have to go over the sea, or climb up the mountains, the black flood dragon said. The entrance of the cave is at the bottom of the cliff on the other side, where the waves are very strong. It's very dangerous for ordinary people, the female flood dragon chimed in. Gano and Billy were ordinary people, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting weren't, so they wouldn't think that it was dangerous. Sure, you can go over and have a look first. If there are any monsters, kill them. I'll be there soon, Ji Yuning said. Yes, master, the flood dragon replied, then left. Ji Yuning also returned to Leng Xiaoting's side. Leng Xiaoting heard Ji Yuning's conversation with the flood dragon, but Gano and Billy didn't. After Ji Yuning came back, they walked to the cave. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting said nothing. They were leading the way, so Gano and Billy just followed them. No matter where Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting took them, Gano and Billy wouldn't say anything, because they had no idea where they should go. After walking for about 200 meters, they saw a mountain. The altitude of the mountain was about 40 to 50 meters, which wasn't high at all, but the mountain path was rugged. It was difficult for Gano and Billy to climb over, even though both of them were strong, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't take them over by flying, nor could they fly there before them. As a result, they could only climb up the mountain together. They could take another way, but it would cost them more time. They might spend too much time on the way, so they decided to climb up the mountain in the end. This place was covered in fog and it was night, so although Ji Yuning had a pair of jade eyes, she still couldn't see far ahead. Leng Xiaoting used a rope to tie his waist, then fastened it to their waists. In that case, even if their feet slipped, they wouldn't fall off the mountain. At most, they would just hit themselves a little. "Do we need to climb up from here?" Gano asked in front of the mountain. He couldn't see how high it was, but he could see that it was a mountain. "Is it high? Will it be dangerous after we climb up?" Billy asked worriedly. It was a dangerous adventure to find the treasure. Where will you hide your treasure, if you have any, to prevent other people from finding it? And to make sure that even if anyone finds it, he can't take it away, Ji Yuning replied. Somewhere dangerous, Billy said subconsciously. Since he was going to hide the treasure, he would do his best to stop other people from finding it by storing it in a dangerous place. Right, normally, treasure is hidden in a dangerous place so that it is impossible for ordinary people to find. Ordinary people might not dare to go there either. But I think it would still have to be accessible, otherwise the treasure can't be hidden there. I once searched for treasure on a small island as well. The treasure was hidden under a dangerous cliff, while the entrance was at the bottom of the sea. So, I thought it might be the same case this time. Because the waves under the cliff are relatively large, it's difficult for ordinary people to go in, but it still allows people to get inside. It's just that people who don't have enough abilities can't go in. And most people would not imagine that the treasure would be hidden in such a precipitous place. In most people's eyes, where they can't go, others can't go either, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Gano and Billy agreed. At the same time, they were surprised to know that Ji Yuning had searched for treasure at such a dangerous and unobtrusive place before. Anyway, since she had succeeded once, she must have the skills to do so. Their intuition also told them that if there was really treasure, they would definitely find it. If so, we'll continue to follow you. We won't say anything again, Gano said. They invited Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to come with them, but they found that they themselves were useless after coming here. They relied on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to do everything. If it hadn't been for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, they could have gotten lost or starved to death even if they could successfully get here. They could handle 1 or 2 pythons, but it was impossible for them to kill more. After that, Ji Yuning took out ropes from her backpack telepathic eye space. Seeing that, Billy asked curiously, "Mrs. Leng, what are you doing? This mountain is very rugged and dangerous. In case any accidents happen, you should both tie a rope around your waist, then tie the other end around my husband's waist. If anything happens to you, he can help you," Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Gano and Billy were surprised. They glanced at Ji Yuning, then at Leng Xiaoting. They couldn't believe their ears. "Mrs. Leng, did you say that we can tie the end of this rope to our waist, while the other to your husband's waist?" Gano asked. "Right, you heard it right. My husband can easily beat a giant python with a punch, and you've witnessed that, but my husband can do more than just that. He's much more powerful than you can believe. Never doubt his abilities," Ji Yuning said seriously. Gano and Billy nodded and realized that Leng Xiaoting was stronger than they could imagine. They didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words. Therefore, they listened to her in the end. They tied the end of the rope to their waists, and the other end was fastened to Leng Xiaoting's waist. Afterwards, they set out. Ji Yuning climbed up by herself because it was very easy for her. At the beginning, Gano and Billy were worried about Ji Yuning, but they were relieved after seeing that she was more relaxed than them. At the same time, they had great respect for Ji Yuning. They never thought highly of women. Although there were outstanding women, they were very few. However, now they had to admit that Ji Yuning was really unbelievable. The mountain was more difficult to climb than Gano and Billy had imagined, so they used a lot of effort. Halfway through, Gano and Billy had each slipped once. Chapter 2906, We Dare. However, it wasn't serious. Even if they hadn't been tied to the rope, they wouldn't fall because they were able to grab onto stones. Unfortunately, when they finished 2/3 of the road, Billy slipped again. This time, his whole body fell, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, he only fell a meter down. After the rope went taut, he was caught and he felt relieved. Without delay, he caught the branch near him, then placed his feet on the ground to stabilize himself. Gano was scared. Without the rope, Billy could have fallen down at that moment. It should be more than 20 meters high, and the reefs were sharp, so he might lose his life if he fell. "Thank you so much, Mr. Leng." Billy sincerely thanked Leng Xiaoting after calming down. "You're welcome," Leng Xiaoting said. After the accident, Gano and Billy were more grateful to Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning. They even felt that they were a burden on them. However, they needed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's help, because they couldn't climb over this mountain on their own. They didn't spend much time on the climb. With Leng Xiaoting's help, Gano and Billy saved some energy. However, both of them were tired, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting told them to have a rest before they continued to climb. After they reached the top of the mountain, they still needed to walk for about 100 meters and the road was uneven, but it wasn't so difficult for Gano and Billy now. Although Gano and Billy were curious to know where Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would start searching for the cave, they said nothing. They just silently followed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. After reaching the top of the mountain, they had to climb down. This side wasn't so rugged, but it was still hard. Besides, it was more dangerous to climb down than it was to climb up, so they didn't untie the rope. Gano and Billy didn't run into any trouble this time, because they were more cautious than they were earlier. Once they reached the foot of the mountain, they were very close to the cave. It was only 10 meters away from them, but it was the most difficult part of their journey. The huge waves crashed on the reef, causing a loud noise. It was so powerful that it could kill people. Gano and Billy couldn't help feeling uneasy. They had been on adventures before, but now they were in a much more difficult situation. "The waves are so large," Billy exclaimed. He was worried, and felt that it would be difficult for them to get in. Gano turned to look at Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to see what they would do. "We're not afraid, but do you dare to take the risk with us? We can make sure that you won't die, but I can't promise that you won't be injured," Ji Yuning said. Actually, Ji Yuning could protect them from being injured, but it would expose her secret, so she wouldn't do that. "Of course we dare," Gano immediately answered, not because of Ji Yuning's words, but because he loved adventures. "Yes," Billy answered. He was still anxious, but at that moment, his courage got the better of him. Gano and Billy had brought their own goggles and snorkel for diving, so now that they decided to go into the water, they took them out at once. "Have you prepared goggles and a snorkel?" Gano asked. If Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning weren't prepared, they didn't know how they would share the equipment. "We're good at swimming, so we don't need them," Ji Yuning replied. Hearing that, both Gano and Billy were surprised, but they didn't doubt Ji Yuning's words. After all, they had witnessed Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's abilities. "We can have a rest for a while. We'll dive in about 10 minutes, Ji Yuning said. In fact, she and Leng Xiaoting didn't need a rest, but Gano and Billy needed to. Although they decided to go into the ocean and had summoned up their courage, they were still nervous. After all, it was an extremely dangerous decision. 10 minutes later, they went into the sea. When they had just dived into it, Billy was almost hit by a wave. Luckily, Leng Xiaoting caught him. Leng Xiaoting was at the front, Gano and Billy were in the middle, while Ji Yuning was at the back. They made that arrangement to prevent Gano and Billy from having any accidents. Although they couldn't directly protect them with their magical energy, they could use their magical energy to weaken the power of the waves. Therefore, it was easier for Gano and Billy to swim. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting knew the location roughly, but they couldn't swim straight to the destination. They needed to pretend to search for it for a while. Nevertheless, before long, they found the cave. It wasn't strange to find a cave at the bottom of the ocean, so Gano and Billy weren't surprised. Afterwards, they swam into it. By then they had stayed in the water for a long time. Both Gano and Billy were astonished by how good Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were at swimming. It was unbelievable that they could swim so long with one breath. After swimming into the cave, they went forward for 20 meters toward its end. Seeing the end, Gano and Billy thought it was over, but unexpectedly Leng Xiaoting directly swam upwards where there was an exit. Without delay, Gano and Billy floated up as well. Once Leng Xiaoting swam out, he took out his night luminescent pearl. Therefore, the cave was very bright when Gano and Billy tried to get out. When they saw another cave, they were surprised. What surprised them more was the bright object in Leng Xiaoting's hand. Gano asked, "Mr. Leng, what is that?" "It can give light, which is really amazing. This is a very rare jewel. It's called the night luminescent pearl. It can shine in the dark," Leng Xiaoting replied. "Wow, that's incredible." They were surprised and confused, but didn't ask about it further, nor did they have the idea to steal it. After Ji Yuning was out too, they continued to walk ahead with Ji Yuning using her jade eyes to see what was around them. The second cave was very deep, so she didn't see anything yet. Chapter 2907, There is really treasure. However, she could feel the two flood dragons. Because the flood dragons directly swam over from the bottom of the ocean, they spent very little time getting there and they had already gotten rid of any other animals in the cave. In isolated caves like this, there were many snakes, insects, and rats which might be poisonous. Once ordinary people were bitten by these animals, they might die. Because the cave was covered in dust, it was rather gloomy and cold. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't feel much, but Gano and Billy did. They were both wet, so the cold wind robbed them of more warmth. This cave was obviously artificially built, so it was highly likely that the treasure was hidden there. Was this cave built by people? Gano asked. He wasn't sure, because it looked natural to some extent. Because of the years, there weren't many traces left by people. You're right. It was built by people, so I think there might really be hidden treasure, Ji Yuning said. Gano didn't know whether there was really treasure, but he felt it was very likely after coming here. Otherwise no one would build this cave. There might be something else hidden inside, but they believed it was highly likely to be treasure. Since they risked their lives to come here, they didn't want to return with empty hands. After walking for about 5 minutes, Ji Yuning saw a chamber ahead, but there was nothing inside. She couldn't see any other passages either, this was the only way. However, Ji Yuning was experienced, so she knew that this empty chamber was just a trick to fool them. It was likely that the treasure was hidden next to this chamber and the stones blocked them. She hoped that there really was treasure. If not, it might not be a trick. When they reached the chamber, because the flood dragons had already knocked it open, they directly walked in. The ceiling of the chamber was very high with many rock pillars hanging from it. There were some gaps too. Even if people looked up, no one could see anything. Only Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could see the flood dragons hidden in the gaps at the top of the chamber. Because of Gano and Billy's presence, the flood dragons wouldn't show up or talk to Ji Yuning or Leng Xiaoting. There was no other entrance in the chamber, so Gano and Billy showed disappointment. There is no way forward. I don't think there is treasure, Gano said. Well, I was mentally prepared before coming here, but it's still disappointing, Billy said. If it's so easy to find the treasure, it would have been stolen long ago. We won't have the chance at all. Did you see the cigarette butts? Obviously someone has been here before. I also observed the walls. I think this cave must have been built dozens of years ago. Cigarettes like this didn't exist back then. So this must have happened not too long ago, Ji Yuning said, pointing at the cigarette butts on the ground. Hearing that, Gano and Billy were surprised. How could anyone visit such a secret place? However, since they could find this cave, other people could do the same thing. You're right. I think the treasure might be hidden somewhere else, Gano said. I encountered the same situation when I went to look for treasure. Everyone thought there wasn't treasure, but we still found it in the end. I found the treasure in a place where everyone thought there was nothing, Ji Yuning said. Gano and Billy were shocked. They understood what Ji Yuning was implying. Is it buried under the ground? Gano asked. It's possible, Ji Yuning said. It wasn't a guess, but the answer. Ji Yuning had used her jade eyes to look around the chamber before coming inside. She thought it was hidden behind the wall, but it turned out to be buried in the ground. About 1.5 meters under the ground, 8 boxes were buried. Each box was about 60 centimeters long and about 50 meters wide and high. Lots of pieces of treasure were stored inside. Some were already rotten, while some were still in a good condition. The good ones were still worth a fortune. Do we need to dig a hole? Billy asked excitedly. Although they weren't sure, it was possible. Anyway, they needed to dig a hole to see whether there was treasure. But we don't have any tools, Gano said. It's necessary to carry tools when you go on adventures. You need more experience, Ji Yuning said. Then she took out a hammer, a small hoe, a small shovel, and a dagger from her backpack. Actually, her backpack was just a cover. Those tools were stored in her telepathic eye space, but her backpack wasn't small, so it didn't look strange when she took those tools out. As a result, Gano and Billy were only surprised that Ji Yuning took so many tools with her. They didn't think it was strange. They're small, but they are better than nothing. You can pick one, then we can start digging, Ji Yuning said as she put the tools down on the ground. Although Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could directly remove the stones and soil with magical energy, they couldn't do it in front of Gano and Billy. They could only do it with their hands, but they could use their magical energy at the same time, which would make it easier. Gano and Billy didn't hesitate and immediately picked up the tools to dig holes. They didn't think the tools were too small, because it was better than nothing. Gano and Billy each took a hoe and a shovel, because they didn't know how to use the hammer and dagger. They weren't as strong as Leng Xiaoting either, so they lacked the strength to remove the stones. Because the chamber wasn't large, the boxes were laid in a line and occupied half of the space. Therefore, Gano and Billy easily found the part where the boxes were hidden. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting began to remove stones too. The ground was made of stone and soil. The stones were big, so they needed to break them. Chapter 2908, Share the Treasure. A dagger could remove soil and small stones. Gano and Billy couldn't make full use of it, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting could, because they didn't rely on a tool to do the work. Leng Xiaoting picked up the hammer, then smashed it towards the rocks on the ground. As soon as he hit it, the rocks on the ground broke into pieces, but the hammer wasn't damaged at all, which surprised Gano and Billy. Wow, this hammer is hard, Billy said in amazement. It wasn't damaged at all, Gano said. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't explain and Gano and Billy didn't ask about it either. After that, they continued to dig holes. Ji Yuning used a dagger, but she was much quicker than Gano and Billy, which astonished them. They admitted that Ji Yuning was stronger than them, but they didn't want to seem useless, so they used greater strength. After 20 minutes, they were exhausted, so Ji Yuning told them to have a rest. When Gano and Billy regained some strength, they continued to work. They didn't want Leng Xiaoting and Ji Yuning to think that they were lazy and wasted time. After all, they only did a little work. In order to take the boxes out, they dug a large pit which was about a meter wide, so it took them a lot of time. The four of them dug for about an hour before they finally touched the boxes. The moment Gano and Billy saw the boxes, they were stunned. They weren't sure whether it was the treasure they were looking for, but they believed that it was highly likely. Normally, boxes wouldn't be hidden under the ground. Only Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting stayed calm. Leng Xiaoting didn't see the boxes, but he knew there must be treasure since Ji Yuning decided to dig a hole here. Because Gano and Billy were too excited, they didn't notice Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's reaction. Is this the treasure? Billy asked excitedly. I think so, Gano said. Let's take it out, Ji Yuning said. Then Leng Xiaoting jumped down and moved a box up. Can we open it? Gano asked Ji Yuning. He couldn't wait to open it, but subconsciously asked for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's opinions. Of course, said Ji Yuning. The box was locked, but it was already damaged after so many years, so it couldn't be easier for them to open. In this box, there was china from country Wa and other countries. Seeing that, Gano and Billy were finally sure that this was really the treasure. We're so lucky. We found it so fast, Gano exclaimed. They were lucky. Of course not. It was Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's abilities, but Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't bother to tell them the truth. Is it worth a lot of money? Billy asked. He barely knew anything about it. No idea, but what's the use of this? Gano asked. He was slightly disappointed. We'll know soon, Ji Yuning said. Because they didn't know anything about China, she didn't talk to them about it. Afterwards, Leng Xiaoting moved the other boxes up, and they opened them. One was full of jewelry and jewels, which was obviously valuable. Gano and Billy were excited in an instant. Jesus, there is so much jewelry and jewels. And they're very large. This box must be extremely valuable, Gano and Billy exclaimed. As more and more boxes were brought up, Gano and Billy were shocked again and again. After all 8 boxes were opened, they could see that 3 were already rotten, so they dumped them to the side. They would only share the good ones. How should we share it? Gano asked. Now they were going to share the treasure, so he was very nervous. He wasn't sure whether Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting would agree to share 50-50. After all, he hardly knew them, and it was undeniable that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting did most of the work. Well, you can take a piece first, then we'll take a piece. Whether it's valuable or not, it's up to our luck. In that case, none of us will suffer a big loss, Ji Yuning said. Great. They agreed with Ji Yuning happily. They didn't have the thought of sharing the value of the treasure exactly. Sometimes, the same piece could be sold at different prices. If they picked by turns, they could have basically the same value of treasure. In addition, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting used the most effort to find the treasure. Even if Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wanted to take 60% of the treasure, they would accept it. After that, they began to share the treasure. At first, they took everything out of the boxes, which left the boxes empty. They shared the jewels first. Because Gano and Billy weren't familiar with their value, the pieces they picked were worth less than Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's, but there wasn't a big difference. When they turned to China, Gano and Billy decided to give all the China to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. They liked China, but felt Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting ought to have more given what they had done during this adventure. Ji Yuning happily took it, because this box of China was worth no less than those jewels. In the end, Gano and Billy had 2 boxes, while Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had 3, including jewels, diamonds, gold and silver. Because they were very heavy, Gano and Billy couldn't move it. Ji Yuning helped them with 1 box, and they carried the other. Gano and Billy were very grateful to Ji Yuning for her help. They had seen how strong Ji Yuning was, so they weren't afraid that she would be burdened. Leng Xiaoting carried the other 3 boxes alone. In fact, Ji Yuning secretly put away a lot of the treasure into her telepathic eye space when they picked them, so what was left in the boxes wasn't heavy. Moreover, the 3 boxes were easy for Leng Xiaoting to carry. With the boxes, they left. When they returned to the entrance at the bottom of the sea, Ji Yuning took out waterproof bags to wrap all the boxes to prevent them from being damaged by the water. Chapter 2909, Did you find the treasure? Gano and Billy didn't realize that Ji Yuning had prepared many tools until this moment. She seemed to have everything they needed in her backpack. Mrs. Leng, you've prepared so many tools in your backpack. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, Gano said in surprise. I have rich experience, so I know what's needed to do what I want to achieve, Ji Yuning said. Gano and Billy agreed with her on that, because they had witnessed her abilities. It wasn't easy for Gano and Billy to get in here with empty hands earlier, and now it was even more difficult for them to carry the boxes out. They relied on Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's help to do that. When they were out, Gano and Billy were exhausted, so they didn't go back to the yacht until they had rested for about 10 minutes. During the rest, Ji Yuning made up an excuse and went to the side alone. She met the flood dragon and asked it how to get back to where they came from quickly. Even if Ji Yuning and the others went back on their own, they wouldn't get lost, but they would waste too much time on the road. Since the flood dragon knew the right way, Ji Yuning decided to ask it. She wasn't an idiot after all. The flood dragon told Ji Yuning that the destination was about 500 meters to the right of where they were now, but it was impossible to walk directly from the shore, because there were steep cliffs ahead. After knowing the basic location and direction, Ji Yuning and the others could successfully get there. An hour later, they finally saw the yacht. Gano and Billy were extremely relieved. Although they said nothing, they had actually been worried that they might get lost. They believed in Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's abilities, but it was unavoidable for them to worry. After getting aboard the yacht, they left. It had been almost 6 hours since they set off. They set off at 8 p.m., and now it was just 1 a.m. However, halfway through the misty sea, they encountered a yacht, which was the one they saw in front of the thick fog. Originally, Ji Yuning and the others planned to go around, not wanting to meet those people, to avoid unnecessary trouble, but suddenly they heard a quarrel, and it was very serious. The quarrel happened because they couldn't get out of here. Among them, there were people from country Hua. Leng Xiaoting was a soldier, so he had to do something to protect people from country Hua. Without delay, he drove towards the yacht. When he got closer, the group of people heard the sound of the yacht moving over. They stopped quarreling and turned to look in that direction. Due to the thick fog, they heard the sound before seeing the yacht. The yacht seemed to be very fast, so they were afraid that they might be hit, but they couldn't see where the yacht was, and it was impossible for them to avoid it. They could only prepare to move away if the yacht was going to knock into them. They weren't surprised that there were other yachts on this sea. Luckily, the yacht didn't hit them. Anyway, many people had heard the rumor about the treasure, so they weren't the only treasure hunters. At the same time, they were curious to know whether other people had found the treasure. Therefore, a man directly asked, "Hey, did you find the treasure?" "No," Ji Yuning replied. She wouldn't be honest with them. If Ji Yuning said yes, they might not be convinced and would probably rather believe that nobody could find the treasure. After all, it was so hard to find the treasure and they had been lost for hours in the mist. They could not even find the small island. Therefore, they believed that Ji Yuning and the others were in the same situation. "Are you going back?" the man asked again. "It's not easy to find the treasure. And we're not sure whether there is really treasure. So yes, we're going back. If you want to return as well, you can follow us. If not, we'll leave alone, but it's very dangerous to stay on the sea. You might easily encounter trouble," Ji Yuning said. If they wanted to go back too, she was willing to lead them out. "Do you even know the right way out? We've been lost for hours. Who do you think you are?" Another man said disdainfully. He didn't believe that Ji Yuning and the others had the ability to leave this place, because they couldn't. "Not everyone is like you. We obviously know the right way out. If you don't want to leave, then forget it," Ji Yuning retorted. She was willing to do them a favor, but they weren't grateful. The man was mad and glared at Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting gave him a cold glance as well, which made him stiffen a little. The next moment, he avoided Leng Xiaoting's gaze, because he was scared. "Shut up," the first man snapped at the second man. "You can stay here if you don't want to leave." "I'll leave." The second man felt embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to go back too, but didn't trust Ji Yuning. "Do you really know the right way out?" the first man asked. He was also doubtful, but he was willing to try. "Of course," Ji Yuning said, then she signaled Leng Xiaoting to leave. She didn't care whether they followed them or not. "Boss," several people turned to look at their leader for his opinion. "Follow them," the leader ordered at once, then a man drove their yacht to catch up quickly. Leng Xiaoting didn't drive fast, but the speed wasn't slow, so the group of people was left behind since they didn't drive fast. As a result, they were dissatisfied. "Are they trying to get rid of us? Didn't they say that they're willing to lead us out? I think they fooled us." "Right," the man who was driving the yacht replied. "Then drive faster," their leader ordered. He was also mad at Leng Xiaoting, but it was their fault that they didn't dare to drive quickly. Chapter 2910, You're useless. "But the fog here is too thick. I don't dare to drive faster," the driver answered. "They dare, too. Why can't you do the same? You're useless." Their leader was mad. He couldn't blame Leng Xiaoting, so he vented his anger on the man who was driving the yacht. The man was aggrieved, but said nothing. He immediately sped up and soon saw Leng Xiaoting and the others. In fact, as long as they drove as fast as Leng Xiaoting, there wouldn't be any problem. 20 minutes later, they finally got out of the thick fog, which surprised everyone. They didn't expect to leave it so quickly. When they were out, Leng Xiaoting drove at an extremely high speed, leaving them behind. He didn't care what would happen to them afterwards. How did they get in and out so easily? Did they find the treasure? An idea dawned on one man. They wouldn't believe it if Leng Xiaoting told them that they had found the treasure earlier, but now they began to think it was possible. "I don't think so," It's so hard to find the treasure, another man replied. It's hard, but it doesn't mean it's impossible. They didn't seem disappointed at all when they said they failed to find the treasure, one man pointed out. Do you mean they have found the treasure? Whether they found it or not, catch up with them now. Their leader ordered. He was unwilling to accept the result without knowing the truth. They weren't grateful for Leng Xiaoting's help. On the contrary, they decided to scheme against them. Without delay, they sped up. Unfortunately, Leng Xiaoting and the others were already far away, and they drove very fast. It was impossible for the yacht which was left behind to catch up to them. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting noticed their change. They were displeased, and felt that they shouldn't have helped them. They couldn't receive a signal until they were far away from the island, at which time Gano saw several missed calls from his grandfather. His grandfather understood that there wasn't any signal after they went further into the sea, but he still called Gano because of his worry. Gano immediately called his grandfather back, even though it was already 2 a.m. Gano's grandfather was astonished to hear that they had found and retrieved the treasure smoothly. He understood that Gano couldn't have done it alone because he knew his grandson's abilities very well. Therefore, he was amazed by the skills of the people who went with Gano. They were so strong that Gano's grandfather was worried that they would keep the treasure for themselves. However, he didn't ask about that, because Leng Xiaoting might hear them and get mad. If they got angry, they might really keep the treasure for themselves. When Ji Yuning and the others were back at the shore, the group of people was still far behind. They had totally lost Leng Xiaoting. Because of that, those people were angry. After the yacht stopped by the shore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting carried their stuff and returned to their house. Gano and Billy also went home. When Gano and Billy were alone, Gano called his grandfather again. Although his grandfather didn't ask much about their adventure, he understood that his grandfather was worried. Therefore, he told his grandfather what they had been through, and his grandfather was relieved. In fact, the Tiller family didn't lack money, but Gano wanted to go on an adventure, so his grandfather allowed him to do so. In addition, no one would say no to getting more money. Back in the house, Leng Xiaoting gave everything to Ji Yuning and she put it in her telepathic eye space. Are you tired? Leng Xiaoting asked with concern. Not at all, Ji Yuning replied. Great, then let's take a shower and go to bed, Leng Xiaoting said. Then he pulled Ji Yuning and walked to the bedroom. That night, they didn't have sex. Although she said she wasn't tired, he still wanted her to have a good rest, so he hugged her to sleep. The next morning, Gano and Billy went to the beach outside Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's house. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting met them again when they went for a walk. They came to invite Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to share a meal. They had already shared the treasure and Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got more, but they wouldn't have gotten any without Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's help. Therefore, they felt that they should buy Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting a meal to thank them. Anyway, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting needed to eat, so they accepted the invitation. And the restaurant wasn't far away. Ji Yuning had eaten seafood for days, but she could never have enough. Therefore, after asking for her opinion, they decided to have seafood. 2 more days later, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went home. Everything was fine in the capital, and their wedding photos had already been sent to the studio for editing, so by the time Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were back, the wedding photos were done. They took the photos back and placed them in their house at Mid-Level's mansion. Leng Xiaoting decided to use the house at Mid-Level's mansion as their wedding house. Because he had many houses, there was no need to buy a new one. He was rich, but he wouldn't just waste money. Moreover, he bought the house at Mid-Level's mansion only a few years ago. He rarely stayed there, so it was basically new. Leng Xiaoting only stayed in the capital for 1 day, then went back to their military base. As for their wedding, the senior generation would make the arrangements. There was nothing for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to be worried about. They only needed to provide their preferences. Ji Yuning decided to listen to her family since she didn't want to do all the things by herself. Anyway, Jing Yuniao and the others would give her the best. She would receive the best treatment. When Chu Peihan and the others heard that Ji Yuning was back, they asked her out for a meal. However, Chu Peihen was popular now, so she had fans and haters. Some haters even swore at her. As a result, accidents sometimes happened. Because Chu Peihen didn't live in the school and had bought her own house, she lived outside now. Chapter 2911, Chu Peihen is splashed with sulfuric acid. Most people didn't know where Chu Peihen lived, but some malicious people followed her to find out. That afternoon, Chu Peihen went to meet Ji Yuning. However, when she walked into the parking lot, a man got out of a car next to hers and suddenly splashed a bottle of liquid in his hand at her face. Because it happened abruptly, Chu Peihen barely avoided it even though she was agile. Luckily, she protected herself at once by covering her face with her arm, so the liquid was splashed against her arm and not her face. She instantly felt a hot pain from her arm and she realized that it was probably sulfuric acid. She was furious and fought back at once. The burning pain in her arm didn't affect her movements. She raised her foot and kicked the bottle out of the man's hand. At the same time, she deliberately splashed some sulfuric acid onto the man's body as well. Although it wasn't as serious as what she had suffered, it caused him a lot of pain too. The man was obviously weaker than Chu Peihen, so he screamed in pain. The next moment, Chu Peihen kicked the man's belly and he fell heavily to the ground. Without delay, Chu Peihen stepped on his arm. With a clear sound, his arm was dislocated, causing him to scream in pain again. They soon attracted the security guards' attention. When the security guards came over, they were shocked by the scene. They recognized Chu Peihen, so they believed that it must be the man's fault. "Miss Chu, what happened? Can we help?" a security guard asked. "This man splashed sulfuric acid over me. Please call the police for me, thanks," Chu Peihen replied. Hearing that, the two security guards were shocked. How could this man splash sulfuric acid on Chu Peihen? One security guard immediately took out his phone and called the police for Chu Peihen. Chu Peihen, meanwhile, called Ji Yuning. She called Ji Yuning instead of her boyfriend, because only Ji Yuning could cure the wound on her arm. Once Ji Yuning heard about the situation, she rushed over. Before she came, the police arrived. After knowing the situation, they took the man away. Because Chu Peihen was a famous star now, she could not go to the police station even though she was the victim. The police understood that and didn't take Chu Peihen away. They also promised to find out the truth as soon as possible. Many people were aware of Chu Peihen's background now. She was the girlfriend of the Han family's heir, and a close friend of the chairman of the Shengning organization. She had powerful connections, so the police had to take this case seriously. Although Chu Peihen didn't go to the police station, the police took a picture of her wound. They needed evidence to sentence the man. Chu Peihen didn't know why the man splashed sulfuric acid on her, but she guessed that he was either paid by someone else, or he was another actress's crazy fan. After all, there was no grudge between her and this man, but this man wanted to ruin her. It had happened before. Chu Peihen had indeed had conflicts against several actresses. They hadn't just argued or fought against each other, they also competed against one another. Some competitions were public, but one actress believed that Chu Peihen stole her resources. She believed that she would get the role from the beginning, or she had gotten a promise from someone by selling herself, but she failed in the end. That was just Chu Peihen's guess. Without solid proof, she wouldn't say anything. She believed the police could help her find out the truth. If the police couldn't find out, she would turn to Ji Yuning for help. Although the wound must be dealt with right away, Ji Yuning said that she would be fine, so Chu Peihen didn't go anywhere. She stayed in the parking lot, waiting for Ji Yuning to come over. After Ji Yuning came, she gave Chu Peihen a power crystal at once, then she applied magical power liquid to the wound. Within a short time, the wound faded a lot, but it wouldn't heal until 3 days later, because the burn was serious. Afterwards, Ji Yuning gave the magical power liquid to Chu Peihen and told her to apply the liquid to her wound once a day. Because Chu Peihen was injured, Ji Yuning told her to rest at home. Chu Peihen didn't need to join them for the meal. Ji Yuning would pack up some food for her. Chu Peihen, however, refused. "I'm fine now. There is no need to worry about me. It is just a meal, it shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, you're with me, right?" Since Chu Peihen insisted, Ji Yuning said nothing further. After all, Chu Peihen was fine now, and she could take care of her, but it was impossible for Chu Peihen to drive, so Ji Yuning would drive instead. Did you tell Han Chengalin? Ji Yuning asked. No, he has job today. He'll contact me after it's done. He hasn't called me yet, so he must be at work. I don't think it's necessary to tell him since you're with me now. I don't want to worry him, Chu Peihen said. She was a considerate and strong girl, so she wouldn't ask Han Chengalin to stop working and come to see her right now, but she wouldn't be so strong in all situations. She already had a boyfriend, so she could be spoiled sometimes. If she was too considerate, her boyfriend might think that he didn't need to take care of her and she would lose his attention and care. Fine. Ji Yuning nodded because she would do the same thing. If it happened to her. After all, everyone was so busy, and they had to learn to take care of themselves. Luckily, even though Ji Yuning could deal with everything on her own, Leng Xiaoting still cared about her and loved her as usual. Honestly, he loved her more since she was strong and considerate. Chapter 2912, It Can't Happen Again. Men differed. If a man understood you, he could understand everything you did. If not, he wouldn't understand what you were doing at all. Because Ji Yuning was very strong, Leng Xiaoting normally didn't need to help her. He respected her, but he wouldn't hesitate to help her if she needed him. Honestly, he was happy if Ji Yuning needed him. Do you need me to help you with the investigation? Ji Yuning asked. Not now. Let the police do that. If they can't find anything, you can help me then, Chu Peihen replied. Although Ji Yuning could easily find out the truth, Chu Peihen felt that she couldn't bother Ji Yuning every time. Sure, Ji Yuning didn't insist. She would help her friends when they needed her, but she wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Otherwise it would make her seem self-centered to always interfere in other people's business. When Ji Yuning and Chu Peihen arrived at the appointed restaurant, Han Chengalin called Chu Peihen. He hadn't finished his work yet, but someone told him that a man had splashed sulfuric acid on Chu Peihen. Han Chengalin was furious. He was mad at the man and Chu Peihen as well. Why didn't she tell him? However, he was more worried about Chu Peihen's condition. Therefore, once Chu Peihen answered his call, he asked about her condition. Chu Peihen told him that Ji Yuning had already treated her so she was fine now, and would make a full recovery in 2 days. Han Chengalin believed in Ji Yuning's abilities, because he had seen her skills many times. Han Chengalin was very grateful to Ji Yuning, but he felt a little jealous too. Chu Peihen turned to Ji Yuning, instead of him, for help the moment she ran into trouble. However, he understood that Ji Yuning was more useful than him, so he was just slightly upset. Nevertheless, no matter how unhappy he was, he had to tolerate it. If he said it aloud, Ji Yuning might be offended. He wasn't dumb, and would be fine after a while. After making sure that Chu Peihen was fine, Han Chengalin burst out. Chu Peihen, am I your boyfriend or not? Why didn't you tell me after it happened? I had to hear about it from someone else. What do you want to do? I didn't want to bother you because you were at work, Chu Peihen said in a low voice. She wasn't wrong, but she felt a bit guilty. Don't you know that you're more important than work to me? Han Chengalin asked. In that instant, Chu Peihen felt extremely touched. It was precisely because of that she felt a little guilty for not telling him. All right, don't be mad. I'm sorry. I promise I'll tell you next time. Chu Peihen said to appease Han Chengalin. Do you want it to happen again? It can't happen again, Han Chengalin exclaimed. He was scared when he heard that it had happened, so he would go crazy if it happened again. Fine, it won't happen again, Chu Peihen said at once. Han Chengalin stopped arguing with her. After all, Chu Peihen didn't tell him because she wanted to wait for him to finish his work first. He cared about Chu Peihen a lot, so he was mad, and he immediately put pressure on the police and ordered them to find out the truth as soon as possible. At this time, Han Chengalin had almost finished his work. Because he learned that Chu Peihen was fine and that Ji Yuning would take care of her, he forced himself to calm down and didn't rush away to see Chu Peihen until he finished the last take. Luckily, he was filming at the capital, or it wouldn't be very convenient. No matter what, he would rush to see Chu Peihan now that such a terrible accident happened. When Ji Yuning and Chu Peihan arrived, everyone was present. Chu Peihan was late because of the accident, but it was only 6 p.m. Chu Peihan had called Shi Xiaoyu, Mu Ke, Yu Mixi, Song Miaoge, Zhang Zikai, and Baili Zongshe to come hang out. They weren't just Ji Yuning's friends anymore, they were also Chu Peihan and the others' friends. Therefore, they didn't need to invite each other to meet up through Ji Yuning. In other words, they were very close now, so they met often. When they saw the bandages on Chu Peihan's arm, they were scared and asked what happened. Chu Peihan gave a sigh first. She decided to be honest with them, so she said, "I just left my house and went into the parking lot, but a man suddenly splashed sulfuric acid on me. He aimed at my face, but luckily I covered my face with my arm. My arm was burned, but Ningning helped me treat the wound. I'm fine now, and it should heal in 2 days." Hearing that, everyone was mad. What? How could he do that? He's so hateful. Right, he should go to hell. What happened next? Why did the man splash sulfuric acid on you? There had to be a reason for that, and they were sure that it couldn't be Chu Peihan's fault. The police took him away. They need some time to find out the reason, Chu Peihan replied. Is it possible that an actress is jealous of you or has a grudge against you, so she paid the man to hurt you? Shi Xiaoyu guessed. It's possible. He could also be an actress crazy fan. In order to please his idol, he hurt Peihan, Song Miaoge chimed in. I had the same idea, but I need to wait till the police find out the truth, Chu Peihan said. Why didn't you ask Ningning to help you? It should be quicker, Zhang Zikai said. I don't think it will be difficult to find out the truth, so I don't want to bother Ningning. If the police can't find out the truth, I'll turn to Ningning for help then, Chu Peihan replied. All right, Zhang Zikai answered. Oh, does my cousin know? Shi Xiaoyu asked. Yes, Chu Peihan said. After that, they dropped the topic and began to order. Han Chenggulin arrived while they were eating. Because Han Chenggulin knew they were meeting there, he directly went to the private room once he arrived. As soon as Han Chenggulin walked in, he checked on Chu Peihan's body and asked her whether she felt uncomfortable anywhere. Chapter 2913, She Must Pay for That. After making sure that Chu Peihan didn't feel anywhere uncomfortable, Han Chenggulin was finally relieved. Because Chu Peihan was injured, they didn't go anywhere else after eating. Instead, they went home. The police was very efficient, and quickly interrogated the man. The man told them who the mastermind was, but the police still needed to investigate further to verify it. The man claimed that he was the cousin of an actress's assistant. He owed other people 500,000 yuan and couldn't pay it back, so he was in trouble. Once the actress heard about that, she met him and promised to give him 600,000 yuan if he could help her ruin Chu Peihan. Using the 600,000 yuan, he could pay back his debts, and the rest of the money was the remuneration for his time in jail. As for the reason, he could simply say that he hated Chu Peihan. Every celebrity had haters. Such terrible accidents had happened before, so they would believe it was a persuasive reason. Therefore, the man indeed said that he hated Chu Peihan, so he did it impulsively, but he couldn't give them any details. Since he hated Chu Peihan, what part of her annoyed him? During the interrogation, the police found that the man hardly knew Chu Peihan. He couldn't tell them why he hated Chu Peihan so much. As a result, the police weren't persuaded by his words. If he barely knew her, why did he suddenly hate her so much and even want to ruin her? The police continued to interrogate him and even used some tricks. In the end, the man confessed. Although there was no evidence to prove that his words were true, the police still reported the result to Han Chenggulin right away. After the accident happened, everyone believed that it had to be the idea of an actress who had a grudge against Chu Peihan, but they didn't have a name, because Chu Peihan had conflict with many actresses. Therefore, Han Chenggulin wasn't surprised by the result, but he was furious. He felt that the man's words were probably mostly true, otherwise the man wouldn't tell them the actress's name. Most importantly, it was easy to find out whether the man was the actress's assistant's cousin. Given that, there was no need for the man to lie. However, it was also possible that someone used their familial relationship and bribed the man to pin the blame on the actress. Anyway, before the final result was out, he wouldn't do anything yet. He would leave the case to the police. When Han Chengelin received the call from the police, he was on his way home with Chu Peihen, so Chu Peihen heard their conversation too. After Han Chengelin hung up, Chu Peihen said, "The only conflict I had against Wu Yiwei is that a director chose me for a leading female role in a show. The role would have been hers, but she became the supporting actress afterwards. Because of that, she picked on me during the filming, but it wasn't too much. I thought it was over after the show was done. I can't believe she harbored a grudge against me. Anyway, there is no evidence to prove that she's guilty yet. It's highly likely. Don't worry. No matter who it was that did it, I will definitely put them in jail once the results come out. I'll shut them out of the entertainment industry. I won't allow anyone to hurt you," Han Chengelin said with determination. Thanks. Chu Peihen was happy to see that Han Chengelin was so protective of her. She didn't think he was wrong, because she had the same idea. If anyone dared to scheme against her, she would make the person pay a heavy price. After all, if she was weak, she would have been disfigured. Without Ji Yuning's help, her life might have been ruined. If it wasn't serious, she might be able to recover through plastic surgery, but if it was serious, she would have to live in pain. Therefore, the mastermind should be shut out of the entertainment industry and put in jail. I didn't go to document the injury, so the mastermind won't be sentenced to a long time in jail. Especially since I was able to make a full recovery within a few days, Chu Peihen said. No matter what, they won't live a good life from now on. Don't worry, just leave it to me, Han Chengelin said. In fact, it was already illegal that the actress paid someone to ruin her. Whether they succeeded or not, they would be sentenced to between 1 to 3 years in jail. Although Chu Peihen didn't go to document her injury, there was a video and pictures, which was enough. In addition, they had connections, so it was easy to get injury documentation. Whether or not Wu Yiwei received a light or serious punishment also depended on their connections. The police didn't go to see Wu Yiwei or her assistant right away, but collected evidence through the criminal first. The evidence included the surveillance video of their meeting, their call records, and transfer records. Wu Yiwei didn't directly contact the criminal, but her assistant had met the criminal these past few days. There were call records and transfer records too. Wu Yiwei's assistant transferred money from her bank account, so it could prove that she was the mastermind. With the evidence, the police went to see Wu Yiwei. It happened the next afternoon. Wu Yiwei was worried that the man might betray her. Although she wanted to shirk responsibility, she felt anxious after breaking the law. However, she still couldn't accept the result when the police showed up. At the same time, she blamed the man for everything. Why did he betray her? She had given him so much money. If he wasn't satisfied, she could give him more. Wu Yiwei kept on saying that she was innocent and that she did nothing illegal. Miss Wu, if you're innocent, we'll surely clear your name, but the suspect told us that you paid him to do what he did, so you must come to the police station with us now, a policeman said. Chapter 2914, Wu Yiwei confesses. If I go with you, but it turns out to have nothing to do with me, can you pay the price for the damage to my reputation? Can justice do that? Show me solid proof if you have, Wu Yiwei demanded. Miss Wu, if you disrupt public services, you can be punished according to the law, the policeman said. Wu Yiwei was mad, but didn't dare to argue any longer, because it wouldn't do her any good. It was not only Wu Yiwei, her assistant was also taken away. Wu Yiwei was taken away from the company, so the news quickly went abroad. Everyone was discussing the reason. Did she secretly scheme against someone out of jealousy? I don't think she would do that. Is there a mistake? Or was she framed? You can't judge a person from their appearance. Wu Yiwei isn't a kind person. Some people prefer to scheme with others in private. No idea. We can only find out after the result is out. On their way to the police station, Wu Yiwei still insisted on saying that she was innocent, but no one took her words seriously. The police would interrogate her at the police station. In the police station, Wu Yiwei and her assistant were interrogated separately. When Wu Yiwei wouldn't stop saying that she was innocent, a policeman directly asked her, "Can you explain why you transferred 600,000 yuan to him?" "My assistant borrowed money from me. She told me that her cousin was in trouble and might commit suicide if he couldn't overcome it. My assistant has worked for me for years. She's always been diligent and good at work. She turned to me for help, so I helped her. Anyway, it's not much money in my eyes," Wu Yiwei said. It was a prepared answer, so she said it quickly. "Do you mean it's your assistant or her cousin who has a conflict with the victim? However, after our investigation, you are the one who has the motive to do it." "What? No, there is no grudge between me and Chu Peihan," Wu Yiwei said. The moment she finished, she realized something wasn't right. The policeman laughed and said meaningfully, "Miss Wu, we didn't tell you who the victim is, but you said it yourself. I think that's enough. You're not innocent at all." Wu Yiwei panicked at once. She didn't realize that they hadn't spoken about Chu Peihan at all until that moment. The policeman only said, "the victim." At that moment, Wu Yiwei felt like giving herself a slap, but she couldn't take the words back. She could only explain it to the best of her ability. "I heard it from other people." "You heard it from other people? Who told you?" "It's not public yet," the policeman said. Wu Yiwei was struck dumb. Because no one told her that, she suddenly didn't know how to make it up. "As far as we know, the leading actress of that TV show that you're filming now was said to be you, but Chu Peihan replaced you before it was released. You were dissatisfied, so you decided to take revenge. During the shooting, you found fault with Miss Chu every now and then, but you didn't want to cause a scene, otherwise the show couldn't be finished. Therefore, Miss Chu wasn't really injured by you back then. The show was completed later and you heard about the trouble your assistant's cousin encountered. You wanted to make a deal with them and promised to give him 600,000 yuan if he helped you ruin Miss Chu. He could pay his debts back with 500,000 yuan and keep 100,000 yuan as compensation for his time in jail after he is arrested. Am I right?" the policeman asked. "No, I didn't. I didn't." Hearing the policeman's words, Wu Yiwei was extremely anxious, but she still denied it. As if she would be fine by doing that. "Wu Yiwei, you have already been exposed. It's useless no matter how you deny it," the policeman continued. "No, that's not enough to prove I'm guilty," Wu Yiwei argued. At this time, the policeman walked out for a while, then came back. "Your assistant has already confessed." "What? She confessed? Didn't we?" Wu Yiwei was mad and anxious, but she stopped the moment she realized that she said something wrong again, but unfortunately it was too late. "You what? Did you agree to pin the blame on her cousin? Did you agree to deny it and claim that you know nothing?" the policeman asked. Because the policeman pointed the truth out, Wu Yiwei didn't know what to say. "Wu Yiwei, if you confess to your crime, you can receive a lighter punishment. Otherwise it'll be serious. We've collected solid proof. If you admit to it now, you might spend fewer years in jail," the policeman said. Wu Yiwei still said nothing, because she felt that Chu Peihan wouldn't punish her lightly whether she admitted it or not, but she had to admit it in the end. The police immediately called Chu Peihan and told her about the result. After Wu Yiwei confessed, they still needed to charge her before they could sentence her. The police filed a lawsuit the same day and Wu Yiwei went to the court the next day. Because of that, the news went abroad and shocked a lot of people. They couldn't believe that Wu Yiwei would do something like that. She had worked in the entertainment industry for years, but she didn't have much fame, so she didn't have many fans. Although Chu Peihan had joined the entertainment industry for only 2 years, she got popular quickly. She had many more fans than Wu Yiwei. So once Chu Peihan's fans learned about Wu Yiwei's deed, they heavily criticized her. At the beginning, Wu Yiwei's fans defended her, but they soon gave up. Chu Peihan had support, not just from her fans, but from Han Chenggelin's, Ji Yuning's, and Shi Xiaoyu's fans as well. Besides, Wu Yiwei had broken the law, so no one dared to stand out for her. Chu Peihan had her own company, so she didn't have an agent. If anyone wanted to work with her, her company or she would talk about business with them. Therefore, after the news came out, her company sent out a post for her. Chapter 2915, Wu Yiwei, Get Out of the Entertainment Industry. Chu Peihen's company admitted that a man had splashed sulfuric acid on Chu Peihen in the parking lot of the block that she lived in. Because Chu Peihen reacted quickly by covering her face with her arm, her face wasn't injured, but her arm was. She was seriously injured, but Ji Yuning's medicine helped her a lot. She was much better now, but it couldn't change the fact that Wu Yiwei broke the law. Afterwards, the man said that it was Wu Yiwei who paid him to do that, and Wu Yiwei confessed as well. Therefore, they sued her. Because Kulain was very famous in their country and its great effect was well known to people, the explanation didn't arouse doubts. Why did Wu Yiwei do that to Chu Peihen? Chu Peihen's company didn't elaborate on that. People guessed whether they had conflict during the filming. After all, Wu Yiwei met Chu Peihen in the crew of the TV show. I heard that Chu Peihen and Wu Yiwei often argued when they filmed the TV show, but I don't know who's wrong. I think it must be Wu Yiwei who behaved against Chu Peihen. After all, Chu Peihen has powerful connections. I don't think Wu Yiwei can fight back if Chu Peihen wants to do something to her. Like you said, Chu Peihen has powerful connections. Do you think Wu Yiwei would dare to hurt her? I think Chu Peihen is the bully. Hard to say. Sometimes, people lose their mind because of jealousy. If Wu Yiwei was really so scared of Chu Peihen, she wouldn't have paid a man to ruin her face. She's obviously jealous of Chu Peihen. No matter who the bully is, nothing really happened in the crew, but now Wu Yiwei tried to ruin Chu Peihen's face. It's really evil. Right, I think she should get out of the entertainment industry. Wu Yiwei, get out of the entertainment industry. I think she's going to spend her life in jail soon. Most people believed that Wu Yiwei was jealous of Chu Peihen, so she tried to ruin her. And they were all criticizing Wu Yiwei for that, but some people were still defending Wu Yiwei and said that she had to have done it for a reason. Chu Peihen must have done something terrible to her first. They shouldn't forgive Chu Peihen just because she had powerful connections. Chu Peihen was very kind normally, but she was straightforward because she didn't bother to chase fame and money in this industry. Therefore, some people disliked, or even hated her. It was understandable that some people thought that she was wrong. Normally, people lose their reason when they are left with no choice. However, sometimes, some people hurt others just because they are unhappy. As a result, before the truth came out, it was very normal to see doubts and suspicions. Chu Peihen wasn't mad, nor did she give an explanation. She decided to leave it to the police. Because she was free these days and was injured, she didn't go out and stayed at home all day long. She didn't stay in her apartment, but in the Han family's house. The Han family was angry too when they heard the news. They already thought of Chu Peihen as their future daughter-in-law, so they were protective of her. Therefore, the Han family decided to do something this time. Mrs. Han was afraid that no one would take good care of Chu Peihen if she was alone at home, so she ordered Han Chengelin to take Chu Peihen to their house. Han Chengelin had the same idea, so he brought Chu Peihen back to his home. He was busy recently, so he couldn't stay with her all the time, so he would be worried if she stayed home alone. Chu Peihen felt at ease when she was with the Han family because all of them were very honest. They disliked tricks and Han Chengelin's parents really liked her. Even if they didn't regard her as their own daughter, they already accepted her as a member of their family. They were willing to give her the best. When Shi Xiaoyu was free, she would go to see Chu Peihen. Before long, someone who knew the truth sent out a post on Weiwei. Wu Yiwei tried to ruin Chu Peihen because she was chosen to be the leading actress for their new TV show, but the director felt that Chu Peihen was a better choice. Chu Peihen replaced her in the end, while Wu Yiwei became the supporting actress. For that reason, Wu Yiwei harbored hatred towards Chu Peihen. She picked on Chu Peihen many times during the filming, but she didn't dare to affect the show, so she didn't do too much. Besides, she failed every time. Now that the show is done, Wu Yiwei found a chance to ruin Chu Peihen, so she seized it. Some people believed it, while some didn't, because it wasn't a formal response from the crew of the TV show, but it wasn't a secret that Wu Yiwei had competed for the leading role in the new TV show. Anyway, there was too much fake news in the entertainment industry, so not many people were convinced. They didn't think it was a bad choice when Chu Peihen was announced to be the leading actress. After all, Chu Peihen was prettier and better at acting than Wu Yiwei. She was more famous too, so she was a better choice. Although the TV show wasn't released yet, the photos and clips were already out. To be frank, Chu Peihen was the best choice for the leading female role, who was straightforward and wasn't afraid to love or hate. Wu Yiwei, on the other hand, was suitable for the supporting female role, who was calculating and tried to trap the leading female role. Frankly, the roles they played were exactly like them. Anyway, the rumor was public now. Someone made an issue of it, criticizing Chu Peihen for stealing the role from Wu Yiwei, so it was understandable that Wu Yiwei hated her. Some people had the same opinion, but Chu Peihen was indeed better than Wu Yiwei, so only a few people defended Wu Yiwei. Most of the people believed that Chu Peihen was in the right. Nevertheless, no matter how many people believed the rumor, the police soon released the result of Wu Yiwei's confession. The truth was exactly the same as the person's post. Chapter 2916, Zhang Yutong encounters trouble. After the problem was completely solved, it was already 5 days later and Chu Peihen had made a full recovery, but for the time being, she didn't go to work. She lived her life casually and wouldn't be busy with work all the time. She would only join a crew when she saw a good script. However, it seemed to be a season for trouble. Right after Chu Peihen got better, Zhang Yutong got in trouble. It was Zhang Jiamen who shared the news with Ji Yuning. She said that Zhang Yutong looked creepy and had behaved very strangely these days. They argued yesterday, but Zhang Yutong suddenly grabbed her neck and tried to strangle her to death. If Zhang Yutong's mother hadn't seen and stopped her, she might have been killed. Zhang Jiamen complained to Ji Yuning, not thinking much of it, but Ji Yuning thought that Zhang Yutong might be possessed by a ghost. Although Ji Yuning had a bad relationship with Zhang Yutong, she was close to Zhang Jiamen and Zhang Minhong. Therefore, she had to do something to help them, or Zhang Yutong might hurt other members of the Zhang family. That was her elder aunt's family. However, Ji Yuning didn't tell Zhang Jiamen about her idea. She decided to do it secretly. "Oh, how are your parents now?" Ji Yuning asked. She wasn't just asking about her uncle and aunt, she wanted to know more about their condition. She wasn't sure what happened to Zhang Yutong yet. If something evil got into the Zhang family, all of them would be affected. "My parents are fine, but my grandparents have been in a very bad condition recently. They went to the hospital, but didn't find out why. They barely eat and are relying on Kulain nutritious liquid to live. I don't think they're well," Zhang Jiamen said with a frown. If that was the case, the Zhang family was probably affected by something evil. Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang were home all day long, so they were greatly affected, whereas the other family members were outside most of the time, and only came back at night, so they were only slightly affected. It wasn't long yet, so they were still fine. Although there was magical power in Kulain dietary supplement, it couldn't protect them from being affected by evil power. As a result, if they didn't get rid of it quickly, they would be in great danger. "Perhaps people get sick due to old age," Ji Yuning said. "Perhaps." Zhang Jiamen agreed that her grandparents were in a bad condition because they were old. After having the call with Zhang Jiamen, Ji Yuning booked a plane ticket to City B right away. She also called Jing Yunyao and told her that she was going to City B. She didn't share the news with the Tang family since she would make decisions according to the situation after visiting the Zhang family. When Zhang Jiamen told Ji Yuning that, it was already 5 p.m., so it was nearly 9 p.m. after Ji Yuning arrived at City B. She took a taxi to the Zhang family by the time it had become 10 p.m. It wasn't a bad thing, because it was more convenient for Ji Yuning to do what she planned to do at night. After Ji Yuning got out of the taxi, she sneaked into the block where the Zhang family lived. Once she approached the Zhang family's house, she sensed the evil power around it. It wasn't strong, but it was enough to harm people's bodies. As time went by, the Zhang family would gradually lose their strength and energy. As soon as they lost all of their energy, they would die. Even if they found out something was wrong, it was useless to go to the hospital. It had nothing to do with medicine, so the doctors wouldn't find the cause. That was why Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang were so weak, but didn't know why. Outside the Zhang family's house, Ji Yuning hid first, then used her jade eyes to look at their house. Because it was late at night, all the members of the Zhang family were home. Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang already went to bed, while the other members were in their own rooms. Ji Yuning searched for Zhang Yutong without delay. Only a dim night light was on in Zhang Yutong's room. Sitting in front of the makeup mirror, Zhang Yutong combed her hair. With a gloomy face, she looked creepy. If other people saw her, they might think it was a horror film. At a glance, Ji Yuning could see that Zhang Yutong was possessed by a ghost. Besides, the ghost was filled with hatred, so the house was covered in evil power. It should have happened not long ago, or the situation would have been much worse. Ji Yuning did nothing yet. She spied on Zhang Yutong for a while to see what she was going to do. Her instinct told her that Zhang Yutong would do something later. She waited for a total of an hour, during which Zhang Yutong sat in front of the mirror. At 11 p.m., Zhang Yutong suddenly moved. She glanced at the time, then stood up and walked to the window. The next moment, she jumped out of it. It was dark outside, so no one saw her. Because Zhang Yutong was possessed by a ghost, she wasn't injured even after jumping out of the window from the 3rd floor. After all, ghosts could float in the air, and it wouldn't die even if it fell to the ground. Zhang Yutong jumped into the yard, then walked to the wall and climbed over. Ji Yuning quietly followed her to see where she was going. Although it was easy for her to kill the ghost in Zhang Yutong's body right now, she wanted to know the story. Due to Ji Yuning's high level, the ghost didn't notice her at all. Zhang Yutong seemed to know where people could see her, so she only walked in unobtrusive places. Ji Yuning followed Zhang Yutong out of the block to another block, and stopped before a house. This house was already deserted, so the yard was overgrown with weeds, and there was a creepy and cold atmosphere everywhere. After all, a ghost stood here. Standing in the yard, Zhang Yutong focused on the house for a while. Then she said, "Mom, don't worry, I already possessed a human's body. I'll take revenge for us. I promise I'll pay that man back." Afterwards, she turned around and walked away. Hearing that, Ji Yuning had sympathy for her. Even though it was a ghost, it did it for a reason, but she still wouldn't allow the ghost to kill, because Zhang Yutong would be dragged into trouble and the Zhang family would also be affected. Chapter 2917, Take Revenge in Person. She got many Taoist talismans from Shengguanyang. Among them, a kind of talisman could make ghosts show their real appearances. In that case, the ghost could take revenge by herself, but the man must deserve the punishment. If the man was innocent, Ji Yuning wouldn't allow the ghost to kill him. When Zhang Yutong turned around, she saw Ji Yuning behind her and was scared. She didn't expect to see anyone at this time and she hadn't felt it at all. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhang Yutong asked coldly. To be specific, it was the ghost that was talking with Ji Yuning. After Zhang Yutong was possessed by the ghost, her consciousness fell into deep sleep, so the ghost controlled her mind now. As a ghost, you possessed a human's body. It's not allowed in this world. You should be punished for doing that, Ji Yuning said coldly. Who are you? The ghost was frightened and stepped back subconsciously. How could this girl tell that she was a ghost? In addition, Ji Yuning didn't look scared at all. Obviously, Ji Yuning was stronger than it, so the ghost became alert. That's not important. What's important is what you want to do, Ji Yuning said. I was left with no choice but to possess a mortal's body. I need to take revenge. After doing that, I'll leave, the ghost said, trying to persuade Ji Yuning to let it go. Do you think she can still live after you leave her body? If not, you'll kill her, Ji Yuning said. The ghost said nothing, because it didn't think much when it possessed Zhang Yutong's body. It only wanted to take revenge. It still had the same idea right now, but it didn't dare to say that aloud because it was afraid of Ji Yuning. Ji Yuning saw through it. After all, it was a ghost, so it couldn't care less about a mortal's life. What exactly do you want to do? The ghost asked. I came to kill you, but after hearing what you said I think perhaps I can do you a favor, Ji Yuning said. You want to help me? The ghost couldn't believe it. Yeah, I have sympathy for what you've suffered. Although I have the responsibility to kill monsters and ghosts, I won't kill all of them for no reason whenever I see one. So, if what you said is the truth, I can help you take revenge, but not with this body. I hate Zhang Yutong, but she's a relative of my cousin's family. If she commits a crime, my cousin's family will be in trouble, Ji Yuning explained. What I said is the truth, but if I don't possess this body, how can I take revenge? The ghost was a little mad. Because its own body was useless now, it had to possess a mortal's body. I need to make sure of that first. You can still take revenge even if you don't possess a mortal's body, but you'll completely disappear afterwards. Actually, it's doomed, whether you listen to me or not, but I can be honest with you. If you dare to resist, you won't even have the chance to take revenge, Ji Yuning said. She didn't want the ghost to take revenge with Zhang Yutong's body. I can still take revenge without possessing this body. How? The ghost asked. It didn't care about the consequences, because getting revenge was what it wanted to do the most. As long as it could take revenge, there was nothing it cared about in this world. In fact, if it could take revenge in person, it wouldn't want to use another person's body. After all, it would feel better. I can help you, Ji Yuning replied. Why should I trust you? The ghost asked. Because you don't have a choice, or you can give it a try, Ji Yuning said. She couldn't care less. Great, let me try it first. The ghost definitely wanted to try it. If Ji Yuning was really stronger than it would listen to her because it was left with no choice. If Ji Yuning wasn't better than it would continue to carry out its plan. The next moment, the ghost summoned miasma into its hands and attacked Ji Yuning. At the same time, Ji Yuning summoned magical energy to fight against the miasma. The two kinds of energy hit each other halfway, and the miasma was scattered in different directions. The magical energy continued till it hit the ghost's palm. The ghost was hit heavily and fell a few meters away. It was almost knocked out of Zhang Yutong's body. This time, the ghost realized that it was no match for Ji Yuning, even though they had only fought against each other for a short while. What do you think now? Ji Yuning asked, walking toward the ghost. Will you really help me? The ghost asked. It couldn't fully trust Ji Yuning, but it knew that it was left with no choice. Sure, otherwise I wouldn't have spent so much time talking to you. I could have directly knocked you out of Zhang Yutong's body. As long as she's alive, I can save her life. You're not a problem in my eyes, Ji Yuning said. The ghost wouldn't have believed Ji Yuning's words earlier, but now it was completely convinced. Without outstanding abilities, Ji Yuning wouldn't be so confident. Fine, I can trust you for now. What will you do next? The ghost asked. Tell me your story, Ji Yuning requested. Sure, the ghost answered. It was my stepfather who killed me and my mother. When I was 5, my father passed away in an accident. He left us a company and my mother did her best to keep it profitable. My stepfather helped us. Because he was my father's friend and worked in his company, my mother gradually fell in love with him. That year, I was 13. After my mother married my stepfather, he still treated us very well, but a few years afterwards, my mother was in a bad condition, so she left the company to my stepfather to manage. Unfortunately, my stepfather stole the company and even burned my mother and me to death at home. This house used to be our home. Saying that, the ghost seemed furious. It couldn't wait to kill that ungrateful man. Ji Yuning also felt mad. Although there were many bad people in this world, she wouldn't think much about it before meeting them. However, once she met such bad people, her mood would be affected. Chapter 2918, I'll make the judgment. Just like that, the company became his legally. There is news about our family on the internet. You can look it up. The fire happened 4 years ago on May 8th, but it was judged to be an accident, the ghost said. Hearing that, Ji Yuning immediately took out her phone and searched for the news. In a few seconds, she indeed read a piece of news about a burned house. And the house in the pictures was the same as this one in front of her right now. A big fire broke out at 2 a.m. At that time, the whole family was asleep. When they woke up in horror, flames were everywhere. It was extremely difficult for them to escape. After they were rescued, the woman and their daughter were already dead, but the man was still alive. He was only seriously injured. The man passed out due to grief several times when he learned about the result. In that case, the man must be ruthless, because he cleared his name by putting himself in the fire as well. In the end, the cause of the fire was judged as a circuit problem. If the truth was what the ghost said, the circuit problem must have been caused by the man. After murdering my mother and me, he stole my family's wealth and even came here to show off once in a while. How dare he? How dare he? He should be killed. The ghost lost control of itself and shouted. Its face was also distorted in anger. It couldn't wait to kill that man. If so, he really shouldn't live. Ji Yuning agreed with a cold expression. Although she wasn't sure whether the ghost was telling the truth, she was willing to trust it. So I must kill him. I'm going to kill him. The ghost went a little crazy. It grabbed a branch and broke it to pieces. Since you want to kill him, take my advice, Ji Yuning said. Then what should I do? Asked the ghost. No need to rush. Tell me how you possessed Zhang Yutong's body. Asked Ji Yuning. Although I became a ghost filled with hatred, I was trapped in the burned house. I couldn't leave it. I could see the man in the yard, but I couldn't go out and kill him. I had to possess someone's body to leave the house. Zhang Yutong suddenly went inside after drinking with her schoolmates one day. They walked by my home. Because they heard that the house was haunted, they wanted to have an adventure. Zhang Yutong was pulled into my home by her schoolmates, so I had the chance to possess her body, the ghost replied. Now, tell me what can I do, the ghost said. It couldn't wait a moment longer. I have a Taoist talisman which can make your soul solid for a minute. You can touch everything in the mortal world and even kill your enemy, Ji Yuning said. Really? The ghost was excited. Of course, but before that, we need to go back to the Zhang family. You should put Zhang Yutong's body back in her room, Ji Yuning said. She wouldn't leave Zhang Yutong's body in the open, otherwise Zhang Yutong might be hurt by other people. No problem. Whether Ji Yuning was honest or not, the ghost had to accept it because it was left with no choice. After that, the ghost followed Ji Yuning back to the Zhang family's house. They went to Zhang Yutong's room. After the ghost lay down, it left Zhang Yutong's body. It was a girl who was about 20 years old. She was wearing the pajamas from when she was burned to death. Her hair was loose. The ghost stared at Ji Yuning after leaving Zhang Yutong's body, in case Ji Yuning regretted helping it. Don't worry. I'll keep my promise, Ji Yuning reassured. Then she walked to Zhang Yutong's side and put magical power into her body. Because Zhang Yutong wasn't possessed by the ghost for long, her soul wasn't squeezed out yet and she would be fine. If it happened for a long time, she might lose her life. After stabilizing Zhang Yutong's soul, Ji Yuning and the ghost left. Ji Yuning didn't cure Zhang Yutong completely. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for her to rest for a while. Then Ji Yuning followed the ghost to a house on another block. The ghost said, "This is that man's house. Although I trust you, I still need to verify it in case something happens," Ji Yuning said. How? The ghost asked. I'll scare him first to see whether he'll tell the truth, Ji Yuning said. What if he doesn't admit it? The ghost asked. It didn't lie, but what if the man refused to admit it? I'll make my judgment, Ji Yuning said. Since Ji Yuning said that, the ghost said nothing further. Oh, what's the name of that man, you, and your mother? Ji Yuning asked. His name is Zhang Shanlong. My name is Qin Lei and my mother is Qin Kemen, the ghost replied. Let's go, Ji Yuning said, walking to the gate. At the same time, she took out a black cloak to cover herself. She also put on a hat. She had damaged the surveillance cameras, but she needed to scare Zhang Shanlong later, so it was necessary for her to be mysterious. Looking at the cloak which appeared from nowhere, the ghost was surprised. It was a ghost, but there were many things it had never seen before. At this time, it was 4 a.m. Before the gate, Ji Yuning easily knocked the gate open with her magical energy, then went inside. As soon as she was in the house, she didn't go to the master bedroom, but she went to the maid's room. She knocked the maid unconscious, then went to the master bedroom. Otherwise, the maid might be woken if she made noise later. On the bed in the master bedroom, a man and a woman were sleeping. The man was about 50 years old, while the woman was around 30. Once they were in the room, the ghost threw itself at Zhang Shanlong, but it couldn't do anything to him. Ji Yuning went to the side of the bed and knocked the woman unconscious. After all, this woman was innocent, so there was no need to hurt her. After knocking the woman unconscious, Ji Yuning started calling Zhang Shanlong's name in an ethereal and creepy tone. Zhang Shanlong, Zhang Shanlong, Zhang Shanlong. A while later, Zhang Shanlong was finally awake. All of a sudden, he saw a black shadow before the bed. It seemed to be a person, but he couldn't see it clearly. Zhang Shanlong was scared and immediately sat up on the bed. Who are you? He asked in horror. Zhang Shanlong, how cruel you are. Didn't I treat you well enough? Why did you burn me and my daughter to death? Ji Yuning asked. Chapter 2919, Lose Memories. No, I didn't. I didn't do that. Upon hearing that, Zhang Shanlong denied it, but he was lying. It's you. Ji Yuning said, I'll kill you. I'll take revenge for myself and my daughter. Saying that, Ji Yuning walked towards Zhang Shanlong step by step. Zhang Shanlong begged in horror. Kemen, please let me go. You're already dead. I'll burn more spirit money for you. They were already dead, so they should let him go. Why? He was still guilty. Qin Lei couldn't wait to tear Zhang Shanlong to pieces, but unfortunately she couldn't touch him. Zhang Shanlong's words implied that he caused the death of Qin Kemen and Qin Lei. Tell me why you burned us to death. Ji Yuning asked. F for the Qin family's wealth. Zhang Shanlong answered. There was no need to ask further, because his answer told her everything. It was indeed him who burned Qin Kemen and Qin Lei to death. Afterwards, Ji Yuning took out a Taoist talisman and said something, then threw it at Qin Lei. The moment the Taoist magic figure touched Qin Lei, her body became clear. All right, it's your time now. I should go, Ji Yuning said and immediately walked away. Qin Lei was going to kill, so she was reluctant to stay, in case she was affected. Even though she allowed Qin Lei to kill, she didn't care as long as she didn't do it. Anyway, she had killed many during these years, but those people shouldn't live. Qin Lei said thanks to her back. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Shanlong, who covered his head with his arms, subconsciously raised up. At a glance, he clearly saw Qin Lei's face and screamed in horror. Zhang Shanlong, did you see today's coming? I came to take revenge, Qin Lei said, walking towards him step by step. Don't come over. No. Zhang Shanlong trembled all over his body. Suddenly the smell of urine spread. He was so scared that he lost control of his bladder. Don't come over. What did you do when I begged you not to kill my mother and me? You said that you could only take the Qin family's wealth as your own after we were dead. How funny is that? My mother and I trusted you so much, but you burned us to death, Qin Lei said. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. I'm begging you. Zhang Shanlong knelt down before Qin Lei and begged. Let you go. That's impossible. If I had enough time, I would really love to torture you slowly. Qin Lei said. It would be a pleasure to watch her enemy being tortured, but she didn't have enough time to do that. Qin Lei raised her hand and summoned some miasma. Seeing that, Zhang Shanlong rounded his eyes in horror. Although there was no bright light in the room, there was a small light which was turned on, so he could see it clearly. The next moment, the miasma attacked Zhang Shanlong. Before Zhang Shanlong could figure it out, he was attacked and felt his organs being smashed in his belly. Afterwards, he lost consciousness. With his eyes open, he died. When Zhang Shanlong was dead, Qin Lei still had 10 seconds. She didn't want to disappear in this room, so she walked out to the yard. Her body quickly became transparent, then she disappeared. Ji Yuning had already gone far away. Because it was about to be morning, Ji Yuning didn't go to stay in a hotel but went to Wufu Hills. She hadn't lived there for a long time, but her house was cleaned regularly, so everything was clean. Back in Wufu Hills, Ji Yuning went directly to bed. She would go to the Tang family's house when the sky was bright, then she would visit the Zhang family in the afternoon. Although Qin Lei had already left Zhang Yutong's body, the Zhang family was still covered in evil power. It might take a long time for the evil power to go away. During this time, the Zhang family could still be affected. Therefore, Ji Yuning decided to get rid of it that afternoon. She went to bed at 5 a.m., and slept for 3 hours, then she got up and went to the Tang family's house. Zhang Shanlong's wife woke up at the same time. When she saw Zhang Shanlong dead with his eyes open, she was struck dumb. After a long while, she finally came back to her senses and immediately called the police. The police and a forensic expert came. The forensic expert checked Zhang Shanlong's body. All of his organs were broken, but there were no wounds, which confused the forensic expert. The police also thought it was tricky, because they found that all the surveillance cameras were damaged. In that case, it was impossible for them to chase the criminal. Before long, the news spread. In the Zhang family's house, Zhang Yutong woke up too, but she felt dizzy. Ever since she was possessed by the ghost, she lost her mind and had no memory of what she had been doing these past few days. Therefore, when she glanced at the date, she was shocked. She had slept for 5 days. How was that possible? What happened? Did she pass out? Zhang Yutong didn't dare to go out until her mother came. Yutong, are you up? Junior Mrs. Zhang shouted from outside the door. Yes, Zhang Yutong replied. However, she found that her voice was very weak. She wanted to open the door for her mother, but found that she was weak too. Luckily, she still had enough strength to open the door for her mother. Once Junior Mrs. Zhang walked in and noticed that something wasn't right with Zhang Yutong. Yutong, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? She asked with concern. Yeah, I feel as if I'm weak. And I can't remember what has happened these last 5 days. I think I lost my memories, Zhang Yutong said. Junior Mrs. Zhang was scared. What? You can't remember what happened? Yutong, do you have a fever? You looked fine these past few days, how come you suddenly lost your memories? Saying that, Junior Mrs. Zhang felt Zhang Yutong's forehead with her head to see whether she had a fever, but she didn't. I've been well these days. Zhang Yutong was even more frightened. If she was well these days, how could she suddenly lose her memories? Get changed. Let me take you to the hospital. It's really strange that you suddenly became so weak and even lost your memories, Junior Mrs. Zhang said as she immediately went to find clothing for Zhang Yutong to change into. Chapter 2920, Was she possessed by a ghost? Zhang Yutong was scared too, so she quickly changed and went to the hospital with her mother. When Ji Yuning arrived at the Tang family's house, it was nearly 9 a.m. The people who needed to work were already gone. Only Tang Haifeng, Ji Yu Man, and Tang Jiayu were home. Ji Yuning didn't tell anyone that she was coming in order to surprise them. At that moment, Tang Haifeng was exercising in the yard, while Tang Jiayu ran around near him. Ji Yu Man wasn't there, but there were people everywhere in the yard, so Tang Jiayu was safe. When Ji Yuning went in, Tang Jiayu was the first one who saw her. Seeing Ji Yuning coming, Tang Jiayu was excited and ran towards her with his arms wide open. Sister, give me a hug. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng didn't pay much attention to them, because he didn't realize that Tang Jiayu was calling Ji Yuning. Slow down. Don't fall. Ji Yuning warned. Tang Haifeng didn't stop and turn around until he heard Ji Yuning's voice, then he saw her. Suddenly, he realized that Tang Jiayu was greeting Ji Yuning. Since Ji Yuning was back, Tang Haifeng stopped exercising. Looking at her, he was full of happiness. Ji Yuning carried Tang Jiayu, then walked to Tang Haifeng and greeted him. Morning, Grandpa. Ningning, why didn't you tell us that you're coming home? Tang Haifeng asked. I arrived at midnight, so I didn't tell you. I went to Wufu Hills, and decided to surprise you, Ji Yuning explained. Why did you come back so late? Did something happen? Tang Haifeng asked. He felt that she must have done it for a reason. Yes, but it's already solved, Ji Yuning replied. Great. Tang Haifeng didn't ask much. Have you had breakfast yet? Not yet. I came here early, Ji Yuning said. She was at ease when she was home. Why didn't you eat something before coming? What if you got hungry? Tang Haifeng criticized her in a loving tone. He understood that Ji Yuning wouldn't be uncomfortable just because she didn't have breakfast, but it was better to eat something after getting up early. I just wanted to eat at home, Ji Yuning said with a smile. Well, Tang Haifeng was amused. Right after Ji Yuning came in, Ji Yuman came downstairs. She was excited to see Ji Yuning and hurried down. Mom. Ji Yuning greeted her. Ningning, why didn't you tell us that you're coming home? Ji Yuman asked. I wanted to surprise you, Ji Yuning explained. Ha ha. Ji Yuman laughed a little, but she was very happy and surprised to see Ji Yuning. Maid Zhang, prepare some food for Ningning. She needs breakfast. Tang Haifeng shouted to the kitchen. Yes, master, Maid Zhang said. Ningning, you haven't had breakfast? Ji Yuman asked, but the answer couldn't be more obvious. Yeah, I wanted to eat at home. Ji Yuning smiled. Well, Ji Yuman felt slightly resigned, but her eyes were full of love. The breakfast was quickly ready, so Ji Yuning went to have breakfast. Ji Yuning stayed in the Tang family's house that morning and spent some time with Tang Haifeng and Ji Yuman. After having lunch at noon, Ji Yuning rested for a while, then went out at 2 p.m. Because she finally came back home, she wasn't in a rush to leave and would stay here for a few days. Walking out of the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning went straight to visit the Zhang family. On her way, she called Zhang Jiamen and asked her whether she was home. Zhang Jiamen replied that she was home, so Ji Yuning let her know that she was in City B and that she would go to her family's house to see her. Ji Yuning didn't say why she was coming to see her. Zhang Jiamen didn't ask either. Anyway, she was happy to see Ji Yuning. In the morning, Junior Mrs. Zhang took Zhang Yutong to the hospital, but there was nothing wrong with her body. Perhaps she was too tired to remember what had happened these past few days. The doctor advised her to have a good rest, and said that she might regain her memories after feeling better. Back at home, Junior Mrs. Zhang told Zhang Yutong what had happened recently. During these days, Zhang Yutong seemed to be in a bad mood and appeared creepy. She hid in the bedroom most of the time. Yesterday, she argued with Zhang Jiamen and even tried to strangle her to death. If Junior Mrs. Zhang hadn't stopped her right away, Zhang Jiamen could have been killed. Knowing that, Zhang Yutong was shocked. How could she almost strangle Zhang Jiamen to death? How did she become so strong all of a sudden? Normally, when she had any conflict with Zhang Jiamen, she didn't dare to fight with her, because she never won. Mom, is it possible that I was possessed by a ghost? Zhang Yutong suddenly asked. Junior Mrs. Zhang was scared and immediately snapped at her. Nonsense. That's impossible. Although she denied it, Junior Mrs. Zhang couldn't help thinking that Zhang Yutong might really have been possessed by a ghost, otherwise, she wouldn't have behaved so abnormally, but she refused to believe that. When Ji Yuning came, she brought some Kalain medicines which were extremely nutritious. After she arrived, she called Zhang Jiamen who went to welcome her at the gate. Welcome, Ji Yuning. Oh, you don't need to bring so many gifts, Zhang Jiamen said. Didn't you tell me that your grandparents aren't in a good condition? So I brought some extremely nutritious medicine and my magical pills to see you, Ji Yuning explained. Really? Your magical pills are really rare. Zhang Jiamen was excited, but felt that she couldn't take them. The magical pills were power crystals. By now many people were aware that Ji Yuning had a magical pill which could cure nearly all diseases, and that it was quite rare. They could afford it, but there wasn't much of it, so money wasn't enough if they wanted to buy it. They must have a good relationship with Ji Yuning as well. Don't worry, I have a lot. After all, your grandparents are Jiayang and Jiakai's maternal grandparents. They are my relatives too, Ji Yuning said. She cared about people who had a close relationship with those who she loved, but she wouldn't bother to pay attention to those who her family didn't care about. In that case, Zhang Jiamen said nothing further. She led Ji Yuning to see Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang at once. Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang were in their 70s, but they didn't sleep separately. However, because of their sleep problems, they still slept in different beds in the same room. Currently, they were both lying in their beds because they were very weak. Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang were willing to trust Ji Yuning, so they took Ji Yuning's pill without hesitation. They also thanked her gratefully. They knew that they would soon be better after taking Ji Yuning's magical pills. Once they took the power crystals, the evil power inside their bodies was quickly purged, then they felt energetic again. Chapter 2921, Beat Her. After sitting for a while, Ji Yuning made up an excuse and went to the washroom. Then she let the flood dragon out and ordered it to absorb all the evil power in the house. Several minutes later, the flood dragon finished and the Zhang family's house was filled with fresh air. Zhang Jiamen and Ji Yuning sat in the gazebo in the yard. They enjoyed tea, chatted, and complained about Zhang Yutong. Most of the time, Zhang Jiamen was complaining, and Ji Yuning was listening. I saw that Zhang Yutong was different this morning than the last few days. She looked creepy and seemed to be in a bad mood before, but she's back to normal today. Zhang Jiamen said, she's weak now, otherwise I would have a fight with her. She almost strangled me to death yesterday. Her eyes scared me and it seemed as if she wanted to kill me. Do your parents know about that? Ji Yuning asked. Yes, but there is nothing they can do. They can't do the same to Zhang Yutong after all. They only criticized her, and I have to swallow the anger, Zhang Jiamen said reluctantly. She was still mad at Zhang Yutong. You can have a fight with her after she recovers, Ji Yuning said. Since Zhang Jiamen was unwilling to accept it, she could just pay Zhang Yutong back. Of course I will do that. I won't give in to her. Zhang Jiamen exclaimed. She wouldn't let Zhang Yutong get away with it so easily. Half an hour later, Master Zhang and old Mrs. Zhang felt as if they could get out of bed, so they went out and chatted with Ji Yuning for a while. Ji Yuning stayed in the Zhang family's house for an hour, then left. After leaving, Ji Yuning went to her company. Since she had graduated, she spent more time working. As the boss, she couldn't be absent all the time. However, she only stayed in the company for a short time, then went back to the Tang family's house when it was time for them to have dinner. The Tang family was very happy to see Ji Yuning, and they ate dinner in harmony. After the meal, Leng Xiaoting called Ji Yuning and learned that she was in City B. He immediately booked a plane ticket and decided to fly over. Ji Yuning wanted to stop him, but failed. Ji Yuning wanted to see him too, but felt that he should go back to see the Leng family and Shengguanyang first after he returned to the capital, but he left them behind and directly came to see her, which wasn't very polite. Anyway, since Leng Xiaoting had already booked a plane ticket, she couldn't stop him. Xiaoting came to see you right after coming back from the military base. Will the Leng family be unhappy? Tang Haifeng asked. They were happy to see that Leng Xiaoting cared about Ji Yuning so much and that she was very important in his eyes, but they were afraid that Leng Xiaoting paid too much attention to Ji Yuning and paid too little attention to the Leng family. In that case, the Leng family might blame Ji Yuning. They understood that the Leng family was open-minded, but he was still worried that they might be annoyed. Hearing that, the other members of the Tang family became anxious too. Right, will they be unhappy? Ji Yuman asked worriedly. They won't. No need to worry about that. He doesn't do that all the time, Ji Yuning reassured. If Leng Xiaoting left his family behind for her every time, the Leng family might be unhappy, but he didn't do that often, so they should be able to accept it. The Tang family nodded and were less worried. Because Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayong asked some of their friends to hang out tonight and they also invited Ji Yuning. They left home at 8:30 p.m. Normally, the Tang family always reminded Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayong to be careful when they hung out at night, but Ji Yuning was with them this time, so they weren't worried. They said nothing because they believed that they would be safe. Currently, Tang Jiayong was already working in the Tangguang organization. He was training to be the heir who was going to take over. Although Tang Yunfen had a son, Tang Jiayu was too little. They had no idea what he would want to do in the future. It also remained unknown whether Tang Jiayu had the talent or ability, and it was impossible for them to only decide who would take over Tangguang after Tang Jiayu grew up. Tang Jiayong was already trained to be the next chairman, but whether he could successfully take over the business group depended on his performance afterwards. He was trained to do his job well, but it might take dozens of years for him to take over Tang Yunfen's position. Given Tang Yunfen's physical condition and Ji Yuning's help, Tang Yunfen could manage the company for another 20 years. On the other hand, Tang Jiakai was accepted by a public institution. No matter what he aimed to achieve, he had to accumulate experience from the grassroots level. Even though he had the Tang family's support, he still needed to rely on himself to build his career. Without the ability, he wouldn't know how to do his work even if he was promoted to be a director. Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayang called two of Tang Jiayang's good friends from when he studied in Country Y as well as his girlfriend to come out. Jiakai, you've been single for so many years. Haven't you met a girl you like yet? You're the only single one among us now. Ji Yuning teased Tang Jiakai. I can't seem to meet a girl I like. I don't know what to do about that. Tang Jiakai gave a sign with a resigned look. Sometimes, he really wanted to have a girlfriend when he saw a loving couple, but unfortunately he hadn't met a girl he liked yet. Well, it's hard to say. Perhaps you'll meet your love one day, Ji Yuning comforted him. Ji Yuning fell in love when she met Leng Xiaoting. Actually, after she was reincarnated, she didn't want to fall in love again, but unexpectedly she fell in love with Leng Xiaoting and they became a couple within a short time. Oh, Jiayang, have you taken your girlfriend home yet? Ji Yuning asked Tang Jiayang. Not yet, but my family is aware that I have a girlfriend. They're happy about that, as long as I'm happy. My girlfriend isn't prepared, so I don't have the idea of taking her home to see them yet. I need to care about her feelings, Tang Jiayang replied. What a loving boyfriend you are. I have to say that men in the Tang family are really good men, Ji Yuning praised. Because Tang Jiayang was the host, they arrived earlier. Don't you need to pick up your girlfriend? Ji Yuning asked. No need. Her older brother will drive her over. I'll send her home when we finish today, Tang Jiayang said. About 10 minutes later, Tang Jiayang's girlfriend came and he immediately went outside to welcome her. A while later, Tang Jiayang came back with a beautiful and elegant girl. Once they were inside, Tang Jiayang introduced the girl to Ji Yuning. This is my cousin, Ji Yuning. I've told you about her. Miss Ji Yu, nice to see you, I'm Ju Siwen, and I'm Jiayang's girlfriend. Ju Siwen excitedly greeted Ji Yuning. Chapter 2922, Tang Jiayang's girlfriend. She had heard a lot about Ji Yuning's career and admired Ji Yuning very much. After all, Ji Yuning built up her company at only 18 years old and it quickly expanded to be a large business group within a year. Currently, her business group was very famous in their country. And she was also the Leng family's granddaughter-in-law. Ji Yuning must be blessed. Can I directly call you Siwen, instead of Miss Ju? It sounds closer, Ji Yuning asked. Since Ju Siwen was Tang Jiayang's girlfriend and Tang Jiayang had the intention of marrying her, she would try to form a close relationship with Ju Siwen. Otherwise Ju Siwen would feel awkward. Before she got familiar with them, she might feel like an outsider. Hearing Ji Yuning's words, Ju Siwen was very excited. In fact, she was afraid that Ji Yuning might not like her. Although Ju Siwen was a quality girl, she still got nervous when she was first meeting her boyfriend's family. She really cared about their opinion of her. Everyone would want to join a new family happily. Well, then I won't call you Miss Ji Yu. I can call you Ningning. Do you mind? Ju Siwen asked. Because Ji Yuning was Tang Jiayang's cousin, she was afraid that Ji Yuning might feel offended if she directly called her name. Because Ju Siwen had met Tang Jiakai before, there was no need for Tang Jiayang to introduce them. After that, Tang Jiayang told Ju Siwen to sit next to Ji Yuning. Honestly, Ju Siwen felt a little uneasy, but she still composed herself. Before long, Tang Jiayang's two friends also came. Ju Siwen knew both of them, but Tang Jiakai and Ji Yuning met them for the first time, so Tang Jiayang did the introductions. Tang Jiayang's two friends were born in City B, and were only back home for a short time. They hadn't heard of Ji Yuning, and only knew that she was Tang Jiakai and Tang Jiayang's cousin. However, because of Ji Yuning's outstanding appearance, both of them were attracted to her and talked to her as soon as they had a chance. At the beginning, they didn't show their intention obviously, because it would be embarrassing. Therefore, they chatted with Tang Jiakai at the same time, which made them seem extroverted. Anyway, they were usually talkative, so nobody noticed anything wrong with them, but gradually they couldn't hide their interest in Ji Yuning, and Tang Jiayang had to repeatedly interrupt them. Tang Jiayang felt it was inappropriate to directly tell them that Ji Yuning was already married, because they didn't say anything impolite even though they seemed very interested in Ji Yuning. Therefore, if he directly said that Ji Yuning was married, they would be embarrassed. At almost 10 p.m., Ji Yuning's phone rang and it was Leng Xiaoting. She picked up his call right in front of the other people. She could see that Tang Zhang's friends were interested in her, so she deliberately answered Leng Xiaoting's call in front of them. She would let them know that she already had a husband and that they should keep a polite distance away from her. "Hi, honey, where are you now?" Ji Yuning asked. Upon hearing that, the two men were struck dumb. Honey, did she already have a husband or boyfriend? Couples nowadays tended to call each other honey whether they were dating or married, so it could be her boyfriend or husband. "I've just gotten off of the plane," Leng Xiaoting said. "Jiayang and I are in XX Club. Why don't you come over? We're in room XX, Ji Yuning invited. After hanging up, Tang Jiayang joked on purpose. "Your husband misses you so much that he came to City B to see you as soon as he's free." "Right. Oh, how's your wedding preparations now?" Tang Jiakai asked. "My mother-in-law is preparing it. It's almost done. We only need to wait till the chosen date," Ji Yuning said. "What? Didn't Miss Ji Yu just graduate? She's already married?" one of the men asked in surprise. "Yeah, I fell in love with my husband when I'm a senior in high school. We got engaged then, but we couldn't become a legal couple till I reached the age of consent." Ji Yuning answered. The two men were immediately disappointed, but they didn't show it. After knowing that Ji Yuning already had a husband, they stopped chatting with her, but they remained polite. They didn't become rude towards Ji Yuning just because they didn't have a chance with her. About 50 minutes later, Leng Xiaoting arrived. The moment the two men saw Leng Xiaoting, they accepted their failure. Ji Yuning's husband was a lot more handsome than them and he had an air of authority. "Aren't you afraid Grandpa Leng and your mother will be unhappy that you came to City B to see me as soon as you had time?" Ji Yuning asked Leng Xiaoting. "You're my wife. Why should they be unhappy? I think they'll be very satisfied if they know that I care about you so much. Without you, I would die alone, but luckily I fell in love because of you," Leng Xiaoting replied. He didn't feel embarrassed at all to say sweet things in front of other people. At about 12 a.m., they separated. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaojia went back to Wufu Hills, while Tang Jiayang and Tang Jiakai drove Ju Suan home before they went home. Tang Jiayang's two friends went home on their own. After Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting walked away, they didn't rush to take a taxi home. Instead, they decided to take a walk. Then Ji Yuning told Leng Xiaoting why she suddenly came to City B. As they walked, a car drove by them, but they smelt fresh blood from it and there was evil energy permeating from it too. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting exchanged a glance, then immediately chased after it. At the same time, Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was in the car. Surprisingly, she saw several vampires, and one of them was sucking a girl's blood. Without delay, Ji Yuning summoned her magical energy and hit the tire of the car. Boom! A tire was hit by magical energy and exploded. Once the tire exploded, the car had to stop and two men got out of it to see what happened. When they saw that the tire exploded, they immediately went to take out a spare tire. Right at that moment, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to the car and pretended to be helpful. "Can I help?" Ji Yuning asked. "No need," the man replied coldly. Chapter 2923, Did you lose weight? "I'm afraid it's not up to you." Ji Yuning sneered. Before they could react, she attacked them. Leng Xiaoting needed to beat them, while Ji Yuning mainly needed to rescue the girl. The group of men didn't expect Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting to attack them, so they were ill-prepared, but they were strong too, so they quickly fought back. Although they were skilled too, they were not comparable to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Therefore, Ji Yuning immediately rescued the girl from those vampires. The girl had lost a lot of blood, but luckily she was still alive. Without delay, Ji Yuning put magical power into the girl's body. Those vampires were surprised by Leng Xiaoting's abilities, and they wanted to run away, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't let them go. Before long, they were all caught. Because it was late at night, there wasn't much traffic on the road and no one dared to stop and watch the fight. After Leng Xiaoting beat those vampires down, he threw them to the rear seats of the car, then he made a call. Ji Yuning's magical power quickly circulated in the girl's body, so the girl gradually recovered and got her consciousness back, but she was obviously scared. Filled with horror, she couldn't stop trembling. "Don't be afraid. You're fine now. Tell us your name and your family's number. We can help you get home." Ji Yuning comforted the girl gently. She did her best to help the girl get rid of her horror. The girl could hardly finish a sentence. Ji Yuning didn't urge her. After the girl calmed down, she told Ji Yuning her name and her father's phone number. Afterwards, Ji Yuning called her father at once. Because the girl was not gone for long, her family had no idea that she was abducted. Therefore, the girl's father was shocked and frightened when Ji Yuning told him the bad news. The girl called her father at the same time, so her father believed Ji Yuning's words. Her father asked for their location, then hurriedly came over. Before the girl's parents arrived, Leng Xiaoting's people came. Leng Xiaoting called someone to drive a truck over, then he moved those vampires to the truck, because those vampires' car was useless now. Half an hour later, the girl's parents came. They hugged the girl and burst into tears. The girl's father wanted to teach those men a lesson, but Leng Xiaoting stopped him. Even though the girl's father was reluctant to accept that, he still curbed his anger and asked, "Didn't you call the police? How are you going to deal with those people?" "We didn't call the police, but I'm a soldier, so I'll take this case seriously," Leng Xiaoting said as he took out his officer certificate. The girl's parents knew little about ranks in the army, but they were relieved after seeing Leng Xiaoting's officer certificate. After that, the girl's parents took her away. Once they were gone, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back into their car. Leng Xiaoting's people would stay to deal with the vampires' car. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting wouldn't deal with those vampires according to the law, they would solve the problem privately. Therefore, they stopped until they were far from the city center, then interrogated the vampires. "Why did you come to our country?" Leng Xiaoting asked. No one answered. Leng Xiaoting then put pressure on them and asked again, "Tell me, what are you doing in our country?" Under the pressure, one vampire finally opened his mouth. "To carry out a task." "What task?" Leng Xiaoting asked. The vampire was silent once more, so Leng Xiaoting continued to put pressure on him. "To assassinate Meng Zuokai." Meng Zuokai, the Secretary General of City B, belonged to the same faction as Tang Yunhang. If they came to assassinate Meng Zuokai or Tang Yunhang might be the target. They were on the same boat, so they could be in the same danger as well. "Why do you want to kill Meng Zuokai?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "I don't know. We are just obeying orders." "What else are you assigned to do?" Leng Xiaoting asked. "Nothing. Are there other people in addition to you?" Leng Xiaoting asked. The vampire remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "Yes, but I have no idea where they are and what they are doing." In that case, Leng Xiaoting stopped asking. After the interrogation, Leng Xiaoting decided to kill those vampires. They weren't normal humans, so it wasn't wrong for him to directly kill them, but Leng Xiaoting wouldn't do that with his own hands. Instead, he ordered the flood dragon to do that by swallowing the vampires alive. It was cruel, but they were enemies, so he must be decisive. If he tolerated his enemies, he would be cruel to himself. After that, he ordered the flood dragon to look around the whole city B to see whether there are other vampires. "You need to tell your uncle about this. After all, Meng Zuokai is in the same faction as him." Leng Xiaoting said to Ji Yuning. "Sure, I'll go to see him tomorrow," Ji Yuning replied. Then Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went back to Wufu Hills. The next morning, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had breakfast at Wufu Hills, then went to visit the Tang family. The Tang family welcomed Leng Xiaoting with big smiles and hugs. They wanted him to feel at home. "Xiaoting, did you lose weight? Are you busy with work these days?" Tang Haifeng asked. Ji Yuning rolled her eyes. Leng Xiaoting didn't lose weight at all. "Not really, I've been training lately," Leng Xiaoting said. Well, it must be tiring, so you need to eat more, Tang Haifeng said, even though he knew Leng Xiaoting could take good care of himself. As an elder, he ought to care about the young. Sure, I will, Leng Xiaoting answered politely. After having lunch at the Tang family's house, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting rested for a while before going to see Tang Yunhang. Because the public institution they worked for was far from their home, they normally wouldn't come back for lunch at noon. Before going to see them, Ji Yuning called to make sure that Tang Yunhang had time. They couldn't have the conversation on the phone, so Ji Yuning decided to talk to Tang Yunhang face to face. Chapter 2924, Mr. He. Before Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting arrived, Tang Yunhang's secretary was already waiting for them. After seeing them, they went directly to Tang Yunhang's office. Once Ji Yuning met Tang Yunhang, she told him the news that Meng Zuokai might be assassinated, but she didn't tell him that a bunch of vampires were ordered to do that. Hearing the news, Tang Yunhang wasn't too surprised, but he was extremely angry. He wasn't too surprised, because assassinations weren't uncommon in politics. After all, there were too many people who wanted to replace them, so they were often in danger. Although Ji Yuning said that the killers were from another country, Tang Yunhang believed that the mastermind was in the same circle as him. I'll tell Meng Zuokai to be more careful, Tang Yunhang said. Not only him. You also need to be careful. We don't know whether Meng Zuokai is the only target or if you are as well. After all, there is another group of killers in our country right now and we don't know where they are and what they are doing right now, Leng Xiaoting warned. Hearing that, Tang Yunhang put on a serious expression. Sure, I'll be more careful as well. However, because their enemies were vampires, Tang Yunhang couldn't protect himself if he was caught no matter how careful he was. Therefore, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had to come see him in person. Ji Yuning took out a small porcelain bottle with 3 power crystals inside. She handed it to Tang Yunhang and said, "Uncle, take this and carry it with you. If you're injured or attacked, take a pill to save your life." Thanks, Ningning. Tang Yunhang accepted the porcelain bottle. However, right after they reached the parking lot and got into their car, they sensed evil energy approaching. As a result, they didn't leave right away. Before long, a MPV drove in bringing the evil energy with it. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to see what was in the car, then found 2 foreign men who were vampires. In addition to the 2 vampires, there were 2 other men, including a driver and a person sitting in the front passenger's seat. Ji Yuning wasn't sure whether they were targeting Tang Yunhang, but she had to do something since they appeared. No matter who their target was, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting had to kill them. They stayed calm and did nothing for the time being, because they needed to figure out their purpose and who they were targeting. The car stopped in a parking space not far away. No one got out. About 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man walked towards the car. The man sitting on the front passenger's seat got out of the car and opened the car door for the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man got inside, they drove away. Without hesitation, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting followed them. None of them noticed that they were being followed. After following them for an hour, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting saw their car go into a private manor. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting couldn't follow them inside, so they parked their car, then snuck into the manor. The group of people stopped in front of a building, then all of them got out and entered the building. In the end, the 2 vampires and the middle-aged man went to a room. In the room, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a young man was sitting in a wheelchair with a gloomy and indescribably creepy expression. The young man was covered in evil energy, so he couldn't be immortal. "Mr. He, they're here," the middle-aged man said cautiously. Hearing that, the young man turned around and looked at him with the same gloomy expression. "Thank you, Uncle Lu. You can leave now," the young man said. "Sure," the middle-aged man answered, then went out. In the room, only the young man in the wheelchair and the 2 vampires were left. Afterwards, the young man opened his mouth. "Your people failed even before doing the task. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "I'm so sorry, Mr. He. It was our mistake. I promise that we'll continue to finish the task," one vampire said. "But only you 2 are left. Do you think you can do it?" After all, 4 of your people couldn't defeat those 2 mortals, mister. He said with obvious displeasure. The 2 vampires were silent, because what Mr. he said was right. Mister, he continued, I already found out the 2 mortals' backgrounds. The girl is Ji Yuning, the chairman of the Xianxia organization. She's also a member of the Tang family. And the man is her husband. Because they ruined my plan, I must pay them back, but it's not easy to deal with them, so we must be smart. I need you to bomb the headquarters of the Xianxia organization right now. Hearing that, Ji Yuning couldn't stand it any longer. How could this man have the idea of bombing her company? Boom. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting directly broke the window and entered. If you want to bomb my company, I'll do that to you in your manner first, Ji Yuning said coldly. Mister. He and the others had no idea that Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting were watching them from a dark place, so they were all startled when Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting suddenly showed up. How did you get in? Mister. He questioned alertly. He didn't expect them to find him. Moreover, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting hid in a dark place yet none of them noticed them, which proved that they were more skilled than them. We followed them. Ji Yuning gave a glance at the vampires. Hearing that, Mr. he was even more displeased. He immediately turned to look at the 2 vampires, questioning them silently. The 2 vampires were mad too, and believed that Ji Yuning was stirring things up between them. We don't know you at all, one vampire said. Of course you don't know me. We secretly followed you, Ji Yuning said. The 2 vampires were relieved. It proved that they didn't lead them here. However, they were still unhappy that they didn't notice them following. Mister. He let go of his suspicion, but he was unhappy about Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting's appearance. He didn't know how to deal with them. Chapter 2925, Disabled. After that, Ji Yuning turned to look at Mr. He. Well, you don't look like a normal mortal, nor an evil cultivator. How long have you cultivated? Your level is so low. Mr. He was shocked. He didn't expect that Ji Yuning could see that he was an evil cultivator. Mr. He was indeed an evil cultivator, but he was a new hand, so his level was very low. If he met ordinary people, he would be very strong, but he was no match for Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting who were masters. Mr. He, did you cultivate on your own, or do you have a teacher? Ji Yuning asked. If someone taught him, there must be an evil cultivator behind him. Who are you? Facing Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, Mr. He was very alert. If Ji Yuning could see that he was an evil cultivator, she must be a cultivator too. Haven't you already found out my background? I'm Ji Yuning, the chairman of the Xianxia organization, and I'm also a member of the Tang family. This is my husband. Ji Yuning smiled. Mr. He didn't care about that, but he knew they were also high-level cultivators, so he was anxious. If they had conflicts, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. In that case, he must be careful. What do you want, Mr. He asked. What do I want to do? Didn't I tell you that I'm going to explode you and your manor since you dare to bomb my company? Ji Yuning replied in a flat voice. I was just saying that. Miss Ji Yu, please don't take it seriously. I will apologize to you for that. Why don't we get over it? Mr. He said. Although he didn't think Ji Yuning would stop, he still wanted to try. You were just saying it. Mr. He, do you think that I'd believe you? Anyway, we exist to kill evil forces like you. So, even if you had no plan to damage my companies, I wouldn't let you go, Ji Yuning said. Mr. He had a premonition. However, if you were willing to tell me your purpose, I might let you live, Ji Yuning continued seriously. She wouldn't kill Mr. He, but she would torture him. I don't have any bad intentions. I just passed the order for someone else, Mr. He said. Although his pride didn't allow him to give in to Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting, he didn't want to die. Oh, can you tell who it is? Ji Yuning asked. Will you let me go if I tell you? Mr. He responded. Mr. He wasn't fully convinced, but he wanted to live, so he said, Wei Chihua. Wei Chihua was the deputy secretary of City B and he never got along with Tang Yunhang who was the party secretary. He always wanted to replace Tang Yunhang. Therefore, he didn't just target Meng Zuokai, but also targeted Tang Yunhang. Really? Ji Yuning asked. She wouldn't just believe whatever he said. Yes, mister, he answered. How did you know them? Ji Yuning asked. She glanced at the two vampires, indicating that she was talking about them. I need killers, so I turned to them for help, said Mr. He. Since that was the case, Ji Yuning stopped asking. Since I promised that I would let you live, I won't kill you, but I must disable you. Saying that, Ji Yuning attacked Mr. He. You, although Mr. He didn't think Ji Yuning would let him get away with it, he still hoped that she would have mercy. Therefore, when she attacked him, he was furious. The moment Ji Yuning moved, Leng Xiaoting hit the two vampires as well. Due to the large gap between their abilities, Mr. He and the two vampires were quickly beaten by Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't kill them, but they were all disabled. From now on, they were handicapped and wouldn't be able to take care of themselves. The noise of the fight soon attracted other people, so Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting directly jumped out of the window. They had damaged the surveillance cameras with magical energy, so no one would know who did it. After they left, they went straight back to the Tang family's house. Ji Yuning didn't call Tang Yunhang right away, because it was almost time for him to get off work. She decided to talk to him about when they finished their meal. It's been a troubled time these past few days. We encountered trouble one after another. Ji Yuning suddenly had a premonition that more terrible things might happen. Why don't you stay in City B? If anything happens, you can be here to help, Leng Xiaoting suggested. He also had a feeling that the trouble wasn't over yet. Shang Guanyang and Jing Yunyao could support the Leng family in the capital, but they needed someone to stay in City B to look after the Tang family. Leng Xiaoting needed to do his work, so he could only stay here for several days. Sure, Ji Yuning agreed. Given what had happened recently, she couldn't go back to the capital right now. If only mortals were causing trouble, they wouldn't be worried, but monsters and ghosts were involved this time, so they had to be careful. When Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting got back to the Tang family's house, it was almost 5 p.m. They didn't tell Tang Haifeng what they had been through today. After all, he was an old man, and they didn't want to worry him. At 6:30 p.m., Tang Yunhang got home, and they began to have dinner. After the meal, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting said that they wanted to have a private chat with Tang Yunhang, then they went to Tang Yunhang's study. Uncle, when we left today, we noticed that some people were acting abnormally. We followed them, and found that they were from the same team who was sent to assassinate Meng Zuokai. We interrogated them afterwards and learned that the mastermind is Wei Qihua. I'm not 100% sure, but I thought you should know, Ji Yuning said. Hearing that, Tang Yunhang was displeased, but wasn't surprised, because he and Wei Qihua were enemies in politics. In fact, Wei Qihua had caused him trouble many times before. Although there isn't evidence to prove that it is Wei Qihua, it's highly likely. Otherwise it might be a trick played by my other enemies, Tang Yunhang said. Chapter 2926, Did they go to assassinate Mr. He? Because it wasn't uncommon that people framed each other in politics, they couldn't prove it without evidence. Therefore, after sharing the result with Tang Yunhang, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting immediately went to conduct an investigation by visiting Wei Qihua's home to see what they could find. After waiting outside Wei Qihua's home for an hour, they finally heard him make a call. It turned out that it indeed had something to do with him. When Wei Qihua heard what had happened to Mr. He was full of anger and worry. He wondered whether Mr. He had betrayed him. Because Mr. He couldn't speak now, Wei Qihua failed to fet an answer. Therefore, during their conversation on the phone, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting heard Wei Qihua give an order to kill Mr. He. After all, only dead people could keep secrets. Wei Qihua wanted Mr. He dead, so Ji Yuning had to keep him alive. Before Wei Qihua's people could kill Mr. He, Ji Yuning went to the hospital where Mr. He stayed, while Leng Xiaoting stayed to watch Wei Qihua. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting didn't know which hospital Mr. He stayed in until Wei Qihua mentioned it on the phone. Without delay, Ji Yuning went there. Mr. He was staying in a VIP ward. Given his wealth, he could afford it. Although Mr. He didn't have any relatives, he had some loyal subordinates, who didn't leave after he was seriously injured. Besides, before the final result was out, they couldn't leave because most people in the manor were under suspicion. The surveillance cameras were broken, so they had no evidence to prove that they were innocent. When Ji Yuning arrived at the hospital, she was in a nurse uniform, making it convenient for her to take action. Because some people were guarding Mr. He in his ward, Ji Yuning didn't go in right away. Instead, she used her jade eyes to see whether there were vacant wards around. She would hide first. Luckily, the ward next to Mr. He's ward was vacant, so Ji Yuning sneaked inside. About half an hour later, something happened to Mr. He. A man who looked like a doctor walked into his ward and said that he was there to check on him, so Mr. He's two subordinates let him in. After that, the doctor wanted to give Mr. He an injection, and Mr. He's two subordinates didn't doubt or stop him. At that moment, Ji Yuning went inside. Mr. He's two subordinates thought that the nurse came with the doctor, so they said nothing, but the doctor panicked the moment he saw Ji Yuning. He wasn't a real doctor, so he felt guilty. Hey, who are you? Did you get the wrong ward? Dr. Yao told me to check on the patient. He didn't tell other doctors to come here, Ji Yuning exclaimed in surprise. Dr. Yao was Mr. He's attending physician. Ji Yuning knew who Mr. He's attending physician was because she saw the listing by the patient bed while she observed the ward. Upon hearing that, Mr. He's two subordinates were angry. If this doctor wasn't sent here by Dr. Yao, why did he come? Did he really get the wrong ward? They somehow felt that that reason wasn't persuasive. Oh, you're right. I must have gotten the wrong ward. The man realized that he was exposed, so he used the same excuse and admitted that he got the wrong ward. Then he wanted to leave, but Ji Yuning stopped him. This is a hospital. How can you go into the wrong ward so casually? If I hadn't come and stopped you, you would have injected the medicine into his body. What if his condition got worse? Ji Yuning asked. Mr. He's two subordinates figured out that this male doctor might have come to murder Mr. He, so they went to catch him at once, but unfortunately the man was very good at martial arts, so he easily got rid of Mr. He's two subordinates and wanted to run away. His reaction proved that he had indeed come to harm Mr. He, otherwise he wouldn't try to escape. The next moment, Ji Yuning took action and the man was beaten. Besides, Ji Yuning broke his leg with a heavy kick in case he tried to run away again. Seeing that, Mr. He's two subordinates were shocked. They didn't expect a nurse to be so strong. All right, I'll leave him to you two, Ji Yuning said as she walked out. Hey, Mr. He's two subordinates wanted to stop her, but Ji Yuning walked too fast. They couldn't leave right now, so they had to give up. Ji Yuning didn't care how they would handle it. After the incident, Mr. He should be more careful to stop it from happening once more. Wei Chihua should also be more cautious before carrying out his scheme. If he really wanted to kill Mr. He would have to be fully prepared next time. When Ji Yuning was gone, Mr. He's two subordinates called the police. Before long, Wei Chihua learned about the result and got angry. He could only hope that the man wouldn't betray him. The next day, Wei Chihua heard that the man didn't betray him. The man only said that he had a grudge against Mr. He, so he wanted to harm him since he was already seriously injured and in the hospital. However, he denied that he aimed to kill Mr. He simply didn't want Mr. He to wake up quickly. Anyway, he was sentenced to a few years in jail, but the punishment wasn't serious. Wei Chihua was safe for the time being. Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting told Tang Yunhang that they verified that the mastermind was indeed Wei Chihua, but they couldn't do anything to him right away. After all, the evidence wasn't enough. It couldn't be easier for them to secretly pay Wei Chihua back, but they were unwilling to do so. However, they were reluctant to accept the result, so they still decided to cause Wei Chihua a little trouble. Therefore, at night, Ji Yuning and Leng Xiaoting went to Wei Chihua's home again. Ji Yuning released some cold magical power to damage Wei Chihua's health. It wasn't serious, but he would have to suffer from it in the following months. As a result, Wei Qihua suddenly found his limbs had become stiff when he woke up the next day. As soon as he moved, his entire body hurt. It was also difficult for him to speak. Without delay, he asked his family to send him to the hospital. Chapter 2927, I'm Your Boss. However, after a medical check, doctors could only find that his blood circulated slower. Given his condition, doctors took action to help him, but it was not really helpful. Once Wei Qihua got sick, his work was delayed and he had no mood to scheme against Tang Yunhang. All he wanted to do right now was to recover. Within a short time, many people heard that Wei Qihua was sick, and some of them seized this chance to weaken his force. This time, Wei Qihua's people were in serious trouble, but Tang Yunhang's people weren't involved, because they didn't want to be dragged into trouble. Anyway, Wei Qihua had many other enemies, so Tang Yunhang only needed to watch how things would unfold. The next day, Leng Xiaoting left for work, while Ji Yuning stayed in City B. Reality proved that she made the right decision, because Tang Yunhang was caught by a car accident right after Leng Xiaoting left. Normally, car crashes were accidents, and the perpetrator wouldn't be put in jail as long as he was willing to pay compensation. Tang Yunhang's car was directly hit by a medium-sized truck, then severely deformed. Both Tang Yunhang and the chauffeur were severely hit and injured. Luckily, Tang Yunhang thought of the pills that Ji Yuning had given him. He took them out immediately after the accident and gave one to the chauffeur, so their injuries were lightened a lot and wouldn't worsen. Ji Yuning quickly arrived and poured magical power into Tang Yunhang's body, so he was fine. He even didn't need to go to the hospital and directly went home. Because Tang Yunhang was fine, the truck driver was lightly punished. The truck driver had a very good attitude. He was willing to pay compensation, and the brakes were broken, so there was no evidence to prove he did it on purpose. Therefore, Ji Yuning and the others thought it might really be an accident. Nevertheless, whether it was an accident or not, they needed to conduct a further investigation to make sure. Before they collected solid proof, it was dealt with as an accident. Ji Yuning conducted the investigation from the truck driver. She finally found clues and figured out that it wasn't an accident, but was really a scheme. However, this case was a little complicated since Ji Yuning found clues in another city instead of City B. Nevertheless, she still believed that it must be related to a certain important figure in City B. Anyway, she needed to continue to find the mastermind, so she was currently dealing with this case. Without delay, Ji Yuning booked a plane ticket to City H. The clues she found were in City H. When Ji Yuning arrived at City H, it was about 8 p.m. Afterwards, she went directly to the home of the person who had contacted the truck driver. She had gotten their information before she came. The person she was going to see wasn't a common citizen, but a gangster. He had no relationship with the Qing gang or the Kirin gang, instead he belonged to another gang in City H. This gang was called the Tiger Gang, and the person Ji Yuning wanted to see was its deputy leader, Long Weishang. Ji Yuning changed into black sportswear with a baseball cap and a mask, then swaggered into the Tiger Gang's place. The Tiger Gang's headquarters was located in a manor. It seemed to be a private manor on the surface, but it was actually owned by an illegal gang. Ji Yuning used her jade eyes to look around it, seeing about a dozen men inside and out. Normally, not many members of the gang stayed in the headquarters. After all of them needed to work, so they needed to serve in their industries. Gangs were usually involved in businesses like bars, casinos and hotels, but it was necessary for them to keep some members in the headquarters in case any accidents happened. Therefore, the elite and key members stayed in the manor. Because Ji Yuning swaggered inside, she was easily noticed by the people in the manor. They immediately went forward and surrounded her. "Who are you? How dare you intrude into our manor?" The man at the front angrily questioned Ji Yuning. "I want to see Long Weishang," Ji Yuning said. "Who do you think you are?" the man asked disdainfully. "I'm your boss," Ji Yuning replied. "How dare you? Get her, bros," the man ordered. Then the group of men attacked Ji Yuning. Although they were the best of the Tiger Gang and were stronger than most people, they were not comparable to Ji Yuning. Therefore, before they could touch her, they were kicked away. Ji Yuning defeated them with a simple kick. They knew that this girl couldn't be weak since she dared to intrude alone, but they were still surprised by her skills. The noises outside attracted other members over, and they attacked Ji Yuning at once, but Ji Yuning still easily defeated them. In the end, no one dared to fight against her. "Who are you?" someone asked. "I came to see Long Weishang. Tell him to get out, or I'll destroy everything I see," Ji Yuning said. Before they had the fight, they wouldn't take it seriously at all if a girl said that, because she was just a girl, but Ji Yuning had easily defeated all of them, so they couldn't doubt her abilities. And she obviously knew who they were, and had a clear purpose. Wait a second. They didn't dare to use violence this time and immediately reported it to Long Weishang. "Be quick. I don't have patience," Ji Yuning said. The man hurriedly ran to see Long Weishang. He didn't dare to waste time. At that moment, Long Weishang was talking with some guests in his study. He had no idea what was happening outside. Therefore, when his subordinate came in and told him that a girl broke in and beat all of them alone, he was extremely shocked. Long Weishang couldn't believe his ears, because a girl beat all of his subordinates by herself. He held a strong bias against women and thought that women were all weak and useless. He admitted that there might be strong women, but they were very rare, so he directly ignored them. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yu. I need to go out for a while. Please excuse me." Long Weishang apologized to his guests. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.